The Warriors are on the brink of losing the finals, and only now does the system awaken. During Game 6 of the 2019 finals, Thompson suffered an injury, plunging the Oracle Arena into despair. Liu Hong sat on the Warriors' bench, cursing the system 100 times in his mind, when suddenly, ding! The basketball god system has awakened. You have received a super gift package for signing in. Sign. Sign it now. In the next moment, a panel appeared before Liu Hong. Jordan's fadeaway jumper experience, card 1. Carter's dunk experience, card 1. Peyton's steal experience, card 1. Kai's deep 3 experience, card 1. Uncle Mew's block experience, card 1. Talent potions 10. What the hell? This is going to be extraordinary. Draymond Green patted him. Why are you still grinning? Get back to the locker room and listen to the strategy. If we lose, it's home to fish. As Liu Hong walked back, he was internally shouting. The three-peat is within reach. In a Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang sighed. With Clay injured, the Warriors are in trouble. Yu Jiao responded. Apart from Curry, no one could score. The Raptors will just double-team him. How can we compete? The barrage of comment from detractors erupted. 73 win runners-up. Curry is just average. The Golden State martial arts team relies on a useless player to win a championship. Little did they know, on the Warriors' bench, a Chinese player held the trump card that could change the game. Liu Hong gazed at the experience cards in his hand, particularly that Key's deep 3 card. Wasn't this prepared just for this moment? Coach Kerr outlined a strategy in the locker room when Liu Hong suddenly raised his hand. Coach, give me a minute, I can win. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. How dare a bench player say such a thing? Do you think Liu Hong will get a chance to play? In the next chapter, he becomes a legend. With 30 seconds left, the Warriors trail by 3 points, and Kerr actually sent him onto the court. Liu Hong pulled out the Kai's deep 3 experience card, raised his hand, and shot. Could the shot go in? In the last 12 minutes, we have no way out. Curry raised his fist, and the entire Warriors team bumped fists and roared. Liu Hong looked at Curry, silently reassuring him. Don't worry, I've got this. Kerr suddenly said to him, Liu, in the fourth quarter, you will replace Curry for a minute and a half. Don't let the deficit exceed 5 points. Liu Hong's eyes brightened. Trust me, not only will I keep it within 5 points, but I will also take the lead. Suddenly, the system issued a new task. Lead the Raptors by more than 10 points. Reward options include Allen Iverson's crossover, James Harden's foul drawing, and 5 other choices. As the fourth quarter buzzer sounded, the Warriors lineup took the court, and the crowd erupted. What the hell? Why is an Eastern player on the court? Is this a surrender? Get off! The Huaxia broadcast room was also stunned. Has Kerr gone mad? Is he putting in a rookie at this time? Who is this Chinese player? Surely he must have connections. Amidst a cacophony of jeers, Liu Hong stood resolutely on the court, facing off against the Raptors' star point guard, Lowry. With a smirk that dripped with derision, Lowry scrutinized him. How could a mere bench warmer, who had never tasted playoff action, possibly belong on the grand stage of the finals? Yet Liu Hong merely smiled, discreetly revealing a Carta limited-time experience card for a steal by Gary Payton, valid for a fleeting minute, as Lowry attempted to toy with him. Making a swift change of direction, Liu Hong deftly snatched the ball away. In a flash of counterattack, Liu Hong produced a Steph Curry long-range 3-point experience card, raising his hand from the logo and launching the shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with a flawless arc. The Oracle Arena fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later into an even more thunderous cheer. Lowry stood bewildered. What just transpired? Liu Hong shrugged at Lowry, inwardly exclaiming, There's still a minute left, enough time for you to sip from the chalice of defeat. The barrage of comments in the Chinese live stream turned in an instant. Wow, who is this? So fierce. Who just called him useless? Step forward. Coach Zhang, brimming with excitement, pounded the table. That three-pointer, it has Kai's flair. However, the Raptors were indeed a finals-caliber team, and Leonard quickly stepped up to score 5 consecutive points, narrowing the gap back to 2. Glancing at the clock, Liu Hong noted that only 30 seconds remained. The experience card's time was dwindling. Suddenly, he accelerated, charging toward Siakam. What experience card do you think he would employ? In the next chapter, it would explode. Liu Hong unveiled the Vince Carter dunk experience card, soaring over the 208 centimeters tall Siakam to deliver a thunderous slam. The arena erupted, leaving even Raptors fans in a state of shock. Could this dazzling display allow the Warriors to reclaim the lead? Lowry taunted Liu Hong. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liu Hong launched another long-range 3. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, igniting Oracle Arena into a frenzy. Lowry stood frozen in disbelief. Had this Eastern kid lost his mind? Did he truly think he was Curry? Iguodala gave him a playful pat on the back. Well done. From the bench, Curry raised his arms, signaling an okay gesture As all his teammates celebrated wildly. In the Chinese live stream, Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Unreasonable. That shot was utterly irrational." Yet, Yu Jia was exhilarated. But it went in. The position, the arc, it resembled Key's game winner against the Thunder. Unbeknownst to many, Leonard had already inbound the ball. Lowry pushed it forward, seeking to set up Leonard for an alley-oop dunk. "Get back on defense," Kerr shouted from the sidelines. Just as Leonard leaped, a shadow surged from behind. Lu Heng silently recited, activating the Uncle Moo block experience card. Smack! A resounding rejection firmly landed on Leonard's hand. "Oh my gosh!" He blocked Leonard. The commentator roared. Lu Heng retrieved the ball, turning to the astonished Leonard with a nonchalant remark. "Veteran, your speed is too slow." Leonard's face darkened in an instant. Being blocked by a rookie in the finals, followed by taunting, was an affront he could hardly tolerate. In the next moment, Leonard, with the ball in hand, attempted to overpower Lu Heng with sheer strength. Lu Heng merely smiled, remarking, "There's still 40 seconds left on the experience card. There's plenty of time to play." With a swift lateral movement, he firmly held his ground against Leonard, his hands continuously probing for the ball. Can you guess if Lu Heng can defend against Leonard? In the following chapter, he ascends to glory. Lu Heng executed consecutive steals from Lowry and Leonard, and during a fast break, he unleashed the Carter Dunk experience card, delivering a thunderous slam over Gasol. The entire Raptors team was left in a daze. Was this truly the same yellow-skinned substitute? "Your speed is still inadequate," Leonard coldly remarked to Lu Heng. Lu Heng chuckled and inquired of the system, "Can I increase my speed? Consuming 2 points of talent potion will grant you 5 additional speed points. Increase it." In the next instant, Lu Heng felt as if his legs were equipped with springs. With a quick pivot, he created distance, then executed a step-back three-pointer. Leonard lunged, but was still too slow. Swish. The basketball found nothing but net. Lu Heng. The DJ shouted, and the crowd erupted, chanting his name in unison. In less than 10 seconds, 2 three-pointers and a block propelled the Warriors to a 60 lead. Curry leaped higher than anyone on the bench, while Kerr stroked his beard, smiling. This move was indeed the right one. The live chat in the Chinese stream exploded. "Who just called him useless? Step forward and receive your punishment. That step back is smoother than Harden's." Leonard advanced with the ball, passing to Siakam, before positioning himself at a 45-degree angle. Siakam backed down green, then passed back to Leonard, who took a three-point shot. Clang! It ricocheted off the rim. As Gasol prepared to grab the rebound, a shadow suddenly leaped, snatching the board from above his head. It was Lu Heng. Upon landing, he immediately initiated a fast break, with the Raptors scrambling back on defense, Leonard hot on his heels. Lu Heng abruptly slowed, delivering a behind-the-back pass to the trailing Iguodala, who effortlessly finished with a layup. 80. The cheers from the Oracle Arena threatened to lift the roof. Leonard's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Heng, his eyes brimming with animosity. In the next possession, Leonard personally took control of the ball, charging toward Lu Heng for a powerful dunk, seeking to reclaim his honor. Boom. The ball went in, and Leonard bellowed, fixing his gaze on Lu Heng. What now? Yet Lu Heng simply shrugged, calculating in his mind. 8 points of talent potion left. What attribute should he enhance? Suddenly, the system chimed in. Completing a three-point play could unlock the permanent skill set for Jordan's fadeaway jumper. Can you guess how Lu Heng will create that three-point play? In the next chapter, brace for high energy. Lu Heng faced Leonard, suddenly accelerating for a breakthrough, deliberately colliding with the defending Siakam midair while tossing the ball toward the hoop. The whistle blew, and the ball went in. The referee pointed to the free throw line. Will this three-point play succeed? This is the rookie protection period. Huh, you are quite fortunate. Van Vliet taunted as he advanced with the ball. Lu Heng replied leisurely. You will soon realize that this is not merely luck. As the Raptors inbound the ball, Van Vliet attempted to showcase his skills before Lu Heng with a sudden change of direction. However, Lu Heng's footwork proved even swifter as he reached out to intercept. Startled, Van Vliet quickly passed the ball. Leonard seized it, aiming for a strong attack, but was thwarted by a foul from Green. He made one of 2 free throws, allowing the Raptors to finally break their scoring drought. Now, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Lu Heng dribbled past half-court, with Van Vliet tightly guarding him. Rookie, your luck has run out. In an instant, Lu Heng accelerated, executing an Iverson-style crossover that sent Van Vliet sprawling to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He charged toward the basket, and as he faced Gasol's defensive effort, he performed a layup, successfully scoring 12-1. The fans erupted, chanting, MVP, MVP. On the bench, Curry celebrated excitedly with his teammates, while Coach Kerr nodded with a smile. At this rate, there was no need to rush Curry back into the game. In the Huaxia live stream, Coach Zhang remarked, This maneuver is smoother than Kyrie. China has finally produced another capable player. Yu Jia responded, 10 points in 30 seconds, and now he scored another two. Liu Heng is surely bewildering the Raptors. The comment section, once filled with criticism, was now flooded with praise. Liu Heng is amazing and bringing glory to the nation. Van Vliet rose from the floor, his face pale with anger. In the next possession, he sought to regain his pride, but Liu Heng intercepted his pass, leading to another fast break, which he completed with a thunderous dunk from Green. 14-1. Liu Heng shrugged at Van Vliet, mirroring the gesture he had just made toward Leonard. But Van Vliet, fuming with frustration, found himself at a loss for words. This Eastern lad truly had skill. Leonard stepped up to stabilize the team, scoring consecutively in an effort to close the gap. Yet Liu Heng, feeling the heat of a shooting hand, sank another three-pointer, extending the lead to 17 points. Kerr finally summoned Curry to the court. Upon his arrival, Curry high-fived Liu Heng, exclaiming, "Brother, you are incredible." Liu Heng smiled, replying, "Now it's your turn to shine." Inwardly, he pondered. The system task was nearing completion, leading by over 10 points. Should he choose the Iverson crossover or Harden's drawing of fouls? Which skill do you think Liu Heng will select? The next chapter promises high energy. With both Curry and Liu Heng on the court, they seamlessly sank three-pointers in succession, utterly dismantling the Raptors. Nurse was compelled to call a timeout, angrily shouting at his players, "Are you all just putting on a show? How many points could the Warriors accumulate from this display? Idol, you are my idol. I've always wanted to play for the Raptors." Liu Heng suddenly declared to Van Vliet. Instantly, Van Vliet's demeanor changed, pride radiating from him. "You, my friend, have quite the discerning EYAS." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Heng swiftly intercepted the ball. "Damn it!" Van Vliet cursed as he chased after him. But Liu Heng had already executed a powerful dunk. 120. The Warriors led by 12 points. Nurse could no longer contain his frustration and called a timeout, slamming the tactical board onto the ground as he shouted, "Van Vliet, what are you doing? Bring in Lowry." Van Vliet threw his towel to the floor after receiving a few compliments. He not only lost the ball, but also his chance to play. As the timeout concluded, Kerr substituted Curry into the game. The crowd erupted with excitement. Are the Splash Brothers making their appearance? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Liu Heng's mind. "Congratulations on completing the task. Reward. Choose 2 from 5 options." "I choose the Iverson crossover and the luck potion." The moment Curry stepped onto the court, Leonard immediately abandoned his defense on Liu Heng and turned his attention to Curry. Perceived Curry as the greater threat. Little did he know, this played right into Liu Heng's hands. During the Warriors' offensive play, Curry, with the ball, attracted 2 defenders before unexpectedly passing it to Liu Heng. Before Liu Heng lay an open shot, but Lowry rushed in to defend. "Now's my chance." Liu Heng silently chanted, unleashing the newly acquired Iverson crossover. With a swift change of direction, he left Lowry stumbling in his wake. He easily executed a layup and even winked at Leonard. Leonard's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Having his rookie teammate outmaneuvered like that was a significant embarrassment. In the next possession, Leonard attempted to assert himself for redemption, but Liu Heng deployed the luck potion, and with a mere touch, Leonard surprisingly slipped and fell. The crowd erupted into laughter. In a fast break, Curry launched a three-pointer swish, a 15-point lead. The Raptors were in complete disarray. In a Huaxia livestream, Coach Zhang exclaimed, "This lineup is terrifying." Curry draws the defense, while Liu Heng drives the lane, utterly unresolvable. Yu Jia excitedly remarked, "LeBron is watching this game. He must be dumbfounded. When did our nation produce such a formidable player?" Lowry, intimidated by Liu Heng, trembled while defending. Liu Heng dribbled, feigning an attempt to drive past him, causing Lowry to retreat in fear, only for Liu Heng to suddenly stop and shoot a three-pointer. Again, it went in. An 18-point lead. The Oracle Arena was already chanting champions. Kerr nodded with a smile from the sidelines, thinking to himself, "This kid is even more effective than Thompson." Liu Heng felt the luck potion in his pocket. Should he give Leonard a taste? Will Liu Heng use the misfortune potion? In the next chapter, watch as Leonard, attempting to dunk, trips over his own shoelaces and falls, the ball bouncing off his head. Even the referees were taken aback. His luck was truly abysmal. Can the Warriors successfully drag the series to a decisive Game 7? James, initially with the intention of merely observing the match between the Warriors and the Raptors, was unexpectedly captivated by the unfolding events. At first, he was taken aback by Kerr's audacious choices in player utilization. However, as the game progressed, he found himself increasingly enamored with the young talent on the court. Within a mere minute, this player delivered a staggering 12-0 run against the Raptors, even executing a thunderous block on Leonard. In just over 50 seconds, He single-handedly accumulated 12 points. A point guard endowed with both shooting prowess and defensive skills. Was this not precisely the type of player the Lakers currently lacked? Furthermore, being a rookie, his salary would not be exorbitant. James resolved to observe further, should the opportunity arise. He would seek to recruit Liu Hong to join him in the upcoming season with the Lakers. However, had James been aware that Liu Hong's idol was Curry, he might have fainted on the spot. As the game continued to unfold, the dynamics on the court began to shift. In the Huaxia livestream, Coach Zhang remarked that Curry's performance upon entering the game seemed less than stellar, as the Raptors seized the opportunity to overtake the Warriors in scoring. Yu Jia noted that Curry was indeed struggling tonight, having missed all 3 of his 3-point attempts thus far. Coach Zhang observed that with only 2 minutes remaining, the Warriors trailed by 5 points, prompting a call for a timeout from Kerr to reassess the strategy. Yu Jia concurred, suggesting that a timeout was indeed warranted. At the Oracle Arena in Oakland, as Siakam scored a 2-pointer, the score shifted to 112 to 119, with the Warriors now trailing by 7 points, leaving Kerr with no choice but to call a timeout for recalibration. Curry, facing Leonard's defense, continued to struggle, having missed all 3 of his 3-point attempts and relying solely on driving to the basket to draw fouls for a total of 6 points. After Liu Hong's experience card expired, he struggled to score, accumulating only 6 points through 2 mid-range shots and drawing fouls while attacking the basket. However, thanks to his extraordinary performance at the beginning of the 4th quarter, Liu Hong managed to secure 18 points in that period. I maintain that his success is largely due to luck. Once the Raptors intensified their defensive efforts, he found it increasingly difficult to score. Besides shooting 3-pointers, what else can Curry do? Without Durant, he struggles even against the Raptors. Fans in the Huaxia live streaming room began their mockery of both Curry and Liu Hong. Such individuals tend to remain silent when you perform well, but they eagerly emerge to ridicule you whenever you have an off night. In their eyes, you cannot afford even a single lackluster performance, as it provides them the opportunity to criticize you. Even the legendary basketball icon, Jordan, faced their scrutiny. How much more so for an ordinary bench player? On the Warriors bench, Kerr was finalizing the last tactical arrangements. Liu, you will handle the ball and initiate the attack. Kerr instructed, glancing at Curry. Curry will run to draw the defense. If an opportunity arises, you must pass the ball to him. Liu Hong's understanding of Kerr's arrangement is quite reasonable, considering that Curry is the star player of the Warriors and undoubtedly the most accurate and prolific 3-point shooter in the league. It seems entirely logical to entrust the ball to him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when Curry glanced at Liu Hong and abruptly turned to Kerr, saying, "I will orchestrate the offense. Let Liu run his routes and find opportunities. I will distribute the ball to him." Everyone was taken aback by Curry's declaration, yet upon reflection, this was quintessential Curry, ever selfless. Seeing the incredulous expressions on his teammates' faces, Curry hastily clarified, "Tonight, my shooting touch is not as sharp as Liu Hong's, so it makes perfect sense to let him take the shots." Renowned for his altruism, Curry exhibits none of the typical airs of a team leader. When Klay Thompson broke Curry's single-game 3-point record, Curry showed no fear of having his record eclipsed. Instead, he continuously passed the ball to Klay. When Durant joined the Warriors, concerned about potential discontent, Curry reassured him that he did not care who was the team's alpha. His sole desire was to win. Consequently, Curry's average points per game gradually declined, partly due to ceding ball control to Durant, but also because the Warriors boasted elite scorers like Durant and Klay, making victory increasingly attainable. The dynamic duo of Splash Brothers combined with the formidable Durant earned the affectionate nickname Tsunami Brothers from fans. With all 3 on the court, particularly when in good form, opponents, regardless of their lead, dared not underestimate them. 2 of the league's most proficient 3-point shooters paired with a top-tier scorer could swiftly erase any advantage the adversaries had amassed. The Warriors' most formidable attribute was not merely their offense, but also their elite defense. Unfortunately, injuries plagued this formidable team, as if divinity itself wished to thwart the Warriors' quest for a three-peat. Ultimately, they fell short of that goal. However, with the arrival of the time traveler Liu Hong, who possesses systemic enhancements, hope remained. After Curry's proclamation, everyone nodded in agreement, seemingly prepared for the final showdown. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Ding! System task issued. Lead the Warriors to victory or into overtime. Task completion rewards. Tracy McGrady's step-back shooting experience X1. Duncan's windmill dunk experience X1. Elijah Wan's dream footwork experience X1. Stockton's stealing experience X1. Talent potions X10. The rewards for completing the task can be selected from 2 out of 5 options. 10 talent potions. How splendid. Soon, I can enhance my speed or jumping ability once again. Lu Heng felt a surge of delight within. Yet the pressing priority remained to devise a strategy to secure victory in the match. After all, overtime was fraught with uncertainties. Despite the assistance of the system, he dared not let his guard down. Clinching the game outright was the most prudent course of action. As the timeout concluded, the Warriors regained possession. With Curry advancing the ball, Coach Zhang remarked, "The Warriors have altered their tactics, with Curry orchestrating the offense." Yu Jia interjected, No, the strategy hasn't changed. It's merely a role reversal between Curry and Lu Heng." Coach Zhang countered, "That's illogical. Such an arrangement is unreasonable." Yu Jia acknowledged, indeed, Lu Heng started the fourth quarter quite well, but based on his recent performance, he is still ill-suited to be the team as finisher. Coach Zhang conceded, "Though this arrangement seems irrational, its effectiveness renders it reasonable." Meanwhile, Curry propelled the ball forward, and Lu Heng, having utilized Draymond Green's screen, found himself with an open opportunity. Observing this, Curry promptly passed the ball to Lu Heng. What a splendid, no-look pass. Lu Heng seized the opportunity. Lu Heng received the pass, swiftly turned, leaped into the air, and with a graceful arm extension, released the ball, which swished through the net. He celebrated with a gesture resembling a telescope. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Lu Heng, a three-pointer off the catch, and it's in." Yu Jia added, "The Warriors have commenced their counterattack." Chapter 7. Iverson's crossover. Coach Zhang noted, "The score now stands at 115 to 119. Yu Jia remarked, "Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors immediately sank a three-pointer. It seems Coach Kerr's adjustments are yielding results." Coach Zhang continued, "With just 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining, the Warriors still have a chance." As he spoke, the Raptors hit another three-pointer, extending the Warriors' deficit to 7 points. Curry, advancing with the ball, faced relentless pressure from Leonard as he crossed half-court. Leaving him no choice but to pass the ball to Draymond Green at the top of the arc. Lu Heng and Curry commenced their movements simultaneously. Yet the Raptors players clung to them like gum, refusing to let go. Observing the troubling situation, Coach Kerr promptly called for a timeout. Coach Zhang remarked, "The Warriors are utterly unable to find any opportunities." Yu Jia added, "The Raptors' defense is highly targeted, specifically fixating on Lu Heng and Curry." Coach Zhang concurred, saying, "Indeed, if Durant were not injured, the Warriors would have relied on him for isolation plays, leveraging his individual prowess to break through." Yu Jia lamented, "Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this scenario." Coach Zhang continued, "The true strength of the Warriors lies in the fact that if both Curry and Clay are unable to score or find shooting opportunities, they can always pass the ball to Durant, allowing him to exploit his height and wingspan for unanswerable isolation plays, keeping the score close." Standing at 2.06 meters with a wingspan of 2.25 meters, Durant possesses the physique of a small forward or even a power forward, yet wields the skills of a guard, making him impossible to defend one-on-one. However, with Durant sidelined due to injury, Coach Kerr struggled to identify a suitable replacement. In that moment, Lu Heng suddenly remembered his experience card for crossing over like Iverson. "Coach, may I attempt an isolation play?" Upon Lu Heng's utterance, not only did Cole momentarily freeze, but everyone present, including Curry, was equally taken aback. Although Lu Heng stands at approximately 1.90 meters, a height that appears quite impressive among ordinary individuals, it feels somewhat diminutive when compared to the extraordinary talents present in the NBA. Corbin contemplated a refusal, yet after witnessing Lu Heng's performance in this quarter, he considered the possibility that Lu Heng might indeed possess the requisite skills. At that moment, Curry unexpectedly spoke up, expressing his belief that Lu Heng should be given an opportunity for a possession. As the team's star player, Corbin naturally felt compelled to heed Curry's words, especially since he himself was inclined to give Lu Heng a chance, albeit hesitant about potential dissent from others. However, with Curry's endorsement, it was unlikely anyone would oppose the idea. Curry increasingly admired this young man from the East. Initially, he had presumed Lu Heng to be a fleeting phenomenon, yet he was moved by Lu Heng's determination, particularly when he aggressively penetrated the paint to draw fouls during moments when the team's offense faltered. Faced with opponents who surpassed him in both height and physique, Lu Heng displayed no trace of trepidation. Instead, he resolutely hoisted the dynamite pack and charged forward, a spirit of tenacity that impressed Curry, who foresaw a promising future for the young man. "We have but a minute and a half. We can only attempt one round. Should that fail, we must revert to our previous strategy." Indeed, One round represents the utmost opportunity that Kerr can afford Liu Hong, as the match has reached its final. Decisive moments, where every offensive and defensive maneuver is of paramount importance. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the timeout concluded, and all players returned to the court. The Warriors, unable to find opportunities from the perimeter, placed their hopes on the interior. Kerr promptly substituted Looney for Cousins. Although Cousins has endured significant injuries and his form has declined, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. His offensive prowess surpasses that of Looney. Upon resuming play, the Warriors retained possession. Green initiated the inbounds pass, and Curry advanced the ball, only to find Leonard immediately entangling him in his relentless defense. With a resigned shake of his head, Curry had no choice but to pass the ball to Liu Hong positioned at the 45-degree angle. At the moment Liu Hong received the ball, he silently recited a phrase, utilizing the Allen Iverson crossover to maneuver past my opponent. Having already executed the Iverson crossover, he pondered, can I enhance my jumping ability with a talent elixir? I wish to do so. 5 points have been added to his jumping attribute, consuming 2 points of talent elixir. Liu Hong was eager to attempt Allen Iverson's crossover dribble. He pointed at Lowry, beckoning him with a playful gesture while murmuring, idle. I wish to take you on one-on-one. With Lowry's defense being rather average, Liu Hong aimed to first test whether his 5-point vertical leap would suffice. Should it prove adequate, he intended to challenge Leonard. He held no doubts regarding Iverson's crossover. His only concern was the potential for being blocked during the one-on-one encounter. After all, this was the man who had outmaneuvered the likes of Mamba and left defenders in a daze, Allen Iverson. How could Liu Hong possibly question the answer? In a live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, is the Warrior strategy designed for Liu Hong to engage in one-on-one play? It is quite unbelievable. Yu Jia responded, I can't fathom that Kerr would assign such a high tactical role to a bench player. Coach Zhang replied, it is unreasonable. Allowing Liu Hong to play one-on-one is illogical. Yu Jia countered, Liu Hong has had successful one-on-one experiences in the past. Where lies the irrationality? Coach Zhang elaborated, initially, the Raptors were unfamiliar with Liu Hong, which led to a few fortunate successes. Now that they have acclimated to his play style and the defensive intensity has increased, it is indeed unreasonable for Kerr to permit Liu Hong to play in isolation. Yu Jia encouraged, let us watch the game. Liu Hong may yet surprise us. At that moment, the comments in the live chat erupted. Has Kerr lost his mind? After that performance, how can he still let him play one-on-one? Indeed, aside from that initial minute when Liu Hong capitalized on the Raptors' slow start to sink a few three-pointers, his performance has been rather lackluster since the Raptors ramped up their defense. Now, allowing this young player to engage in one-on-one play seems absurd. Oh dear, it appears fans are starting to turn on their own. Ha ha ha. Is this an internal conflict? Just moments ago, they were defending him, and now the criticism has begun. Such is the nature of some impassioned fans. When a player excels, they are lauded as a deity, yet when their performance falters, they are met with scorn. This critique stems from high expectations, as fans have grown accustomed to witnessing remarkable performances. Rational fans, however, maintain a balanced perspective. They accept moments of underperformance and rejoice during times of brilliance. During low points, they remain steadfast, neither drawn to the spectacle of peak performance nor abandoning ship in times of struggle. Lowry appeared somewhat bewildered. How did he become Liu Hong's idol? Yet, he approached Liu Hong, arms wide open, declaring, this time, I shall not allow you to succeed. Liu Hong smiled faintly, yet within his heart. He pondered, are you truly confident in your ability to contain Allen Iverson? Reflecting on this thought, Liu Hong retracted his smile, his gaze revealing a glimmer of ferocity. If I can outmaneuver you once, I can do so countless times. You shall find it impossible to defend against me. Liu Hong commenced with a series of simple dribbles beneath his legs. Noticing Lowry's right foot slightly advance, he discerned that a breakthrough from the right side was imminent. Subsequently, Liu Hong swiftly propelled his left foot forward, executing a feint towards the left. However, what Liu Hong did not anticipate was that Lowry would be completely deceived and fall to the ground. Chapter 8. MVP. Indeed, it was merely this feint that caused Lowry to topple. Oh my goodness, what? Is that Iverson's crossover? Good heavens. I seem to witness Iverson gracing the court with his brilliance. The spectators in the stands could no longer contain their exhilaration. Liu Hong astonished everyone with his remarkable surprises. No one could have anticipated that he would execute Allen Iverson's iconic crossover. The spectators were left in awe, and even Steve Kerr, who was courtside, seemed taken aback, though To be precise, it was not merely surprise but sheer delight. It was a moment of both astonishment and joy. Young Curry, positioned in the corner, clasped his head in disbelief, reflecting the astonishment shared by everyone present. Coach Zhang remarked, "I cannot believe Liu Hong had such a skill hidden away." Yu Jia added, "Just moments ago, I thought it was Iverson himself on the court." Coach Zhang continued, "I must admit, although Kerr's strategy may appear irrational, its effectiveness renders it entirely reasonable." Yu Jia responded with a pause. The scene unfolded in Oakland, at the Oracle Arena. Liu Hong had not anticipated that his feint would so effectively deceive Lowry. He swiftly altered his strategy, retreating beyond the three-point arc and executing a flawless jump shot with a lifted arm and a precise wrist flick. As Liu released the ball, Curry simultaneously made an OK gesture in celebration. Liu's open three-pointer was a certainty. Even with his eyes closed, he could make the shot. As the spectators believed, there was no rationale for a missed open three. With a satisfying swish, the ball found the net, marking a successful three-pointer. The score stood at 118-122, with the Warriors trailing by 4 points and only 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. Lowry initiated the inbound pass, and Leonard advanced with the ball. "Do not let him affect you. Maintain your composure. If we hold steady in the final minute, we shall be champions," Leonard reassured Lowry. As the game approached its critical juncture, players' mindsets became increasingly susceptible to influence. This is precisely why few teams manage to secure a championship in their inaugural finals appearance. At such pivotal moments, the contest transcends mere skill and becomes a test of mental fortitude. Many players, in their first finals, struggle with the absence of big game experience, failing to adjust their mental states, thus rendering them vulnerable to their opponents. If their mindset falters without timely recalibration, victory slips away. Leonard, a seasoned veteran with a championship and finals MVP title to his name, understood the paramount importance of mental adjustment. Even the formidable LeBron James, during his first finals appearance in 2007, succumbed to the seasoned Spurs, who swept him out of contention, thus concluding his finals journey with regret. "I was simply astonished that he would employ Iverson's crossover." Lowry could only shake his head in resignation as Leonard advanced the ball into the front court. Opting to take on Curry, Liu Hong moved in to provide assistance, compelling Leonard to pass the ball to Siakam, who engaged in a back-to-the-basket duel against Draymond Green. Cousins came over to provide help defense, and Siakam, determined, took a contested shot, ultimately drawing a foul from Green. Frustrated by the referee's decision, Green rushed forward to debate the call. In such critical moments, a single decision by the officials can profoundly influence the ultimate outcome of the game. Yet, what purpose does such debate serve? The Warriors' opportunity for challenge has been exhausted, and even in the face of questionable officiating, they must endure in silence. The seasoned Iguodala stepped forward to separate Draymond Green, fully aware of Green's temperament and wishing to avert any further escalation. This theoretical approach, however, is inherently flawed. Even if the referees are mistaken, without a challenge opportunity, they are unlikely to amend their decisions. Should Green incur another technical foul over this, gifting the opposing team free throws, it would be a significant detriment. As Siakam successfully converted both of his free throws, the score shifted to 118-124, leaving the Warriors trailing by 6 points with just 48 seconds remaining. Coach Zhang remarked on Siakam's flawless execution at the line, noting the 6-point deficit, while Yu Jia commented on the Warriors' possession, emphasizing the need for a swift offensive maneuver. Iguodala initiated the play from the baseline, with Curry advancing the ball. Coach Zhang noted the distribution of the ball to Liu Hong, indicating a belief in Liu's ability to score one-on-one, while Yu Jia added that if the opportunity presented itself, a pass to Curry would still be forthcoming. Liu Hong, with the ball at the arc, continues to engage in a one-on-one against Lowry. Leonard stands ready to offer assistance at any moment. Not long ago, Leonard had communicated with Lowry, suggesting that he should take on the primary defensive role against Liu Hong. However, Lowry declined the offer. On one hand, Lowry felt the need to reclaim his dignity. It was humiliating for an all-star player to be outmaneuvered twice by a bench player, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. On the other hand, as long as Curry is on the court, they cannot afford to ease their defensive pressure on him. Despite Curry's current struggle with the shooting, it remains imperative to prevent him from finding any opportunities. "Idle, your defense is truly lacking." Liu Hong, after finishing his statement, turned towards the spot where he had just executed that step-back three-pointer and declared, "I shall attempt another three-pointer from here." Green, standing nearby, gazed at Liu Hong in disbelief. Having witnessed many who boasted, yet none quite so audacious as this, Liu Hong refrained from engaging in further conversation, for the time allotted to the Warriors was rapidly dwindling. No sooner had his words left his lips than he began to shift his approach, yet soon realized it bore no fruit. Liu Heng executed Allen Iverson's signature crossover once again. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. The excitement only intensifies. Indeed, Lowry was once more left off balance. Although he did not fall, a considerable distance was created. Positioned just beyond the three-point line, Liu Heng immediately launched a shot, bending his knees as he leaped, raising his arm with precision and control. Upon witnessing this, Leonard swiftly darted over to provide help defense. It was too late. Lowry was again outmaneuvered. What a splendid opportunity. God willing, it must go in. Thousands of fans inside the Oracle Arena were fixated on the airborne basketball. A profound silence enveloped the venue, where only the sound of heartbeats was audible, with everyone silently beseeching the divine for the ball to find its mark, though a minority of Raptor supporters wished otherwise. With a delightful swish, the ball inevitably found its way into the net. Accompanying the sound of the ball through the hoop was the referee's whistle. It turned out that Leonard, due to his momentum, collided with Liu Heng. An and one. Iguodala promptly assisted Liu Heng to his feet, while Curry rushed over, and the two leaped, colliding in a frenzy of celebration, chanting, MVP, MVP, MVP. The Oracle Arena erupted in thunderous cheers, as this young man from the East, with his golden skin, brought them an abundance of joy and surprises. Liu Heng stood at the free throw line, and once again, the arena echoed with cries of MVP. Curry beside him incited the enthusiasm of the fans, urging them to cheer with abandon. As expected, Liu Heng confidently sank the free throw, bringing the score to 122-124, once again narrowing the gap. But the Warriors needed to defend against the Raptors' offense. In the Huaxia live broadcast, director Zhang exclaimed, "It's simply incredible. Liu Heng has helped the Warriors stay close with 2 clutch three-pointers." Yu Jia added, "This marks Liu Heng's 5th three-pointer, 2 of which were three-point plays, totaling 17 points. Tonight truly belongs to him." One cannot overlook the efforts of ordinary individuals. Sometimes, their determination shines even brighter than that of celebrities. Your endeavors do not necessarily seek reward. They are a testament to your willingness to strive, for without effort, survival becomes untenable. Yet, through such diligence, there will be moments when you radiate brilliance akin to that of stars. No effort is wasted, and success does not occur by chance. As long as you approach each training session and every game with seriousness, one day, you shall blossom resplendently. Chapter 9. Let's go Warriors. As the score tightened further, Nurse reluctantly called for the penultimate timeout. This young man from the East had scored 23 points against you. Can you not even contain a single substitute? The Raptors players fell silent, utterly taken aback that an unassuming bench player had become the Warriors' savior. To the Warriors, he was a beacon of hope, but to them, he was a harbinger of doom. Little did they know that Liu Heng's prowess stemmed from the supportive system. Even if they were aware, they would hardly believe in such phenomena. Nurse was once again formulating the final tactical arrangements, fully cognizant that the Warriors' momentum had surged. If they could not secure victory now, even a foray into overtime would spell certain defeat. Would you really stand by and watch our season's efforts go up in flames? Leonard must guard that young man from the East. He cannot score again. Leonard's expression slightly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Just moments ago, when he returned to the bench, he had rarely kicked the chair in frustration. As the head coach, Nurse naturally observed all of this. Leonard is renowned for his composed demeanor, rarely allowing his emotions to surface. This rare display of anger underscores the fervent desire each player harbors for the championship. "I will lock him down," Leonard stated coldly. Subsequently, Nurse instructed the substitution of Van Vliet for Lowry. As the timeout concluded, possession returned to the Raptors. Leonard advanced the ball deliberately, as the Raptors held a slender 2-point lead, allowing them to consume time. He dribbled just outside the three-point line, while Van Vliet and Siakam began to position themselves. Iguodala and Liu Heng advanced to double-team Leonard, compelling him to either pass or risk a turnover. The seconds ticked away, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Leonard seized the opportunity to pass to Gasol at the top of the arc 14, 13. Gasol delivered the ball to Siakam, who once again faced off against Draymond Green. Coach Zhang remarked, "There are only 4 seconds left on the shot clock. Siakam is isolating against Green. No one is coming to help. He chooses to trust Green. Siakam turns and shoots. It's blocked by Draymond Green. A crucial defensive play. Draymond has made a significant contribution. Siakam's turning jumper was barely grazed by Green's fingertips, prompting Green to call for the final timeout. Commentator Yu Jia noted, the Warriors have called their last timeout. Let's see who will take this pivotal shot. Coach Zhang speculated, it might be given to Liu Hong. His performance has proven he possesses that capability. Yu Jia added, for Liu Hong, this represents a form of growth. Young man, you must withstand the pressure. In Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, Coach Kerr was also orchestrating the final offensive play, already having a plan in mind. Liu Hong stood beside Curry, his body beginning to tremble involuntarily. Curry noticed Liu Hong's unease and rose to grasp his shoulder. Relax, he said. You have already performed exceptionally well tonight. Liu Hong nodded, repeatedly taking deep breaths. After a moment, Curry turned to him, exuding the warmth of an older brother, his eyes filled with admiration. Relax, do not feel pressured. The counterattack begins with you, and it shall conclude with you as well. Breathe easy. If we win, we become champions. If we lose, we will reflect and return to this stage together next year. Upon finishing his words, Curry placed his arm around Liu Hong's shoulder, then did the same with Green. One by one, the teammates linked arms, forming a circle, bowing their heads to touch together. Come on, the final 8 seconds. If we win, we still have a Game 7. If we lose, it's back home to fish. Let us go Warriors. Let us go Warriors. Let us go Warriors. Let us go Warriors. Kerr interjected, let Liu Hong take the final shot. His performance tonight has been nothing short of extraordinary, and he deserves this opportunity. After Kerr spoke, Iguodala approached Liu Hong, naturally assuming the role of a locker room leader. He stood up to encourage his teammates in times of adversity, imparting wisdom to the younger players, guiding them on how to play and what their roles should be on the court. Go ahead, be bold and fearless. Iguodala gently punched Liu Hong's chest, as if to convey, show your true self. We are all here as your unwavering support. Liu Hong cast a glance at Curry, then at Kerr, before shifting his gaze towards Iguodala. I will give it my all, he declared. With the sound of the whistle, the timeout concluded and the game resumed. At this moment, Liu Hong had shed the initial excitement and fervor, adopting a calm demeanor as he stepped onto the court. It was a pivotal offensive play. A successful three-pointer would secure victory, while a two-pointer would lead to overtime. Liu Hong found himself in a quandary, regretting his decision not to select the three-point guaranteed experience card. Nevertheless, he swiftly resolved to opt for a more prudent two-point shot, ensuring he would secure victory without the risk of defeat. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Green initiated the mid-court throw-in, and upon receiving the ball, Liu Hong advanced with determination. Leonard quickly extended his arms towards Liu Hong, but to his astonishment, Liu Hong's expression had transformed from initial arrogance to one of profound seriousness, instilling a sense of pressure within Leonard. Coach Zhang remarked, as the moment of truth approached, the Warriors decided to entrust the final attack to Liu Hong. Yu Jia inquired, Liu Hong, can he withstand the pressure? The Warriors employed no specific tactics, lacked familiar movements, and refrained from screens, instead placing their faith in Liu Hong to take on Leonard in a one-on-one confrontation. Liu Hong, holding the ball at the arc, hesitated as he faced Leonard's formidable defense, finding no opportunity to advance. At that moment, the Oracle Arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, with both Warriors and Raptors fans intently focused on whether Liu Hong could make the shot. With only 3 seconds remaining on the timer, Liu Hong once again executed Allen Iverson's crossover, with a duration of 1 minute, excluding the timeouts, and there are just a few seconds remaining. Liu Hong contemplated using a luck potion to effortlessly secure victory with a three-point shot. However, his intuition swiftly dissuaded him from such a notion. He was reluctant to rely on the whims of chance to triumph in the game, despite the advantages conferred by the system. Even Allen Iverson's mesmerizing crossover could not guarantee a flawless shot. The thought of employing a luck potion pained him, as he could not bear to witness the entire season's toil of the Raptors go to waste. Should he fail to score using Iverson's crossover, he would accept the outcome with grace. Liu Hong dribbled the ball, executing a series of deft changes in direction, with no opportunities arising. He attempted to push past Leonard, but was unsuccessful. As the clock ticked down to the final 2 seconds, Liu Hong once again seized the ball, skillfully maneuvering through defenders with a series of rapid direction changes, ultimately creating a slight separation from Leonard. With determination, he leaped into the air, arching his body backward. Leonard swiftly lunged towards him, yet Liu Hong elevated his shot with an impressive arc. At the very moment of his release, a whistle pierced the air, and Liu Hong tumbled backward. Chapter 10. The buzzer beater, this marked Liu Heng's inaugural execution of Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper. Although he had practiced it previously, he had never employed it in a real game until now. This was not merely a choice, it was a necessity. He could not afford to let the clock run out without attempting a shot. Regardless of the outcome, the ball had to be launched into the air. Fortunately, Lady Luck favored Liu Heng in this moment. At the Oracle Arena, every spectator held their breath, their eyes fixated on the soaring basketball. In a dramatic display, the ball danced precariously on the rim before finally settling into the net with assurance. Incredible. Well done, Liu Heng. Cheers erupted from the Warriors fans, and the arena resonated with chants of MVP. This night was undoubtedly destined for this young talent from the East. His NBA journey was just beginning. Liu Heng has once again delivered a stunning performance, equalizing at the last moment. Liu Heng thumped his chest and shouted, as if announcing his arrival to the NBA. All the players erupted in jubilant celebration, with Curry coming over to give Liu Heng a playful shove, followed by his own exuberant cheers. The entire Warriors team rushed to embrace Liu Heng in celebration. He achieved it without the aid of any lucky potion in the final moments. Relying on his somewhat unrefined fadeaway jumper, he secured the equalizing score. Though luck played a part, what does it matter? Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Incredible! Liu Heng has done it." Yu Jia added, "Liu Heng. He scored that crucial basket against Leonard, the league's finest defender, once again rescuing Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors." Coach Zhang remarked, "Each night, someone shines brightly, and this night undeniably belongs to Liu Heng." Yu Jia continued, "The young man stands at the pinnacle of his growth, reflecting on the arduous journey behind him, now adorned with vibrant blossoms. One never knows when they become a source of strength for others. Much like the stars in the night sky, unaware of who gazes up at them, yet shining brightly, becoming the light that nurtures the growth of every admirer." Coach Zhang concluded, "The future of Chinese basketball has quietly arrived. Indeed, since Yao Ming's retirement, it has been a considerable time since someone has stood in the highest echelons of basketball in China. The emergence of Liu Heng has once again instilled hope in everyone. The boy who once sat in front of the television watching Yao play has now blossomed into the new star of Chinese basketball. From being an undrafted player to coming off the bench and scoring 25 points, including a crucial game-tying shot, Liu Heng's performance this night has been nothing short of spectacular." Leonard, seated on the bench with a look of despair, gazed at Liu Heng, who was celebrating wildly on the sidelines, his eyes filled with resentment. Although there was still overtime to play, the atmosphere in the Warriors' home arena had been ignited. Liu Heng's recent equalizer had completely set Oracle Arena ablaze. Despite the game being paused, the fans continued to chant MVP, their fervor unwavering. In a live broadcast of Huaxia, the most jubilant comments came from Warriors fans. "Come on, speak up, Blackie. Overtime is about to send you home." The very fans who had previously boasted about the Warriors' inadequacies were now left speechless. Yet, when the Warriors players faltered, they would promptly emerge to mock. Zhang Zhidao remarked, "Let us see what lineup the Warriors will deploy for overtime." Yu Jia responded, "It should still be the combination of Curry and Liu Heng, aiming to widen the score and secure the victory." Zhang Zhidao continued, "The pressure still lies with the Warriors. After all, they're the ones trailing significantly." Yu Jia countered, "After Liu Heng's 2 recent three-pointers and that last-second equalizer, the pressure now rests on the Raptors. This is the Warriors' home ground, and the enthusiasm of their fans has been completely ignited." Indeed, Zhang Zhidao noted in contrast, "The Raptors' bench exudes a lifeless aura." Yu Jia added, "It all depends on how Nurse adjusts." At Oracle Arena, many players on the Raptors' bench wore expressions of despair. Some hid their faces beneath towels while watching the jubilant Warriors' bench, while others gazed up at the large screen overhead, lost in a myriad of thoughts. At that moment, Nurse approached Leonard and gently patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. We still have a chance, don't we?" All the players turned to Nurse, who recognized the impact on their mindset. Thus, it was essential for him to step up and comfort his team. "Stay calm. We still hold the initiative. Even if we lose in overtime, there's still a Game 7. That young lad from the East cannot perform at such a high level in every game." Upon hearing Nurse's words, Leonard seemed to exhale a breath of relief. Yes, even if they lost in overtime, they still had a Game 7. However, if the Warriors failed to secure the overtime victory, they would have no further opportunities. The pressure remained greater on the Warriors. With this in mind, Leonard, as the team leader, immediately steeled himself. "In the upcoming overtime, I will take the responsibility of defending Liu Heng." Leonard seemed to be making a momentous decision. Nurse paused in contemplation for a few seconds before nodding in acknowledgement at Leonard. In contrast, the Warriors were still basking in the euphoria of Liu Heng's recent equalizer. Kerr was the first to shatter the jubilant atmosphere, stating solemnly, "Let us secure the victory before we celebrate. There is still overtime to contend with." "Coach, I understand that," came a reply. "I am prepared now. The earlier tension has dissipated. In overtime, I shall lead the team to triumph with an even more outstanding performance." Upon Liu Heng's utterance, Kerr was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the youth before him would exhibit such maturity and composure. It was indeed understandable, as Liu Heng had just executed an astonishing last-minute equalizer. The atmosphere had shifted significantly. The pressure was now alleviated, and the overtime would only become more fluid and effortless. Soon, it would be Curry, Liu Heng, Iguodala, Draymond Green, and Looney taking the court, with Liu Heng assuming the role of the primary scorer. If Curry found himself in an open position, he would certainly pass the ball to him, aiding in his quest to regain his rhythm, thus alleviating some of their collective pressure. After speaking, Kerr patted Curry's shoulder. Observing his beloved prodigies struggle in the finals stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Part of the challenge stemmed from the Raptors' focused defense on Curry, making it exceedingly difficult for him to secure scoring opportunities. Additionally, the Raptors had relentlessly targeted Curry throughout the first half, exhausting him to an extent that naturally diminished his shooting efficiency. All the players rallied together, offering encouragement as they made their final preparations. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the timeout concluded. As all players stepped onto the court, the moment Liu Heng set foot on the hardwood, the arena erupted in a deafening roar, with shouts of MVP echoing throughout the Oracle Arena. Curry draped his arm around Liu Heng's shoulder, smiling as he proclaimed, "Tonight, you are their hero. You are our hero and truly the deserving MVP." With that, Curry strode toward the center of the court, leaving Liu Heng standing alone at the sidelines. The young man gazed at the multitude of fans, closing his eyes to absorb the resounding cheers akin to a tidal wave. The dream of his childhood had materialized today. Reflecting on his past, he recalled countless training sessions, repeated shooting drills, and the persistent clanging of missed shots. He had contemplated continuous improvement, considered altering his shooting form, and explored various avenues to enhance his prowess. Yet he had never entertained the thought of surrendering. Everyone possesses their own dreams. It is essential to dedicate time to discern what those dreams are. Regardless of the endeavor, one must strive to be the most diligent and position oneself on the path to success. Passion should infuse all that you undertake. Basketball is what Liu Heng yearned to pursue, and it is basketball that has guided him to this moment. Although prior to tonight, he was merely a bench warmer. After this evening, he would ascend to become the most radiant star. As Liu Heng reflected on the hardships and tribulations he had endured throughout his journey, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Although his remarkable performance was largely attributed to the system's enhancements, the final equalizer was achieved through his own efforts. While he was lost in thought, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ping. System rewards have been issued. Task completion rewards. Tracy McGrady's step-back shooting experience X1. Duncan's windmill dunk experience X1. Elijahwan's dream shake experience X1. Stockton's stealing experience X1. Talon elixirs X10. Gazing at the array of rewards in his mind, Liu Heng found himself enveloped in profound contemplation. Chapter 11. The three-point king of history after careful consideration. He decided to exchange for McGrady's step-back shooting and the Talon elixirs. He found no immediate need for Duncan's windmill dunk, and as for Stockton's stealing, it was not necessary at the moment since he still possessed Gary Payton's stealing experience card. Regarding Elijahwan's dream shake, it was even less relevant, given his height. Attempting to utilize dream shakes in the paint would either result in a successful maneuver or a block. Thus, after much deliberation, he opted for McGrady's step-back and the Talon elixirs. McGrady's step-back shooting was naturally intended for crucial one-on-one situations, while the Talon elixirs could be exchanged for any permanent skill and enhance his talent attributes, making it the most advantageous choice. I shall exchange for McGrady's step-back shooting and 10 Talon elixirs. He received McGrady's step-back shooting experience and 10 Talon elixirs. After signing in, he utilized 4 of the elixirs, leaving him with 6. Along with the 10 newly acquired, he now possessed a total of 16. Liu Heng was aware that 2 Talon elixirs could be exchanged for 5 Talon attributes. However, he remained uncertain about how many Talon elixirs were required to exchange for a permanent skill package of a basketball star. The requirement for the skill packages were as follows: 5 Talon elixirs for a guard skill package, 10 for a forwards, and presumably, the center skill package would be even less applicable to him. How dare you mock me, foolish system? He thought in frustration. A living person being ridiculed by the system is intolerable. My aunt can endure it, but my uncle cannot. Yet, what could he do? Lu Hong was powerless against it. You can enhance your height through training and the talent elixirs, allowing you to utilize the center skill package. Lu Hong was extremely vexed, yet he found himself at a loss as to what to do about it. Upon further reflection, his height of approximately 1.9 meters seemed somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. For now, his priority was to secure victory in the match. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Director Zhang announced, "We have now entered overtime. I wonder if Kerr will continue to let Lu Hong take the lead in scoring." Yu Jia responded, "He certainly will." With Curry struggling to find his rhythm, the informed Lu Hong is undoubtedly the team's primary scoring option. Director Zhang added, "Let's hope Lu Hong can maintain his current form." Yu Jia remarked, "The game is about to commence. Let's observe the unfolding action." At the Oracle Arena in Oakland, Looney and Pau Gasol faced off for the tip-off, with the Warriors seizing the initial possession of the ball. Lu Hong advances with the ball, while Curry begins to maneuver. Coach Zhang observes, Leonard has chosen to personally guard Lu Hong in the presence of Curry. Commentator Yu Jia notes, Leonard has just been successfully matched up against Lu Hong. It remains uncertain whether he can contain him this time. Coach Zhang comments, although Nurse's arrangement seems illogical, it becomes justifiable if it proves effective. Yu Jia adds, however, what they do not realize is that the decision for Leonard to guard Lu Hong was not made by Nurse, but rather requested by Leonard himself. Lu Hong, with the ball in hand, approached the 45-degree angle, attempting to maneuver past Leonard with a series of deft changes in direction, yet he found himself unsuccessful. At that moment, Curry utilized green screen to arrive at the top of the arc. Lu Hong decisively passed the ball to Curry. Despite Curry's subpar shooting performance, Lu still held unwavering faith in him. As Lu Hong, a time traveler, is well aware, Curry will eventually become the historical king of three-pointers. Curry receives the ball and takes a shot, while Leonard attempts to provide support, but he is far too late. Curry's shooting technique is characterized by a one-motion shot, in which the lower body extends while the upper body synchronously lifts the ball. The release point is relatively low, yet the shot is executed swiftly as the body ascends, fully utilizing the coordinated strength of both upper and lower limbs. This is precisely why a one-motion shot is relatively quick and possesses considerable range, demanding less from the athlete's physical attributes. In contrast, a two-motion shot involves a complete jump, with the shot being released at the apex of the jump. This technique allows for a higher release point and greater resistance to interference, yet it requires a higher level of physical fitness. Once a two-motion jump shot finds its rhythm, it becomes less affected by defensive pressure. However, as fatigue sets in, the shooting percentage may decline. Klay Thompson exemplifies the two-motion shooting style, frequently seen making contested three-pointers during games. With a pleasing swish, the ball confidently finds its way into the basket. After a lackluster performance throughout the game, Curry finally makes this long-awaited three-pointer. Coach Zhang exclaims, "Here it is, Curry's three-pointer." Yu Jia adds, "Curry remains the same Curry, despite his off night. He still possesses the ability to step up and score when it matters most." Coach Zhang notes, the Warriors score first, regaining the lead once again. Yu Jia remarks, "Let us witness the Raptors' first offensive play." With a score of 127-124, the Raptors inbound the ball. Leonard advances with the ball, and as Iguodala comes to defend, something unexpected occurs. Leonard surprisingly opts for a one-on-one against Lu Hong, leaving Iguodala somewhat bewildered. He is uncertain whether Lu Hong can adequately defend against Leonard. Coach Zhang observes, Leonard is advancing with the ball. This is a one-on-one against Lu Hong. Yu Jia states, the moment of truth has arrived for Lu Hong. He has withstood the pressure when tested offensively. We shall see if he can endure the challenge defensively. Lu Hong felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware that Leonard was a player proficient in both offense and defense. Yet, he found himself questioning whether he possessed the capability to contain him. However, was there truly any choice? It was evident that there was none. "Senior, are you certain you wish to face me in a one-on-one?" Lu Hong initially intended to engage in some psychological games, yet he was taken aback by Leonard's indifference. Leonard remained impassive, his demeanor serious, as he appeared ever ready to make a breakthrough. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. Leonard is renowned for his stoicism, possessing a reticence that renders him disinclined to self-promote or endorse any commercial advertisements. He operates like a machine, methodically executing his responsibilities. Defensive Player of the Year, Finals MVP, the new king of the Eastern Conference. These accomplishments, which ought to fill one with immense pride, seem to hold no significance for Leonard, who merely offers a faint smile. Perhaps only basketball bears witness to his unwavering dedication. Leonard's silence can be traced back to a tragic incident during his high school years when his father was murdered. He began playing basketball only during those formative years, while his father owned a car wash. After practice, Leonard would assist at the car wash, and despite the hardships, life was relatively joyful and carefree. However, calamity struck quietly. On one fateful Friday night, his father was shot at the car wash, and the perpetrator was never apprehended. This event profoundly impacted him, causing his character to shift towards solitude and reticence. In the presence of the taciturn and fierce Leonard, Liu Hong felt a palpable trepidation. After all, this was the man who had seized the Finals MVP from the grasp of GDP and was at the pinnacle of his prowess. Liu Hong intended to employ Gary Payton's stealing technique in an attempt to intercept Leonard. Utilizing the gloves of Gary Payton, he endeavored to execute a steal within a limited time frame of 1 minute. Leonard dribbled repeatedly, testing Liu Hong's resolve, who also reached out in an effort to steal the ball, but he ultimately failed. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room echoed sentiments of disbelief, suggesting that attempting to steal from Leonard was a mere fantasy. They scornfully noted that it was a lofty ambition to challenge the peak Kawhi. While acknowledging Leonard's offensive prowess, they advised Liu Hong to reconsider his defensive aspirations against him. Even Warriors fans believed Liu Hong would struggle to contain Leonard, lamenting the glaring vulnerabilities in his defense. As they engaged in their discussions, Liu Hong seized an opportunity. He extended his hand for the second time and successfully snatched the basketball from Leonard. Chapter 12. Kuritian, oh my goodness. How incredible. All the fans were taken aback, astonished that Liu Hong could indeed execute a successful steal. Initially, they merely hoped Liu Hong could contain Leonard or at least prevent him from scoring with ease. However, to everyone's astonishment, Liu Hong not only defended effectively, but also managed to steal the ball from Leonard. It was nothing short of miraculous. It is essential to recognize that Leonard is renowned as the league's best defensive player, typically the one executing steals rather than being the target of them. His large hands are often cited as the reason for his clean and effortless steals, leading fans to jest that while others steal, he engages in outright robbery. Liu Hong's steal not only left the fans in astonishment, but also rendered Leonard momentarily speechless. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Liu Hong has stolen the ball from Leonard." Yu Jia added, "Incredible, simply astonishing." Coach Zhang continued, "It appears that Liu Hong excels not only in offense, but also in defense. I can only wonder what further surprises he has in store for us." Yu Jia remarked, "Let us see if the Warriors can widen the score gap." At that moment, the live stream's comments flooded in. "Did I just witness that correctly? A steal from Kawhi. How impressive. I dare say it was a divine maneuver." Critics spoke, recognizing his prowess in both offense and defense. Just moments ago, Warrior fans who had questioned Liu Hong were now singing his praises. The journey to success is thus characterized by the need to conquer oneself, overcome opponents, and endure the scrutiny of others. With encouragement, accolades, skepticism, and derision, it becomes evident that one is not far from success. At the Oracle Arena in Oakland, as Liu Hong executed his successful steal, Curry swiftly darted toward the front court. Liu Hong understood the unspoken message. As Curry had just sunk a three-pointer, it was only natural to assist his elder brother in maintaining that fiery touch. Liu Hong picked up the ball, dribbled once, and swiftly passed it to Curry, who was sprinting towards the front court. Danny Green also dashed forward, anticipating the play. The exquisite long pass seemed to envelop the ball in a fiery aura. Curry spun to receive the pass, just a step away from the three-point line. Upon catching the ball, he pivoted and shot without hesitation. Green was a moment too late and could only hope for a miss. However, with a delightful swish, the ball found its mark in the net. Curry stood still, extending his right hand, followed by an orderly display of 3 fingers, index, middle, and ring, signifying a successful three-pointer, while his left hand rested near his left ear, mimicking a gesture of listening. It must be said, the celebratory antics of these players are refreshingly abundant. The Warriors bench erupted in an OK celebration as Curry released the shot. Indeed, the Warriors are renowned for having the most vibrant locker room atmosphere in the NBA, affectionately dubbed the Golden State Kindergarten by fans. One player scores, and the entire bench celebrates with exuberance. Once, during an offensive play, Green passed the ball to an open Curry. Clay, seeing Curry in a prime position, assumed the shot was a certainty and began to celebrate prematurely. Unexpectedly, Curry refrained from shooting, instead passing the ball to Clay, who inadvertently let it bounce off him and out of bounds. This blunder sent the Warriors bench into fits of laughter, highlighting the notion that while one can tolerate a goofball, a collective of them is truly a spectacle. Coach Zhang remarked, Curry hits another long-range three-pointer, marking a streak of successful shots. Yu Jia added, Curry is gradually regaining his shooting touch. Coach Zhang continued, the current situation on the court is becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Raptors. Perhaps they should consider calling a timeout for adjustments. As the game resumed, Danny Green initiated the inbound pass. The Raptors opted not to call a timeout, with Nurse placing his faith in his players. Lowry advanced the ball and passed it to Siakam, who was stationed near the three-point line. Siakam, once again, attempted to back down against Draymond Green. Looney intended to assist him, but an astonishing moment unfolded. Just as Siakam dribbled with one hand, turning to face the basket, a phantom hand snatched the ball away. Yes, it was Lu Hong once more executing the steal. Many players, accustomed to back-down plays, often glance towards the basket rather than at the ball. Siakam was utterly unprepared for Lu Hong's astonishing speed. Damn it! Siakam exclaimed furiously, chasing after Lu Hong. Another steal, remarkable, Lu Hong. The fans were ignited with fervor once again, as Lu Hong had brought them countless surprises. Since the injuries of Durant and Klay Thompson, many had deemed the championship aspirations bleak. Yet, an ordinary substitute player had rekindled their hopes. Yu Jia exclaimed, another steal? Lu Hong once again substantiates his prowess, demonstrating to the world that he is not merely a fleeting phenomenon. Coach Zhang remarked, though Lu Hong's decision to leave Leonard unguarded in order to defend Siakam may seem illogical, the success of the defense renders it justifiable. Yu Jia added once again, we witness a familiar scenario, as Curry sprints towards the front court at the very moment Lu Hong executes the steal. Lu Hong, with a profound understanding of the game, executed a long pass to Curry. Leonard sprinted towards Curry, who received the ball just a step beyond the three-point line. However, he did not rush to take the shot. Instead, he paused momentarily, waiting for Leonard's approach. As Leonard drew closer, Curry swiftly released a three-pointer. Aware of Curry's exceptional accuracy from beyond the arc, Leonard decelerated, determined to prevent Curry from achieving a three-point play. The spectators watched the ball soaring through the air, with some already raising their hands in a gesture of celebration. Yet, few noticed that at the moment of his release, Curry had turned to perform a shoulder shimmy in celebration. This moment encapsulates the unwavering confidence of the historical three-point king. Lu Hong could not help but marvel, raising both hands in celebration as the ball effortlessly swished through the net. The excitement was palpable as the DJ exuberantly shouted, "Let us chant his name, Stephen Curry." His prolonged intonation echoed through the arena, harmonizing with the synchronized cheers of the fans. Lu Hong reflected on the undeniable grandeur of the world's premier basketball league, where the cacophony of cheers, applause, and screams intertwined, creating an atmosphere far beyond that of domestic basketball matches. Coach Zhang exclaimed, Curry has made his third three-pointer in overtime. Despite an off night, Curry remained the same formidable player, capable of making the most astonishing shots. Yu Jia noted, once again, the same scenario unfolds. In less than a minute, the Warriors scored 9 consecutive points, all thanks to Stephen Curry. Coach Zhang pondered, I wonder if Nash will call a timeout to make adjustments. Yu Jia insisted he must. We cannot allow the same narrative to play out twice. The viewers in the live chat were equally stirred, exclaiming, incredible. Curry is phenomenal. Were the critics. I wish to see their expressions at this moment. Meanwhile, LeBron James, watching the live broadcast, found himself captivated by Lu Hong's performance. He believed the Warriors could force a Game 7 and resolved to attend the decisive match in person, extending an olive branch to Lu Hong. Feeling that a phone call would lack sincerity, he understood the principle of moving people with sincerity, as the adage suggests that only genuine intentions can truly touch another's heart. Inside the Oracle Arena, Nash furiously slammed the tactical board onto the floor, determined to prevent a recurrence of the same scenario. He quickly called a timeout, exclaiming, "Are you all in a daze on the court?" In just over 20 seconds, that Eastern kid has made 2 steals. Nash referred to Lu Hong as the Eastern kid because he was unaware of his name. Despite the NBA providing the coaching staff with the opposing team's roster beforehand, Nash had not paid attention to this seldom-used player. Leonard and Siakam exchanged glances, astonished by Lu Hong's remarkable speed. Chapter 13, Senior. Let me tell you a joke. Leonard continued to guard Curry. He is gradually regaining his touch. Leonard nodded. Yet he thought to himself, Liu Heng is also on fire. Do we truly stand a chance of winning? Indeed, with Liu Heng's hot hand. Did the Raptors still have a glimmer of hope for victory? The Raptors bench players appeared despondent once again, troubled by an unexpected Eastern prodigy, and now, with Curry regaining his rhythm, tension mounted. With the sound of a whistle, the timeout concluded, and all players returned to the court. Coach Zhang mused about the adjustments Nick Nurse might implement, while Yu Jia noted that with Curry's resurgence, his confidence would only grow. Coach Zhang suggested that Leonard might still be the primary option for defending Curry, but Yu Jia cautioned that this would leave Liu Heng unrestrained. Coach Zhang acknowledged the challenge, expressing sympathy for Leonard, lamenting that during the toughest moments, no one seemed able to assist him. Raptors fans, come and witness the impending conclusion of this match. It seems Kawhi is burdened alone, surrounded by 4 underperforming teammates. Though the Raptors may face defeat, Leonard remains unbroken. The confidence of some fans is puzzling, given that the game is far from over. Indeed, soon the Raptors' defensive intensity may rise, prompting Curry to miss his shots. Dear fans, at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, Leonard dribbled the ball forward, intending to take matters into his own hands. However, before he could cross half-court, Liu Heng adhered to him like a persistent adhesive. Predecessor, let me share a joke with you, he began, undeterred by Leonard's silence. He recounted a tale about a man who had never flown before. Misguided by hearsay, he believed he needed a rush for a seat upon boarding the plane. On the day of his flight, as soon as the cabin door opened, he dashed inside and claimed a seat. Shortly thereafter, a gentleman approached him politely, stating, "Sir, please step aside. That's my seat." The man, brimming with bravado, retorted, "Get lost. I was here first." The gentleman calmly replied, "It doesn't matter who arrived first. That seat belongs to me." The man stubbornly insisted, "Get lost." The gentleman, now irate, responded, "Just sit there and don't move. Are you piloting this plane today?" After Liu Heng's remarks, Leonard remained unfazed, prompting Liu Heng to concede. As Leonard dribbled near the three-point line, Liu Heng attempted to intercept the ball several times, yet to no avail. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the ineffectiveness of the system and the experience card. "If it's not useful, then don't use it," he muttered in frustration. Have you ever witnessed Gary Payton succeeding with every steal? Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback, realizing the improbability of achieving success every single time. Nonetheless, he felt a lingering frustration. When it came to distributing rewards, you moved at a glacial pace akin to a sluggish 2G network. Yet you appeared remarkably swift in responding to criticism. Liu Heng's words fell into silence, as though the system were intentionally toying with him. How infuriating! After Liu Heng scolded, he noticed Leonard had already begun his drive. He immediately gave chase, but to his surprise, Leonard suddenly came to a halt, creating a momentary separation. Leonard swiftly released the ball, and Liu Heng thought to himself, "This is it." However, an unexpected scene unfolded before Liu Heng's eyes. Leonard erupted into laughter at the very moment he took the shot, resulting in a complete airball. This bewildered not only Liu Heng, but even Curry, who paused momentarily before sprinting down the court. The most perplexed were the Raptors players and Coach Nurse. It is well known that Leonard is notoriously stoic. What could possibly provoke such a spontaneous outburst of laughter? Was it merely due to having outmaneuvered Liu Heng? At that moment, the live stream was abuzz. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Am I seeing this correctly? Leonard is laughing uncontrollably at such a critical moment." Yu Jia responded, "This shouldn't be happening. Given Leonard's demeanor, he wouldn't act this way." Coach Zhang continued, "He has just gifted the Warriors an opportunity to attack." Yu Jia added, "Indeed. This is right after a timeout." The live chat was flooded with astonished comments. Rare, truly rare. What could have brought Kawhi such joy? It must be Liu Heng's doing. He has been whispering to him since he got the ball. Some keen-eyed fans noticed Liu Heng persistently conversing with Leonard. Yet, Liu Heng was equally surprised that Leonard would take so long to respond with laughter. Meanwhile, Curry had already received the ball and was advancing. This time, however, Lowry was close behind, but it mattered little. This would not hinder Curry. Approaching from the 45-degree angle, Curry executed a behind-the-back dribble, seamlessly transitioning to a step back as he retreated to beyond the three-point line. Bending his knees, he leaped, extending his arm as he effortlessly released the shot. In that instant, Lowry rushed at him with remarkable speed. The whistle blew first, followed by the satisfying swish of the net. And one incredible Curry. The Oracle Arena erupted with thunderous applause. As fans sensed the possibility of victory, first with Liu Hung and now with Curry. Curry, lying on the floor, continued to celebrate, raising his right hand and sequentially extending his fingers, index, middle, ring, and pinky. The only difference was that he had initially displayed 3 fingers. Now, he showcased 4, each representing a point. With a slight shake of his hand, he secured those 4 points. Coach Zhang remarked, Curry has once again converted the N1, extending the lead further. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Yu Jia. This is a true superstar. Once he regains his rhythm, there is no stopping him. Coach Zhang. I remain curious as to why Leonard laughed inexplicably. Yu Jia. Curry is phenomenal. Raptors fans should head home. Curry sank 4 consecutive three-pointers, scoring 13 points. What do you have left to win? At this moment, many Raptors fans had already turned off the live stream, while Warriors fans were ablaze with excitement. As Curry stepped to the free throw line, the arena reverberated with chants of MVP, 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 Warriors, Warriors, Warriors. The fervor of the fans was reignited. No one noticed Leonard's look of frustration. He regretted his thoughtless behavior. Nor did anyone observe Nurse's shock, transforming into fury as he slammed the tactical board to the ground after Leonard's laughter. As expected, Curry calmly converted his free throw, bringing the score to 137-124. In just over a minute, the Warriors delivered a 13-0 run against the Raptors, with all points credited to Curry, while Liu Hung contributed 2 steals. The Raptors were devoid of spirit, managing only 2 points from Leonard in the remaining 2 minutes, and Siakam scored a 3-point play. This meant the entire Raptors team could muster merely 5 points, while the Warriors flourished with contributions from multiple players. Curry continued his hot streak, hitting a 3-pointer and dishing out 2 assists. Liu Hung also made a 3-pointer, and Green surprisingly scored a deep 3. Iguodala drew a foul, scoring 2 points from free throws, and Looney, obsessed with rebounds, secured 6. Nurse called the final timeout, substituting in bench players, choosing to concede. Kerr also brought in reserves, preparing for them to finish the remaining minute. In the overtime, the Warriors, propelled by Curry's fiery performance, unleashed a staggering 24-5 offensive surge, leading 149-129. With just over a minute left, continuing the game seemed futile. Coach Zhang, congratulations to the Warriors for winning Game 6 and forcing a Game 7. Yu Jia, congratulations to Liu Hung for achieving a career-high score. He played 16 minutes, amassing 28 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals, an impeccable performance. Coach Zhang, even before the game concluded, the Warriors had begun their celebrations. Liu Hung and Curry embraced. Yu Jia, Leonard sat quietly on the sidelines, observing the jubilant Warriors, feeling quite disheartened. Coach Zhang, indeed, failing to secure a win while holding a significant lead has returned them to square one against their opponents. Yu Jia, Leonard must feel quite guilty as he was affected by Liu Hang's demeanor. Coach Zhang, Game 7 is not favorable for the Raptors. Now the Warriors have Curry and Liu Hung as a formidable duo, and being dragged into a Game 7 after leading significantly will surely affect their mindset. Yu Jia, it remains to be seen how Nurse will assist the players in adjusting. In a live stream chat, Warriors fans flooded the comments with messages. Win it. Warriors for the championship. See you in Game 7. Chapter 14. Future stars of Chinese men's basketball with the final whistle. The game concluded at 155-163. Warriors and Raptors players exchanged pleasantries, with Curry and Leonard embracing. Despite the loss, Leonard graciously congratulated Curry, saying, "Your 3-point shooting is impeccable. I will lock you down in Game 7. Curry smiled, replying, "You are strong as well. I look forward to your performance in Game 7, before pointing to Liu Hung. That guy is our hero. Tonight, he is undoubtedly the MVP. Such is the nature of NBA players, rivals on the court, yet friends off it. After Leonard spoke, he approached Liu Hung, who naturally noticed him. The two embraced, with Leonard complimenting Liu Hang's stellar performance. "You were outstanding, and your jokes were quite amusing. Did that guy finally give up his seat?" Liu Hung was brought to hearty laughter by Leonard, who, despite his seemingly taciturn exterior, possessed a remarkably intriguing inner world. During his high school years, Leonard was also a jovial spirit, fond of dancing and exuberantly celebrating his victories on the court. However, everything changed after the tragic loss of his father to gun violence. He became increasingly reticent, and even in the face of accolades, he would merely offer a faint smile. Of course, who would pilot the plane if he did not take his seat? Leonard smiled gently before returning to his composed demeanor. He then congratulated Liu Hung once more, expressing his belief that one day he would undoubtedly become the MVP, eagerly anticipating their next encounter in Game 7. "Thank you." Liu Hong expressed his gratitude briefly and then turned to Leonard, saying, "I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you about stealing the ball." Leonard patted Liu Hong on the shoulder and remarked, "In just a matter of seconds, you managed to steal the ball from us twice. Is there really any need for you to learn from me?" Liu Hong was once again amused, bursting into hearty laughter. After mentioning Leonard, he departed from the court, while Liu Hong returned to the locker room. In this match, Curry achieved a comprehensive performance, scoring 36 points, along with 3 rebounds and 5 assists. Liu Hong recorded 28 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Draymond Green achieved a unique near-quadruple double with 11 points, 19 rebounds, 13 assists, and 8 turnovers. Iguodala contributed 22 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Klay Thompson scored 35 points, along with 5 rebounds and 2 steals. Leonard tallied 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Siakam amassed 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Lowry added 26 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists. Van Vliet contributed 22 points and 2 rebounds. Liu Hong, in less than 16 minutes of play, scored an impressive 28 points and delivered a crucial game-tying shot just before the buzzer. As he stepped into the locker room, he was unexpectedly drenched by Green's icy water. Meanwhile, Curry passed the game ball to Liu Hong, having already acknowledged the prowess of this young talent from the East. At that moment, Coach Kerr spoke up, inviting our hero of the night to share a few words. With that, he nudged Liu Hong to the center of the locker room, while Curry led the applause and cheers. "I sincerely thank my teammates, Coach Kerr for providing me with this opportunity, and Curry for entrusting me with the final shot. I also appreciate Iguodala's encouragement and all of you. I will continue to strive for excellence. In Game 7, we will undoubtedly emerge victorious and claim the championship." After a slight bow of gratitude, Liu Hong was met with thunderous applause and cheers from all the Warriors players. "We should be thanking you. It was you who saved us tonight." Coach Kerr expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Liu Hong while acknowledging his remarkable performance. "I will make sure to challenge you more in the future," he added with a playful remark that elicited laughter from everyone present. The underlying message was clear. "I recognize your talent and will provide you with greater opportunities and higher expectations moving forward." As Curry wrapped his arm around Liu Hong's shoulder, he remarked, "Tonight has been unforgettable, but we must hurry to shower. Many reporters are eagerly waiting to interview our hero." Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, every match concludes with a post-game interview. Although he had participated in such interviews during his time playing for Duke University, the NCAA does not garner the same level of public interest as the NBA. His reluctance to engage in the post-game press conference stemmed from the unique significance of the finals, coupled with the heightened scrutiny from the public. As a representative of his homeland, he anticipated a myriad of questions awaiting him. He feared that a single misstep in his responses could lead to a surge of headlines across major media platforms, both in the global arena and within the social media landscape of his country. "Is it possible for me to abstain from participation?" Liu Hong, with an expression of utter desolation, addressed Curry, only to be met with a merciless refusal. "No, you must learn to acclimate to such scenarios," came the response. Meanwhile, after watching the live broadcast of the game, LeBron James promptly reached out to his agent to initiate the formal recruitment of Liu Hong to join the Lakers. He intended to have his agent contact Liu Hong first. Yet regardless of the outcome, he was determined to attend the Warriors vs. Raptors Game 7 in person, harboring hopes that Liu Hong would continue to deliver exceptional performances. With the Lakers positioned in the grand city of Los Angeles and bolstered by Premier League stars like James and Davis, LeBron brimmed with confidence, firmly believing he would successfully recruit Liu Hong. After Liu Hong and Curry finished their showers, they donned their casual attire and made their way to the press conference venue. As they walked through the corridor, Liu Hong appeared lost in thought. Noticing his unease, Curry inquired, "What occupies your mind? Surely, you are not genuinely afraid of the interview?" With a light chuckle, Curry continued, observing Liu Hong's silence. "Every journey has its first steps. This is an essential experience on your path to becoming a superstar." Liu Hong nodded slightly. However, Curry was unaware that Liu Hong was not contemplating what to say at the press conference, but rather pondering how to utilize his 16-point talent potion and whether he could acquire more talent potions during the offseason. Curry mistakenly believed that Liu Hong was anxious about attending the press conference and continued to offer him encouragement. Had Curry known that Liu Hong was considering how to exploit the system, he would likely have been infuriated. At that moment, the press conference venue was bustling with numerous journalists, including those from Huaxia. Today, both Curry and Liu Hong were present for interviews, correct? Indeed. I heard Liu Hong is quite the handsome figure. I just saw him on the court, and he truly is striking. Easterners possess such charm. Let's not swoon too much. Several American journalists were discussing Liu Hong, highlighting not only his exceptional skills on the court, but also his handsome appearance. The United States is a remarkably open society, where it is commonplace for women to pursue men, and undoubtedly, many will be vying for Liu Hong's attention after tonight. Unbeknownst to many, a Huaxia journalist sat in a corner. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a delicate oval face and a statuesque figure, accentuated by her exposed, snow-white shoulders, which captivated many American journalists who could not help but exclaim, "Beautiful! Easterners are indeed stunning." Meanwhile, in Huaxia, the match had just concluded, and Liu Hong's phenomenal performance surged to the trending topics across major social media platforms. The celestial being descended to rescue Stephen, the savior of Golden State, the future star of Huaxia basketball. The media lavished numerous accolades upon Liu Hong. The disdain they once harbored transformed into adoration. With the NBA Finals concluding, the 2019 FIBA World Cup was swiftly approaching, and Huaxia fans naturally hoped for Liu Hong's inclusion in the national team to help alleviate the pressure on Yi Jianlian. Since Yao Ming's retirement, the Huaxia men's basketball team had struggled, relying heavily on Yi Jianlian. Fans ardently wished for Liu Hong to join forces with Yi in pursuit of glory for their nation, striving for a commendable ranking and making history. In the past, when Liu Hong was an undrafted player, he faced malicious attacks from the media for refusing to join the national team, with claims that he was unworthy of being a Huaxia citizen. Now, having achieved success, the narrative had shifted dramatically. In fact, the Huaxia Basketball Association had previously engaged in discussions with Liu Hong. Liu Hong expressed that with his current abilities, he feels insufficient to bring glory to his country. He aspires to dedicate his summer to rigorous training, with the hope that once he establishes himself in the NBA, he will naturally join the national team. Yao Ming, as the president of the Basketball Association, comprehends this sentiment, especially given his own background as an NBA player and a Hall of Fame legend. Had Yao not participated in numerous international competitions, he might not have retired early due to injuries. It is plausible that had he not been so frequently engaged in international games, he could have carved out a legendary chapter in NBA history. Many NBA stars opt to decline representing their countries during off-seasons, choosing instead to devote their time to self-improvement or physical rehabilitation, only occasionally participating in the Olympics or World Cup events. In contrast, Yao has consistently made himself available for national duty, regardless of the scale of the event, which has undeniably strained his body and laid the groundwork for an early retirement. However, one can empathize with Yao. If he were to refuse to represent his nation, he would likely face a barrage of criticism from online commentators. Even if the Basketball Association understands his position, the keyboard warriors would not relent. Chapter 15. I am Jiang Qingning at this juncture. Stephen Curry had just entered the room, and all the reporters' gazes converged upon him. The camera flashes incessantly, illuminating the space. Curry took a seat, with Liu Hong sitting beside him. As soon as they were seated, hands began to rise among the journalists, eager to pose questions. Curry casually pointed to a blonde female reporter. "Stephen, what are your thoughts on Coach Kerr's decision to put a rookie substitute in such a critical moment?" Curry turned to Liu Hong and smiled, well aware that the rookie referenced was Liu. "Coach Kerr has his reasons for every decision he makes. As a player, my responsibility is to focus on executing my role, making those crucial shots, rather than concerning myself with the coach's strategies. After all, I too started as a rookie. Every player is on equal footing, and how we are utilized falls under the purview of the coaching staff, not something we should be preoccupied with." Curry's response was influenced by his dissatisfaction with the blonde reporter's framing of the question, concurrently advocating for Liu Hong. "You all witnessed his performance. Does he truly appear to you as a rookie?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Liu Hong, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. A male reporter clad in a suit raised his hand next. "Stephen, could you share any updates on Klay Thompson's injury? I feel for him, and we will keep him in our prayers, but at this moment, we do not have specific details regarding Klay's condition." "Thank you." No sooner had the male reporter finished than a female journalist dressed in khaki business attire raised her hand. "I have a question for our hero Liu Hong tonight. But before I ask, I must say, Liu Hong, you are truly handsome." This remark elicited a hearty laugh from Curry, while Liu Hong, initially a bit tense, managed a smile in response. Yet, it was Curry who truly excelled at light-hearted banter. Gradually, he composed himself and interjected, "I must interrupt this lady. Am I not handsome as well?" This quip sent the room into fits of laughter, leaving the female reporter blushing with an awkward smile. At a loss for words, she was met with Curry's continued teasing. "I'm done. You may continue your interview with the dashing Liu." Finally, the female reporter regained her composure and remarked, "Stephen, you are quite handsome too." She then turned to Liu Hong, asking, during one defensive possession in overtime, "We noticed you exchanged a few words with Leonard." At that moment, he seemed unresponsive, yet he suddenly burst into laughter when shooting. "Could you share what you said to him?" Upon hearing the question, Liu Hong responded fluently in English, addressing her inquiry with confidence. Liu Hong graciously expressed his gratitude to the reporter for the compliment, stating, "First and foremost, I must thank you for your kind words. Stephen is also quite handsome. We must not overlook him." Liu Hong's unexpected jest elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Curry. He then continued, "I did not converse with Leonard. I merely shared a joke with him. Can you enlighten us about the content of the joke?" "Certainly. The joke unfolds as follows. A fellow who had never boarded an aircraft, misled by hearsay, believed he must seize a seat upon entering the plane, lest it be taken. On the day of his flight, as soon as the cabin door swung open, he dashed in and claimed a seat. Shortly thereafter, a gentleman approached him politely, stating, 'Sir, would you kindly allow me to pass? This is my seat.' The man, brimming with bravado, retorted, 'Get lost. I was here first.' The gentleman persisted, 'Brother, it matters not who arrived first. This is my seat.' The audacious man merely replied, 'Get lost.' Infuriated, the gentleman exclaimed while striking him, 'Just sit still, will you? Are you piloting this plane today?' As Liu Hong's words faded, Curry, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter once more. The journalists, initially taken aback, soon joined in the merriment. "Thank you for your response. That joke is simply hilarious," a female reporter exclaimed, unable to stop her laughter and expressing her gratitude to Liu Hong amidst fits of giggles. Once the laughter subsided, the atmosphere of the press conference returned to normal, with numerous journalists eagerly raising their hands to pose questions. At that moment, Liu Hong noticed a female reporter from Huaxia in the corner and pointed towards her. It was she, the enchanting beauty from Huaxia. Under the glare of the camera flashes, her features appeared even more radiant. This reporter was none other than the previously mentioned oval-faced journalist. As Liu Hong directed his attention to her, numerous cameras turned in her direction. Her fair complexion, illuminated by the flashes, accentuated her beauty. "Hello, Liu Hong. It is a pleasure to see you here, and congratulations on your stellar performance tonight. If your G7 secures a victory over the Raptors and clinches the championship, would you consider representing the Huaxia men's basketball team at this year's World Cup as the champion?" Though the female reporter was from ESPN, she naturally chose to conduct the interview in Chinese, given her connection to Liu Hong, a fellow Huaxia athlete. "Thank you. We will indeed triumph over the Raptors and seize the championship. It would be an immense honor for me to represent the Huaxia men's basketball team at the World Cup." Liu Hong replied with sincerity, "I hope you continue your impressive performance in Game 7. You are a source of pride for the Huaxia men's basketball team," she encouraged. After completing the post-game interview, Liu Hong and Curry made their way toward the locker room. It was already past midnight, and they were preparing to collect their belongings and head home. Although Liu Hong is a non-guaranteed contract player, his salary is sufficient for him to rent an apartment. However, after tonight, everything will change. Warriors owner Joe Lacob has also taken notice of this young talent from the East. His performance this evening was remarkable and truly astonishing. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Lacob intends to extend the contract for this young prodigy from the East, regardless of the contract size, as it is essential to convert the non-guaranteed contract into a guaranteed one. Although Liu Hong possesses his own residence, he does not own a vehicle. Moreover, the safety of the early hours in Country M is not comparable to that of his homeland. Consequently, Curry offered to escort Liu Hong back home. As they traversed the corridor leading to the locker room, Curry inquired about the question posed to Liu Hong by the attractive female reporter. Since their previous exchange had been in Chinese, Curry naturally failed to comprehend it. However, Liu Hong was somewhat taken aback that the elementary school student Curry would even raise such a query. While the question was neither particularly intricate nor sensitive, Liu Hong decided to indulge in a playful jest. He replied, "I am quite handsome. She asked me if I have a girlfriend. It's impossible. Someone so beautiful could never be interested in me." Liu Hong contemplated that Curry would not believe him, yet he was surprised to find himself the subject of Curry's teasing. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was the charmingly humorous nature of young Curry. who was perpetually amusing. Indeed, he had attempted to pursue me, but I turned him down. After Liu Hong finished speaking, he noticed Curry shaking his head, understanding that Curry did not believe him. However, fate is often serendipitous. As they made their way to the underground parking lot, they unexpectedly encountered the Chinese female journalist from earlier. It remained unclear whether this was a deliberate act or merely a fortuitous coincidence. Liu Hong found himself cursing inwardly. If Curry were to inquire about someone, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. He yearned to pull Curry away swiftly to escape this place rife with gossip. However, the playful nature of young Curry compelled him to chase after the female reporter, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Excuse me, madam, could you please wait a moment?" As he was unaware of her name, he could only address her as madam. At that moment, Liu Hong wished fervently for a crevice to hide within. He now regretted engaging in frivolous banter with Curry. If Curry were to pose a question directly, the reporter might either recognize it as a jest or deem Liu Hong shameless and brazen. "What's going on?" The female reporter was taken aback, surprised that Curry had initiated a conversation with her, especially with Liu Hong in tow. The two standout players of the evening were indeed a remarkable sight. Liu Hong had already turned away, only to hear Curry, with utmost seriousness, proclaim, "Liu said you find him quite handsome and asked if he has a girlfriend. Allow me to respond on his behalf. He does not have a girlfriend." The reporter's brow furrowed momentarily before it smoothed out, though initially taken aback. She quickly regained her composure. Liu Hong is merely flaunting her presence before the crowd. The female journalist smiled at Curry, then gracefully strolled towards Liu Hong in the distance. Liu Hong turned around and found the female reporter staring intently at him, as if her gaze conveyed the message, "You are finished." Liu Hong began to look around, attempting to evade the gaze of the female reporter. She soon approached him, initially expecting him to confront her. To her surprise, she extended her hand, introducing herself. "Allow me to formally introduce myself, Liu, the handsome gentleman. My name is Jiang Qingning, a reporter for ESPN." Chapter 16, Be Bold, Guaranteed Champion. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, as he initially believed that Jiang Qingning had come to confront him. To his surprise, she merely sought to introduce herself. However, Liu Hong soon pondered. Was this woman truly unperturbed by the casual gossip surrounding her? Jiang Qingning, too, furrowed her brows. She seldom initiated greetings with the opposite sex, let alone offered a handshake. Was it possible that Liu Hong was refusing to shake her hand, or perhaps to acknowledge her presence? Meanwhile, Curry, who awaited Liu Hong's potential embarrassment, began to feel anxious. She had not anticipated that Jiang Qingning would extend her hand. Could it be true, as Liu Hong suggested, that Jiang Qingning harbored feelings for him? After a brief pause, Liu Hong promptly extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Jiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may simply call me by my name." It was then that Jiang Qingning realized Liu Hong was taken aback by her forwardness. "How could this be? After tonight, you shall be a renowned figure. How can I address you so casually?" As Jiang Qingning rightly noted, Liu Hong would indeed become famous after this evening. Although it was the early hours in M country, various social media platforms were tirelessly reporting on this remarkable young man from the East. Nike, serving as the official jersey sponsor of the NBA, was also working diligently to produce Liu Hong's number 15 jersey. Previously, no one could have anticipated that this young man from the East would achieve such astonishing feats in the NBA. Given that Liu Hong was on a non-guaranteed contract for just 1 year, the Warriors could dismiss him at any moment, making it unnecessary for Nike to produce many of his jerseys, as few fans would be inclined to purchase them. However, after tonight, the situation would shift dramatically. Liu Hong would soon find himself with a legion of dedicated fans. Thus, Nike would certainly seize this lucrative opportunity. Liu Hong offered an awkward smile, his hand instinctively resting upon his neck. "Surely, I cannot be addressed as Liu the Handsome indefinitely," he mused. Jiang Qingning shot him a glance, retorting, "Did you not say that I remarked on your striking looks? Referring to you as Liu the Handsome is certainly not out of the question." With that, both shared an uncomfortable chuckle. "Miss Jiang, at this late hour, how do you intend to return home?" Liu Hong was acutely aware that the streets of country M at dawn were far less secure than those in his homeland. Furthermore, given that Jiang Qingning was also a citizen of Huaxia, both of them instinctively discovered a sense of familiarity in each other amidst the foreign land. Jiang Qingning gestured towards a white Porsche Panamera parked not far away, and then spoke, "I will drive back myself. And there is no need to address me as Miss Jiang. You may simply call me Xiao Jiang or Qingning." Liu Hong found nothing unusual. For it is only natural that those who ascend to the ranks of ESPN journalists are not lacking in financial resources. Moreover, while a paramila may demand over $1 million in the domestic market, one can acquire it in the United States for merely around $100,000. Although Curry, having just approached, did not comprehend their conversation, he inferred from their body language that they were likely discussing how to return home at such a late hour. His assumption was primarily based on his observation of Jiang Qingming pointing towards his car. Thus, Curry promptly commenced his performance, saying, "Hey Liu, I have a few matters to attend to, and regrettably, I cannot escort you home. Perhaps this lady could offer you a ride instead?" Liu Hong felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. He was acutely aware that Curry's actions were deliberate. However, before Liu Hong could utter a word, Curry had already turned and departed, leaving Liu Hong and Jiang Qingming in stunned silence. The two exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Jiang Qingming who broke the silence first. "Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you." Liu Hong found himself in a dilemma. After all, it was late, and he dared not traverse the streets of America alone. Reluctantly, he disclosed his address to Jiang Qingming, and together they boarded a vehicle. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, it was midday, and Liu Hang's responses from the post-match interview had already inundated various social media platforms. "Is this true? Are you foolish?" He explicitly agreed. "So of course it is true. Liu Hong is actually going to participate in this year's World Cup. A guaranteed place in the top 4, at least the semifinals. Be bold, a guaranteed championship. Ha ha ha." Liu Hang's inclusion in the national team for the World Cup undoubtedly enhances the prowess of the Chinese men's basketball team. However, basketball is inherently a collaborative sport. Relying solely on one individual cannot guarantee victory. Nevertheless, achieving a commendable ranking remains a possibility. The head coach of the Chinese men's basketball team, Li Nan, has certainly taken note of Liu Hang's potential. While the roster boasts the presence of Yi Jianlian, an NBA veteran, the skills of the other players fall short of NBA standards. Should Liu Hong join the national team as a champion player, the team's capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a significantly higher echelon, with an NBA champion among them. The team would possess the strength to contend against formidable opponents featuring numerous NBA players. Although Liu Hong has thus far played only one quarter in an overtime period, his performances have already attested to his ability to become a top scorer in the NBA. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Qingming escorted Liu Hong to his residence in Oakland, the home of the Golden State Warriors Oracle Arena, which lies across the bay from San Francisco. The iconic Bay Bridge, depicted in the Warriors logo, connects Oakland and San Francisco. Liu Hong rented a one-bedroom apartment in Auckland, located by the seaside in the western part of the city. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the sea breeze gently caressed his cheeks, akin to a tender hand offering a refreshing and moist embrace, the inherent humidity bringing forth a delightful coolness. The two individuals in the car had engaged in little conversation. After Liu Hong was dropped off, he merely uttered a brief expression of gratitude. Conversely, Jiang Qingming inquired for Liu Hang's contact information, to which he had no reason to refuse. As both were compatriots from Huaxia, they naturally exchanged WeChat details. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon returning to his room, Liu Hong immediately reclined on the bed and, upon retrieving his phone, discovered numerous missed calls, including one from the team owner, Lacob. Liu Hong was undoubtedly aware of the reason behind Lacob's call. It was, of course, due to his outstanding performance that captivated the Warriors management this evening. Liu Hong returned the call to Lacob, and to his surprise, it was answered promptly. "Hey Liu, congratulations on your stellar performance tonight, and thank you for saving both me and my team." "It was the least I could do," Liu replied. "Kid, it's time to find yourself a new place. Your previously unsecured contract is now secure." Liu Hong was not particularly surprised. His remarkable performance would undoubtedly attract the interest of numerous teams in need of reinforcement. Is not James's Lakers one of them? Naturally, the Warriors would also be reluctant to let go of such a premier scorer as Liu Hong. However, let us not rush. Our priority is to secure the championship first. Upon Liu Hang's utterance, Lacob immediately sensed a flicker of impending crisis. The reason Liu Hong emphasized the necessity of securing the championship first was twofold. On one hand, he understood that should he continue to exhibit stellar performances in the G7 matchup and ultimately claim the championship, his salary would undoubtedly surpass that of any current contract renewal. On the other hand, the Warriors boasted not only the pure first position occupied by Curry, but also the second position held by Clay. Although Clay was injured, Liu Hong, as a time traveler, was acutely aware that the Warriors would persist in renewing Clay's contract. However, Liu Heng's motivations were not rooted in a desire for a lucrative salary or a starting position. Rather, he sought to remain focused and capture the championship first. Conversely, Lack upheld a differing perspective. Our team currently features both Curry and Clay, two quintessential guards. If you wish to pursue a high-salary renewal or aspire to a starting role, I may not be able to accommodate you. Should you consider joining another team, we can only extend our best wishes. Liu hastily explained. No, I do not seek a high salary or a starting position on the team. I thoroughly enjoy playing alongside Curry and have no desire to join another team. The reason I mentioned securing the championship first is that I do not wish to be distracted. Oh God, I'm immensely grateful to you. If you can assist Curry in helping us attain a three-peat, I will offer you the highest salary I can provide, and I will also have a surprise for you. A surprise? You shall find out in due time. With that, Liu Heng ended the call. Faced with numerous missed calls, he was uncertain of who had reached out. However, he discovered a message in his inbox. Hello, Liu Heng. I am Rich Paul, LeBron James's agent. LeBron and I have been following your performance in Game 6 tonight and wish to congratulate you on a remarkable career-defining game. We are aware that you are under a non-guaranteed contract with the Warriors for just 1 year, and we would like to invite you to join the Lakers next season to contribute to our efforts. Liu Heng was taken aback that LeBron had taken notice of his Game 6 performance, and the promptness of the invitation was unexpected as well. The Lakers, having failed to reach the playoffs, attributed their struggles to a lack of team cohesion and the injuries sustained by LeBron and Davis. However, a more crucial factor was the severe inadequacy in their rotation, particularly the absence of a reliable shooting guard. Thus, LeBron's interest in Liu Heng was understandable, given his explosive scoring ability and minimal salary demands. Such an opportunity was certainly too good to pass up. Chapter 17. Please return my skill set. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to LeBron for his appreciation. I have decided to renew my contract with the Warriors. Liu Heng had just replied to me with a brief statement before preparing to wash up and retire for the night. At that moment, a voice from the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the match. The rewards for your victory are now being distributed. Just as the system spoke, the cup Liu Heng had just picked up slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. What the hell? Are you trying to scare me to death, you foolish system? The reward consisted of 5 points of talent elixir. Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that winning a match could also yield talent potions. If that were the case, winning a single game could grant him an entire skill package for a guard. Would he not soon dominate the NBA, given the plethora of elite guard skill sets available? With such a rich arsenal of offensive techniques, who could possibly stand against him? Besides completing system tasks and securing victories, were there any other means to acquire talent potions? It was all contingent upon his mood. Moreover, engaging in one-on-one matches could also be fruitful, although winning merely provided a modest amount of talent potion. This system evoked a complex mix of affection and frustration within Liu Heng. He often felt as though the system was deliberately toying with him. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Upon learning that one-on-one challenges could indeed yield talent potions, Liu Heng resolved to seek out opponents at the gym for practice the following day. Presently, he had accumulated 21 points of talent potion, but he was in no rush to redeem them, preferring to reserve them for critical moments in matches. However, without any skill package, he was no different from an ordinary player, possessing only Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper. Although he had augmented his speed and jumping attributes by 5 points, it still fell significantly short of what he desired. He contemplated exchanging for 2 skill packages, but was uncertain of whose he should select. Nonetheless, since one-on-one matches could yield talent potions, he planned to challenge multiple opponents during practice tomorrow to reclaim what he needed. Liu Heng stood at the bathroom door, lost in thought, uncertain about whose skill set to change. Just as he pondered, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Jiang Qingning. Is it so difficult for you to exhibit a sense of chivalry? Here I am, a girl driving alone in the dead of night, and you don't even bother to inquire if I've arrived home safely? Liu Heng slightly furrowed his brow. Then a smile graced his lips as he replied to the message. Have you arrived home? Journalist Jiang? I have, came the response. That's wonderful. Liu Heng understood that Jiang Qingning's message was not merely a comment on his lack of gentlemanly demeanor. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Qingning promptly replied, Do you know, after your spectacular performance tonight, numerous teams are now vying for your talents. I am aware of 3, all of which are playoff contenders. Liu Heng was not surprised. Even LeBron James had taken notice of him. It was only natural that other teams would also be interested, as every NBA franchise aspires to the championship and seeks to bolster their roster. Liu Heng is undoubtedly an exceptional champion puzzle as a point guard, possessing a three-point shooting ability, adept at stealing the ball, and skilled in orchestrating plays. Moreover, his salary demands are modest, making him an undeniably lucrative acquisition. Coupled with the immense fan base of Huaxia, numerous teams are vying for his talents, far exceeding merely 3 contenders, although these 3 do not include the Lakers. I have already committed to extending my contract with Warriors owner Joe Lacob and the team. Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Jiang Qingming on the other end of the phone exhibited a look of utter disbelief. What? But the Warriors already have 3 elite scorers, Curry, Durant, and Clay. Moreover, your position conflicts with Curry's. There is no way the Warriors could possibly grant you a starting position. Have you lost your mind? Seeing that Liu Heng had not responded for quite some time, she sent another message. Even if you don't care about being a starter, you should at least wait until after Game 7 to negotiate your contract. If you win the championship and perform well in Game 7, your salary would certainly be significantly higher. At that moment, Liu Heng had just finished brushing his teeth and picked up his phone to carefully read Jiang Qingming's lengthy discourse. Upon reading the phrase, "lost your mind," a puzzled expression instantly formed on his face. I admire the Warriors. Curry has been my idol since childhood. I don't care about being a starter, and Lacob has promised that if we win the championship, he will offer me the highest salary he can provide. Furthermore, it is you who seems to have lost your mind. Just as Jiang Qingming had set her phone down, she immediately picked it up again upon hearing the notification sound. She carefully scrutinized Liu Heng's response, and upon reading it is you who seems to have lost your mind, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She chuckled, suddenly finding him rather intriguing. He appeared quite handsome when serious, yet also endearing when joking around through the screen. What surprised Jiang Qingming the most was that Liu Heng had actually told a joke to Leonard during the game, leading to a critical error on Leonard's part. While everyone speculated about what Liu Heng could have said to Leonard, no one anticipated it was merely a joke. Subsequently, she tapped away on her phone, replying to Liu Heng before lying down to sleep. I also love the Warriors, and I enjoy watching you play in the Warriors jersey. Liu Heng gazed at the words on the screen, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain of the meaning behind Jiang Qingming's statement. Did it imply that he harbored feelings for him, or was he merely overthinking? Liu Heng found himself repeatedly pondering these 2 phrases, yet he quickly shook his head, striving to maintain clarity and not allow distractions to sway him. His focus should be directed towards clinching the championship title, even while brushing his teeth. He was preoccupied with thoughts of which permanent skill package to redeem. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. His 3-point shooting was commendable, and he possessed Tracy McGrady's jumper, making the 3-point skill package temporarily unnecessary. He contemplated exchanging for Kyrie Irving's dribbling package. Yet he also desired Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot package and Stockton's stealing skill package, but he could only choose 2. Reflecting on this, Liu Heng could not help but sigh. Sometimes, an abundance of choices can be a source of vexation. Nevertheless, he soon reached a decision. Foolish system, are you there? Liu Heng has also found himself at odds with this system, as it consistently fails to dispense rewards in a timely manner, even manifesting to intimidate him. After all, it is not human. A few curses directed at it hold little consequence. He wishes to exchange for Kobe's fadeaway jump shot skill package and Stockton's steal skill package. The rationale behind acquiring Kobe's fadeaway jump shot package lies in his desire to enhance his individual offensive capabilities. This way, when a team struggles to score or encounters a dearth of shooting opportunities, he can step up and take charge. As for Stockton's steal skill package, it is, of course, aimed at bolstering his defensive prowess. The thrill of successfully stealing from players like Leonard and Siakam has already given him a taste of the exhilarating rush that comes from such defensive maneuvers. He has consumed 10 points of talent elixir in pursuit of these enhancements. Liu Heng paused for a moment, noticing the system remained silent. He wondered if it had perhaps encountered a glitch. Oh dear, what a faulty system to lag like this. To his surprise, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, the system promptly responded. No need to panic, no need to panic. He thought to himself, surely you aren't attempting to swindle me out of my precious talent elixir. Yet the system's voice gradually faded away, slowly dissipating from his mind. Liu Heng gazed into the depths of his mind, realizing that he had lost 10 points of talent elixir. Yet the permanent skill package for the star player remained elusive. How infuriating! Liu Heng could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in an expletive-laden tirade. Could it be that this system was capable of devouring talent potions? At that moment, Liu Hong teetered on the brink of despair, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace in slumber. He pondered whether his harsh words had provoked the system into consuming his talent potion and withholding the skill package. Reluctantly, he began to contemplate an apology to the system, though the thought of doing so irked him. Nonetheless, the memory of achieving victory in G7 without his skill package, relying solely on his own prowess, compelled him to yield to the situation. After all, what was a mere apology? My dear system, I was mistaken in my outburst. I should not have spoken ill of you. Please, grant me back the skill package. Chapter 18. Wade's elusive steps as time trickled by. The system remained eerily silent. Liu Hong sat up in bed, anxiously raking his fingers through his hair. Brother, I truly realize my mistake, he exclaimed, yet the system remained unresponsive. At that moment, in Cloud City, China, Yao Ming, the president of the Chinese Basketball Association, was engaged in an interview with reporters. Liu Hong has pledged to participate in the national team for this year's World Cup. Is this true? A reporter inquired. We have yet to establish contact with him, so I cannot provide a definitive answer at this time. And if Liu Hong does compete in this World Cup, what sort of results can we anticipate? Another reporter pressed. That largely depends on the chemistry and cohesion between him and the team. If they can establish good synergy and maintain health, we remain optimistic about achieving commendable results. Reflecting on the 2019 Men's Basketball World Cup, it was evident that prior to the official announcement of the roster, all nations were apprehensive about encountering the Dream Team from the United States. Reports indicated that numerous star players, including Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving, and Damian Lillard, would participate. However, with the injuries sustained by Durant and Thompson, many began to reassess the strength of this Dream Team. As international basketball continues to evolve, American basketball is no longer the invincible force it once was. This World Cup's dark horses are undoubtedly the Spanish and Argentine national teams. Do they have a chance to secure medals? One reporter asked. I cannot guarantee that. After all, everything remains uncertain. As a time traveler, Liu Hong was acutely aware that the Chinese men's basketball team finished in a disappointing 24th place in this World Cup, missing direct qualification for the Tokyo Olympics and marking the poorest performance by a host nation in World Cup history, achieving a mere one victory against two defeats in the group stage. In the stillness of Oakland at 3 a.m., Liu Hong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Despite his apologies to the system, there was no response. It became evident to him that the system was deliberately tormenting him. Resigned, he settled down, attempting to drift off to sleep. As moments ticked by and he was on the verge of slumber, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the permanent skill package for Kobe's fadeaway jump shot and the permanent skill package for Stockton Steel. Liu Hong immediately erupted in furious expletives, exclaiming, What the hell? You ridiculous system must be malfunctioning. After Liu Hong scolded the system, silence ensued. However, upon delving into the depths of his mind, he discovered the presence of two permanent skill packages. Liu Hong's anxious heart finally found solace, and as he closed his eyes, he began to prepare for slumber. The moment his eyelids descended, a captivating image of an exquisite oval face surfaced in his mind. Jiang Qingning. Liu Hong sensed something was amiss. Why was he suddenly reminded of her? He then picked up his phone and noted that it was already 4:10 in the morning. He had engaged in a battle of wits with the system throughout the night, intending to catch a brief respite. Yet, upon closing his eyes, the image of Jiang Qingning invaded his mind. Could it be that he? Liu Hong promptly dismissed the thought. He had only just met Jiang Qingning less than a day ago. How could anything be possible? Although Jiang Qingning indeed possessed a sweet appearance and an exceptional demeanor, Liu Hong was not the type of man to be easily swayed by fleeting emotions. Since sleep eluded him, he resolved to forego rest altogether and instead rise to train at the gym, preparing for the crucial 7th game of the series. However, how could he get there? Would he be able to hail a cab at this hour? As Liu Hongjing pondered, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind. Ding dong. System task assigned. Run to the Oracle Arena. Completing this task grants you the following rewards. Impenetrable Defense Experience X1. Foul Creation Experience by Harden X1. Guaranteed 3-point Shooting Experience X1. Talent Elixir X5. You may choose 2 rewards from the aforementioned options. What the hell? Are you doing this on purpose? Liu Hong found himself in a state of helplessness. It seemed that this foolish system had taken a stance against him. Nonetheless, lured by the temptation of the talent-enhancing potion, he chose to compromise once more. After all, sleep eluded him, and the arena was merely a few kilometers away. He resolved to jog over, considering it a warm-up. With his thought in mind, Liu Hong began to change his attire, dressed in a snug black ensemble. He donned a black jacket on his upper body while pairing it with white shorts below. It was June, and although the sea breeze greeted him, it was not particularly chilly. Liu Hong donned his headphones and began to sprint towards the stadium. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, gazing across the sea towards Oakland, Jiang Qingning lay in bed, unable to find rest. Her mind was awash with thoughts as she stared at the screen of her phone, which showcased Liu Hong. The display featured him entering the press conference venue and taking his seat to answer questions. Though merely a few seconds long, she replayed it repeatedly. On the screen, Liu Hong was clad in a crisp white shirt and casual black trousers, his tall figure accentuated by the fitted shirt that highlighted his muscular physique. Jiang Qingning was a distinguished student in the economics department at Harvard University. Hailing from a family that owned a publicly listed company valued at no less than $500 million. As their only daughter, she was showered with love and affection from her parents, who supported her passion for journalism. After all, with such a substantial family business and no financial constraints, they believed in allowing their cherished daughter to pursue her happiness. Since 2016, Jiang Qingning had been an ardent follower of the Golden State Warriors. As a junior in college at that time, she would attend every weekend game in Oakland. Initially, her interest was piqued by Stephen Curry, whose talent drew her to the team. While Liu Hong was playing at Duke University, he garnered media attention, and Jiang Qingning also took notice. Due to the inherent physical disparities between Asians and African Americans, players of Asian descent are rarely seen in the NBA. Even those competing in the NCAA are few and far between, with perhaps only one emerging every few years or even a decade. Thus, Liu Hong naturally attracted considerable media interest. However, Jiang Qingning could hardly have anticipated that Liu Hong would ultimately be signed by her favored Golden State Warriors. Although it was merely a one-year non-guaranteed contract, it nonetheless captured the focus of major media outlets. Consequently, Jiang Qingning began to pay even closer attention to Liu Hong. Initially, she sought out his statistics and watched recordings of his games, gradually developing a fondness for him over time. Liu Hong was born in 1999, making her precisely 20 years old this year. However, she is 3 years senior to Liu Hong. Liu Hong soon arrived at the Oracle Arena. As he had run there, he required no warm-up and intended to commence his shooting practice directly. At 4:30 in the morning, the Oracle Arena was deserted, echoing only with the sound of basketballs swishing through the net. Ding dong, the system rewards were issued. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning the following rewards: Impenetrable Defense Experience 1, Foul Creating Experience 1, Guaranteed 3-point Success Experience 1, Talent Potions 5. Please make your selection. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Liu Hong's mind. After pondering for a brief moment, he swiftly made his decision. I choose the 3-point Guarantee Experience card and the Talent Potion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 3-point Guarantee Experience card and 5 Talent Potions. Liu Hong's decision to prioritize 3-point shots over experience cards and talent potions is undoubtedly a strategic preparation for the impending 7th match. Given the myriad uncertainties that can arise during competition, he deemed it prudent to stockpile talent potions for unforeseen circumstances. Currently, he possesses 16 talent potions and plans to challenge his teammates to duels upon their arrival, aiming to acquire even more talent potions. Ding dong. The system has issued a task: score 100 3-pointers within 10 minutes. Successful completion of this task will yield rewards including 1 experience of Uncle Moo's blocking, 1 experience of Harden's foul drawing, 1 experience of Iverson's crossover, 1 experience of Wade's elusive steps, and 5 talent potions. Upon completion, the aforementioned experiences can be selected from 5 options, 2 of which may be chosen. Chapter 19. I learned from him. As Liu Hong contemplated, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Scoring 100 3-pointers within 10 minutes was not particularly challenging for him, although there were no ball retrievers. A shooting machine was at his disposal. However, having just run several kilometers and immediately commenced shooting practice upon arriving at the gym, he had already expended a significant portion of his stamina. Yet, upon witnessing Wade's signature Euro step, his competitive spirit was reignited. It is well known that Wade earned the moniker Flash due to his lightning-fast breakthrough speed, adored by fans. While the Euro step is also referred to as the European step, only Wade's variation is called the Euro step, with others simply categorized as European steps. The distinction lies in its swiftness. The Euro step is executed during a fast break. As one approaches the defender's flank, a drag step is performed, quickly followed by a change of direction to evade the defender's grasp. The drag step transitions from right to left, culminating in a layup. Wade's Euro step is characterized by its rapidity, attributed to both his quick, compact first step and his explosive power, which is why his Euro step is uniquely celebrated as the Euro step. Liu Hong promptly took out his phone, ready to commence the timer. With a swift series of shots, he made 3 consecutive baskets. Before long, 30 seconds had elapsed, and Liu Heng's stamina began to wane, causing his shooting speed to noticeably diminish. 57, 58, 59. Liu Hong, panting heavily as he counted, contemplated the necessity of enhancing his physical training. Although he had been unable to participate in matches previously, he consistently engaged in team practices. Following training sessions or after games, he often dedicated time to practice alone. However, due to the inherent physiological differences between individuals of Asian and African descent, despite his diligence surpassing that of many teammates, his physical aptitude remained inferior. Now equipped with a system, he resolved to leverage it to significantly improve his physical capabilities. 89, 90, 91. With merely 12 seconds remaining, there was ample time. Liu Hong utilized 2 basketballs. The first one would gradually bounce out from the shooting machine. As the second ball was released, the first one would almost simultaneously emerge, leaving no moment wasted. As he completed his 100th shot, Liu Hong sank to the floor, propping himself up with his hands, his gaze directed towards the ceiling, panting heavily. At that moment, Curry entered through the door. They both paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected presence of the other, given that it was still before 6 o'clock. After a brief surprise, Liu Hong greeted Curry first. "Good morning, you certainly arrived quite early." As he spoke, Liu Hong rose from the floor. "Good morning, Liu. Aren't you the one who arrived even earlier?" They exchanged smiles, followed by a high five and a shoulder bump, a unique greeting among NBA players. Curry then noticed Liu Heng's sweat-soaked shirt and inquired, "Have you been practicing for a long time? Your shirt is completely drenched." Liu Hong lowered his gaze to his attire and remarked, "Unable to sleep, I decided to come straight to training." "Oh my gosh, you didn't train all night, did you?" Curry chuckled after speaking, and Liu Hong could easily discern the jest in his tone. "I arrived around 4:30, Liu Hong replied. Curry displayed an expression of incredulity before teasing Liu Hong further. "Why couldn't you sleep? Were you thinking about that girl?" Liu Hong was taken aback by Curry's recollection of the events from the previous night. He promptly clarified, "No, I was contemplating whether we could successfully clinch the championship." Liu Hong casually concocted an excuse. He could hardly reveal to Curry that he had spent the entire night engaging in a battle of wits with the system. Although he had considered mentioning Jiang Qingning, he had no intention of admitting to it. "We shall secure the championship title, yet it is equally essential to rest and rejuvenate, is it not?" Liu Hong nodded, and as Curry finished speaking, he proceeded towards the locker room. Just as Curry departed, a voice echoed in Liu Heng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Rewards: 1 experience of Uncle Moo's block, 1 experience of Harden's foul drawing, 1 experience of Iverson crossover, 1 experience of Wade's hesitation step, and 5 talent potions. You may choose 2 from the above experiences. I select Wade's hesitation step and 5 talent potions. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 experience of Wade's hesitation step and 5 talent potions. How can I enhance my stamina?" Liu Hong initially had no desire to engage with the system. However, he found himself in need of its assistance. He considered the option to directly enhance his abilities through the use of talent potions. Yet before the system could finish its explanation, Liu Hong interjected, "Increase it." He realized that he could also combine the use of talent potions with training, thereby achieving even greater attribute values. Liu Hong furrowed his brows, as if he had come to a realization. Could the previous speed and jumping values be interpreted in the same manner? Indeed, why didn't you mention this sooner? Liu Hong was quite infuriated. However, he soon realized that during the competition, there was no opportunity or time to integrate training. How could one combine the two? If one seeks to enhance strength, one could utilize the quintessence elixir and subsequently engage in their regular strength training. It was that simple. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, and his words fell into silence. Liu Hong intended to take a brief respite before embarking on his strength training. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to check WeChat, Curry entered, already clad in his training attire. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Curry, the illustrious star of the Warriors, arrived at the gym before 6 o'clock, exemplifying leadership, a most effective form of motivation for his teammates. With a decisive Game 7 against the Raptors looming, which will determine the ultimate champion, preparations were essential. Since Game 7 is hosted at the Raptors Arena, The team was scheduled to fly to Toronto that afternoon. The Raptors, being a Canadian team, play at the Scotiabank Arena in Toronto. Naturally, the Warriors needed to arrive early to prepare, and Curry had come ahead to engage in his final training session. This time, he was without the formidable Kevin Durant and the reliable Klay Thompson. Although Liu Hung was present, Curry remained uncertain if Liu could maintain his impressive performance from Game 6. Thus, the weight of responsibility fell heavily upon him. As the final moments approached, he could not afford any lapse in focus. "Hey Liu, let us have a few one-on-one matches as a warm-up," he suggested. Liu Hung never anticipated that Curry would take the initiative to challenge him to a one-on-one match. Liu Hung was also curious to discover whether one could indeed obtain a talent potion through a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, he readily agreed to Curry's challenge. "Very well, you may initiate the attack." Liu Hung nodded. He too wished to attempt Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot. Liu Hung at the arc held the ball, initially attempting to displace Curry with a sidestep. However, he underestimated his opponent. Despite Curry's seemingly slender physique, his strength is astonishing. Weighing 84 kilograms, Curry can bench press 10 repetitions, while Durant struggles to manage even one. Furthermore, Curry's deadlift prowess reaches an intimidating 400 pounds, nearly double his body weight. Even LeBron James, renowned for his power, can only deadlift 406 pounds, a mere 6 pounds more. In the M-style one-on-one contest, which limits ball possession to 3 dribbles, Liu Hung opted for a direct fadeaway jump shot. He pivoted and leapt, his body leaning back. Curry rushed in, but was a fraction too late. Swish! The score was now 1-0. Curry was taken aback. He anticipated Liu Hung would execute a fadeaway reminiscent of Kobe Bryant. This shot was far more aesthetically pleasing than his previous buzzer beater. "You've certainly imbibed some of Kobe's essence in that fadeaway," Liu Hung remarked. After this exchange, they switched possessions, as per the M-style rules, which dictate that the ball must change hands regardless of whether the offensive player scores. This format mitigates the advantages conferred by physical stature, placing greater emphasis on skill and shooting accuracy. In traditional one-on-one scenarios, taller players can dominate by backing down from beyond the arc to the basket, leaving shorter opponents with little recourse. However, in the M-style, if one's fundamental skills are lacking, it becomes exceedingly challenging to penetrate the defense for an effective offensive strike. Chapter 20. I heard you encountered some romantic prospects last night. In the next possession, Curry held the ball at the arc, first taking a probing step, followed by a dribble between his legs, and then executing a retreating step back beyond the three-point line before releasing his shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly, tying the game at 1-1. Now it was Liu Hung's turn to attack, as Curry bounced the ball to him. Liu Hung opted to continue his back-to-the-basket play, maneuvering the ball before shifting his weight towards Curry. After creating a slight separation from Curry, he executed a graceful turnaround jump shot. Swish! Liu Hung responded with a splendid three-pointer, earning admiration from Curry, who could not help but commend him. Liu Hung secretly rejoiced, realizing the effectiveness of his leaning jump shot. As time ticked away, the two engaged in a back-and-forth offensive exchange, bringing the score to a tie at 10-10. In the final critical possession, Liu Hung initiated the attack. Liu Hung opted for a simple probing step before executing a clean jump shot, the ball swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Liu Hung emerged victorious in this one-on-one duel, and his performance drew praise from Curry, who, albeit with a touch of leniency, acknowledged that Liu Hung's displayed prowess had already reached the caliber of a star player. This remarkable achievement was, in part, attributable to the enhancement of his speed and jumping ability through the use of talent elixirs. While the increase may not have been substantial, it undeniably contributed to his overall skill enhancement. In the midst of this, Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala arrived at the gym. Shortly after 6, the Warriors players, including Coach Kerr, began to trickle in for their training session. This clearly illustrated the Warriors' commitment to the pivotal Game 7. A victory would secure them a third consecutive championship and solidify their dynasty. Observing the sweat-drenched Liu Hung, Draymond Green could not help but exclaim, "Come on, team. Our great hero is pushing himself so hard in training. We should get started as well." Coach Kerr chimed in, "Let's begin with some light warm-ups. Soon we will engage in a scrimmage." Upon hearing Kerr mention the impending scrimmage, Liu Hung mused that he would have the opportunity to acquire more talent elixirs. However, he first needed to head to the gym to utilize the elixirs for augmenting his strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 3 points of talent elixir. Liu Hung was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it stated that a single duel would yield only 1 point of talent potion? How had it now transformed into 3 points? Wasn't it said that one could only acquire a single point of talent potion from a solitary challenge? Liu Hang's words once again vanished into oblivion, this system. Liu Hang did not ponder much. After all, the more talent potions, the better. He currently possessed 24 points of talent potions, and, at this moment, the most crucial task was to utilize these potions to enhance his strength. Liu Hang has already begun to stride purposefully towards the gym. Upon arriving, he is greeted by a myriad of fitness equipment. As for the use of the enhancement potion in conjunction with strength training, one simply needs to engage in half an hour of resistance training afterward. Is any type of exercise permissible? Liu Hang's words, as expected, have once again vanished into oblivion. How infuriating. Liu Hang, infuriated, erupted in a torrent of curses. However, he chose to persevere. Utilizing a 5-point talent elixir, he engaged in strength training. Having consumed the elixir, he successfully completed his training, thereby acquiring 8 points of strength. Liu Hang was quite agitated. However, he promptly commenced his strength training. He first summoned his trainer and opted for the bench press, as this exercise is perilously demanding and requires vigilant supervision for safety. Should one exhaust their stamina, the consequences of such equipment falling could be dire, ranging from a mere hospital visit to the loss of life itself. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and as Liu Hang wiped the sweat from his brow, he glanced into the depths of his mind. Host name, Liu Hang. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Vertical leap, 84 centimeters. Strength, 76 speed, 85 basketball intelligence. 90. Liu Hang gazed at his attributes, nodding in satisfaction. With a vertical leap of 84 centimeters, he realized he could effortlessly execute various dunks. How wonderful! He could soon perform dunks over defenders. Although this vertical jump pales in comparison to the prodigious talents of athletes like LeBron James, it is still considered elite among ordinary players. It is worth noting that even formidable guards like Stephen Curry, Dwayne Wade, and Russell Westbrook had vertical jumps in the range of 70 to 80 centimeters during the draft. However, upon examining his strength, Liu Hang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why was his strength only 76? Surely, he was well aware of his previous limitations. What on earth? Liu Hang was on the brink of collapse due to this system. Not only did it ignore his inquiries, but also seized every opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Liu Hang entered the training hall, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Upon his arrival, he found all his teammates gazing at him with mischievous grins. Liu Hang found himself utterly perplexed, but soon he comprehended that it was Curry who had divulged the events of the previous night. Draymond Green approached, draping an arm over Liu Hang's shoulder. "Hey Liu, I heard you encountered some romance last night." Liu Hang initially had no desire to engage with Green, yet he found himself unable to resist as the latter persistently pursued him with inquiries. Liu Hang could only recount the events in a straightforward manner, asserting that there was no romantic intrigue, merely a return to his abode. However, chasing Dream Green held a different perspective, questioning whether it was truly just a simple journey home. Such a notion seemed implausible. At this moment, Liu Hang recalled that had it not been for Curry deliberately abandoning him, he would not have allowed Jiang Qingning to escort him home. It was all Steven's fault. He had intentionally claimed to be preoccupied and then left him behind. Had it not been for him, he would not have permitted that girl to accompany him back. Upon finishing his words, Liu Hang dashed towards Curry, seeking to settle the score. However, before this chapter could conclude, the delightful narrative beckons you to turn to the next page for further enthralling content. Curry, unable to contain his laughter, swiftly retreated behind Iguodala as he noticed Liu Hang approaching. After Liu Hang dashed out, he heard Draymond Green shouting from behind, "Did nothing happen between you last night?" Liu Hang truly finds herself in a position of silent suffering. It is indeed the case that she and Jiang Qingning have not engaged in any impropriety. However, it is not surprising that dream-chasing Green would harbor such thoughts, as girls from Country M are generally quite liberal. Thus, it is only natural for him to presume that girls from Hua Country share the same disposition, especially considering that she took the initiative to escort Liu Hang home. As Liu Hang was a loss for words, Cole entered, clapping his hands together with a resounding applause. "All right, let us commence the competition." At this moment, Liu Hang felt an overwhelming desire to express his gratitude to Coach Kerr for his timely arrival. The team was divided into two groups, the main squad consisting of Curry, Livingston, Iguodala, Draymond Green, and Looney, while the second unit was led by Liu Hang, including Cook, McKinney, Jerebko, and Cousins. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Kerr's arrangement, perplexed by his intentions. Logically, Liu Hong should have trained alongside the starters, engaging in drills and tactical practices. However, Kerr's decision left the players in a state of confusion. With Durant and Clay sidelined due to injuries, Liu Hong recognized Curry as his primary ally, yet Kerr had chosen to assign him to train with the bench players. Observing the team's bewilderment, Kerr promptly clarified his reasoning. Although Liu Hong showcased exceptional performance in Game 6, just one game is insufficient to establish his capability. My decision to have him lead the second unit serves as both a challenge and a test to determine if he possesses the skills necessary for a starting role. Indeed, one stellar performance cannot serve as definitive proof of a player's abilities. Kerr's rationale was not without merit, and Liu Hong graciously accepted the arrangement. Nevertheless, this decision sparked dissatisfaction from Curry. It is noteworthy that Curry is renowned for his amiable temperament, so for him to exhibit discontent highlighted the absurdity of Kerr's strategy. While this was intended for the benefit of the team and to better assess Liu Hong's potential, the impending Game 7 against the Raptors left little time for the players to develop synergy. We must ensure Liu Hong rapidly integrates into the team and establishes a rapport with us, Curry remarked, gesturing towards Iguodala and Draymond Green behind him. Liu Hong, unwilling to witness discord within the team at such a critical juncture, quickly interjected, assuring there is no cause for concern. I am well versed in the team's tactics and will demonstrate my worth through my performance. Cole was taken aback by Liu Hong's sagacity and his willingness to speak in his defense. Chapter 21. The two elders of Xianming following the division of teams. The internal scrimmage commenced without delay. Liu Hong suddenly recalled that the system had previously informed him that winning a match would yield a talent elixir. However, he was uncertain whether this applied to competitive matches. Consequently, he promptly inquired with the system. Although he was reluctant to engage in conversation with the system, he found himself unable to resist the allure of the talent elixir. Is there a talent elixir for winning in competitive matches? He asked. You possess the ability to win. Focus on that, the system replied. Enough with the trivialities, just tell me if it exists. Yes, it is available for any 5-on-5 match. Liu Hong was aware that triumphing in the confrontation would yield a potion of talent. However, he found it impossible to feel any joy. After all, the opposing team comprised the Warriors' main players. Although Durant and Clay were absent, Iguodala and Livingston were formidable adversaries in their own right. Moreover, there was Draymond Green, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Iguodala, the MVP of the 2015 Finals, had once been tasked with defending James, successfully limiting his performance, which ultimately became pivotal in the Warriors' championship victory. This achievement secured him the Finals MVP title, surpassing Curry in the voting. Chinese basketball fans have aptly remarked about Iguodala. If there is Jordan, choose Jordan. If not, choose Shaq. If neither, choose Iguodala. This illustrates the immense strength of Iguodala. Similarly, Livingston was a crucial contributor to the Warriors' 3 championships, and fans affectionately refer to him and Iguodala as the elder statesman of the abyss. As Curry's backup, Livingston, though a substitute, possessed considerable skill. Moreover, during those 2 years of cosmic dominance, every player was effectively a starter, with no true substitutes. Fans would assert, "Dare to name Curry, and I will decimate your backcourt," reflecting their esteem for Livingston. Despite Iguodala and Livingston's current decline in form, they remained undeniably superior to the group of substitutes Liu Hong was leading. Liu Hong could hardly fathom the difficulty of securing victory in this confrontation. Although they would not unleash their full potential, the challenge remained formidable. The match commenced swiftly, with the substitute team grappling for possession of the ball. Liu Hong, as the main player of the substitute team, is undoubtedly the leading scorer and possesses the freedom to unleash his full potential. Liu Hong, with the ball in hand, approached the three-point line, while Curry stepped forward to defend him. "This is your moment to shine," Curry seemed to encourage Liu. "You cannot guard me," Liu declared confidently before launching a swift jumper from beyond the arc. His vertical leap had noticeably improved compared to before, allowing him to compete even against the prodigious talents of the NBA. With audacity, he took the shot. Curry, recognizing the threat, lunged forward but was a fraction too late. Swish, the ball sailed through the net, prompting Curry to pat Liu on the back, exclaiming, "Well shot." On the sidelines, Coach Kerr wore an expression of astonishment. He had only previously witnessed Liu's step-back threes following intricate ball handling or open shots. He never anticipated that Liu would come out firing a contested jumper right over Curry. and for it to actually go in was nothing short of miraculous. While Curry's defense may not rival that of elite players like Leonard, he certainly possessed considerable defensive prowess. Moreover, Liu appeared to share a similar height with Curry, devoid of any height advantage. In a situation where he lacked such an advantage, the ability to execute a jumper demanded exceptional leaping ability. Curry's athletic metrics, aside from his wingspan, were among the best for guards. Liu's recent jumper showcased a leaping ability that was undeniably on par with Curry's, compelling Coach Kerr to reassess his perception of him. At that moment, Curry, now in possession of the ball and standing beyond the three-point line, was met with Liu's defense. Green approached to set a screen for Curry, who utilized the pick to drive towards the basket, aiming to finish strong. Liu deftly maneuvered around Green, closely trailing Curry. Suddenly, Curry executed a sharp stop for a mid-range shot, prompting Liu to leap into action. In a breathtaking moment that left everyone in disbelief, Liu followed Curry's ascent, leading to an astonishing spectacle. Liu Hong astonishingly struck the ball, soaring through the air with a single slap, sending it flying away. Not only were the onlookers left in a state of shock, but even Liu Hong himself found the feat incredible. With merely an enhancement of 5 points in his jumping ability, he had not anticipated that such a vigorous leap would allow him to soar to such heights. Liu Hong had just engaged in a one-on-one match with Curry, executing his first pull-up three-pointer. Only he knew that he had not fully exerted himself during the jump. While defending against Curry, he approached the situation with a mere experimental mindset, hoping to block a shot. To his astonishment, he succeeded. This was truly remarkable. Curry shook his head in disbelief and remarked to Liu Hong, "If only you were a bit taller and had a longer wingspan, you could try your hand at the small forward position." Upon hearing Curry's words, Liu Hong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled the system's previous remarks, which had teased him about his height, followed by suggestions that he could enhance his abilities through a combination of talent potions and training. This sparked a new idea in Liu Hong's mind. "I am still young. My height is likely to increase." Indeed, Liu Hong speaks the truth. At merely 20 years of age, there remains potential for further growth in height. With appropriate training and a well-balanced diet, coupled with the assistance of a systematic program, it is entirely plausible for him to gain a few inches. Should this be realized, he would undoubtedly excel on the court. "I am now wholly convinced that we have stumbled upon a treasure." Curry, visibly excited, patted Liu Hong on the shoulder. As the star player of the team, he is well aware of Liu Hong's commitment to re-signing with the Warriors. Although Durant and Clay are currently injured, and it remains uncertain whether they will regain their pre-injury prowess, the strength Liu Hong has displayed offers a glimmer of hope for continuing the pursuit of a championship. As the ball was knocked out of bounds by Liu Hong, possession remained with the opposing team. Curry once again took the ball for a one-on-one against Liu Hong, but Liu Hong remained resolutely focused on the basketball in Curry's hands. Curry attempted to maneuver around Liu Hong, yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Liu Hong seized the opportunity, deftly stripping the ball from Curry's grasp. Curry was taken aback for a moment, then turned to see Liu Hong rapidly dribbling towards the front court. At that moment, Coach Kerr, standing at the sidelines, was left in a state of astonishment. He felt that Liu Hong's steal resembled the prowess of a seasoned player, though he could not immediately recall who it reminded him of. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Liu Hong had already dribbled under the basket, leaping high into the air and executing a flawless behind-the-back dunk. "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!" The arena was filled with a cacophony of exclamations and cheers as Liu Hong executed an impressive under-the-leg dunk. While such a feat may not be particularly extraordinary in the NBA, a realm brimming with athletic prodigies, Liu Hong stands at a mere height of just under 6 feet tall, with a wingspan of only 6 feet 3 inches. Had his wingspan exceeded 2 meters, it would not have been surprising. Although Curry is slightly taller than Liu Hong, his wingspan is comparable, which limits him to merely executing rim grazers, leading fans to affectionately tease him as Golden State's Levine. In stark contrast, Liu Hong effortlessly completed the under-the-leg dunk, showcasing his extraordinary leaping ability. As the crowd's astonishment subsided, the game resumed. Coach Kerr increasingly admired this Eastern prodigy, feeling fortunate for having signed him. It seemed he had indeed struck gold. An urge to halt the game and integrate Liu Hong into the main roster began to stir within him, as he recognized that Liu Hong's prowess surpassed their expectations. However, an instinctual caution reminded him that, as head coach, he could not make such impulsive decisions. Instead, he resolved to allow Liu Hong to continue leading the second unit against the starters, eager to witness what further brilliance he might unveil. Chapter 22. The Savior of Golden State while training with the Warriors. Liu Heng's extraordinary performance last night surged to the top of the trending topics, hailed as the miraculous young talent from the East and the savior of Golden State. The media in the United States has bestowed upon Liu Heng numerous accolades, including various interview segments, one of which features Liu Heng sharing a joke with Leonard. It's no wonder Leonard was unable to contain his laughter. I, too, would have found it utterly amusing. Indeed, had I been in his place, my laughter would have been even more pronounced. It was simply delightful. In addition to the coverage of Liu Heng's stellar performance, reports concerning Klay Thompson have emerged. According to ESPN reporters, Klay Thompson has been confirmed to have suffered a torn ACL, thus ruling him out for the season and confirming his absence from Game 7. This significantly enhances the Raptors' chances of winning Game 7. However, many Warriors fans remain optimistic, believing that Curry and Liu Heng can lead the team to victory and secure their first three-peat, etching their names in history. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingming rose early, aware that the Warriors would be flying to Toronto this afternoon to prepare for Game 7. As a journalist, she felt compelled to head to the airport to gather the latest information about the Warriors. Yet, she intended to visit the Warriors arena first to conduct some preliminary interviews with the players. As she picked up her phone, she noticed a comment beneath a video of Liu Heng responding to a reporter's question. Golden State has added another jester. This video, of course, featured Liu Heng recounting his joke to Leonard. Upon reading the comment, she couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware of the playful jibe from domestic fans referring to the Golden State Warriors as Golden State Kindergarten. Jiang Qingming quickly prepared to head out. While on the other side, the Warriors' internal scrimmage was nearing its conclusion, with the score standing at 58-50. The substitutes, led by Liu Heng, are 8 points ahead of the starters. Liu Heng has amassed a remarkable 34 points, accounting for more than half of the team's total score, while Curry has contributed 28 points. As the game approaches its final minute, it appears that the substitute team is poised to secure a decisive victory. Liu Heng is now advancing with the ball, and Draymond Green has been substituted in to defend against him. Liu Heng arrived at a 45-degree angle, initially executing a few simple dribbles between his legs, and then, with a burst of speed, he deftly maneuvered past Draymond Green. Liu Heng could not help but marvel, although he had merely increased his speed by 5 points. His swiftness was markedly superior to before. After surpassing Draymond Green, he immediately executed a sudden stop and leaped for a jump shot. The ball swished through the net, extending the lead to 10 points. With only a minute remaining, there was little necessity to continue. To persist and risk injury to the players would be an unwise trade-off. After Liu Heng's remarkable performance, Kerr immediately called for a halt to the game and subsequently announced the victory of the substitute team. Liu Heng also achieved an impressive total of 36 points, and Kerr no longer harbors any doubts regarding Liu Heng's capabilities. Liu Heng not only scored the game-high 36 points, but also delivered 5 assists and 3 steals, delivering a flawless performance. He repeatedly executed Kobe Bryant's signature fadeaway jump shot, drawing widespread admiration from the crowd. Although he had used the same move to tie the game against the Raptors in Game 6, there was a marked difference. This time his movements flowed with seamless grace and natural fluidity. Neither Coach Kerr nor any of the teammates, including Curry, were aware that he had exchanged for Kobe's fadeaway skill package. They simply assumed his previous game-tying shot against the Raptors had been somewhat rushed. Liu, you were phenomenal. Coach Kerr couldn't help but praise Liu Heng, as this young man from the East continued to astonish him with one brilliant display after another. All of this, of course, was because Liu Heng had the system. Liu Heng paused momentarily, nearly letting slip his words. He then feigned a cough and continued, because I have undergone systematic training. Ding dong, the system rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 points of talent elixir. As soon as Liu Heng's voice faded, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. He mused to himself that the foolish system had finally delivered a reward punctually for once. Subsequently, Kerr spoke, suggesting a brief respite before resuming training. After glancing at Liu Heng, he added, our chances of clinching the championship are quite favorable. Yet it is precisely during such times that we must remain vigilant. Following Kerr's remarks, Curry led the applause, and the team resumed their training. Naturally, Liu Heng sought a challenger for a one-on-one match, aiming to acquire additional talent potions in exchange for more star player skill packages. He fixed his gaze upon the aging Andre Iguodala. Hey, my friend, let us engage in a one-on-one. I wish to glean some wisdom from your experience. Iguodala had no reason to decline, fully aware that he would likely be outmatched by Liu Heng. However, he regarded it as an opportunity to assist the burgeoning talent. Liu Heng, at such a young age, has demonstrated remarkable talent, and is likely to be the future of the Warriors. As the seasoned veteran of the team, it is only fitting for Iguodala to impart some wisdom and skills to Liu Hong. Liu Hong allowed Iguodala to initiate the offense. Iguodala, attempting to maneuver past Liu Hong with a probing step, found himself thwarted. Liu Hong's speed proved too formidable for the aging Iguodala. Opting for post-up, Iguodala executed a pivot and prepared for a jump shot. Yet, at the very moment he was about to release the ball, a formidable hand descended upon it. Before he could take a shot, Liu Hong mercilessly swatted the ball down with a powerful block. However, rather than succumbing to disappointment, Iguodala expressed his delight, cheerfully exclaiming to Liu Hong, "Well done, that's the way." Liu Hong naturally comprehended that Iguodala was imparting to him the nuances of the game. This chapter is far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Thank you. When it was Liu Hong's turn to attack, he commenced with a few straightforward dribbles beneath his legs. Shortly thereafter, he heard Iguodala express his dissatisfaction, stating, "You ought to lower your center of gravity a bit more. Otherwise, you are susceptible to being intercepted. Refrain from glancing down at the ball intermittently. Instead, maintain your gaze forward, ever vigilant for opportunities to break through." Liu Hong promptly complied, immediately lowering his center of gravity as instructed by Iguodala. Indeed, he found that executing dribbling maneuvers between his legs became noticeably easier. He had a habit of looking down at the ball while dribbling, stemming from his fear of it striking his feet. Yet, he adhered to Iguodala's advice. Fixing his gaze straight ahead, he soon realized that with a slight reduction in his center of gravity, not only did the movements become more effortless, but his dribbling also appeared more stable. Suddenly, he executed a jump shot, and Iguodala rushed to defend. However, it was too late. The ball swished through the net. 1-0. You must attempt to break through. Refrain from relying solely on jump shots or turnarounds. Liu Hong, perplexed, subsequently inquired as to why the shooting percentage near the basket consistently surpasses that of mid-range shots. He noted that unless one is attempting a three-pointer, it is preferable to penetrate and finish at the rim. Iguodala raised an eyebrow at Liu Hong's question and then remarked, "If there is an opportunity to drive to the basket, one should strive to create a chance for a three-point play. If a drive to the rim is not feasible, then naturally, one must opt for a mid-range shot to conclude the play." Liu Hong nodded in acknowledgement, and then the two exchanged possession of the ball. At the top of the arc, Iguodala held the ball and opted to back down Liu Hong. After dribbling twice, Iguodala pivoted and took a shot. Liu Hong immediately leaped to block the shot. Although he failed to make the block, he nonetheless disrupted Iguodala's attempt. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud and bounced back, failing to find the net. Liu's defense was commendable, leading to a change of possession. This time, Liu Hong began to implement the strategy that Iguodala had just mentioned. He lowered his center of gravity from the outset, ever prepared to make a breakthrough. First, he executed a simple probing step, then noticed Iguodala's left foot slightly advancing. Liu Hong immediately accelerated a break through on the right flank. Liu Hong moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving Iguodala merely a spectator as he effortlessly sent the ball soaring through the hoop. "Well done, just like that," Iguodala remarked, once again addressing Liu Hong. Despite the appearance of a one-on-one duel, Iguodala's role resembled that of a mentor. As the two exchanged offensive and defensive plays, the score quickly escalated to 11-9. Liu Hong, without any unforeseen circumstances, secured victory, and even Iguodala could not help but praise him. "Keep up the good work. You will undoubtedly make a name for yourself in the NBA and eventually claim the MVP title." Liu Hong also expressed his gratitude towards Iguodala, saying, "Thank you for imparting this knowledge to me. I find it immensely beneficial." Iguodala patted Liu Hong on the shoulder, remarking, "We are all growing older. Tomorrow night, you shall be Curry's greatest ally. Best of luck." "I will," Liu Hong replied. With that, Iguodala made his way towards Cook, who was practicing his shooting nearby, leaving Liu Hong standing in place, deep in thought. Chapter 23. Curry's three-point skill set. Liu Hong stood still for a minute or two, when the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a potion of innate talent." Liu Hong furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend why a recent victory over Curry had granted him 3 points in talent elixir, while his triumph over Iguodala yielded merely 1. Was it the case that only by challenging the team's star player could one acquire 3 points? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It dawned on him that he had been invited by Curry, whereas he had extended the invitation to Iguodala for their one-on-one encounter. Perhaps the rewards for proactive versus reactive engagements differed in terms of the talent elixir. He pondered how he might entice his teammates to challenge him, but soon abandoned this thought. He resolved to seek out opponents for one-on-one matches himself. Even a single point of talent elixir was still worthwhile, for even the smallest of flies are considered meat. Thus began Liu Heng's journey into one-on-one competitions. Meanwhile, on the Bay Bridge, a white Porsche Panamera sped towards Oakland. Clearly, the sole occupant of the vehicle, aside from Jiang Qingning, was none other than she herself. She was en route to the Oracle Arena, prepared to conduct interviews with the Warriors players. Having spent a sleepless night, she had prepared a gift for the Warriors, specifically intended for Liu Heng. At that moment, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Although she initially had no intention of checking it, the sight of Liu Heng's name caught her eye, instantly piquing her interest. Despite the numerous reports about Liu Heng circulating on various social media platforms that day, her curiosity compelled her to discover the details for herself. Upon opening the message, she was greeted by images of various styles of Warriors jerseys. The distinguishing feature was that the numbers on these jerseys were neither Curry's 30, Durant's 35, nor Clay's 11. Instead, they all bore the number 15, belonging to Liu Heng. It turned out that the data reflected the jersey sales figures from just that morning, which had already surpassed the annual sales of many established stars, according to reports released by the NBA and Nike. Liu Heng's jerseys are currently in high demand, and as a result, they can only be produced around the clock in shifts. Some fans have even placed orders for several pieces at once. Jiang Qingning's lips curled into a faint smile, and she put down her phone, clearly delighted for Liu Heng. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the banners hanging above the bridge, displaying the Warriors' insignia. Some banners proclaimed the Warriors as champions, while others merely bore the team's logo. Within the Oracle Arena, Liu Heng sought to engage in one-on-one duels with 4 individuals: Cook, Livingston, Draymond Green, and Looney. It was not merely that he approached these 4. Rather, they were the only ones willing to accept his challenge. The remaining substitute players felt the disparity in skill between themselves, and Liu Heng was too great, thus declining his invitation. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 4 points of talent elixir. Once again, the voice of the system echoed in Liu Heng's mind. He has now confirmed that by proactively inviting others to a one-on-one match, he can only acquire a meager amount of talent potions, while if someone invites him, he can obtain 3 times that amount. He currently possesses a sufficient quantity of talent potions and intends to exchange them for a new skill set. Presently, he has the Kobe Bryant fadeaway jump shot package and the John Stockton steal package. He wishes to acquire either the Kyrie Irving dribbling package or the Stephen Curry three-point shooting package. After much contemplation, he resolves to exchange for both. After all, it is only the young who make singular choices. He declares his intention to exchange for the Kyrie Irving dribbling package and the Stephen Curry three-point skill set. 10 talent potions have been expended, granting him the desired packages. He now possesses 4 guard skill sets and has 20 talent potions remaining, which he plans to conserve for a pivotal moment. As the clock approaches 11 o'clock, he prepares to freshen up before receiving an interview from the reporters. The mere mention of an interview inevitably brings Jiang Qingning to Liu Heng's thoughts. While he is lost in these musings, Curry approaches him. "Hey Liu, get ready. The reporters are coming for an interview shortly." Liu Heng furrowed his brow slightly, then inquired of Curry with evident perplexity. "Are we conducting the interview now? Shouldn't we tidy up a bit first?" "No need for that," Curry replied. "The interview is to commence immediately. Please prepare yourself accordingly." Liu Heng had originally intended to take a shower, but now he found himself unable to do so, having to wait until the journalists completed their interviews. Shortly thereafter, several reporters entered the room, where Curry, Liu Heng, Iguodala, and Green gathered. Each NBA team's training facility features a designated interview wall adorned with the team's logo and the logos of its sponsors. As the team's star player, Curry naturally became the primary focus for the reporters. Approaching the wall, Curry was met with a flurry of cameras and microphones directed at him. With only a few journalists present, they took turns posing their questions. The first to inquire was a blonde reporter on the far left. "Steven, although you triumphed over the Raptors in Game 6, leveling the series at 3-3, the external perception seems to remain skeptical regarding your chances of winning the championship. Do you still possess confidence in securing the title?" Curry shook his head. "How others perceive us is their concern. What truly matters is how we perceive ourselves. We are currently filled with determination and are resolute in our quest for the championship." Upon concluding his response, Curry courteously expressed his gratitude to the blonde reporter. "Indeed, it matters little how others view you. What holds significance is your own self-perception." If you believe in your ability to achieve something, then pour your heart into it and persevere. Success will surely follow. However, if you doubt yourself, who else will believe in you? The blonde reporter concluded her questioning, and a female reporter in a dark red suit stepped forward to ask, Stephen, do you believe Liu Hong can maintain his form in Game 7 and provide assistance to the team? Curry first glanced at Liu Hong before responding earnestly. I have faith in him. The coaching staff believes in him, and we all trust him. It is only a matter of time before he becomes an MVP. After making his statement, Curry playfully remarked to the female reporter, yes, right there. Why not ask him directly? The female reporter chuckled in response, offering her thanks without further comment. Shortly thereafter, it was Liu Hong's turn for the interview. As Liu Hong stepped forward, a multitude of journalists began capturing the moment, their flashes incessantly illuminating the scene. Soon, the same blonde reporter initiated a question. Hello, Liu Hong. Your stellar performance in Game 6 saved the Warriors, and numerous teams have expressed interest in you, including LeBron's Lakers. LeBron posted a celebratory photo of you after your Game 6 triumph on social media, captioning it, "You are an exceptional point guard. Are you interested in joining the Lakers next season?" He has commenced a public recruitment of you. What are your thoughts on this? The revelation of LeBron publicly courting Liu Hong caught him off guard, particularly as he had been engrossed in training all morning, leaving him little time to check his phone. He had assumed that after responding to LeBron's agent, they would abandon the notion. Surprised by LeBron's direct approach, he expressed, first and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to LeBron for his admiration. However, I must apologize, as I have already committed to re-signing with the Warriors after our championship victory at the behest of owner Joe Lacob. Liu Hong's response was not only unexpected for the reporters, but also caught Curry off guard. He could not fathom that Liu Hong would openly express his intention to re-sign with the Warriors in such a public setting. What if the Warriors were to have second thoughts? After all, no contract had yet been signed. In any case, this was not a particularly astute answer. Chapter 24. Are you planning to confess your feelings to me? Liu Hong was acutely aware that discussing such matters before they were set in stone was rather unwise. His assertion stemmed from his trust in Lacob and his genuine desire to remain with the Warriors and play alongside Curry. It also served to dissuade other teams from pursuing him. The reporters found it astonishing that Liu Hong directly stated after winning the championship, which underscored his immense confidence in his ability to aid the Warriors in their quest for victory. Thank you. After the blonde reporter expressed her gratitude, a male reporter immediately posed a question. Good afternoon, Liu Hong. Following your remarkable performance, Nike has begun to produce your number 15 jersey in abundance. And in just half a day, its sales have surpassed those of an ordinary star player for an entire year. What is your perspective on this? Liu Hong was once again left utterly astonished. He had indeed not paid attention to these matters. It is truly an honor, and I extend my gratitude to the fans who cherish and support me. I shall continue to uphold my performance from G6 and will not disappoint them. Oh my goodness. This has even made it to the trending searches, and you still haven't taken notice. The journalists were equally astonished. Typically, ordinary stars would be keen to observe how the media covers their stellar performances, yet Liu Hong appeared completely indifferent. However, one cannot fault Liu Hong. He had spent the entire night engaged in a battle of wits with the system. Arriving at the gym for training shortly after 4 in the morning, he naturally had little time to focus on such things. I arrived at the gym at around 4 o'clock to prepare for the G7 match against the Raptors and had yet to check my phone. Once Liu Hong's words were uttered, all the journalists exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous expressions adorning their faces. They had only heard whispers of Kobe rising at 4 in the morning for training. Beyond that, no one else was known to undertake such an early regimen. In truth, Liu Hong was compelled by circumstance. Had he not been tormented by the system throughout the night, he would not have risen so early to practice at the gym. Nevertheless, this became the journalist's primary topic of sensational coverage. This young man from the East had indeed bestowed upon the world countless surprises. His remarkable performance on the court and his dedication to early morning training during breaks set an exceptionally high standard for himself, leaving everyone present to believe that Liu Hong's future knew no bounds. Just as the reporters were engaged in their discussions, Jiang Qingming entered the scene. Clad in a pristine white suit, she could not conceal her graceful figure, and in her right hand, she held an object resembling a small booklet. Liu Hong did not notice her. To be precise, he was unable to see her. Liu Hong, standing at a remarkable height of 190 centimeters, may be considered exceptional in Huaxia, yet in the United States, he does not stand out as much, with his view obstructed by the throng of journalists. His focus was diverted. Soon after, a male reporter posed a rather provocative question. Liu Hong, it is said that you have pledged to represent your country in this year's World Cup. Do you believe you can lead your nation to victory? This inquiry from the journalist was indeed intriguing. It is well known that the strength of the Huaxia men's basketball team is rather mediocre, and the reporter was clearly attempting to provoke Liu Hong. Should Liu Hong assert that he could lead the Huaxia men's basketball team to championship glory, it would undoubtedly be perceived as an overestimation of his capabilities. After all, the team's track record is well documented, with their best achievement being a mere appearance in the quarterfinals of the 2008 Olympics, a feat accomplished when both Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian were part of the roster. Although Yi Jianlian remains in the current lineup, he is no longer the formidable player he once was. If Liu Hong aspires to single-handedly lead the Chinese men's basketball team to victory, it could indeed be considered a fanciful dream. At that moment, Jiang Qingning had arrived at the back of the press group, and she naturally overheard the male reporter's question. Anxiety surged within her, akin to ants on a hot pan. Fearing that Liu Hong might utter an inappropriate remark, she yearned to shout a warning to him, yet she refrained from such impulsiveness. Nevertheless, Liu Hong was not oblivious. He discerned that the reporter was deliberately attempting to corner him. While I cannot guarantee a championship victory, I shall strive with all my might to guide the Chinese men's basketball team toward an admirable outcome. Upon Liu Heng's conclusion, Jiang Qingning finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After Liu Hong answered the question, he departed, and it was then Andre Iguodala's turn to be interviewed. Liu Hong had just begun to tidy up his belongings before heading to the shower when he was unexpectedly intercepted. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jiang Qingning. Initially, he had presumed that she would be among the journalists present for the interview, and her absence had left him feeling a twinge of disappointment and melancholy. Though he could not quite fathom why her presence lingered in his thoughts, he found himself involuntarily drawn to her memory. Now, seeing Jiang Qingning standing before him stirred a flicker of excitement within. Nonetheless, he feigned composure, unwilling to allow distractions to divert his focus. After all, securing the championship title remained his utmost priority. What is it, journalist Jiang? If you wish to interview me, it would be best to do so over there. As Liu Hong gestured towards the cluster of journalists, Jiang Qingning felt a pang of disappointment. She had come specifically to seek him out, yet he appeared so indifferent towards her. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain a semblance of a smile. I am not here to conduct an interview. I have come solely to find you. Although her initial intention had been to use the pretext of an interview to approach Liu Hong, she ultimately resolved to approach him in a personal capacity, as she sensed that there would be a multitude of journalists present today. Had she identified herself as a reporter, she feared that she would have little opportunity for a private conversation with him. Her intuition proved correct, as indeed there were numerous journalists in attendance today. Liu Hong furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat perplexed. You seek me? Is there something amiss? Although Liu Hong felt a tinge of excitement and happiness, he nonetheless spoke in a frigid tone, saying, Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more thrilling. Jiang Qingning was quite infuriated by his words and promptly gave his arm a light punch, exclaiming, Can't you speak to a girl more gently? Even if you can't be gentle, could you not at least be courteous? Liu Hong paused momentarily, taken aback by Jiang Qingning's unexpected actions. Coincidentally, Curry, who was training nearby, also witnessed Jiang Qingning's display. To any discerning observer, it was evident that Jiang Qingning had not exerted herself. Rather, she playfully tapped Liu Hong as if they were a young couple engaged in lighthearted banter. Eager to join the fray, Curry stealthily approached Liu Hong from behind, who remained oblivious to his presence. Curry deftly assumed a listening posture, while Liu Hong, unaware of the unfolding drama, continued, May I inquire, esteemed journalist Jiang, what private matters bring you to me? Are you intending to confess your feelings? Liu Hong conversed with Jiang Qingning in English, as they had consistently communicated in that language, thus allowing Curry to catch every word clearly. Liu Hong also noticed something amiss with Jiang Qingning. They stood face to face, and naturally, Jiang Qingning could see Curry behind him. Initially, he thought Curry was merely attempting a prank. However, he was taken aback when Liu Hong unexpectedly uttered words suggesting a confession of affection. Jiang Qingning pointed towards Liu Heng's back, and Liu Hong immediately realized that someone was behind him. He turned around abruptly, just in time to catch sight of Curry stealthily retreating. Panic surged within him as he understood that Curry had overheard everything. At this point, there was no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Stephen, we were just joking. Liu Heng attempted to offer an explanation. Yet Curry turned to him and calmly remarked, "There is no rule within the team prohibiting romantic relationships, and besides, you are no longer a child. You are of an age where such matters are quite acceptable." At this moment, Liu Heng felt an overwhelming desire to end his life, for the misunderstanding had escalated significantly. At this moment, Liu Heng felt a chilling presence behind him, compelling him to slowly turn around. Jiang Qingning fixed her gaze intently upon Liu Heng, as if she were poised to end his life in the next instant. "Miss Jiang, what brings you to seek me?" At this moment, Liu Heng spoke with a stutter, no longer addressing Jiang Qingning as the esteemed journalist, but rather as Miss Jiang. In Chapter 25, titled The Courage of Three Madmen, he had anticipated that Jiang Qingning would unleash her fury upon him. However, to his surprise, she merely offered a faint smile and said, "I have a gift for you." Liu Heng felt perplexed. She was astonished that she bore no resentment towards herself. Yet, just moments ago, the look in her own eyes had unmistakably conveyed anger. Could have been a facade? What gift? Upon finishing her sentence, Jiang Qingning extended the small booklet in her hand towards Liu Heng. Upon opening it, Liu Heng was taken aback to find that it was a painting. The artwork depicted the moment Liu Heng had made a last-second shot to tie the game, with Curry nudging him as they celebrated together. "This painting is rather abstract," he remarked. Jiang Qingning nearly fainted from indignation upon hearing his words. Although she was aware that her painting was not particularly exquisite, Liu Heng's bluntness stung. It was important to note that she had dedicated an entire night to its creation. After returning home last night, the image of Liu Heng had lingered in her mind as soon as she closed her eyes. Seizing the moment, she had taken out her phone to view the scene that had inspired her, leading her to whimsically translate it onto the canvas. Little did she expect Liu Heng to critique it right before her eyes. "If you don't want it, just return it to me," she said, reaching out to reclaim it, but Liu Heng became flustered. Liu Heng swiftly withdrew his hand and remarked, "How can one reclaim a gift once given?" Jiang Qingning discerned that despite Liu Heng's sarcastic words, he was genuinely fond of the gesture and somewhat surprised. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but smile with pride, only to be doused with cold water by Liu Heng's next comment. "The items have been delivered. Why are you still here? We do not provide meals." Jiang Qingning, now seething with frustration, gritted her teeth at the thought of her proactive gesture in delivering the painting, only to be dismissed. "If you don't provide meals, can't you at least invite me out to dine?" Liu Heng was somewhat taken aback. His previous remark had merely been a playful jest, yet he was unprepared for Jiang Qingning's response. "I'm afraid that won't be possible today. I must return to prepare for my departure to Toronto." Observing Liu Heng's newfound seriousness, Jiang Qingning too adopted a solemn demeanor. "Very well, I wish you the best of luck. I shall also travel to Toronto to watch your competition." Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, she was acutely aware that she must not distract Liu Heng at this moment. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Thank you for your painting. I shall cherish it dearly. Once we secure the championship, I shall treat you to a meal." Jiang Qingning was taken aback by Liu Heng's words, a wave of warmth enveloping her heart. She then offered him a smile, encouraging, "Do your best." Liu Heng smiled faintly before making his way towards the changing room. Jiang Qingning gazed at his departing figure, feeling a pang of reluctance in her heart. Yet, she found solace in Liu Heng's words, which brought her joy. She had come to realize her affections for him, but remained uncertain whether he reciprocated her feelings. Despite knowing that Liu Heng was unattached and that her own appearance was quite remarkable, she still harbored fears of rejection. Shaking her head, she reminded herself to quell such thoughts, understanding that this was not the moment to disturb Liu Heng. After Liu Heng departed, Jiang Qingning also left the Oracle Arena. Shortly thereafter, the Warriors arrived in Toronto to face the Raptors. The scene of the Warriors boarding their flight was captured and shared across various social media platforms, including those in Huaxia. The Warriors, champions once more, exhibited their signature style, dominating the Raptors in the third quarter. Cheers for the Warriors and encouragement for Liu Heng filled the comment section, reflecting a myriad of opinions. The moniker Warriors 3 Madness arises from their propensity to ignite their performance in the third quarter, often turning the tide of the game during this period, leading to a metaphorical early departure after 3 quarters. Even when the Warriors found themselves trailing by double digits at halftime, fans remained unperturbed, with some asserting that the true excitement of a Warriors game unfolds only in the third quarter. Thus, the team earned the affectionate nickname 3 Madness. Simultaneously, the chairman of the Huaxia Basketball Association, Yao Ming, also flew to Toronto eager to witness Liu Hang's performance firsthand. After the training session, Liu Hang was on his way home when he received a call from the Basketball Association. Liu Hang reaffirmed his commitment to the association, promising that if he secured the championship title, he would represent the national team in this year's World Cup. Initially, the association believed Liu Hang's mention of participating in the World Cup during interviews was merely a ploy for publicity. However, upon receiving his definitive response, they were understandably elated. Nonetheless, the association remained apprehensive, as Liu Hang's emphasis on winning the championship before joining the national team raised concerns about the Warriors' ability to clinch the title. Consequently, Yao Ming decided to attend the game in person, eager to witness Liu Hang's performance while also fearing that the Warriors might not emerge victorious. In the event that the Warriors did not win, Yao Ming intended to have a face-to-face conversation with Liu Hang. On June 16, 2019, at 9:30 p.m. M time, Game 7 of the NBA Finals for the 2018-19 season officially commenced in Toronto, Canada. The Golden State Warriors faced off against the Toronto Raptors, vying for the coveted championship title. The Warriors had just managed to level the series at 3-3 on their home court, thus entering the match with a significantly boosted morale compared to the Raptors, who, having once led the series 3-1, were now affected by the shift in momentum. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Director Zhang and teacher Yu Jiao were already seated at the commentary table, while numerous fans eagerly joined the live stream. Director Zhang remarked that it was already known that Klay Thompson had suffered a torn ACL, thus being ruled out for Game 7. He expressed uncertainty over whether Coach Kerr would start Liu Hang. Teacher Yu suggested it was quite possible, given Liu Hang's performances had already demonstrated his capability for a starting position. Director Zhang noted that the Warriors had won 2 consecutive games, leveling the series at 3-3, and pondered whether they could carry that momentum into Game 7 to secure their first three-peat championship. Teacher Yu emphasized the importance of Curry and Liu Hang's performances, stating that if both played exceptionally well, the Warriors would have a significant chance of victory. Director Zhang expressed hope that Curry could maintain the rhythm he had established in the overtime of Game 6, as that would greatly enhance the Warriors' chances. As the game was about to begin, they prepared to witness the unfolding drama at the Scotiabank Arena, where the Warriors and Raptors were making their final pre-game preparations in the locker rooms. Although Liu Hang possesses the skill sets of 4 elite NBA guards, he still cannot escape a sense of nervousness. Iguodala, perceptive as ever, noticed his unease and inquired, "Hey Liu, what is the matter? Are you feeling anxious?" Liu Hang nodded gently. Hearing this, Curry approached, joining Iguodala and offering comfort to Liu Hang. "Relax," they said. "We have already endured the true battle for survival in Game 6. Now we stand on equal footing with our opponents. What is there to fear?" Indeed, the pressure is now greater on the Raptors. They held a significant lead, and now that we are back on even ground, they must be feeling even more anxious than we are. Liu Hang's tension was not solely attributed to the significance of this crucial match. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that he was set to start alongside Curry, forming a new backcourt duo for the Warriors. He feared that a lackluster performance would provide the media and fans with ample opportunity to criticize him. His concerns were indeed valid, as numerous detractors of the Warriors, along with LeBron supporters, eagerly awaited a potential G7 defeat to unleash their derision and scorn. However, he soon came to a realization. He must demonstrate his worth through his performance, silencing his critics with undeniable prowess. Chapter 26. Starting in the finals, G7 coach Kerr approached Liu Hang and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Do not be anxious. This is the final game of the season. If we win, we become champions. If we lose, we shall return next season." Liu Hang turned to glance at Kerr, noticing Warriors owner Lacob and general manager Myers standing beside him. This clearly indicated the management's earnest regard for the match at hand. Although Kerr spoke with an air of nonchalance, everyone present understood that this game was one they could not afford to lose. Consequently, the burden of responsibility fell upon Curry and Liu Hang, the team's primary scorers, who naturally had to shoulder the weight of leading the team to victory. Lacob approached, placing a reassuring hand on both Curry and Liu Hang's shoulders. "Keep pushing," he encouraged, first looking at Curry and then addressing him directly. "Steven, you're the finest player in this league. Have faith in yourself." Afterward, Lacob turned his gaze to Liu Hang, saying, "Liu, go forth and boldly prove your worth. If we secure the championship, I shall fulfill my promise." "I will," Liu Hang replied. After Liu Hang spoke, Lacob patted him on the shoulder once more. Curry began rallying the players, encouraging them with fervor. Everyone raised their hands high above their heads, then bumped fists together, chanting, "Let's go." Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Following this, they all proceeded towards the players' tunnel, awaiting the entrance ceremony. Curry intended for Liu Hong to be the last to emerge, but Liu Hong declined, as such an honor is typically reserved for the team's leader. Liu Hong had just played an extraordinary game, yet he felt unworthy of the pivotal position. He was well aware that Curry was attempting to alleviate his nerves, but he still declined the offer. Nevertheless, this moment once again exemplified Curry's selflessness and magnanimity. The venue's DJ promptly began to announce the players' entrance. This was the Raptors' home ground, and naturally, the Raptors took to the court first. Raptors fans, let us welcome the starting lineup. Number 33, Marc Gasol. Number 14, Danny Green. The DJ methodically introduced the Raptors starters. As the Raptors star player, Leonard naturally made his entrance last. Next, let us welcome number 2, Kawhi Leonard. The DJ elongated the final note. And at the mention of Leonard's name, the Raptors fans erupted in chants of MVP. Now it was time for the Warriors to be introduced. Coach Zhang commented, "It's the Warriors' turn. I wonder if Liu Hong will start." Yu Jia responded, "He certainly will." There is no reason for Kerr to keep Liu Hong off the starting lineup. The DJ announced the Warriors' starting lineup. Number 5, Kevin Looney. Number 23, Draymond Green. Number 9, Andre Iguodala. Meanwhile, Chinese fans watching the live broadcast were equally excited, eager to see if Liu Hong would indeed be starting, as he was the first player from China to start in an NBA Finals. In the third row of the stands, Jiang Qingming stood up in excitement. She was not there as a journalist, but rather as a personal supporter for Liu Hong and the Warriors. How could Kerr possibly start someone who has played only a few minutes? One spectator mused, "The backcourt will surely still feature Curry and Cook, or perhaps Curry and Livingston. There is no way Liu Hong could be in the lineup." At that moment, the naysayers in the live chat began their usual skepticism, convinced Liu Hong could not possibly start and that his previous performance had merely been a stroke of luck. However, they were soon proven wrong as the DJ loudly proclaimed Liu Hong's name. Next, let us welcome number 15 from Duke University, Liu Hong. He was starting in Game 7 of the Finals. As soon as DJ uttered those words, many fans were swiftly taken aback. Kerr is indeed unpredictable. He has genuinely arranged for Liu Hong to start. Coach Zhang remarked, "This is Liu Hong's first time in the starting lineup, and it is on the grand stage of Game 7 of the Finals." Yu Jia added, "Indeed, this presents a significant pressure for him. We hope he can withstand the strain while delivering an outstanding performance to assist Curry and the Warriors in clinching the championship." At that moment, the live chat was ablaze with excitement. Incredible. The first Chinese player to start in the Finals. Liu Hong is remarkable. The critics had nothing left to say. They could see he was in the starting lineup. The naysayers, who had previously voiced their doubts, fell silent, as they did not anticipate Kerr would choose a player who had only seen a handful of minutes on the court to start. Although they were momentarily quiet, it was certain they would soon resurface if Liu Hong faltered in his performance. Finally, let us welcome number 30 from Davidson College, Stephen Curry. As the DJ exuberantly called out Curry's name, many Warriors fans in the arena began chanting MVP. Curry sprinted out from the players' tunnel, raising one hand skyward in a celebratory gesture. He then exchanged fist bumps with his teammates. Upon reaching Liu Hong, he noticed Liu Hong gazing at the audience, oblivious to his arrival. Subsequently, Curry playfully startled Liu Hong. Liu Hong was startled for a moment, yet he promptly extended his hand to fist bump with Curry. He also noticed Jiang Qingming in the audience, whom he had caught sight of inadvertently. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingming immediately waved at Liu Hong, indicating that she had been paying attention to him all along. Coach Zhang, the opening ceremony has concluded. The match is officially underway. Let us now turn our attention to the game. Yu Jia, the Raptors have made some adjustments to their lineup. Nurse has promoted Van Vliet, who performed admirably in the last game, to the starting position. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Coach Zhang, Van Vliet's defensive skills are slightly superior to Lowry's. It seems Nurse is beginning to take Liu Hong seriously. At the Scotiabank Arena, the referee's whistle signaled the official commencement of the match. The Raptors secured possession first, with Van Vliet bringing the ball past half-court before passing it to Leonard, while he himself began to maneuver for an open shot. Iguodala was tasked with primarily defending Leonard, who was poised to take him on one-on-one. Ideally, Durant would have been the one to match up against Leonard. However, due to his injury, this heavy responsibility fell upon the aging Iguodala. Leonard advanced to the top of the arc, and upon seeing Iguodala closing in, he accelerated to break through. The veteran Iguodala was unable to keep pace with Leonard's swift movements. Liu Hong, prepare to provide assistance, unfortunately arrived a moment too late. In the instant Leonard bypassed Iguodala, he halted abruptly and released the ball with precision. The sound of the ball swishing through the net confirmed the Raptors' opening score, after which the players began to transition back on defense. Liu Hong executed a baseline serve, and upon receiving the ball, Curry commenced his advance with it. Coach Zhang remarked, "It appears that the aging Iguodala is still unable to contain Leonard." Yu Jia concurred, stating, "Indeed, if Draymond Green were to defend Leonard, then Siakam would find himself unchallenged in the paint." Coach Zhang acknowledged, "This poses a significant dilemma. It remains to be seen how Kerr will address it." As Curry crossed the half-court line, Liu Hong began to reposition himself. Leonard continued to guard Curry closely. However, Liu Hong swiftly utilized a screen set by Draymond Green to maneuver to the corner. This created an open opportunity, and Curry promptly dispatched the ball in that direction. Liu Hong received the pass and immediately took a shot, raising his arm and pressing his wrist down. The basketball struck the rim and bounced out, failing to find the net. Liu Hong dejectedly shook his head. It was a golden opportunity to score, yet he failed to seize the moment and missed the shot. Coach Zhang remarked, "Liu Heng's initial attempt did not find its mark." Yu Jia reassured, "No need to panic. This is just the beginning. You must find your rhythm." Chapter 27. Do not embarrass yourself at this moment. The live stream's comment section was rife with ridicule directed at Liu Hong. "Useless. Can't even make a shot from an open position." They jeered. And yet, he boasts about winning the championship and representing the national team. I believe G6 was merely a stroke of luck. Such critics emerge swiftly when a player falters. But what purpose does their vitriol serve? The athletes remain oblivious to their taunts, which merely serve as a means for these individuals to assert their presence. However, some Warriors fans displayed a commendable level of rationality, refraining from retaliating against the critics. A thrilling spectacle was yet to unfold. The Warriors game truly commenced in the third quarter. It was evident that these fans, well-versed in the Warriors' gameplay, understood that the team often gathers momentum in the latter half. Nonetheless, a sense of urgency lingered in their hearts. For this was the decisive Game 7 of the finals, distinct from ordinary playoff or regular season matches. Should the score gap widen, it would undoubtedly affect the players' mindset. Liu Heng's shot missed, and Siakam secured the rebound under protective cover. Leonard and Danny Green immediately sprinted towards the frontcourt. As Curry was retreating on defense, he patted Liu Hong reassuringly, urging him to play boldly, reminding him that the game had only just begun. Hearing Curry's comforting words, Liu Hong felt a sudden warmth in his heart. After nodding in acknowledgement, he began his defensive retreat. The Raptors once again initiated their offense with Leonard at the helm, still guarded by Iguodala, while Liu Hong prepared to provide support. This time, they could not allow Leonard to succeed in a one-on-one situation. Leonard dribbled at the top of the arc, and Van Vliet, utilizing a screen, moved to the corner. Green quickly shifted to assist in defense, leaving Siakam unguarded. Initially, it seemed Leonard intended to pass to Van Vliet for a three-pointer. However, unexpectedly, he delivered the ball to Siakam beneath the basket. Looney attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Siakam caught the pass and executed a thunderous dunk, granting the Raptors another 2 points. Looney swiftly inbound the ball, aiming to launch a fast break. Curry and Liu Hong immediately dashed towards the frontcourt. After receiving the pass, Green sent a long ball to Curry, along with Liu Hong, arrived at the 45-degree angle. Just when it appeared that Curry would take the shot himself, he instead passed the ball to Liu Hong. After receiving the pass, Liu Hong momentarily froze, but he quickly comprehended that Curry intended to assist him in finding his rhythm. Instantly, Liu Hong bent his knees and leaped into action. Liu Hong and Curry gazed at the ball gliding through the air, both hoping for it to find its mark. The audience had already seen Warriors fans raise their hands in celebration. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Liu Heng's open three-point attempt failed to find a basket. Just as Liu Hong contemplated rushing forward to secure the rebound, Leonard had already seized it with swift determination. Liu Hong shook his head in regret once more, while Coach Kerr from the sidelines noticed Liu Heng's unease. After all, the pressure of making his debut as a starter was immense, and missing 2 consecutive open three-point shots could easily affect a player's mentality. Coach Zhang remarked, Liu Heng's second open three-point attempt has also failed, to which Yu Jia responded, he must be overly nervous during his first start. However, consecutive misses from open shots can indeed influence one's mindset. Coach Zhang pondered, I wonder if Kerr will call a timeout to make some adjustments. Yu Jia suggested perhaps he will. At that moment, not only the fans in a live stream, but also the Warriors supporters present began to jeer at Liu Hong. Doubts arose regarding Kerr's decision, as many believed it was rash to start an Eastern player who had only seen a handful of minutes on the court. Leonard dribbled the ball into the front court, with Van Vliet utilizing Gasol's screen to reach the 45-degree angle. Leonard swiftly passed the ball, and Van Vliet caught it, releasing a shot almost immediately. Curry lunged toward him, but was a moment too late. Swish! The ball found the net once more, as the Raptors delivered a 7-0 run against the Warriors. Kerr immediately called a timeout, recognizing the need for adjustments. If this continued, the opportunity for a championship could truly slip away. The priority now was to help Liu Hong recalibrate his mindset. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the Warriors halted the game. Coach Zhang noted, "Kerr has indeed called a timeout." Yu Jia added, "A timeout is necessary. The Raptors have just scored a 7-0 run, and Liu Heng's mentality has been affected." Coach Zhang questioned, "I wonder if Kerr will substitute Liu Heng out." At this moment, the most delighted individuals were undoubtedly the Warriors critics in the live stream. "I told you, Game 6 was purely a stroke of luck. Missing 2 wide-open shots is unacceptable. And yet, he claims he wants to join the national team. Let's hope he doesn't embarrass himself." However, a Warriors fan quickly countered, "It's only been a few minutes. Why the rush?" Soon, Curry and Liu Hong will team up to send the Raptors packing. As the players engaged in the game on the court, the fans in the live stream exchanged their thoughts through comments. It was quite amusing. Nonetheless, some fans who simply wished to watch the game opted to disable the comments, focusing intently on the match itself. As Liu Hong approached the bench, he suddenly noticed a multitude of fans clad in the number 15 jersey. Clearly, there were his admirers. When he glanced towards Jiang Qingning's position, he also beheld Jiang Qingning wearing a Warriors number 15 jersey. Liu Hong was perplexed when he first laid eyes on her. She was not adorned in that attire, but rather wore a simple white t-shirt. Could it be that she had donned it later? Liu Hong did not dwell on it further. Instead, he proceeded directly towards the bench. As Liu Hong approached, Cole swiftly joined him by his side. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Liu, relax and do not overthink. Treat it merely as an ordinary match to play. At this moment, Liu Hong was indeed affected in his mindset. Having missed 2 consecutive open 3-point shots, he began to doubt himself. After Kerr spoke, Iguodala gently squeezed Liu Heng's shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right, take your time. The game has just begun, hasn't it?" Liu Hong nodded, feeling considerably more at ease upon hearing his teammates' words. To his surprise, Curry approached, holding a mobile phone displaying the moment he had made a clutch buzzer-beating shot over Leonard. "Do not fret. In the last game, your succession of 3-pointers kept us alive, and a well-timed fadeaway shot brought the match into overtime. I have faith that you will gradually regain your rhythm, just as I did in the previous game." Liu Hong gazed at his reflection on the phone screen, gently nodding before breaking into a smile. "Rest assured, everyone, I can adjust my mindset. We will undoubtedly secure the championship." Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, the Warriors players collectively exhaled in relief, for they recognized that the confident Liu Hong had returned. Nevertheless, Kerr preferred that Liu Hong take a moment to recalibrate his mindset. "Let Livingston take the court first. Liu Hong, focus on your adjustment." "Understood." Liu Hong did not exhibit any dissatisfaction, despite missing 2 seemingly easy shots. His mindset was evidently affected, and it was indeed necessary for him to recalibrate. With the sound of a whistle, the timeout concluded and the match resumed. Coach Zhang remarked that Kerr substituted Liu Hong for Livingston. Yu Jia commented on Liu Heng's consecutive missed open 3-pointers, suggesting that Kerr likely intended for him to regain his composure. Coach Zhang added that this was, after all, Liu Heng's first start, particularly in such a critical Game 7 of the finals. Yu Jia concurred, noting that nervousness is unavoidable, but timely adjustment is essential. Chapter 28. The experience of Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot. Such tension is indeed difficult to evade. Even the great Yao Ming faced similar predicaments in his early days. In 2002, Yao, selected first overall by the Houston Rockets, officially entered the NBA. During a regular season game, he was famously outmaneuvered by the Suns' Stephon Marbury, eliciting laughter from the Suns bench and the audience alike. However, as everyone knows, Yao's subsequent journey was marked by relentless effort. He not only silenced critics like Barkley, who once claimed Yao would never score 20 points, but also became the first player to block Shaquille O'Neal 3 times in a single game, establishing himself as one of the most dominant centers in NBA history. Observing his teammates on the court, Liu Hong felt a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, he sensed a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Jiang Qingning, who had mysteriously appeared behind the Warriors bench. Liu Hong was equally astonished. He paused momentarily, yet he still took the initiative to greet her, inquiring, "Are you a ghost?" Upon Liu Hang's utterance, Jiang Qingning momentarily found herself taken aback. It must be said that his manner of greeting was rather unique. However, Jiang Qingning felt no irritation. Instead, a sense of joy blossomed within her. "Do not be anxious. The competition has only just commenced. Take your time," Jiang Qingning said earnestly as she gazed at Liu Hong. To this, Liu Hong chuckled. "How did you deduce that I was anxious?" Observing Liu Hang's laughter alleviated the tension in Jiang Qingning's heart. Her attention soon shifted to a small booklet resting on the chair beside Liu Hong, which she instantly recognized as the artwork she had gifted him. She was pleasantly surprised that Liu Hong had brought along with him. Liu Hong also noticed Jiang Qingning's gaze and turned to follow her line of sight. To his astonishment, she had spotted the painting. At that moment, Liu Hong wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself. He hurriedly explained, "I left it in my bag and forgot to take it out." As Liu Hong departed from the Oracle Arena, he indeed took his shoulder bag, which he had left in the locker room, and placed the artwork inside. However, even if he had transported it to Toronto, it could have remained in the locker room. Why bring it to the competition venue? Such an explanation was one that Jiang Qingning naturally found hard to believe, yet she chose not to confront him. Instead, she simply smiled faintly, a smile that utterly captivated Liu Hong. With her inherently sweet visage and a stunning oval face, her beauty was further accentuated by the two dimples that appeared at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. To make the necessary adjustments and perform splendidly on stage, Jiang Qingning remarked, casting Liu Hong a flirtatious glance before turning away. Although she harbored feelings for Liu Hong, she was reluctant to linger in his presence for too long, partly out of fear of being photographed by the media and subsequently sensationalized, and partly because she did not wish to distract Liu Hong. Liu Hong found himself enveloped in confusion, but at present, he lacked the inclination to ponder these matters. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, "The first quarter is nearing its conclusion, yet the Warriors have still failed to seize the opportunity to equalize the score." Yu Jia added, "Livingston's performance during this period has not been particularly impactful. Although he has managed to score, his defensive efforts leave much to be desired." Coach Zhang concurred. "Indeed, we shall see if Kerr decides to reinstate Liu Hong in the second quarter." Yu Jia asserted, "Liu Hong will undoubtedly return to the court. The Warriors currently require a player to alleviate some of the offensive pressure from Curry." At this moment, the comments in the live chat echoed, "Alleviate offensive pressure?" He couldn't even sink 2 open three-pointers. Indeed, he should hasten home to fish instead. The critics continued to fixate on Liu Hang's missed three-point attempts, unaware that they would soon face a rude awakening. Ding! The first quarter concluded with a score of 26-37, the Warriors trailing by 11 points. Kerr hastily began to make adjustments. Just then, a notification resonated in Liu Hang's mind. Ding! System task assigned. Lead the Warriors to equalize the score. Complete the task to receive rewards. Experience of Michael Jordan's fadeaway jumper X1. Experience of James Harden drawing fouls X1. Guaranteed 3-point experience card X1. Experience of Uncle Moo's block X1. Talent potion X5. Upon hearing about the Jordan fadeaway jumper experience card, Liu Hong could hardly contain his excitement. Although Kobe's fadeaway appeared similar to Jordan's, there were subtle distinctions. Jordan had once articulated that defenders were often wary of his movements towards the midline, prompting him to frequently employ a small hop to feign a drive to the midline before abruptly pivoting towards the left baseline at a 45-degree angle. It was imperative to ensure that his toes pointed in the direction of his movement, enhancing his stride and facilitating a swift turn. Due to differences in physical attributes, Kobe adopted a technique that involved opening his legs before gathering the ball. This approach had 2 advantages. First, it allowed for movement in either direction after gathering the ball. And second, it provided a stable stance conducive to incorporating shoulder fakes. Moreover, Kobe did not fully turn before jumping. He would leave an angle, making it challenging for defenders to ascertain his shooting point. However, both he and Jordan executed the ball-raising process behind their bodies, synchronized with their pivot. Jordan elucidated that this technique could thwart lateral defenders from intercepting the ball while also enhancing the speed of the fadeaway. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Liu Hong was once again beset by doubt. His shooting touch was less than optimal this game, and with the Warriors trailing by 11 points, the situation felt precarious. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. It is evident how challenging it is to turn the tide of the score. At this moment, Iguodala spoke up, saying, "Liu, remember what I told you. When your shooting feels off, drive to the basket, and aim for an and one. Indeed, he also has the Dwayne Wade's signature hesitation move at his disposal. Liu Hong suddenly leaped up in excitement, leaving his teammates bewildered by his unexpected action, each wearing a look of confusion as they gazed at him. Liu Hong, belatedly realizing the situation, hurriedly explained, "I have a strategy to turn the tide, but it hinges on your belief in me." Both Kerr and Curry gazed at him intently, while Iguodala and Green looked on with eager anticipation. "What's your plan?" Kerr was the first to inquire. Liu Hong, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I will take the ball and go for a one-on-one play. We are currently struggling to find opportunities from the perimeter, and no one has been able to penetrate the paint for a score." As he observed the incredulous expressions on their faces, Liu Hong continued to elaborate, "Iguodala just enlightened me, which is why I jumped up in excitement." Although Iguodala's assessment was accurate, both Liu Hong and Curry were relatively smaller in stature, making it quite challenging to penetrate the paint, with a significant risk of injury. The prospect of any player getting injured was something the Warriors could ill afford. Nevertheless, Kerr decided to allow Liu Hong to give it a try, as there were no better alternatives available. Moreover, having witnessed Liu Hong's one-on-one prowess, Kerr believed it was worth the attempt. "Let's give it a shot. When Curry brings the ball past half-court, he will pass it to you, Liu Hong. Try a few plays," Kerr instructed. Curry nodded in agreement, and then encouraged Liu Hong, saying, "You can do it. Give it your all." Liu Hong nodded, subsequently removing his coat in preparation to take the court. Coach Zhang remarked, "I have noticed Liu Hong is ready to enter the game." Yu Jia added, "Let us see if Liu Hong can regain his form and assist the Warriors in equalizing the score." Coach Zhang continued, "The camera just captured a glimpse of the grand Yao Ming in the audience." Yu Jia expressed his surprise. "I cannot believe Yao Ming is personally attending the match." Coach Zhang commented, "It appears that the Basketball Association holds Liu Hong in considerable regard." Yu Jia concurred, "Indeed. Let's hope that this year the Chinese men's basketball team achieves commendable results." Chapter 29. When you have time, teach me, will you? Liu Hong had just noticed the towering figure of Yao Ming at the sidelines. However, what truly astonished Liu Hong was the presence of James sitting beside Yao. When the camera panned to Yao Ming moments earlier, James was conspicuously absent. Where then had he suddenly materialized from? Liu Hong had little time to ponder. He decided to approach them and extend his greetings. He was well aware that James was not merely there to spectate, but rather to recruit him. Curry had also noticed James and Yao Ming on the sidelines and soon joined Liu Hong in walking over. Upon reaching Yao Ming and James, Liu Hong took the initiative to greet them, saying, "Idol, it's a pleasure to see you again." Liu Hong extended his hand politely as he spoke, and Yao grasped it in return. "I cannot dare to consider myself an idol. You are the one who can start in the finals, while I have yet to even set foot on the court during the championship." Liu Hong could easily discern that this was a teasing jest. He then continued, "Well, this time I must take a thorough look." Upon Liu Hong's utterance, a hearty laughter erupted from Yao Ming. If one were to pinpoint the most regrettable moment in Yao's illustrious career, it would undoubtedly be the 2008 to 2009 season. That year, the Yao McGrady duo had the most promising opportunity to clinch the championship. Tragically, injury plagued them. McGrady was beset by ailments early in the season, ultimately sidelining him. Subsequently, Yao sustained a knee injury during the playoffs' second round against the Lakers, extinguishing the Rockets' hopes of glory. After sharing this somber reflection, Liu Hong greeted LeBron, exclaiming, "Hey LeBron." As they exchanged high fives and shoulder bumps, LeBron gently patted Liu Hong on the shoulder, encouraging, "Keep pushing. I believe you will seize the championship." Liu Hong responded with gratitude, "Thank you." Curry, ever perceptive, understood the reasons behind Yao and LeBron's presence. Liu Hong's decision to join the national team was his own, a mission he embraced. However, Curry felt compelled to intervene regarding LeBron's recruitment of Liu Hong. Liu Hong will not be joining the Lakers. But if you wish to play alongside him, perhaps you might consider joining us," he suggested, both men sharing a knowing smile. "I know Liu Hong would decline our offer. Yet your proposal is intriguing. I shall contemplate it upon my return," LeBron acknowledged. Curry recognized this as a jest from LeBron. If the duo truly united, would any other team in the league find merit in continuing? They might as well present the championship trophy to the Warriors outright. After exchanging a few more lighthearted words, Liu Hong and Curry made their way to the opposite side of the court. With a sharp whistle, the timeout concluded and the second quarter commenced. At this juncture, the Raptors maintained a double-digit lead. Following the break, the Warriors retained possession of the ball, with Curry set to inbound from the baseline. Liu Hong advances with the ball. Yet what perplexes one is, after halftime, Liu Hong still did not pass the ball, seemingly intent on taking on his opponent one-on-one. Typically, the Warriors' strategy involves bringing the ball past half-court and handing it over to Draymond Green at the top of the arc, allowing the shooters to begin their movements while Green orchestrates the play. However, Liu Hong opted to retain possession and advance to the left side at a 45-degree angle. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, "Is Liu Hong planning to take on a solo play?" Yu Jia added, "Kerr has once again assigned Liu Hong a one-on-one tactic. It remains to be seen if he can seize this opportunity to help the Warriors close the gap." Coach Zhang noted, despite Liu Hong missing 2 open three-point attempts in the first quarter, Kerr still places his trust in him. Yu Jia observed, "This indicates that Liu Hong has earned the Warriors' confidence." Coach Zhang acknowledged, though Kerr's arrangement may seem illogical, it becomes reasonable if it proves effective. Liu Hong, with the ball held at a 45-degree angle, faced off against Lowry, who had been assigned to defend him. Originally, Nurse believed that Liu Hong would struggle to make an open three-pointer and thought that his explosive performance in Game 6 might merely be a fleeting moment. Thus, when he observed Kerr substituting Liu Hong into the game during the second quarter, he opted to deploy Lowry for defense, hoping to widen the score gap. Although Lowry's defensive skills were lacking, his offensive prowess remained commendable. Nurse's reasoning was sound. However, he was unaware that Liu Hong was bolstered by a systematic advantage. Liu Hong initiated with a simple dribble to probe and then accelerated past Lowry. Seeing this, Marc Gasol promptly positioned himself defensively, anticipating Liu Hong's approach to draw an offensive foul. On an NBA court, there exists a semicircle with a 4-foot radius known as the restricted area. Within this zone, any contact between a defensive and an offensive player is likely to be ruled a defensive foul. Conversely, if the defensive player is positioned outside this arc and contact occurs, it may be deemed an offensive foul. It was apparent that Gasol had stationed himself beyond the arc, ready for Liu Hong to charge into him. Liu Hong is certainly no fool. He silently recited in his mind that he had activated the Wade's Eurostep experience card, which was limited to 1 minute. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr was frozen in disbelief, convinced that Liu Hong would indeed collide with his opponent. Not only Kerr, but even Curry shouted no. Coach Zhang remarked that Pau Gasol had already positioned himself outside the restricted area, questioning whether Liu Hong would genuinely make such a reckless move. Yu Jia interjected, "Impossible. Liu Hong cannot be ignorant of this rule." At that moment, the live chat was filled with comments like, "What an idiot. P.S. charging forward when the other player is already outside the restricted area." Even the Warriors fans couldn't help but ridicule. Seriously? Kerr let someone who doesn't even understand the rules play. They lamented the loss of hope after Durant and Clay were injured, feeling their earlier excitement was in vain. Just as despair washed over all the fans, including the Warriors coaching staff, Liu Hong, who seemed poised to crash into Pau Gasol, suddenly executed a Eurostep to evade him. He then leapt and delivered a stunning two-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Both Raptors and Warriors fans were left in disbelief, clutching their heads in shock. Even Coach Kerr on the sidelines wore an expression of utter amazement. This was no ordinary Eurostep. It was Wade's signature move. LeBron James, a former teammate of Wade, quickly recognized the maneuver and leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, he can do Wade's Eurostep. This is unbelievable." Beside him, Yao Ming stood with arms crossed, maintaining a facade of calm, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his excitement. "Speak up, Heisey," someone shouted. "Wade's lightning Eurostep. What else can you say? Liu Hong is incredible." Coach Zhang remarked, "Unbelievable. Liu Hong can actually execute Wade's Eurostep." Yu Jia added, "Indeed, it's as if Wade himself is on the court." Coach Zhang mused, "I can only wonder what other surprises he has in store." It seems Kerr's decision was quite astute. At that moment, no one was more exhilarated than Curry, who was equally amazed that Liu Hong could perform Wade's Eurostep. The Warriors bench erupted in wild celebration, while Liu Hong's display of the Eurostep left Raptors star Leonard utterly stunned. Leonard thought to himself, "How do you play against this? He can shoot threes, defend, organize plays, break through defenses, and even dunk." Unable to contain his excitement, Curry rushed forward and embraced Liu Hong, saying, "Hey Liu, where did you learn that move? Teach me sometime." At this moment, Liu Hong found himself quite bewildered, as it was his first time utilizing this experience card. Nonetheless, Wade's elusive steps proved to be remarkably effective, enabling swift breakthroughs. At that moment, Liu Hong was struck by a thought. After all, he still possessed ample talent potions. If he found himself unable to sink a three-pointer in a while, he would opt for a permanent skill package of Wade's elusive step. Chapter 30. How many times should we practice? Once we secure victory in the match, I shall seize the opportunity to teach you, and in return, you can impart your long-range, three-point shooting skills to me. Seeing Liu Hong so readily acquiesce, Curry agreed and playfully began to tease Liu Hong, saying, "Haven't you already mastered my long-range three-pointer?" Liu Hong, slow to realize, became aware that Curry was jesting at his expense, as he had just attempted a remarkably distant three-pointer, exceeding the arc by more than a step, yet failed to score. Upon hearing this, Curry exchanged a knowing smile with Liu Hong, then continued, "By the way, don't forget about Iverson's crossover. Teach me that as well." This statement left Liu Hong somewhat perplexed, as he was currently equipped with a trial card and lacked a permanent skill package. Nevertheless, he did not decline, responding, "No problem." Following this, Curry playfully patted Liu Hong on the back, and they both commenced their defensive retreat. Meanwhile, Marc Gasol had already initiated a baseline inbounds pass, with Lowry advancing the ball. At this moment, Liu Heng's mind conceived a bold idea. He intended to guard Leonard himself, hoping to widen the score gap in a decisive manner. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lowry had already brought the ball past half-court. Upon crossing the halfway line, Lowry still passed the ball to Leonard, allowing him to continue his one-on-one against Iguodala. Meanwhile, Lowry and Danny Green began to maneuver, seeking opportunities for an open shot. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded at the moment when Iguodala stepped forward, arms outstretched. Liu Hong leaned in gently and said to Iguodala, "Allow me to guard him." "Trust me." Iguodala initially furrowed his brow slightly, but then smiled and replied, "Of course we trust you. You should have taken on this defensive role long ago." Liu Hong smiled at Iguodala, then turned to face Leonard, extending his arms. "It's been a long time, my elder." Leonard, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head. Although Liu Heng's strength was inferior to his own, his speed in stealing the ball was remarkable. Little did Leonard know that, with the assistance of the system, Liu Hong had significantly enhanced his strength, transforming him into an entirely different player. As Leonard attempted to back down Liu Hong, he was perplexed to find that he could not budge him. In Game 6, a mere nudge from Leonard would have sent Liu Hong retreating. Yet, in just 2 short days, Liu Heng's power had become astonishingly formidable. Leonard was unaware that Liu Hong had relied on the system. He could hardly believe such a transformation could occur within such a brief span. His initial reaction was to conclude that Liu Hong had concealed his true strength during Game 6, and now he was exerting himself fully. The recent display of Wade's hesitation dribble further indicated that Liu Hong was indeed hiding his capabilities. During the moment when the Warriors' offense stagnated in Game 6, he showcased Iverson's crossover to keep the score close. Now, as the Warriors' offense faltered once more, he employed Wade's hesitation dribble, revealing unmistakable signs of intentional restraint in his performance. Liu Hong was taken aback by the multitude of thoughts swirling in Leonard's mind. Had he been aware, he surely would have chuckled, for he was merely utilizing experience cards. As Leonard struggled to shake off Liu Heng's defense, he sought to pass the ball to Siakam. With swift reflexes, Liu Hong intercepted Leonard's pass, which was subsequently retrieved by Draymond Green. Leonard was equally astonished that Liu Hong had managed to disrupt his pass. Coach Zhang remarked on Liu Heng's remarkable steal from Leonard, while Yu Jia expressed disbelief at the audacity of Liu Heng's actions. The Warriors fans transformed into fervent supporters of Liu Hong, while the critics vanished without a trace. Naturally, when one performs admirably, there is little room for reproach. However, should one falter, the detractors would eagerly emerge to unleash their scorn. At that moment, both Curry and Liu Hong sprinted towards the front court, right as Draymond Green collected the ball. Liu Heng's speed slightly outpaced that of Curry. Draymond Green initially intended to pass the ball to Curry, but upon observing Liu Hong sprinting to the right corner at a 45-degree angle, Curry promptly redirected the pass. Despite Liu Heng's less-than-optimal shooting touch, Curry maintained his faith in him. After receiving the pass, Liu Hong hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to take the shot. Soon, his instincts urged him to release the ball. He had already redeemed Curry's three-point skill set and intended to utilize it. How could Curry have passed the ball to that young player from the East? It's infuriating. He couldn't even make an open three-pointer. Why should they still have faith in him? In such a crucial moment, Curry should have taken the initiative rather than passing to that Eastern player. Many Warriors fans in the stands expressed their dissatisfaction with Curry's decision, especially considering their team was trailing, and every possession was of utmost importance. Yet, Curry chose to entrust the opportunity to Liu Hong, the very player who had missed 2 wide-open three-point attempts. Coach Zhang remarked that Curry still believed in Liu Hong, allowing him another open opportunity. Commentator Huaxia added that Curry wished to help Liu Hong regain his shooting touch. Without it, the Warriors would struggle to secure a victory in this decisive Game 7. Coach Zhang responded affirmatively, expressing hope that Liu Hong's shooting would indeed improve. Just as everyone began to question whether Curry's decision to pass to Liu Hong was a miscalculation, Liu Hong has already released this three-pointer, and behind him, Danny Green was just a beat too late. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr was equally astonished. Liu Hong's movements mirrored those of Curry flawlessly. It simply must go in. Jiang Qingming, seated at the edge of the court, was silently praying that this shot would not miss under any circumstances. How could it resemble a shot by Curry when the ball is clearly in Liu Hong's hands? What kind of vision do you have? That is undeniably Liu Hong's shot. Oh my goodness, his form is indeed identical to Curry's. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. This is utterly astonishing, as if it were Curry himself taking the shot. The execution is strikingly identical. The spectators along the sidelines were profoundly captivated by this remarkable scene. Liu Hong's shooting posture astonishingly mirrored that of Curry, leaving even Curry momentarily taken aback. However, he soon began to celebrate prematurely. Even before the ball had passed through the net, Curry and the Warriors bench had already commenced their early jubilation. Curry, alongside the substitutes, raised their arms high, forming an OK gesture. In the backcourt, Draymond Green also lifted his hands, and everyone was convinced Liu Hong would undoubtedly score, with a delightful swish echoing through the arena. The ball indeed found its mark, narrowing the score to 31-37, reducing the deficit to 6 points. In a mere 30 seconds, Liu Hong netted 5 points, including a steal. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "This is unreasonable. Liu Hong's movements are indistinguishable from Curry's." Huaxia responded, "Indeed, no matter how much one imitates, it's impossible to achieve such exactness." Coach Zhang remarked, "I truly wonder how many more surprises Liu Hong has in store for us." Huaxia added, "First, it was Wade's hesitation dribble, and now he mimics Curry's shooting technique perfectly." Coach Zhang continued, "Not to mention the G6 Allen Iverson crossover. This is simply incredible. To possess so many elite NBA guard skills simultaneously is a daunting prospect. The Iverson crossover, Wade's hesitation dribble, Curry's three-pointer, each skill alone could easily earn him an MVP award. Yet Liu Hong possesses them all. In the near future, he is destined to dominate the NBA. Hey Liu, have you stealthily acquired my skill set and executed it so flawlessly?" While Liu Hong was still in celebration, Curry approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. Liu Hong, momentarily at a loss for words, could only fabricate a casual response. "In the past, while training at the gym, I often observed you practicing your shots. After a few sessions of diligent practice, it all comes together." A few sessions? Curry was once again taken aback by Liu Hong's words. Chapter 31 Senior. Do you still recall the joke I shared with you? It is noteworthy that during his middle school years, Curry had already exhibited remarkable talent in shooting. However, his shooting form was significantly flawed, characterized by a motion that propelled the ball upward from his waist. This was largely due to his slight physique, lacking the requisite strength for a proper shot. Curry's father, Del Curry, frequently inquired whether his son truly wished to pursue a career in basketball. After receiving a resolute affirmation from Curry, Del devised a meticulous training regimen for him. That summer, Curry dedicated himself to shooting thousands of baskets in the confines of his home yard each day. Gradually, the point of power in his shot transitioned from his shoulders to above his head. Having just altered his shooting technique, Curry endured an extensive adjustment period, often faltering due to the remnants of his past muscle memory. During these moments, his father, Del, would repeatedly console him and draw upon his own career experiences to inspire Curry. Thus, step by step, Curry evolved into the most formidable shooter in the NBA. Curry's shooting technique, honed through countless hours of practice since childhood, was now being dismissed by Liu Hong as merely requiring a few attempts. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Curry would never have believed such a claim. Yet, it was not only him. All fans had observed the truth of it firsthand. Liu Hong's shooting posture was astonishingly identical to that of Curry's, showcasing a plethora of unique techniques reminiscent of many NBA superguards, prompting Curry to reassess this fledgling talent from the East. He truly is a prodigy. Meanwhile, Leonard had come to a definitive conclusion. Liu Hong was concealing his prowess. That recent shot, were it not for the player's jersey numbers, might have rendered it difficult to discern who was Curry. He never anticipated that Liu Hong could not only execute Iverson's crossover and Wade's hesitation dribble, but also adopt a shooting form for three-pointers strikingly similar to Curry's. It was hard to fathom how they would triumph in Game 7. Although they currently led by 6 points, the second quarter had only just begun. As Leonard pondered, Danny Green approached the baseline to inbound the ball. Leonard sprinted forward to receive it and began to advance with the ball. Iguodala also patted Liu Hong on the shoulder as he fell back into defense. "That's incredible. What did you learn to shoot like Curry?" Liu Hong merely smiled. For this situation was difficult to articulate. The more one explained, the more convoluted it became. He certainly could not disclose that he possessed a system. Instead, he thought to himself, "I shall take on the task of guarding Leonard." Liu Hong gestured towards Iguodala, who, understanding the implication, nodded in acknowledgement. Liu Hong has just executed a steal against Leonard, leaving no room for doubt about his capabilities. As Leonard approached the arc with the ball, Liu Hong immediately confronted him. "Senior, do you recall the joke I shared with you?" Leonard paused momentarily, responding, "You are quite cunning. I shall not be swayed by your frivolities again." The entire Raptors team had witnessed Liu Hong's post-game interview, gathering in the locker room after practice to watch it together. Laughter erupted as everyone struggled to contain themselves. Danny Green playfully teased Leonard, "It appears you are not incapable of laughter. Rather, you require us to entertain you with jokes like a child." This remark sent the Raptors into another fit of laughter. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Coach Zhang remarked, "In this play, it is once again Liu Hong defending against Leonard." Commentator Yu Jia added, "Indeed, Liu Hong may lack the height and physique, yet his defensive prowess is unparalleled." Coach Zhang continued, "Let us observe how Leonard chooses to respond. Will he pass or attempt to score on his own?" The live chat was abuzz with discussions about Liu Hong's recent three-pointer, questioning whether it was Curry or Liu Hong who had taken a shot. Sporting jersey number 15, it was indeed Liu Hong. Yet his shooting form mirrored that of Curry's flawlessly. Fans were incredulous, pondering how the Raptors could possibly compete with two Kawhis on the court. They found it hard to believe that Liu Hong's three-pointer was genuinely his own, as it was strikingly similar to Curry's form. While everyone recognized Kobe's homage to Jordan's fadeaway jumper, subtle differences remained between the two. However, Liu Hong's recent three-pointer was astonishingly identical to Curry's shooting style, leaving everyone in disbelief at the level of mimicry achieved. At the Scotiabank Arena in Canada, Leonard opted not to pass, but to take on Liu Hong one-on-one. He attempted to push Liu Hong back to create a sliver of shooting space. To his surprise, when he nudged Liu Hong lightly, Liu Hong actually stepped back slightly. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength without budging Liu Hong. Yet now, a gentle push had caused Liu Hong to retreat. Confused, Leonard speculated that Liu Hong was being deliberate in his actions, but quickly dismissed the thought. After creating space, he immediately executed a step-back jumper. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Hong immediately lunged forward. It turned out that Liu Hong had just retreated to create space for Leonard to shoot. As Leonard prepared to take a shot, Liu Hong surged toward him. Realizing Liu Hong's intentions, Leonard understood that the previous retreat had been deliberate. Nevertheless, he elevated the arc of his shot and forced it off. Unfortunately for him, Liu Hong managed to make contact with the ball. The basketball glided through the air with a splendid arc before beginning its gradual descent. Upon seeing this, Looney swiftly caught the basketball. To everyone's astonishment, Leonard had actually airballed his shot. This was utterly unbelievable. Did Liu Hong's defense truly affect Leonard's shot? The Raptors fans in the arena were left in disbelief at Leonard's airball, astonished that Liu Hong had interfered with Leonard's attempt. Yet, it was evident that Leonard had ample space to execute a shot. How could it still be disrupted? On the sidelines, Nurse angrily slammed the tactical board to the ground, unable to fathom that Leonard had airballed. The board seemed to think, "Could you not smash something else? Why must it always be me?" Nurse was eager to call a timeout, but with the Warriors now in possession, he had no authority to do so. The NBA stipulates that each team is allowed a maximum of 7 timeouts during regular play, and only when the ball is dead or controlled by a teammate can players and coaches request a timeout. Conversely, if the ball is controlled by an opposing player, only that player's team can call a timeout. Calling a timeout while the ball is not in a teammate's control would result in a technical foul. As the head coach, Nurse was well aware of these regulations, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and let the players finish this possession. After securing the ball, Looney observed that the Raptors players were rapidly getting back on defense. Frustrated, Leonard shook his head, as this was already a form of emotional release for him. Due to the swift defensive transition of the Raptors, Looney opted not to make a long pass. instead handing the ball to Curry, who gradually advanced with it. Zhang commented, Liu Heng's defense on that play was exquisite. Let us see if the Warriors can seize this opportunity to narrow the deficit to within 5 points. Yu Jia added, this offensive play might still be directed towards Liu Heng, as he seems to be regaining his rhythm. As anticipated by Yu Jia, once Curry crossed half-court, he promptly passed the ball to Liu Heng. Yu Jia remarked, Curry indeed passed to Liu Heng, as if rewarding him for those 2 splendid defensive plays. Zhang then said, let us see if Liu Heng can score, whether it be a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer. Liu Heng initially contemplated taking a jump shot from beyond the arc. However, given that the Warriors were trailing, he could not afford to be reckless. Thus, he opted for a drive in pursuit of 2 points. At that moment, Leonard also extended his hand towards Liu Heng. Chapter 32. Has the spirit of the basketball god possessed him? Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Was it not Lowry who was meant to defend against him? How had it transitioned to Leonard? It turned out that during their defensive transition, Leonard had proactively suggested to Lowry that he take on the task of guarding Liu Heng. Senior, I reiterate, you cannot contain me. Faced with Leonard, the league's premier defender, Liu Heng once again audaciously issued a challenge. Liu Heng did not anticipate that, this time, Leonard would astonishingly respond to him. I am aware that you have deliberately concealed your true abilities. This is the final match. Let's witness your prowess. Liu Heng furrowed his brows in confusion. He had not anticipated that Leonard would suspect him of concealing his true abilities. However, upon reflection, such a notion seemed quite reasonable. A previously unremarkable player suddenly exhibiting such formidable strength and an array of offensive techniques would naturally lead one to assume that he was indeed holding back his true potential. Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, he merely smiled faintly and then replied to Leonard, Are you certain? Leonard nodded earnestly. Initially, he had no intention of employing Irving's dribbling package. However, witnessing Leonard's serious affirmation, he resolved to reveal his intentions. He decided to first utilize Irving's dribbling to penetrate the defense, followed by executing Wade's signature Euro step to secure the score. After all, the opportunity to experience Wade's Euro step was fleeting, and he wished not to squander it. Liu Heng, with the ball in hand, approached the arc beyond the 3-point line. He began with a few simple dribbles between his legs and behind his back, then accelerated to breach the right lane, with Leonard immediately in pursuit. Liu Heng swiftly executed a sudden stop followed by a deft maneuver to break through on the left flank. Leonard was momentarily deceived by this abrupt halt and found himself entirely unable to keep pace. Liu Heng once again faced off against Pau Gasol, employing the mesmerizing Wade's zigzag dribble before executing a graceful layup. Behind him, Leonard stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. He had intentionally provoked Liu Heng, convinced that the latter had exhausted his repertoire of hidden skills. Yet, to his astonishment, Liu Heng left him utterly dumbfounded once more. The seamless changes in direction and ball-handling techniques were all too familiar. They were reminiscent of Kyrie Irving during Irving's tenure with the Cleveland Cavaliers alongside LeBron James. The ESPN expert panel visited Cleveland to scientifically analyze the reasons behind Irving's extraordinary speed and agility in dribbling. The experts outfitted Irving with a wireless tracker, after which he showcased his dribbling prowess. Following a series of intricate maneuvers, data retrieved from the tracker revealed that Irving could accelerate to 19 kilometers per hour within just 2 strides. When breaking through for a layup from beyond the 3-point line, he required a mere 1.5 seconds. This not only surpassed the speed of the average NBA guard by a staggering 15 seconds, but also eclipsed the renowned speedster Jeremy Lin by 0.25 seconds, underscoring the extraordinary nature of Irving's velocity. After Liu Heng's remarkable shot, the point difference narrowed to 4, and the cries of MVP resonated throughout the bank of Nova Scotia Arena, clearly emanating from the Warriors fans. Witnessing Liu Heng's dazzling dribbling, James was swiftly reminded of his former teammate, Kyrie Irving. This experience once again reshaped James's perception of Liu Heng, solidifying his determination to recruit him at any cost. James immediately turned to the nearby Yao Ming, exclaiming with excitement, Yao, this is incredible. He can even execute Kyrie's exquisite ball handling. The resemblance is uncanny. Although Yao had never played alongside Irving, he had gleaned some insights through social media and found it astonishing. He thought to himself that had Liu Heng participated in the national team last year, the Chinese men's basketball team might have achieved commendable results in international competitions. Yet, only Liu Heng was aware that such prowess was a product of his system's assistance. Without it, he would not possess such an array of elite guard skills. As expected, Nurse called a timeout. The Warriors had transformed an 11-point deficit into a mere 4-point lag in just over a minute, with all points attributed to Liu Hong. He also contributed defensively, executing 2 flawless stops against Leonard, prompting the Warriors fans to chant MVP repeatedly. Although this was the Raptors' home court, it was the Warriors supporters who exuded overwhelming enthusiasm. Recognizing the need for intervention, Nurse promptly halted the game. In a live broadcast, Coach Zhang remarked, "It's simply astonishing. Liu Hong has once again displayed Wade's elusive moves." Yu Jia added, "And that dazzling dribbling with continuous direction changes, it resembles Irving's so closely." Coach Zhang responded, "Indeed. How much more does he have up his sleeve?" Yu Jia quipped, "You might as well ask him yourself." The live chat erupted with excitement. Amazing. Another display of Wade's elusive moves and Irving's ball handling. What an extraordinary talent. How could anyone master this after only 2.5 years? One could not mention 2.5 years without recalling a certain individual who played in overalls, prompting laughter. Currently, the happiest individuals were undoubtedly the Warriors fans, while the Raptors supporters fell silent following Liu Heng's impressive performance. James's fans found little reason to criticize Curry and Liu Hong, especially since James had publicly sought to recruit Liu Hong. However, they still harbored hopes for a Raptors victory, not wishing for Curry to claim his 4th championship before James. In reality, Curry did indeed secure his 4th title after James. Yet, in this parallel universe, Liu Hong, the time traveler, altered the narrative. For years, the two sons of Akron had battled, their vast fan bases engaged in banter. But what was the necessity of such rivalry? Both Curry and James had aged, and opportunities to witness their gameplay were dwindling. This chapter is far from over. Please click the next page to continue reading. As long as one can enjoy a few healthy years of playing basketball, the significance of winning championships pales in comparison. What purpose does it serve to hurl insults back and forth? In the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena, following a timeout, Curry and all the players on the Warriors bench rushed over to embrace Liu Hong in celebration. Kyrie's silky ball handling combined with Wade's elusive footwork left everyone in awe. Yet, it was a reality that unfolded before our eyes. Curry was the first to disrupt the collective joy, exclaiming, "Liu, what else are you hiding? You must share it with us." Liu Hong found himself somewhat at a loss. Wade's elusive footwork had concluded, leaving him with but a few skills at his disposal. Irving's dribbling, Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper, and Stockton's knack for stealing the ball. Alas, the fadeaway jumper, as you are undoubtedly aware, is no longer accessible to him. It is truly astonishing that he possesses such an array of elite NBA techniques. Curry shook his head slowly once more, and Liu Hong was indeed not fabricating. He had very few skills remaining, save for McGrady's pull-up shot, which he had yet to deploy. The Warriors were already well aware of Kobe's fadeaway during their training sessions, yet the Raptors remained oblivious. Thus, Liu Hong spoke in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard by Raptors players or fans, ever cautious and prepared. "Hey Liu, it seems I was right to have you go one-on-one," Kerr approached, patting Liu Hong on the shoulder. "However, we still trail by 4 points, so we cannot afford to relax." This statement was not merely directed at Liu Hong, but also intended for all the Warriors players, serving as a reminder that they should not become overly elated, for they had yet to secure the championship and were still on the losing end. Naturally, Curry and the others were astute enough to discern the underlying message in Kerr's words. Liu Hong smiled and then remarked, "I understand, but 4 points are quite manageable. It won't be long before we catch up." Upon Liu Heng's conclusion, everyone gazed at him with expressions of utter disbelief. Liu Hong noticed the way everyone was gazing at him and continued, "Had it not been for Nash calling a timeout just now, I could have executed another steal." Upon hearing this, all the Warriors players erupted in laughter. Their amusement did not stem from doubting Liu Heng's prowess, but rather from their delight in his newfound confidence and improved mindset. Chapter 33. A subtle movement, 4 points secured at that moment. Kerr spoke up once more. "Liu, you have been concealing too many tricks up your sleeve." Following this, Kerr exchanged glances with Curry and Draymond Green. "Let us proceed with the same strategy as before. Curry and Liu Hong will maneuver, and if an appropriate opportunity does not arise, the ball should be passed to Liu Hong for a one-on-one play. We must not allow the score to widen any further." Liu Hong was equally astonished. Was he to assume the role of Durant? Curry nodded slightly and then inquired, "Shall we continue to have Liu Hong guard Leonard?" Kerr, resting his chin on his hand, found himself at a loss. For Liu Hong was the Warriors' foremost scorer apart from Curry himself. If he expended too much energy on the defensive end, it would inevitably affect his offensive performance. G6's Curry exemplified this predicament. The Raptors had targeted him, depleting his stamina and causing him to lose his shooting touch, resulting in a diminished scoring ability. Yet, should Liu Hong be relieved of guarding Leonard, there would be no one capable of containing him. The aging Iguodala could not keep pace with Leonard's agility, and if Draymond Green were assigned to guard him, Siakam would remain unchallenged in the paint. It was indeed a formidable decision. Ultimately, Kerr swiftly resolved the matter as the timeout was drawing to a close. Right or wrong, he had to act decisively. He resolved to have Liu Hong continue defending Leonard. Liu, maintain your defense on Leonard and seize the opportunity to surpass their score. Once we take the lead, we will substitute Iguodala to guard Leonard. Liu Hong nodded in agreement, and the entire Warriors team shared this sentiment. After all, Liu Hong's defense against Leonard had proven remarkably effective, an undeniable fact. Kerr did not allow Liu Hong to guard Leonard continuously. Rather, he switched defensive assignments once the score had turned in their favor. Meanwhile, on the Raptors bench, Nurse was devising tactical strategies. It will still be Lowry going up. We need to outscore them and widen the gap, he instructed. Everyone understood that the Warriors possessed one of the league's most formidable scoring abilities, making it exceedingly challenging to compete with them offensively. Leonard shook his head, opting for silence except to assert, I will still guard Liu Hong. Nurse nodded in acknowledgement, having begun to recognize the prowess of this young Eastern player, especially given that this was Game 7. He could not afford to be careless. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, I wonder whom Nurse will assign to defend Liu Hong. Yu Jia responded, I suspect it will still be Leonard. Currently, no one can contain Liu Hong, and only Leonard poses a threat to him. Coach Zhang countered, but Liu Hong has already scored on Leonard twice. Yu Jia reiterated, that's precisely why I said only Leonard can threaten him. Coach Zhang remained silent. Yu Jia continued, as the timeout concludes, let us return to the game. With the referee's whistle, the timeout ended, and the match resumed. The Raptors gained possession. Lowry initiated an inbound play, and Leonard brought the ball up the court. Once they crossed mid-court, Lowry began to maneuver for an opportunity. Leonard, holding the ball at the arc, assessed the situation and, seeing no openings, swiftly passed it to Siakam on the wing. Siakam attempted to isolate Draymond Green, while Lowry simultaneously utilized Gasol's screen to position himself in the corner. Upon seeing this, Siakam quickly delivered the ball to Lowry, who took a shot as Curry lunged to contest it, but it was unlikely to succeed. The crowd of Warriors fans erupted, anticipating the outcome. The basketball predictably ricocheted off the rim, yet Green and Looney were too late to seize the rebound. Protect the boards, Coach Kerr shouted from the sidelines. Just as he grew anxious, a shadow leaped into the air. After setting the screen for Lowry, Gasol rushed to the basket to secure the rebound. Just when everyone expected the Raptors to claim the board, Liu Hong sprang ahead, snatching the rebound right over Gasol's head. Incredible, exclaimed the onlookers. The point guard just out-jumped the center for that rebound. His leaping ability is extraordinary. Indeed, it was a moment of sheer astonishment for all the fans, who marveled at his unparalleled athleticism. Liu Hong appeared to merely leap lightly, yet his head was already parallel to the backboard. On the sidelines, the towering Yao Ming nodded in satisfaction, indicating that this iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team holds promise. While the prospect of winning gold is daunting, a bronze medal seems attainable. Coach Zhang exclaimed, it's simply astounding. Liu Hong managed to snatch the rebound over the 1-meter tall Marc Gasol. Yu Jia remarked, it seems the Warriors have a significant chance of victory today. Coach Zhang concurred. Indeed, Liu Hong has evidently concealed much of his prowess. It appears he will unleash it all today. Yu Jia added, let's see if the Warriors can narrow the deficit to a single point with this offensive play. At that moment, the live chat buzzed with comments. Liu Hong is incredible. He can dunk over Gasol at such height. Ha! Indeed, a point guard grabbing a rebound over center. Warriors for the championship. Despite Liu Hong's remarkable performance winning over many fans, there remained a considerable number of skeptics. Gasol hardly jumps that high. It was merely luck to snatch a rebound, yet they blow it out of proportion, they remarked. Yes, he cannot escape the fate of elimination. I maintain my stance. Without Durant, Curry only has one championship. Support for the previous comment poured in. Some fans are like that. Regardless of the dazzling performances one delivers, they remain unyielding in their disdain. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. However, at times, the insults and mockery serve as motivation for the players to persevere. In the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena, After Liu Hong secured the rebound, he took it upon himself to advance the ball, with Leonard swiftly trailing behind. Initially, Liu Hong had intended to attempt a three-pointer, but he was taken aback by the Raptors' rapid defensive response. Consequently, he found himself dribbling near the 45-degree angle, awaiting his teammates to execute a strategy. Upon noticing Iguodala approaching, Liu Hong promptly passed the ball to him and then began to reposition himself in search of an opportunity. However, the Raptors' defense remained formidable, leaving Liu Hong with little choice but to resort to an isolation play once again. After Liu Hong concluded his statement, Iguodala passed the ball to him. Leonard immediately approached, and Liu Hong, holding the ball at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, assessed the situation. Realizing there was no opportunity, he executed a dribble beneath his legs, creating the illusion of a leftward drive. Subsequently, he performed a behind-the-back dribble, simultaneously shifting laterally, swiftly creating some space between himself and Leonard. Seizing the moment, Liu Hong immediately took a three-point shot, bending his knees as he leapt, pushing with his arms and maintaining control. Leonard, noticing this, lunged towards him. But he was a beat too late, his hand colliding with Liu Hong's arm. A sharp whistle from the referee echoed, signaling a foul for hitting the arm. What a remarkable play, resulting in Leonard's foul. Three-point play. Three-point play. It simply must go in. The Warriors fans in attendance fervently hoped for the ball to find its mark. This sequence culminated in a three-point play that tied the score. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the soaring basketball. Swish! The familiar sound of the net confirmed the ball had cleanly entered. Meanwhile, Liu Hong had already been knocked to the ground by Leonard upon releasing the shot. Curry, Green, and all the Warriors players raised their arms in celebration, executing the iconic OK gesture the moment Liu Hong took a shot. Liu Hong lay on the ground, and upon witnessing the ball enter the hoop, he mirrored Curry's signature celebration, raising his index, middle, ring, and little fingers. Liu Hong bit down on his mouthguard, imitating Curry as he methodically extended four fingers. With a flick of his small hand, the 4 points were secured. MVP, 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 Chapter 34. For I possess a system. The Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena reverberated once more with the chants of MVP, albeit this time from the Warriors supporters. In stark contrast, the Raptors fans sat in stunned silence, some holding their heads in disbelief. They had anticipated that with Leonard's arrival, coupled with Durant's and Klay Thompson's injuries, the Toronto Raptors, who had never clinched a championship in their 24-year history, might finally secure their inaugural title under Leonard's leadership. However, these dreams crumbled with Liu Hong's emergence. Coach Zhang, Liu Hong has once again drawn a foul from Leonard, converting it into a three-point play. Yu Jia. Indeed, if he makes the free throw, the score will be tied. Coach Zhang, the Raptors can no longer contain Liu Hong. Should they double-team him, the other Warriors players will seize the opportunity. Yu Jia. Precisely. Especially with Curry on the court, the situation is decidedly unfavorable for the Raptors. Coach Zhang, let us see if Liu Hong can convert this free throw. Curry approached Liu Hong, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and said, "Well done. That move resembles mine a bit." Liu Hong smiled back at Curry, acknowledging that he had learned from him. The two exchanged knowing glances, while Curry referred to a celebratory gesture. Liu Hong mistakenly interpreted it as a shot following a smooth transition. Nonetheless, it was indeed a technique he had acquired from Curry, rendering both the celebratory action and the shooting motion quite similar. Liu Hong stood at the free throw line, and the arena was once again filled with shouts of MVP. Without any surprise, Liu Hong made the free throw with ease, bringing the score to 37-37. Within just over 2 minutes of the second quarter, the Warriors delivered a stunning 11-0 run against the Raptors, all of which were contributed by Liu Hong, who also provided critical defense and steals. Coach Zhang remarked, "The Warriors have executed an 11-0 run against the Raptors, leveling the score." Yu Jia commented, "Nick Nurse just called a timeout, yet the adjustments proved ineffective, allowing Liu Hong to score a three-point play." Coach Zhang added, "If this continues, the Raptors will be doomed." Yu Jia concurred, "Indeed, Liu Hong is uncontainable at the moment, especially with Curry on the court." Coach Zhang noted, with both Liu Hong and Curry on the floor simultaneously, they cannot employ a double-team strategy. Yu Jia interjected, "A double team would merely provide the Warriors with further opportunities. Nurse would not resort to such tactics." Coach Zhang stated, "While deploying a double team at this juncture may seem illogical, it becomes reasonable if it yields results." Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream chat, comments flew in. "I bet $5 the Warriors will win. Count me in. The third quarter will likely be a formality. What are the Raptors doing? Liu Heng single-handedly scored an 11-0 run. Liu Heng is so formidable. Had the Warriors utilized him earlier, Durant and Clay might have avoided injuries. Yet, one could argue that had Durant and Clay remained uninjured, Liu Heng would not have had his chance. It seems fate has its own design. There were hopes that Durant would continue his contract with the Warriors, and that he would not be swayed by Green's influence. Indeed, if Durant extends his contract alongside Liu Heng, the Warriors' strength will be significantly augmented. The discord between Green and Durant could be traced back to a regular season game against the Clippers in November 2018, where Green failed to pass the ball to Durant, leading to a costly turnover and loss. Following that, a confrontation ensued on the bench, where Green, in a fit of anger, uttered the now-famous line, "We were already champions before you arrived." This incident later became known as the Green Formula, and his words have echoed as one of the most legendary trash-talking moments in the NBA. However, while others direct their trash-talk at opponents, Draymond Green aimed his at a teammate. This remark ultimately became a significant factor in Durant's decision to leave the Warriors in the summer of 2019. Durant's departure, compounded by Klay Thompson's injury, led to the collapse of the Warriors dynasty. As a time traveler, Liu Heng was acutely aware of these events and was determined to prevent their recurrence. The Warriors would continue to set sail towards greatness. At the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena, the game progressed moment by moment. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, Liu Heng and Curry took a breather, allowing the Raptors to seize the opportunity and once again overtake the score. The Raptors fans in attendance once again glimpsed a chance at victory. Meanwhile, Liu Heng and Curry remained unperturbed on the sidelines, as Coach Kerr did not intend to reintroduce them. With the second quarter nearing its conclusion and the Raptors leading by a mere 6 points, all contributed by VanVleet. As the second quarter approached its end, VanVleet astonishingly sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to 6 points. With the margins still shy of double digits and the second quarter winding down, Coach Kerr deemed it unnecessary to chase points at that moment, opting instead to allow Liu Heng and Curry additional rest, planning to unleash them in the third quarter to seize control of the game. Kerr's confidence stemmed from Liu Heng's remarkable offensive prowess, which instilled in him a belief that they could secure the championship and achieve a historic three-peat. While Liu Heng bit his finger, intently observing the game, Jiang Qingming quietly approached him from behind. Biting one's finger is hardly a commendable habit. Liu Heng was taken aback, but upon turning around and seeing Jiang Qingming, he forced a smile and said, "Could you refrain from sneaking up behind me like that? It is quite alarming and could easily frighten someone to death." After Liu Heng finished speaking, Jiang Qingming smiled back at him. "The Raptors are already 6 points ahead. Aren't you anxious?" she asked. With the second quarter about to conclude, going in now would be futile. "We'll secure the game in the third quarter," he confidently asserted. Jiang Qingming was astonished by Liu Heng's self-assurance. After all, the Raptors were a formidable team that had battled them through 7 intense games. His claim to clinch victory in the third quarter seemed utterly insane. "Do you think boasting 1T have consequences?" she remarked, though she couldn't help but be impressed by his knowledge of the signature moves of numerous NBA stars. "How did you acquire such skills?" The Raptors' prowess was evident to all, and Jiang Qingming instinctively regarded Liu Heng's confidence as mere bravado. Nevertheless, she remained captivated by the offensive techniques he displayed. Observing her reaction, Liu Heng decided to tease her further. "Because I have a system." Liu Heng deliberately separated the system training to tease Jiang Qingming. "What system?" Just as Jiang Qingming was engulfed in confusion, Liu Heng casually uttered 2 words, "training." "System training?" Jiang Qingming soon realized that Liu Heng was intentionally playing with her. She lightly punched Liu Heng on the shoulder and rolled her eyes at him. This unexpected gesture startled Liu Heng, prompting him to exclaim, "And Jiang, aren't you afraid of appearing on the big screen or being photographed by reporters?" Jiang Qingming, belatedly aware, quickly distanced herself from Liu Heng. However, she was still incensed by his Aunt Jiang remark, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "What did you just call me?" To her astonishment, Liu Heng nonchalantly replied, "Aunt Jiang. Is there a problem?" Noticing Jiang Qingming's silence, he added, "You are indeed older than I am, so it seems quite reasonable for me to address you as Aunt." Jiang Qingming clenched her fists, feeling quite vexed by Liu Heng's words, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Liu Heng surprisingly knows that he is older than her, which indicates that he has privately looked in her background. This thought brought her a sense of joy, but it was short-lived. With a sharp whistle, the second quarter of the game concluded with the Warriors trailing the Raptors by 4 points, 58-62. At that moment, The screen above the arena illuminated with the images of two strikingly attractive East Asian faces, a man and a woman, who appeared to be a perfect match. Engaged in lively conversation, the woman playfully struck the man on occasion, displaying an evident intimacy. Who else could these two be but Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning? Chapter 35. Only one can be chosen at this juncture. The chat room of Huaxia's live stream erupted with excitement. Who is this beautiful woman? I need to know her information in 3 seconds. Lu Heng's girlfriend? I haven't heard of her. It's quite normal if you haven't. I haven't been following Lu Heng closely. A match made in heaven. This woman is Jiang Qingning, an ESPN reporter. She hails from a wealthy family with her own company. It is undeniable that the speed at which netizens gather information is astonishing. Given the current digital age, a simple search yields immediate results. Zhang Zhidao. Isn't that Jiang Qingning, the ESPN reporter? It seems she is also a fan of Lu Heng. Yu Jia. This appears to be more than just an ordinary fan. Zhang Zhidao. Girlfriend? I hadn't heard Lu Heng had a girlfriend. Yu Jia. It's quite normal for you not to know. After all, Lu Heng wasn't very famous before. At the Scotiabank Arena in Canada, Jiang Qingning's expression darkened, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide. The moment she realized she was on the big screen, she promptly distanced herself from Lu Heng, returning to her seat and donning a mask that she had produced from seemingly nowhere. Although Lu Heng felt a sense of helplessness, he knew that he could not afford to dwell on it now. He was determined not to let trivial matters distract him. The paramount objective was to secure the championship title. As the halftime intermission concluded, all players returned to the locker room for a brief respite while also receiving tactical instructions from the coach, a routine Lu Heng was well accustomed to. The Warriors' current strategy revolved around him and Curry, thus it was essential for him to partake in the tactical arrangements. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are entitled to the following rewards. Experience of Michael Jordan's signature fadeaway jump shot. 1. Experience of James Harden's foul drawing technique. 1. Guaranteed 3-point experience card. 1. Experience of Uncle Moo's shot blocking. 1 talent elixirs. 5. As Lu Heng made his way back to the locker room, the unexpected voice of the system startled him. What the hell? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Is this a malfunctioning 2G system? The rewards always take so long to arrive. Lu Heng felt quite helpless towards this system, as the rewards were dispersed at an exasperatingly slow pace, and inquiries were met with indifference. However, there was little he could do about it. Will you choose or not? Choose, choose, choose. I desire the experience card for Michael Jordan's iconic jump shot and a potion of talent. Although Lu Heng was filled with frustration, he found himself compelled to compromise in the face of the experience card and the talent potion, ultimately forced to choose one. How infuriating. Wasn't it previously a selection of 5 options down to 2? Lu Heng was infuriated, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was clearly stated before that there would be 5 options from which to choose 2, yet now it has inexplicably transformed into a mere single selection. I had mentioned the 5 choices previously, but this time I refrained from doing so, thus leaving only one option available, and whether one desires it or not is irrelevant. Damn it! Is this foolish system acting with deliberate intent? Although Lu Heng appeared quite furious on the surface, he was compelled to make a decision without delay. I want the basketball deity Michael Jordan's fadeaway experience card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basketball deity Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot experience. Lu Heng's decision to choose the Jordan fadeaway jump shot experience card stems from a singular motive, an aspiration to impress. After all, he is referring to the basketball deity, the master who led his team to 6 NBA finals and secured 6 championships. None other than Michael Jordan, the indisputable luminary in the annals of NBA history. Within the Golden State Warriors locker room, Coach Kerr conducted a succinct tactical briefing. He resolved to maintain Andre Iguodala's defensive assignment on Leonard, allowing Lu Heng and Curry to focus their energies on the offensive front. The Warriors trailed by a mere 4 points, and if fortune favored them, Kerr contemplated sealing the game in the third quarter. Despite the stakes of this Game 7 in the finals against the defensively formidable Toronto Raptors, the outcome remained uncertain until the final whistle. Iguodala would continue to spearhead the defense against Leonard, while Lu Heng channeled his focus into offensive maneuvers. If the opportunity arose, they aimed to deliver a decisive blow in the third quarter. Though the Warriors players considered such a feat improbable, miracles are often born from audacity. Curry and Lu Heng nodded in agreement, and Kerr turned to Iguodala once more, acknowledging the challenge ahead. I understand this is a daunting task for you. I do not expect you to completely neutralize him. After all, Leonard is the defensive player of the year, and no one can guarantee locking him down. Just ensure that scoring comes at a premium for him on the offensive end, Kerr advised. Iguodala nodded in understanding, and then Kerr addressed Curry and Liu Hong, stating, "I will not substitute you in the third quarter. Be prepared to play the entire period and seize the opportunity to widen the score gap." Curry and Liu Hong nodded in mutual understanding, and after partaking in a motivational ritual, they departed the locker room. In the Huaxia live streaming studio, director Zhang speculated, "I wonder if the familiar phenomenon of the Warriors' three-point frenzy will manifest today." Yu Jia replied, "It seems unlikely, considering they are up against the Raptors." Director Zhang noted, "Liu Hong has already amassed 16 points in the first half, all of which were scored in the second quarter, effectively a single-quarter performance of 16 points. Yu Jia remarked, "Indeed. It remains to be seen if he can sustain that fiery shooting touch in the second half to lead the Warriors to victory." Director Zhang expressed hope. There is considerable potential, despite the Warriors currently trailing. Both Curry and Liu Hong appear to be in fine form. Yu Jia added, conversely, "It is the Raptors bench that has shown today, while the starters have not been as impactful." Director Zhang concluded, "The game is about to commence. Let's watch and see." Even with the possibility of the Warriors' frenzy, they still trailed by 4 points, and Kawhi Leonard had yet to unleash his full prowess. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Indeed, if the Raptors' key players unleash their potential, the Warriors may find themselves in a precarious situation. Haha, there's no denying it. Should the Warriors falter, I stand by my assertion. The Raptors will claim the championship. Yes, the Raptors will be crowned champions. The Warriors, after all, are currently trailing, and at this moment, no Warriors fans have emerged to counter the Raptors supporters. All they can do is hope for a resurgence in the third quarter, enabling them to retaliate vociferously. In the Scotiabank Arena, the sound of the whistle signals the end of the timeout, and the third quarter commences. The Warriors have possession, with Curry set to inbound the ball and Liu Hong initiating the offensive play. As they cross the half-court line, Curry immediately begins to maneuver, while Liu Hong, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the right, cautiously holds the ball. Surprisingly, it is not Leonard who steps up to defend, but rather Lowry, the very player who, in Game 6, mockingly confronted Liu Hong only to be embarrassed in return. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Leonard would be the one to defend him. It appears that Nurse considers Curry to pose a greater threat, opting for Leonard to guard Curry instead. "Senior, I shall attempt a three-pointer here shortly." Liu Hong spoke while pointing at the floor beneath his feet. Upon hearing this, Green discreetly shook his head, not out of disbelief in Liu Hong, but rather because he thought Liu Hong was overly pretentious. Did he not fear the possibility of a downfall? Lowry, ignoring Liu Hong, instead opened his arms wide. Liu Hong smiled briefly before reverting to a serious demeanor. Curry discerned that Liu Hong had no intention of passing or driving toward the basket as he observed Liu Hong's body language. He understood that Liu Hong aimed to take on Lowry one-on-one and had faith in his success. Thus, he chose to halt his movements and station himself in the corner to conserve his energy. Liu Hong first executed several dribbles beneath his legs, then casually took a step back to the three-point line. With a slight bend of his knees, he leaped into the air, elevating his arm and applying pressure with his wrist. As he soared, there was a brief moment of suspended animation before he swiftly released the ball. Seeing this, Lowry rushed to defend, but it was too late. Swish! As anticipated, the ball found its way through the net. "Oh my goodness, incredible, Liu Hong. Liu Hong. MVP. MVP. With a jump shot over Lowry, the Warriors fans in the arena could no longer contain their exuberance, and the echoes of "oh my goodness" and "MVP" reverberated through the venue once more. Coach Zhang remarked, "It's reminiscent of McGrady's jump shot." Chapter 36. The four great shooting guards at the very moment Liu Hong executed his step back. He silently recited the activation of the Tracy McGrady pull-up jump shot experience card in his mind. Yu Jia exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Yet another signature skill from an elite NBA guard." Coach Zhang responded, This is simply extraordinary." Yu Jia added, "It transcends the realm of the extraordinary. This is a phenomenon." Not only were Coach Zhang and Yu Jia astonished, but even Curry stood frozen in disbelief. He had thought that Wade's Euro step and Irving's ball handling were the pinnacle of skill, only to witness Liu Hong suddenly unleash McGrady's pull-up jump shot. It is worth noting that McGrady achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds, a testament to his iconic pull-up style, which secured his legacy alongside the likes of Kobe, Iverson, and Carter as the four great shooting guards. during a past game between the Rockets and the Spurs. With just 35 seconds remaining and the Rockets trailing significantly, most players would have resigned to defeat. However, McGrady, fueled by an indomitable spirit, performed astonishingly, scoring 13 consecutive points in what felt like a divine intervention of 35 seconds, ultimately leading the Rockets to victory. This included a remarkably difficult three-point play that left legendary NBA coach Greg Popovich shaking his head in disbelief. McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds have often been described as a moment borrowed from the heavens, with some asserting that the price paid was the entirety of his career, a factor contributing to his lack of championships and premature retirement due to injuries. On the sidelines, Yao Ming, McGrady's former teammate, was naturally familiar with this iconic pull-up, though he maintained a calm exterior while his heart surged with excitement. In contrast, LeBron James was less composed. Upon witnessing Liu Hung employ McGrady's pull-up jump shot, he could not contain his exhilaration and leapt in celebration. After a brief moment of enthusiasm, he shook his head in resignation, lamenting the unfortunate reality of not being able to recruit such a formidable point guard. Reflecting on Liu Heng's talent, LeBron turned to Yao Ming and remarked, "If the Chinese national basketball team had Liu Hung this year, they could genuinely contend for gold." Yao, known for his emotional intelligence, replied with measured grace, "You are the true favorites for the championship. Even with Liu Heng's presence, we cannot guarantee gold." Yao first praised the American national team before humbly acknowledging the daunting task ahead for the Chinese squad, recognizing that basketball is ultimately a collective endeavor, not one reliant on a single individual. Despite Liu Heng's formidable prowess, it remains exceedingly challenging for him to single-handedly lead the team to victory. As they conversed, the Raptors had already commenced their offensive play from the baseline, with Leonard in possession of the ball. To his astonishment, the defender approaching him was the aging Iguodala, rather than Liu Hung. This unexpected matchup momentarily obscured Leonard's understanding of the Warriors' defensive strategy. Although Iguodala was clearly unable to contain him, the decision to have him defend was made nonetheless. Leonard, however, did not dwell on this, as he was confident in his ability to take on Iguodala one-on-one. While Lowry and Danny Green continued their usual positioning, he was already poised for his individual play. Leonard initially passed the ball to Marc Gasol for a transitional play, subsequently engaging in a handoff with Gasol, while also utilizing his screen. With Gasol's assistance, Iguodala was momentarily hindered, allowing Leonard to swiftly release his shot following the handoff. Liu Hung swiftly moved to provide defensive support, yet he was a fraction too late. All eyes were fixed on the soaring basketball, each spectator silently wishing for it to miss. In the Huaxia livestream, Coach Zhang remarked, "To my astonishment, Kerr has once again assigned Iguodala to guard Leonard." Huaxia responded, "This seems illogical, yet there must be a rationale behind this decision." Coach Zhang continued, "Perhaps he aims to conserve Liu Heng's stamina on the defensive end, intending for him to preserve energy for the offensive phase." Huaxia concurred, "Indeed, Kerr likely harbors such intentions. The Warriors might be striving for a decisive flow to clinch the match." Whether they were Warriors or Raptors fans, everyone was transfixed by the basketball gliding through the air. With a resonant clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Leonard had surprisingly missed the shot, and Liu Hung had not interfered at all. Looney was the first to leap and secure the rebound, while Liu Hung immediately dashed towards the frontcourt. Looney initially passed the ball to Curry for transition, who then quickly relayed it to Liu Hung. Upon receiving the ball, Liu Hung took merely 2 dribbles before releasing a shot, leaving everyone astonished. For he had only just crossed half-court. "Who taught him to play like this?" someone exclaimed. While I concede he possesses considerable skill, such a shot appears utterly irrational. After sinking a pull-up three-pointer, he seemed to lose his sense of self. Even Curry would hesitate to attempt such a shot. Indeed, with ample time remaining, he could have easily dribbled to the three-point line. Although the Warriors fans grumbled, Liu Hung had already made his move, leaving them to silently hope for the ball to find its mark. In the Huaxia livestream, Coach Zhang remarked, "This is unreasonable. Such a shot is simply illogical." Huaxia added, "Indeed, Liu Hung remains overly confident." However, as the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed, everyone was once again left speechless. "Oh my God, this is unbelievable. MVP, MVP, MVP." At the moment Liu Hung released the ball, Coach Kerr on the sidelines shook his head in disbelief. However, after the shot found its mark, he turned to the audience, cradling his head in astonishment. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the time when Curry, with reckless abandon, dribbled the ball while Kerr shouted for him to pass. In that instance, Curry abruptly turned and took a hasty shot, only for the basketball to swish through the net. Kerr was left feeling both helpless and incredulous. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Remarkable. It actually went in. Liu Heng is extraordinary. To attempt such a shot in the first half and achieve 5 points. Hilarious. It went in. I thought I was seeing things. Truly impressive. As Liu Heng made his shot, the fans in the live stream initially regarded it as sheer folly. To their astonishment, the ball swished through the net flawlessly. Had it merely struck the backboard, one might attribute it to luck, yet the perfect swish diminished that notion. Coach Zhang remarked, "This," to which Huaxia responded, "It actually went in? Unbelievable." Coach Zhang continued, "Such an unconventional shot, while seemingly irrational, becomes rational once it finds its mark." Huaxia added, "Despite the randomness, it was nonetheless impressive." While Curry raised his arms in celebration at the moment Liu Heng released the ball, he still considered the shot too casual, given the ample time remaining to wait for a clearer opportunity beyond the three-point line. However, after witnessing the ball's descent, Curry too found it hard to believe and rushed over to Liu Heng to celebrate with a shoulder bump. That was incredible. Yet, I remain curious about how you've mastered the signature moves of so many NBA superstars. Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback by the question. Finding himself at a loss for words, he could only devise an excuse, stating that he would provide an explanation after the match concluded. With Liu Heng's remarkable long-range three-pointer, the Warriors seized the lead, bringing the score to 64-62. Liu Heng, with two remarkable three-pointers, has once again bestowed the Warriors with a lead. On the sidelines, Nurse could hardly believe it. He shook his head in resignation, already feeling that hope for victory had slipped away. After all, both Curry and Liu Heng were in fine form, while Leonard stood alone, unable to defend against both. Even if Leonard were to guard Liu Heng, Nurse harbored doubts about Leonard's ability to contain him, given Liu Heng's previous successes in one-on-one confrontations against Leonard. Although such defense might wear Liu Heng down, the Warriors still had Curry to contend with. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Nurse felt the championship slipping further from reach. However, as a head coach, he knew he could not display such sentiments, nor could he let the players perceive his despair. Chapter 37. The strategy is profound with the sound of the whistle. Nurse called for a timeout. Though he sensed little chance of victory, he still sought to make adjustments, attempting to position Leonard against Liu Heng, hoping to sustain the suspense of the game. Let Leonard guard Liu Heng for now, while Van Vliet takes on Curry, he decided. As Leonard wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in agreement, Nurse noticed him shaking his head as he exited the court, overwhelmed by Liu Heng's formidable prowess. Initially, Nurse believed that the crossover of Iverson, Wade's elusive steps, Kyrie's ball handling, and Curry's three-point shooting represented the pinnacle of skill. Yet now, Liu Heng had introduced the devastating pull-up jumper reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, which was simply extraordinary. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Director Zhang remarked, "I wonder whom Nurse will assign to guard Liu Heng after the timeout." Huaxia responded, "Once the pull-up jumper is in rhythm, it matters little who defends." Director Zhang countered, "While that may be true, one cannot simply refrain from defense. I suspect Nurse will still assign Leonard to Liu Heng." Huaxia concurred indeed. It is evident from Kerr's strategy that the Warriors aim to widen the score gap in the third quarter decisively. Director Zhang added, "Correct. Liu Heng previously fared well against Leonard's defense. However, in this quarter, they continue to have the aging Iguodala defend Leonard, indicating Kerr wants Liu Heng to conserve energy for offense." Huaxia noted, "Indeed, it will be interesting to see how Nurse adjusts. If Leonard guards Liu Heng, then no one will be able to restrict Curry." Director Zhang agreed. "Yes, Curry has also been shooting well this game." Huaxia suggested, "Let us return to the game." At the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena, the Warriors bench remained astounded by Liu Heng's exhibited skills. Draymond Green was the first to speak. "Liu, where did you acquire such an array of techniques from the NBA's elite players?" Liu Heng has been contemplating how to respond to these inquiries since the suspension. In his mind, he has already formulated a comprehensive set of remarks. During his leisure moments, he frequently reviews recordings of their matches, gradually experimenting and refining his skills until he has mastered them. Liu Heng's assertion is rather reasonable, as virtually all NBA stars engage in watching their opponent's game footage. However, to master their movements solely through self-exploration and practice to such an extraordinary degree, achieving an almost identical execution, is quite remarkable. Even with direct instruction from these stars, such a level of similarity might not be attainable. Liu Heng, through self-directed learning, has reached this impressive milestone, highlighting the exceptional caliber of his learning ability. This is truly astonishing. Liu, you are indeed a genius. A genius? Though Liu Hong was somewhat taken aback by this evaluation, he could comprehend it. After all, he could hardly disclose to his teammates that he possessed a system, as they would never believe him. With a sharp whistle signaling the end of the timeout, the game resumed. To Liu Hang's astonishment, Nash had substituted Lowry for Van Vliet, which instantly made him realize that Leonard was once again poised to defend him. Liu Hong harbored considerable apprehension towards Leonard, the league's premier defensive player. However, Kerr made some adjustments by taking Iguodala off the court and bringing in Livingston, thus establishing a three-guard lineup. Although Livingston was a guard, he stood at an impressive 2.01 meters, allowing him to effectively occupy the small forward position. This maneuver also provided the Warriors with an additional offensive option. Coach Zhang remarked, Kerr has implemented a three-guard lineup. It seems he intends to engage in an offensive duel with the Raptors. Yu Jia responded, Indeed, it appears the Warriors are prepared to fight tooth and nail. Coach Zhang continued, Let us observe whether the Warriors can extend their lead and if Van Vliet can contain Curry's performance. Yu Jia replied, It will be difficult. Aside from Leonard, the Raptors lack anyone capable of one-on-one defense against Curry. As Van Vliet inbound the ball, Leonard advanced with it. Upon reaching the three-point line, Leonard passed to Siakam. Understanding Liu Hang's prowess on both offense and defense, he opted not to isolate Liu Hong as he had initially intended, but instead collaborated with his teammates, maneuvering to seek opportunities. Siakam attempted to take on Draymond Green, but was unsuccessful. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Danny Green, who found himself with an open opportunity at the top of the arc. Livingston, responsible for defending Green, was still a step away. Green immediately released a three-point shot, and Livingston promptly rushed to contest it. With a clang, Livingston succeeded in affecting Green's shot, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Quick on his feet, Liu Hong seized the rebound and began to advance the ball. Curry signaled for everyone to clear out, allowing Liu Hong to face Leonard one-on-one. I suspect you still wish to pull up for a three-pointer. Leonard's sudden remark left Liu Hong momentarily flustered. He initially thought Leonard had somehow discerned his system's enhancements, prompting such a statement. However, Liu Hong quickly dismissed that notion, believing it was impossible for Leonard to know. You should be aware of our strategy. The primary offensive player remains Curry. I am merely facilitating the ball's advance. Liu Hang's words left Leonard momentarily taken aback, and it was this brief pause that revealed to Liu Hong that Leonard's previous remarks were merely a test. However, Liu Hong was unaware that Leonard's inquiries were not aimed at probing into his system, but rather at discerning whether Liu Hong would acknowledge his intent to attempt a three-point shot. Should Liu Hong concede to this, Siakam would be poised to provide defensive support, as he was in close proximity and could undoubtedly overhear their conversation. Liu Hong mistakenly believed that Leonard was probing the capabilities of his system, inadvertently dismantling the Raptors' strategy of double-teaming. Liu Hang's words hold a certain truth. After all, Curry is the star player of the Warriors. When presented with an opportunity, he undoubtedly becomes the team's primary offensive choice. However, as Liu Hong advanced to the three-point line at the top of the arc, he noticed that Siakam, who had been shadowing him and Leonard, was now gradually closing in on Curry. No matter how Curry maneuvered, Siakam maintained a distance of 2 to 3 steps from him. Despite Van Vliet's unwavering focus on Curry, Siakam remained in close proximity, illuminating for Liu Hong the meaning behind Leonard's earlier remark. Liu Hang's lips curled slightly, contemplating. This strategy is indeed profound. Leonard, oblivious to Liu Hang's subtle expression, fixated intently on him, pressuring Liu Hong to pass the ball. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Liu Hong, who had previously identified Curry as the primary offensive player upon dribbling to the top of the arc beyond the three-point line, chose once again to take a step-back three-pointer. Leonard immediately lunged toward him. Another step back. I wager it will find its mark. It resembled McGrady's signature jump shot. Oh my, Liu Hong is extraordinarily impressive. At the instant Liu Hong released the ball, the referee's whistle pierced through the air. Beep. The referee then signaled a foul for a hand violation, indicating that the Raptors' number 2 committed a foul. All eyes were riveted on the ball, soaring through the air. Swish. The ball cleanly swooshed through the net. Another three-point play. Leonard stood frozen, having indeed made contact with Liu Hang's hand, yet he was astonished that Liu Hong managed to score, incurring a foul in the process. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "What a play!" Liu Hong has once again drawn a foul from Leonard while making the three-pointer, and he will have an additional free throw. Yu Jia remarked, "Leonard has already racked up 3 fouls. I wonder if Nurse will opt to substitute him." Coach Zhang responded, "Indeed, it's only early in the third quarter, and Leonard has already accumulated his 3rd foul, which is unfavorable for the Raptors." Yu Jia added, Let us see if Liu Heng can convert this free throw. At that moment, the live stream's comments erupted. Incredible. Another step-back three-pointer over Leonard. I must say, it truly resembles Tracy McGrady's style. Unbelievable. I feel Liu Heng's vertical leap surpasses even McGrady's. Indeed, not only did Leonard fail to defend effectively, but he also incurred a foul. I sense Liu Heng could be in contention for the MVP. Impossible, someone interjected, if the Warriors win. The MVP should rightfully belong to Curry. Chapter 38. What kind of monster is he? Liu Heng participated in but a single match, comprising an additional quarter. Thus, regardless of how commendable his performance may have been, the selection for the finals MVP will not be bestowed upon him. Liu Heng stands at the free throw line, and the atmosphere within the Scotiabank Arena reverberates with chants of MVP. One might mistake this for the Warriors' home ground, for Liu Heng's performance is nothing short of astonishing. Unsurprisingly, he sinks his free throw with unwavering precision. Danny Green swiftly inbounds the ball, and Fred VanVleet advances with it. Leonard has just realized that he has been misled by Liu Heng. He intended to take on a one-on-one, but claimed he would pass to Curry. Siakam, too, mistakenly assumes that Curry is the primary offensive threat and rushes over to assist VanVleet in guarding him, unaware that this is Liu Heng's cunning feint. Once again, Leonard falls for the trap. As VanVleet dribbles past half-court, Leonard opts against attempting to isolate his defender and instead begins to reposition himself, seeking an opportunity for an open shot. After utilizing Marc Gasol to create space, VanVleet promptly delivers the ball to him. However, at the very moment Leonard receives the pass, a pair of large hands emerges before him, thwarting his attempt. It is Liu Heng. Once again, he disrupts the Raptors' passing with exceptional defensive awareness. This is foresight. Liu Heng has long deciphered the Raptors' strategy. As Warriors fans have noted, the instant Liu Heng observed Leonard's movement, he anticipated that the Raptors' play would culminate in Leonard taking the shot. Predictably, VanVleet indeed passes the ball to him. Coach Zhang exclaims, "What a splendid steal." Yujia, Liu Heng's defensive awareness is truly exceptional. Zhang guidance. Indeed, it appears he is quite familiar with the Raptors' tactics, anticipating and intercepting Leonard's moves. Yujia, if Liu Heng joins the national team this year, there's a good chance they will achieve commendable results. Zhang guidance, yes. There were rumors that Durant and Clay would participate in this year's World Cup, but with both now injured, it remains uncertain if other stars will join. Yujia, winning the championship seems far-fetched, but securing a respectable standing is certainly within reach. As Liu Heng executed the steal, Curry sprinted towards the offensive end, with Danny Green immediately in pursuit. Yet, Liu Heng skillfully delivered the ball to Curry's hands. Curry dribbled beyond the three-point line and swiftly released a shot. Swish! The ball found the net, extending the lead to 9 points. Nick Nurse's timeout proved ineffective, allowing the Warriors to further widen the gap. With less than half of the third quarter elapsed, the Warriors, fueled by their hot shooting, were on the verge of a double-digit lead, while the Raptors remained scoreless. If this trend continued, the game would become entirely one-sided. Following Curry's three-pointer, numerous Raptors fans expressed their discontent, a sentiment that would undoubtedly affect the players. It is worth noting that this is the Raptors' home court, yet their own fans were booing them, highlighting their profound disappointment. The Raptors' bench appeared lifeless, in stark contrast to the jubilant Warriors' bench, where everyone was celebrating and Curry raised his arms in an okay gesture. Zhang guidance. Both Curry and Liu Heng are in exceptional form. The score is about to reach double digits. Yujia, indeed. I wonder if Nurse will call for a timeout to make adjustments. The previous change seems to have had little effect. Zhang guidance. It is primarily due to the exceptional prowess of Liu Heng and Curry. At this moment, the live stream's comments reflected. Where have all the Raptors fans gone? Indeed, have they vanished? Weren't they just proclaiming that the Warriors couldn't compete with the Raptors? And didn't they claim Liu Heng was merely a fleeting phenomenon? Ha ha ha. Leonard has struggled to score. What can they possibly say now? Currently, the most jubilant are the Warriors and Curry's fans. If the Warriors clinch the championship, not only will Curry achieve his first three-peat and his first finals MVP, but he will also secure his fourth championship ahead of LeBron. This would provide Curry's fans ample opportunity to taunt LeBron, who has not yet secured 4 championships despite forming super teams, while Curry has accomplished this with a single franchise. Moreover, Curry entered the league 6 years after LeBron. While some argue that Curry also formed a super team, it is important to note that aside from Durant, the Warriors' core trio of Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green were all drafted and developed by the franchise. Durant, who had previously failed to secure a championship with the Thunder, won 2 titles upon joining the Warriors, which could be viewed as mutual achievement. As Leonard prepared for a baseline inbounds pass, Van Vliet advanced the ball. Just past half court, Van Vliet passed it to Leonard, who continued to isolate against Livingston. Clearly, Livingston struggled to contain Leonard, who executed a simple probe before swiftly driving to the basket for the Raptors' first score of the third quarter. Following the basket, Raptors fans erupted with cheers, believing a comeback was imminent. After Leonard's score, Draymond Green immediately inbounded the ball, eager to initiate a fast break. Liu Hong received the pass and pushed the ball forward, while Van Vliet began to disrupt. Liu Hong's dribbling from behind. After crossing half court, Liu Hong promptly substituted in Leonard for defensive duties. Liu Hong's moment for a mid-range jump shot has arrived, yet he finds himself in a quandary. Should he employ Kobe's signature fadeaway or opt for Jordan's experience card? Utilizing Jordan's fadeaway would come across as excessively ostentatious. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolves to execute Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. Liu Hong, with the ball poised beyond the three-point line, tested the waters, while Leonard, as anticipated, extended his arms wide. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Liu Hong first executed a post-up against Leonard, followed by a subtle shoulder shimmy before pivoting for a jump shot. Leonard had no time to contemplate, instantly lunging at him. The atmosphere in the arena was thick with silence, both fans and players alike rendered speechless. All spectators gaped in astonishment, once again captivated by this young talent from the East. Incredible. Did I just witness that? Was that a fadeaway jumper reminiscent of Kobe? Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that Liu Hong had indeed channeled Kobe's signature move. What sort of prodigy is he? It is astonishing that he possesses the signature techniques of 3 of the NBA's elite shooting guards, apart from Carter's dunk. This is truly remarkable. Even Yao, who appeared composed on the surface, could no longer contain his excitement, allowing a long-lost smile to break through. LeBron was so exhilarated that he struggled for words, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God." Meanwhile, Curry reacted with an expression of disbelief, hands on his head, embodying sheer amazement. Liu Hong has mastered Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot, a fact well known to his Warriors teammates. The expression on Curry's face, a blend of celebration and feigned astonishment, captures the moment perfectly. Even the Warriors bench gaped in awe, as if time had come to a standstill. With a swift flick, the ball swished through the net, affirming the Warriors' continued 9-point lead, while the Raptors bench shook their heads in disbelief. Coach Kerr remained composed on the sidelines, fully aware of Liu Hong's prowess with the fadeaway. The incredulity surrounding Liu Hong was palpable. It seemed he was accumulating the skills of the NBA's 4 elite shooting guards, leaving others to ponder how to compete. Should they resort to a 5-man trap, leaving the other 4 unguarded? In the third chapter, with 35 points in a single quarter, Leonard could hardly conceal his astonishment. He had always believed Liu Hong was deliberately concealing his abilities, yet he had not anticipated the depths of Liu Hong's talent. The Raptors bench, after a brief moment of shock, fell into a despondent silence. With the Warriors nearing a double-digit lead before the halfway mark of the third quarter, and both Liu Hong and Curry in fine form, the Raptors' chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Unless someone experienced a remarkable breakout, the championship that seemed within their grasp was likely to slip away yet again. In the Huaxia livestream, Coach Zhang remarked, "I can't believe Liu Hong has also mastered Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. Huaxia. Indeed, it is utterly astonishing. His prowess is extraordinary." Zhang Zhidao. It appears Liu Hong has put in considerable effort behind the scenes, having mastered the skill sets of numerous elite NBA guards. Huaxia. These unique techniques possessed by top NBA guards can only be honed through relentless, year-after-year training. He is truly a future star of Chinese basketball. Zhang Zhidao, yes. With such a diverse array of offensive strategies, no defender can possibly contain him. Huaxia. This year, the Chinese men's basketball team genuinely has high hopes. Everyone perceives Liu Hong as a monster, an anomaly. No one realizes that his current stature is a result of systematic enhancement. Before Game 6, Liu Hong garnered little attention. Many believed he could not secure a foothold in the NBA, assuming his dismissal from the Warriors was merely a matter of time, much like many bench players. Even if one possesses talent, opportunities to showcase it are not guaranteed. Even when a coach provides a chance, one may not be able to capitalize on it. The distinction between starters and substitutes lies here. Starters, regardless of their poor performance or mistakes, will be trusted by the coach, who allows them the opportunity to regain their rhythm. Conversely, substitutes cannot afford to falter. One misstep or a missed open shot can lead to immediate replacement by the head coach. Kerr extended an opportunity to Liu Hong, and with the aid of the system, he seized it. Had he not, he would likely have been released by the Warriors, thus jeopardizing his chance to compete in the NBA. Life offers no rehearsals. Every moment is a live broadcast. Regarding luck and effort, these two concepts have always been intertwined. Even if one day fortune smiles upon you, it remains to be seen whether you possess the ability to seize it. Seated on the Raptors bench, Jeremy Lin seemingly glimpsed his former self. As an ethnic Chinese, Lin once reached his own pinnacle on the NBA stage. In the 2010 NBA draft, standing at 192 meters with a wingspan of 196 meters, the Asian guard Jeremy Lin failed to attract the interest of any team, despite showcasing the fastest speed alongside the first overall pick, John Wall, during training camps. The prevailing bias against Asians in the NBA rendered him undrafted. Subsequently, Lin represented the Dallas Mavericks in the Summer League, emerging as one of the standout players of that competition. In July 2010, he signed with the Golden State Warriors, becoming the first ethnic Chinese player to enter the NBA. However, the Warriors, with Monta Ellis and Stephen Curry, offered him scant opportunity to shine. After being assigned to the D-League 3 times, he was ultimately released by the Warriors. Following his dismissal from the Rockets, Lin was signed by the New York Knicks on a non-guaranteed contract. On February 5, 2012, the Knicks faced the Nets at home. With injuries plaguing the Knicks backcourt, Coach D'Antoni was compelled to include Lin in the rotation. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, D'Antoni called Lin's name, signaling him to be ready to enter the game. Lin understood this could be his last chance bestowed by fate. Upon entering the game, Lin cast aside his timidity. No longer hesitating, he drove to the basket, finishing with tenacity, delivering exquisite passes that helped narrow the scoring gap, prompting the Nets to call a timeout. Lin began to showcase his comprehensive skills, floater shots in the paint, fast break attacks, and a series of mid-range jumpers following screens. His teammates on the bench rallied behind him, and in the dying moments of the game, Lin executed a spectacular three-point play. The fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in applause for this newcomer. Thanks to Lin's unexpected performance, the Knicks secured a long-awaited victory. The subsequent narrative is well known. In his second game against the Jazz, he was thrust into the starting lineup due to Carmelo Anthony's injury. Lin embraced the offensive responsibility, delivering an impressive 28 points and 8 assists to lead the Knicks to victory. In his third game, Lin scored 23 points and provided 10 assists, guiding the Knicks to triumph over the Wizards led by first overall pick John Wall. In the next match against the Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant, Lin erupted for 38 points, securing the win. In the ensuing 7 games, Lin averaged 24, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals, igniting a frenzy at Madison Square Garden. From being an undrafted player in the NBA to becoming the Knicks' best player and a sensation across the ethnic community, Jeremy Lin pulled himself back from the precipice of despair within just 7 games, becoming a household name and a symbol of inspiration. Liu Hong has journeyed from being an undrafted player to signing a non-guaranteed contract, ultimately earning a starting position in the decisive Game 7 of the finals. While the system has provided invaluable assistance, it is his relentless training and remarkable shooting technique that have propelled him to such heights. Without these, even systemic support would not suffice. In the arena of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, the game unfolds second by second. Yet the Toronto Raptors seem to have had their confidence shattered by Liu Hong. Beyond Leonard, none dare to take a shot, and Van Vliet's consecutive errors lead to his substitution by Nurse. In stark contrast, Liu Hong thrives amidst adversity, seizing opportunities from the Raptors' mistakes, relentlessly attacking the basket, and executing a series of mid-range jump shots with precision. Liu Hong felt a surge of delight within. Kobe's fadeaway jump shot proved to be remarkably effective, adeptly compensating for height deficiencies. This advantage was, of course, a testament to the benefits gained from enhanced jumping ability. It appears that the decision to exchange for Kobe's fadeaway jumper and Kyrie's dribbling package was indeed a judicious one. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the third quarter drew to a close, the score standing at 103-82. The Raptors players trudged off the court, their spirits visibly dampened, while the Warriors reveled in exuberant celebration. The fans in the Raptors' home stadium echoed their discontent with resounding boos, making it feel as if the venue belonged to the Warriors. Oh my goodness, 35 points in a single quarter? MVP, 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 MVP. The cheers of MVP resonated throughout the Scotiabank Arena, where it truly felt as though the atmosphere was that of a Warrior stronghold. Liu Hong, with an astonishing performance of 35 points in a single quarter, has delivered an exhilarating spectacle for all fans. In Chapter 40, titled The New Splash Brothers, during a live broadcast from Huaxia, Coach Zhang exclaimed, 35 points in a single quarter. This has shattered Kevin Love's record, standing just behind Klay Thompson's remarkable 37 points. Yu Jia remarked, indeed, it is hard to fathom. Liu Heng has already amassed 51 points, breaking the NBA Game 7 scoring record. Coach Zhang pondered, I wonder if Kerr will allow Liu Heng to take the court in the fourth quarter. If he does, Liu Heng may have a chance to reach 60 points. Yu Jia affirmed he will still take the court. After all, this is the Game 7 of the finals. The Raptors will not concede easily, nor will the Warriors relax. Coach Zhang exclaimed, this is simply incredible. Liu Heng has remarkably scored 51 points in just 3 quarters, breaking the NBA Game 7 record. Yu Jia added, indeed, it feels surreal, like a dream. I just pinch my thigh to confirm. At this moment, the live chat was inundated with comments from Warriors fans, while many Raptors supporters, disheartened by the significant deficit, had already exited the stream. Warriors are phenomenal. 35 points in a single quarter. Warriors for the championship. Liu Heng is vying with Curry for the finals MVP. Where are the critics? If they don't speak up soon, they'll miss their chance. Remarks echoed in the chat. Indeed, where are they? With Klay injured, Liu Heng has unexpectedly formed a new Splash Brothers duo with Curry, alongside Durant. With 4 elite scorers, it seems they require a new moniker. Laughter erupted. No one anticipated that Liu Heng would achieve 51 points in just 3 quarters. What is even more concerning is that the Warriors boast an arsenal of top scorers: Curry, Durant, Klay, and Liu Heng. The prowess of the Warriors is destined to become increasingly formidable, and they may secure even more championships. Numerous sports brands have also begun to take notice of this rising star. Liu Heng possesses not only astonishing talent, but also the vast fan base of Huaxia. Many renowned sports brands are vying for this meteoric rising star, including Nike, the globally acclaimed sports brand, Under Armour, the second largest sports brand in North America, as well as Adidas, Reebok, Inta, Li Ning, and numerous other prestigious labels. Each of these brands recognizes Liu Heng's immense commercial potential. Should Liu Heng assist Curry in leading the Warriors to a successful championship, his market value would surpass that of many stars in the league. Partly due to the challenges faced by individuals of Asian descent in establishing themselves within the NBA, and partly owing to the substantial Huaxia fan base supporting him. In the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena, the Warriors bench erupted in jubilant celebration. This marked not only Liu Heng's record-breaking night, but also the imminent celebration of the Warriors' historical achievement. By winning this game, the Warriors would become the 4th team to secure a three-peat, following the Lakers, Celtics, and Bulls. Currently, with a 21-point lead, victory seems assured. It is merely a matter of time. Nonetheless, Coach Kerr remains vigilant, aware that anything can happen in the course of a game. Before the match concludes, prudence is advisable. Kerr addressed Liu Heng, saying, congratulations, our great hero, for achieving a career high of 51 points and breaking the NBA Game 7 scoring record. Liu Heng replied, thank you, and I appreciate Steph for continuously passing me the ball. In the preceding match, Curry observed Liu Heng's exceptional shooting performance. Every shot he took found its mark, reminiscent of Klay's 37-point quarter before. Consequently, Curry kept feeding Liu Heng the ball, opting not to shoot despite being open, thus exemplifying his greatness and selflessness. Curry patted Liu Heng's shoulder and remarked, this is what I ought to do. However, let us not celebrate too soon. We must first secure the championship. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Kerr began strategizing for the fourth quarter. Livingston and Cook will enter first to maintain the lead at 15 points or more. Understood, came the response. Kerr then addressed all the Warriors players. Our efforts throughout the season culminate in these final 12 minutes. We currently lead by 21 points. As long as we play smart, our chances of winning are substantial. If we claim victory, we will become the 4th team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat. Let's rally together. Following Kerr's exhortation, the entire Warriors team cheered in unison. Meanwhile, on the Raptors bench, Nurse was conducting his final rallying cry. Although this match appeared nearly unwinnable, isn't the essence of miracles to be created? Nurse sat on the bench, with the Raptors players forming a circle beside him. Let me put it this way. Our opponents have indeed dominated us. The current deficit in the fourth quarter stands at 21 points. Do you understand? As he observed the players with their heads bowed, Nurse shouted, lift your heads up. We were born for moments like this. Our previous efforts were all for this juncture. We cannot surrender. Give it your all. Upon seeing the players raise their heads, Nurse added emphatically, "We must fight." Indeed, all our endeavors are for this very moment. Victory means a championship. Defeat relegates us to mere runners-up. The world remembers the champions, while the second place fades into obscurity. Moved by Nurse's heartfelt words, Leonard was the first to declare, "We still have a chance. The game is not over. We cannot concede defeat." Hearing Leonard's rallying cry, the team gradually stood up. Yes, the game is far from finished. Remember, McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds. They have 12 minutes. Why can't they equalize? Leonard continued, "Isn't our hard work all aimed at the ultimate championship? It is now within our grasp. Shall we abandon it?" The Raptors shook their heads, clearly unwilling to give up. Despite the considerable deficit, with 12 minutes remaining, none of them wished to relent. Seeing his teammates regain their fighting spirit, Leonard solemnly declared, "I will defend Liu Hong. I shall not allow him to score more than 10 points in the fourth quarter." Nurse nodded, then turned to all the players, raising his fists above his head. "Come on, the final 12 minutes. If we win, we are the champions. If we lose, we can always try again next year. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go." In a live broadcast of Huaxia, Coach Zhang remarked, "I'm curious how Nurse will adjust, especially given the Raptors are trailing by such a significant margin." Yu Jia added, "He will undoubtedly place the offensive burden on Leonard. If Liu Hong is on the court, then Leonard will be the primary defender against him." Coach Zhang responded, "Curry and Liu Hong will certainly be on the court simultaneously, and aside from Leonard, no one on the Raptors can contain Liu Hong. Curry is also in fine form tonight. The Raptors' chances of winning appear rather bleak." Yu Jia observed, "This is precisely the dilemma facing the Raptors. Klay Thompson prefers to be a spot-up shooter and lacks significant offensive autonomy, which simplifies the Raptors' defensive tasks. In contrast, Liu Hong possesses exceptional offensive capabilities, making him a considerable challenge for the Raptors." Coach Zhang concurred. "Indeed, Leonard is the Raptors' best defender, but it is impossible for him to guard two players at once." Yu Jia noted, based on the matchups between Leonard and Liu Hong in these two games, Leonard has struggled to contain Liu Hong. Coach Zhang replied, "Even if he cannot contain him, at the very least, he can tire him out and prevent him from shooting effortlessly." Yu Jia concluded, "For now, that is all they can do." Chapter 41. The future leader of the Warriors at the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Arena. As the referee blew the whistle, the timeout concluded, and the fourth quarter commenced in earnest. The Raptors held possession, with Leonard inbounding the ball while Lowry advanced it. Coach Zhang remarked, "The Warriors abroad in Livingston and Cook, seemingly aiming to give Curry and Liu Hong a brief respite." Yu Jia responded, "It remains to be seen whether the Raptors can seize this opportunity to level the score." Coach Zhang expressed doubt, "It will be challenging. I hope the Raptors' mindset remains unshaken." Yu Jia acknowledged, "They will inevitably be affected to some extent, as this game is incredibly crucial." Meanwhile, on the Warriors' bench, Liu Hong and Curry engaged in conversation while observing the game. Curry, having noticed Jiang Qingning and Liu Hong together on the big screen, teased Liu Hong, "It's evident that you share quite a special relationship with that reporter, Jiang." Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly recall the incident that had just appeared on the big screen. He had been so engrossed in the match that he had momentarily forgotten about it. Now, with Curry bringing it up again, the memory resurfaced. He understood that the media would undoubtedly seize upon this event to report on it. Liu Hong now finds himself in a state of helplessness. Once the competition concludes, he will undoubtedly face the press for an interview. He is at a loss for how to articulate his situation to the journalists. Even if he manages to convey his message clearly, certain marketing accounts may still choose to report sensationally for the sake of traffic. He assures that she is merely a friend. Upon hearing Liu Hong's response, Curry is not particularly surprised. After Liu Hong finished speaking, he turned to gaze at Jiang Qingning's seat, only to find it vacant. Although Liu Hong claims that he and Jiang Qingning are merely ordinary friends, he cannot shake the feeling of emptiness in his heart when she is absent. Upon hearing this, Curry merely smiled faintly. Liu Hong's reticence prevented him from probing further, so he turned his attention to the court. At that moment, the lineups were as follows: Raptors, Lowry, Danny Green, Leonard, Siakam, Gasol; Warriors, Livingston, Cook, Iguodala, Green, Cousins. The Raptors fielded a full starting lineup, while the Warriors combined starters with substitutes, given their substantial lead. The Raptors were acutely aware that this was their final opportunity. If they could not surpass even the Warriors' bench, their chances of leveling the score would be virtually non-existent. Leonard took on the mantle of offensive leader, as there was no one left to contain him once Liu Hong exited the game. He scored 8 consecutive points through a combination of drives and jump shots. The Warriors struggled to score due to the combination of elite defensive intensity and waning stamina, managing only 5 points over half a quarter. With both Curry and Liu Hong, their top scorers, absent from the court, it was challenging for any of the 5 players present to step up and contribute offensively. With a sharp whistle, Kerr called for a timeout, recognizing that the deficit had narrowed to within 15 points, 108-94, with 6 minutes and 31 seconds remaining, marking exactly half a quarter's duration. The Warriors had scored a mere 5 points, while the Raptors capitalized on the opportunity, narrowing the gap to 14 points. The Raptors managed a 12-5 run, seizing the moment during Curry and Liu Hong's rest period. However, once play resumed, both Liu Hong and Curry would return to the court, posing a significant challenge for the Raptors. In the Huaxia broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, "The Raptors have seized the opportunity, reducing the deficit to under 15 points, which keeps the suspense alive." Huaxia added, "Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors will undoubtedly bring Liu Hong and Curry back in. The pressure remains on the Raptors." Coach Zhang affirmed, "Indeed, both Curry and Liu Hong are in fine form today, particularly Liu Hong, who scored 35 points in a single quarter." Huaxia, "If the Raptors can continue to close the gap, there will still be suspense in this match. If not, congratulations to the Warriors in advance." Coach Zhang, "Unless Curry and Liu Hong suddenly go cold, it seems unlikely." Huaxia, "As the game intensifies, let us continue to watch." At the Scotiabank Arena, Coach Nurse is making final tactical arrangements on the Raptors bench. With 6 minutes remaining, the victor takes all. Leonard will soon take the court to defend Liu Hong. "You must uphold both the offensive and defensive fronts. We still have 3 timeouts, and I will call one specifically to give you a break." Breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow, Leonard remarked, "He is the most challenging player I have ever had to defend." After Leonard spoke, all eyes turned to him, and everyone understood that if Leonard, one of the league's premier defenders, found Liu Hong difficult to guard, then few others in the league could succeed either. Noticing the concerned expressions on his teammates' faces, Leonard quickly reassured them, "I will give my utmost to lock him down." Nurse patted Leonard's shoulder, emphasizing the need to force him to pass and prevent easy scoring. Leonard nodded, and together they rallied their spirits, preparing for the fierce battle in the final 6 minutes. On the Warriors bench, Coach Kerr was also finalizing his tactical plans. Despite holding a significant lead, complacency was not an option. This was not merely an ordinary regular season game or a playoff match. It was the championship finals determining the title. Moreover, the Warriors were on the verge of securing a 3rd consecutive championship. "The initiative lies with us. Let's not rush our offense, but rather manage the clock." It is a common strategy among leading teams in the final moments of a game to consume time, allowing the clock to run down before launching an attack, or to force fouls from opponents to gain free throw opportunities for easy points. After Kerr finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. He then cast a meaningful glance at Liu Hong. "I know you need just 9 more points to reach 60, which would not only be a career high, but also break the Game 7 scoring record. Are you willing to try for that?" After Kerr's remark, everyone turned to Liu Hong with smiles, and he understood that Kerr was offering him this scoring opportunity, especially since the Warriors led by only 14 points. The Raptors still had a chance. In such a crucial match, there was no room for merely padding stats. Unless there were mere seconds left in a blowout, shooting to inflate scores would not be permissible. With over 6 minutes remaining and the outcome still uncertain, this could not be considered stat padding. 60 points are not important to me. What truly matters is that we win this game and secure the championship. Upon Liu Hong's utterance, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the gathering. No one had anticipated that Liu Hong would exhibit such a profound consideration for the greater scheme of things. In their hearts, they all believed that this young man of yellow skin would undoubtedly emerge as the new leader of the Warriors in the future. Just then, Liu Hong's mind was once again graced by the voice of the system. Ding. System task activated. Achieve a score of 60 and secure the championship to receive the following rewards: Nowitzki's Independent Experience X1, Carter's Dunking Experience X1, LeBron's Chase Down Block Experience X1, Jabbar's Skyhook Experience X1, Talent Potion X10. Upon completion of the task, select 2 rewards from the 5 listed. Liu Hong just stated that scoring is not paramount. What truly matters is securing victory in the match. However, the system promptly contradicted him, delivering an ironic blow to his assertion. This is truly infuriating. Liu Hong erupted in a loud outburst, but this time it was not a silent reprimand within his mind. Rather, he vocally expressed his frustration, leaving all the team members staring at him in utter bewilderment. Liu Heng pondered. This is disastrous. Chapter 42. You have brought them to heights that do not belong to them. Fortunately, they do not understand Chinese. Otherwise, it would be incredibly challenging to explain. Liu Heng hastily stammered an explanation. I apologize. What I meant was to encourage. Upon hearing this, his teammates erupted into laughter. Following this, Curry took the lead, draping his arm over a nearby teammate's shoulder, and soon they all formed a circle, bending at the waist to mimic the act of cheering. Yet Liu Heng remained distracted, embroiled in a battle of wits with the system. You foolish system, are you deliberately trying to vex me? The system offered no response. But Liu Heng had already concluded that it was indeed tormenting him. After a prolonged silence, just as he declared that scoring was of little consequence, the system promptly emerged to assign him a task to achieve 60 points. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Observing the system's silence, Liu Heng continued to curse. You think that by offering a talent potion you can sway me? I will not stoop to artificially inflating my score. Liu Heng's inclusion of the term deliberately stemmed from a sudden realization that should the Raptors gradually close the score gap, it would transcend mere personal desire to score. Thus, he added the phrase I will not deliberately score, implying that if the Raptors managed to keep the score close, he would strive to achieve 60 points or even more. However, much to Liu Heng's chagrin, after the system announced the rewards, it fell silent once again. Liu Heng, in a state of helplessness, could only utter a few more curses. With a sharp whistle, the pause concluded, and the match commenced in earnest. The players taking the court for both teams were as follows. For the Raptors, Van Vliet, Danny Green, Leonard, Siakam, and Gasol. For the Warriors, Curry, Liu Heng, Iguodala, Draymond Green, and Looney. Both teams fielded their starting lineups, eager to contend for the coveted championship title. Despite the Warriors holding the lead and possessing the upper hand, the players remained vigilant, unwilling to show any signs of complacency. The Warriors regained possession, with Draymond Green inbounding the ball while Curry advanced it. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, after the timeout, Curry is pushing forward, and Liu Heng is already preparing to make his move. Commentator Yu Jia added, Leonard has already begun to apply pressure on Liu Heng. Coach Zhang concurred, indeed. At such a critical juncture, one cannot afford to give the opponent any leeway. Yu Jia replied, yes, this is the moment when defense is paramount. I wonder if Liu Heng can rise to the challenge. Coach Zhang expressed confidence, saying, I believe Liu Heng can handle it. However, with Leonard defending him, Curry remains unmarked. Yu Jia responded, I trust that Nurse has devised a plan. Let us simply watch the game unfold. In the live chat, as Raptors fans witnessed their team gradually closing the gap, they began to voice their opinions loudly. Are they really about to overturn a lead of over 20 points? One fan exclaimed, Indeed, how can such a team claim a three-peat? Another admitted, I acknowledge Liu Heng's prowess, but relying solely on him and Curry will not secure victory. A third chimed in, yes, the Raptors are champions. They can certainly stage a comeback. Kawhi has ramped up the intensity. Did you see that? As soon as Leonard raised his game, Liu Heng had no opportunity to receive the ball. This proved to be the case, as Liu Heng found himself relentlessly pursued by Leonard, unable to seize any chances. This situation became fodder for Raptors fans to mock Liu Heng and the Warriors supporters. However, it was not long before a Warriors fan retorted, trailing by 14 points and still dreaming of Raptors championships? Are they daydreaming? Though it was past 10 o'clock at night in Canada, the time difference meant that in Huaxia, it was nearly 11 in the morning. Thus, the accusation of daydreaming held little weight. Who says Liu Heng can't receive the ball? Isn't he holding it now? Amidst the heated exchanges among fans, Liu Heng had indeed utilized Draymond Green's screen, executing a reverse cut to receive a swift pass from Curry. Coach Zhang exclaimed, what a beautiful back cut. Yu Jia added, Liu Heng, was that a three-pointer upon receiving the ball? Upon receiving the pass, Liu Heng swiftly pivoted and executed a jump shot, bending his knees and raising his arm with a fluid motion. Just as Liu Heng released the ball, Leonard lunged upward in an attempt to block the shot. Yet he was a fraction too late. With a crisp swish, the ball sailed through the net, announcing its successful entry. Although Liu Heng is reluctant to deliberately seek higher scores, time is still ample. Furthermore, Curry is nearing the end of his allotted time. They cannot simply wait for the clock to run out without taking action. Moreover, judging by Leonard's relentless pursuit, it is evident that they are prepared to fight to the bitter end. Liu Heng, in a state of resignation, had no choice but to approach the match with utmost seriousness, as this was the greatest form of respect towards his opponent. With Liu Heng's successful three-point shot, the Raptors fans in the live broadcast fell silent once more. Everyone understood that at such a critical juncture, Every basket was of paramount importance. Each shot capable of influencing the ultimate outcome of the game. Yu Jia exclaimed, "He made it." Lu Heng has helped the Warriors extend their lead to 17 points once again. Coach Zhang remarked, "This offensive play by the Raptors is crucial. Failing to score here would allow the Warriors the opportunity to increase their lead to 20 points. Leonard, now in possession of the ball, hastened his advance, as the Raptors found themselves trailing. Thus, the urgency of their attacks was palpable. They could not afford any errors and had to act swiftly. A significant test for the players. As Leonard approached the three-point line, Lu Heng stepped forward, arms outstretched, declaring, "Predecessor, do not pass. Let us see if I can defend against you." Leonard hesitated, aware that Lu Heng was attempting to toy with his mindset. Yet, opting to pass would subject him to Lu Heng's ridicule, placing Leonard in a quandary. However, he soon made a decision. He believed he could not fall for Lu Heng's ploy. If his teammates had an opportunity, he still needed to pass the ball. Observing Leonard's steadfastness, Lu Heng continued his verbal onslaught. "Then go ahead and pass. Your teammates will not make those shots. You have elevated them to a height that does not belong to them." Leonard's brow furrowed once more. Although he had faith in his teammates, he could not deny that Lu Heng's words held a semblance of truth. He had indeed lifted his teammates beyond their rightful stature. Thanks to Leonard's exceptional performance in the semifinals, where he delivered a game-winning shot against the 76ers and his man-to-man defense against Giannis Antetokounmpo in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Raptors managed to corner the seemingly invincible Warriors, especially with the injuries to Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant. As Leonard pondered this, he noticed Danny Green getting an open opportunity through his movement and unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Draymond Green rushed over for support, but was a moment too late. Danny Green launched a three-pointer, and whether Warriors or Raptors fans, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Leonard shook his head in disappointment. Looney secured the rebound, while Curry and Lu Heng sprinted towards the frontcourt. Leonard and all the Raptors players raced back, fully aware that allowing either Curry or Lu Heng to score another three-pointer would obliterate their chances at the championship. Chapter 43. Lu Heng is indeed formidable. Though we may have lost, we hold our heads high. Coach Zhang shouted, "An open opportunity." Danny Green. Regrettably, the shot did not succeed. Coach Zhang remarked, "Looney has secured the rebound. Let us observe if the Warriors can extend their lead to 20 points once more." At the moment when Curry and Lu Heng maneuvered to the 45-degree angle, Green, in possession of the ball, swiftly passed it to Curry. The Raptors' Leonard was the first to respond, but time was not on his side, compelling him to dash towards Curry. To his surprise, Curry executed a deceptive feint, successfully outsmarting Leonard. After evading Leonard, Curry did not hastily take a shot. Instead, he passed the ball to Lu Heng, positioned at the right side's 45-degree angle. Lu Heng promptly launched a three-point attempt, and the Warriors fans fervently prayed for the ball to find the net, while Raptors supporters hoped for the opposite. As Lu Heng released the ball, he seemed to sense a slight misalignment, tilting his body to observe the trajectory as if it would veer along with him. The basketball struck the front of the rim with a resounding thud and then ricocheted off the backboard. Witnessing this moment, everyone held their breath once more. "It must go in. Please, don't let it go in. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no." Both Warriors and Raptors fans fervently prayed for their respective teams. Yet, fate favored the Warriors this time, as the ball dramatically danced atop the rim before finally descending into the net, reminiscent of Leonard's game-winning shot against the 76ers in the semifinals. Observing this familiar scene, Leonard shook his head in resignation. Coach Zhang remarked, "Lu Heng hits another three-pointer, extending the lead to 20 points. Commentator Yu Jia added, "The outcome of the game seems utterly decided." With 4 minutes and 53 seconds remaining and a 20-point deficit, one would assume the result was no longer in doubt. However, the Raptors appeared unwilling to concede. At the very moment Lu Heng scored, Leonard swiftly picked up the ball, preparing for a baseline inbounds. Curry and Lu Heng began to retreat for defense, while Van Vliet pushed the ball up the court. Coach Zhang noted, "The Raptors are not ready to give up. They're still looking for a fast break." Yu Jia interjected, "This is the finals. They certainly won't relinquish easily." Coach Zhang continued, "Let us see if the Raptors can score on this possession." As Van Vliet crossed half-court, he immediately passed the ball to Leonard. Lu Heng stepped forward, arms outstretched, while Leonard executed several dribbles between his legs. He then accelerated past Lu Heng, penetrating the paint to complete a layup. The Raptors, trailing by such a significant margin, would find it insufficient to merely score 2 points. The Warriors, therefore, need not exert themselves defensively. A moderate defense would suffice for a mere 2 points. As the Warriors commenced their offensive play, they would undoubtedly take their time to consume the clock. Following Leonard's successful basket, Draymond Green promptly initiated an inbounds pass from a baseline. Liu Hung advanced with the ball at a leisurely pace, while the Warriors appeared to abandon their tactical approach, opting instead to allow Liu Hung to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon crossing the halfway line, Liu Hung began to dribble in place, consuming valuable time. Leonard approached, attempting to steal the ball, yet his efforts proved unsuccessful. He hesitated to commit a foul. Mindful of his current 4 fouls, Leonard signaled for Van Vliet to come forward and commit a foul. Liu Hung hastily dribbled towards the opposite side, meticulously consuming time beyond the 3-point line, neither shooting nor passing. Coach Zhang remarked that the Warriors had begun to gradually deplete the time. Yu Jia observed that the outcome seemed to be predetermined. Coach Zhang noted that the Raptors appeared to still seek a chance, as Leonard persistently gestured for Van Vliet to commit a foul. Yu Jia commented that if they had managed to steal 2 points earlier, it would now be too late. And fouling Liu Hung was ill-advised, considering his impeccable free throw accuracy in this match. Time slipped away second by second. 9, 8, 7. The clock commenced its countdown as Liu Hung inched closer to the 3-point line. Leonard advanced, arms outstretched, determined not to allow Liu Hung a clear shot. With only 2 seconds remaining, Liu Hung opted for a deep 3-pointer. Leonard lunged at him, yet failed to prevent the shot. Liu Hung approached the game with a casual mindset, merely seeking to pass the time. Yet to his astonishment, the ball swished through the net. With the sphere sinking effortlessly into the hoop, a deafening roar of jubilation erupted from the crowd, chanting MVP, 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 MVP. These cheers, of course, emanated from the Warriors supporters, while the Raptors fans, witnessing Liu Hang's consecutive 3-pointer, began to exit the arena in droves. The score stood at 117-96, and as Liu Hung continued to sink 3-pointers, the deficit expanded to 23 points. With just 4 minutes remaining, the Raptors appeared to be beyond redemption. In the Huaxia Live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarked, Liu Hang's 9th 3-pointer has equaled Stephen Curry's record for the most 3-pointers in a single finals game. Yu Jia added, that recent 60-point performance by Liu Hung has likely sealed the game. Coach Zhang continued, Nurse has called a timeout. The Raptors have ceased to hope for a miracle. Following Liu Hang's basket, Nurse called for the Raptors' second-to-last timeout. With 4 minutes left and trailing by 23 points, hope was all but extinguished. The Raptors players formed a circle as Nurse consoled his team. It is regrettable that we could not secure the championship this year. We still have a long journey ahead. There is nothing that should dampen our spirits. Observing his players with towels draped over their faces, heads bowed in despair, Nurse encouraged, lift your heads. We must continue to strive diligently. This summer, let us work to become stronger and better. That is our direction. We must unite and fight for one another, standing shoulder to shoulder like family. As this chapter was not yet concluded, readers were invited to turn to the next page for more thrilling content. After Nurse's speech, all the Raptors players nodded in agreement. Leonard gazed up at the large screen, which displayed Liu Hang's 9 3-pointers, equaling Curry's record for 3-pointers in a finals game. After viewing the footage, Leonard silently mused, Liu Hung is indeed formidable. Though we have lost, we can still hold our heads high. Noticing Leonard's dejected expression, Nurse gently patted him on the shoulder and added, boys, one last thing. After the game concludes, make it a point to congratulate our opponents. Extend your hands for a handshake. This is a fair competition. They have won through honorable means. I understand that the outcome is disheartening, but they have rightfully defeated us. And we should offer them our praise and allow them to bask in the crowd's adulation. After Nurse's remarks, Leonard led the team in nodding, their hearts heavy with sorrow and disappointment. Nevertheless, they recognized the importance of extending their congratulations to their adversaries, which perhaps encapsulates the true essence of competitive sports. After speaking, Nas was replaced by a substitute, preparing to conclude the final 2 minutes. At this moment, the utmost joy was felt by the Warriors players and their devoted fans. On the Warriors bench, everyone was celebrating with exuberance. Draymond Green, in particular, was so elated that he lifted Liu Hung into his arms, exclaiming, "We are champions. We are the 4th team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat. Liu, you are our hero." Liu Hung is experiencing such a moment for the first time, celebrating his inaugural championship, which fills him with immense joy. In contrast, Curry's expression carries a blend of reflection and excitement. He marvels at how the team has triumphed despite the injuries of core players like Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, alongside the skepticism and ridicule from outsiders. They have managed to stand at the pinnacle of basketball, exhilarated by their status as champions and having secured the Warriors' first three-peat. Becoming the fourth team in NBA history to achieve this feat in a moment of elation, Curry gazes at the beaming Liu Hong. The 30-year-old Stephen Curry sees a reflection of his younger self in the 20-year-old Liu Hong. Both are point guards, both rely on the three-point shot as their primary scoring method, and both have contributed to the same team in securing a championship. In Chapter 44, as the fourth team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat, Curry envisions the future of the Warriors in Liu Hong, perceiving him as a potential successor. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Zhang remarks that both teams have substituted in their bench players, preparing to let them finish the final 2 minutes. Yu Jian notes that even before the game concludes, the Warriors management, owner, and general manager have gathered beside Coach Kerr, sharing laughter while feeling a deep sense of sentiment. The camera captures Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, and Joe Lacob standing together, fully aware of the significance of this moment. The road to this three-peat has been fraught with challenges, including Durant's Achilles injury and Clay's torn ligament. Just when hope seemed lost, fate intervened with a savior of Asian descent. Coach Zhang announces that Del Curry is already holding a championship cigar. As the final whistle blows with 19 seconds remaining, Kerr calls a timeout, preparing to reintroduce the Warriors' starting lineup to relish this moment on the court. Yu Jia adds that Kerr specifically called for this timeout to allow the starters to bask in the glory of their achievement. Coach Zhang mentions that in just 20 seconds, the Warriors will hoist their fourth championship trophy in 5 years. Since the Raptors joined the NBA in 1995, no team has claimed a championship trophy on this court. The Warriors will be the first, marking their inaugural three-peat. Yu Jia observes as Curry passes the ball to Liu Hong, as if to say, the future is yours. Coach Zhang speculates whether Liu Hong intends to break a record. Yu Jia suggests it seems he plans to run down the clock. On the sidelines, LeBron James, Yao Ming, and all fans, whether Warriors or Raptors supporters, rise to their feet, applauding and paying the utmost tribute to the champions. With the sound of the final whistle, the game concludes. Liu Hong lofted the ball high into the air, prompting an exuberant celebration from all the fans present and the Warriors players. Yu Jia proclaimed, the game has concluded, and the Warriors have commenced their festivities. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors for securing the championship title of the 2018-2019 season. Curry and Liu Hong exchange high fives and warm embraces, followed by Curry celebrating alongside Iguodala and Draymond Green. Meanwhile, Durant and Clay, confined to their respective hospital beds, watch the joyous spectacle unfold, celebrating with their families and friends. They too played an indispensable role in the Warriors' journey to their third consecutive championship. This victory marked Durant's third championship and Clay's fourth. After the game, Leonard led the Raptors players in paying homage to the champions. He first approached Curry, sharing a high five and an embrace, extending his heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, you are the fourth team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat. Curry patted Leonard on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper, you are strong as well. We merely had a bit more luck. Subsequently, they exchanged another high five and shoulder bump. Leonard then approached Liu Hong, who promptly welcomed him with a similar high five and embrace. Leonard sincerely offered his well wishes to Liu Hong, expressing, it is a pleasure to compete against you. The future belongs to you. Liu Hong gently patted Leonard on the back. Due to the cacophony surrounding them, he leaned closer to Leonard's ear and spoke, Senior. In that joke, the fellow did not actually yield his seat to the man. Moreover, he was not inexperienced with air travel, as he too was a newly appointed captain. The man simply remained unaware of this. Much like us, inevitably, we shall all ascend to the pinnacle of success. For now, we merely await your arrival at the summit. Leonard discerned Liu Hong's intent to console him. Indeed, as the history of the NBA unfolds, each year heralds the emergence of a new champion. Why should the forthcoming year not be ours? After Liu Hong spoke, Leonard embraced him once more, extending his heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations to you all. With that, Leonard approached Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, and others to offer his well wishes before returning to the locker room. They understood that this moment did not belong to them, but rather to the Golden State Warriors. Nevertheless, they graciously extended their congratulations to one another. Liu Hong turned around and beheld a familiar figure, Jiang Qingning. Ever since the two of them had just graced the big screen, Jiang Qingning had seemingly evaporated from existence. Now, unexpectedly reappearing, she held a small booklet or something of the sort in her hand. Liu Hong understood that she had once again sought a place to paint. Liu Hong was the first to approach Jiang Qingning, who, as if sharing a silent understanding with him, anticipated his arrival. She remained in place, tilting her head expectantly as she awaited Liu Heng's approach. Liu Hong pretended to have just noticed the sketchbook in Jiang Qingning's hands and then teased, "Are you off to create more abstract art?" Jiang Qingning, well aware that Liu Hong was jesting, shot him a glance and replied, "Congratulations, congratulations to you all," while simultaneously handing him the item she held. Liu Hong took the sketchbook that Jiang Qingning handed him and, upon opening it, discovered an illustration depicting himself launching a three-point shot against Leonard. This rendition was notably superior to the previous one. Jiang Qingning cast a glance at Liu Hong, subtly urging him to turn the page. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this revelation. To his astonishment, the second page depicted the very moment when he had just launched the ball high into the air. Liu Hong never anticipated that Jiang Qingning would manage to complete the painting so swiftly, so quickly. Upon witnessing Liu Heng's astonishment, Jiang Qingning couldn't help but engage in self-deprecation. Simultaneously adressing Liu Heng's surprise. Abstract art, of course, could be created rapidly. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Liu Hong then turned his gaze towards the large screen, which displayed scenes of Curry celebrating alongside his family. Just moments ago, Liu Hong wore a broad smile. But as the camera panned back to him and Jiang Qingning, his expression shifted. Liu Hong once again entertained the thought of finding a crevice to hide within. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion upon noticing Jiang Qingning, who was tilting her head and smiling at him, as if conveying that their relationship ought to progress to a deeper level. Before Liu Hong could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Qingning took the initiative to embrace him. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon extended his arms to embrace Jiang Qingning. Witnessing this scene, Curry and Draymond Green immediately led the cheer. In a live stream from Huaxia, viewers speculated, is Liu Hong really dating? They are embracing. Isn't it obvious? I pondered where their focus lay. This was the moment of the Warriors' championship. Yet they were fixated on Liu Heng's relationship status. How amusing. A triumphant life, indeed. Attending the prestigious Duke University and clinching the NBA championship in his debut season, coupled with such a beautiful girlfriend. Truly, a winner in life. After a brief celebration, the NBA officials commenced the awards ceremony for the Warriors. NBA Vice President Mark Tatum delivered a succinct speech. What a thrilling series. Thank you to the fans in Toronto and the Bay Area, as well as to fans across the globe. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors, 5 finals in 5 years for NBA championships, becoming only the 4th team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat. We pay homage to Lacob, Coach Kerr, GM Myers, and all the players and coaches of the Warriors. Golden State Warriors, congratulations. You are the 2019 NBA champions. His words were met with thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the cacophony, Curry and Liu Hong raised the championship trophy together. Subsequently, a reporter posed a question to Lacob, when you acquired the Warriors in 2010, you aspired to reach the heights of the Lakers and Celtics. What does winning the championship again mean to you? Lacob replied, it means everything. I want to dedicate this honor to our players and coaches. The reporter then turned to Coach Kerr. Coach Kerr, with 4 championships and the same core players over the past 5 seasons, what would you like to say? Kerr pointed to Myers and responded, first and foremost, I must thank the person who brought all the players together. Thank you, GM Myers. He deserves more recognition. He constructed this team. Kerr gestured for Myers, who approached the reporters. After a high five and embrace with Kerr, the reporter inquired, it's no small feat to win the championship again and unite the players in their efforts. How did you achieve this? Myers replied, it is a testament to Coach Kerr and the players' dedication. I am incredibly grateful. Congratulations to you. The reporter turned to Coach Kerr, remarking, this marks your 9th championship ring, 5 earned during your playing days and 4 as a coach. It is quite an achievement. What are your thoughts? Kerr initially nodded with a smile before responding. In comparison to previous years, our chances of winning this season are perhaps the least favorable. The successive injuries to Durant, Clay, and other players have significantly diminished our prospects. I am immensely grateful to have these superstars. When you are surrounded by such talent, remarkable things tend to unfold. While mentioning the superstars, Kerr gestured toward Liu Hong and Curry, who were embracing the trophy. He continued, Curry and Liu Hong are right over there. You may inquire with them, as they are the reasons behind our victories. Thank you, and congratulations. In 1990 and 1995, Steve Kerr ascended to the pinnacle of the league as the three-point king. boasting the highest three-point shooting percentage in NBA history. He is also the sole member of the illustrious 190 Club within the NBA. During the summer of 1993, when the illustrious Michael Jordan announced his retirement, Kerr signed with the Chicago Bulls, securing a stable amount of playing time, particularly from 1994 onward, amidst the spotlight of such a prominent team. Kerr's three-point prowess captured the public's attention, achieving an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 52. For that year, he subsequently became the player with the highest single-season three-point shooting percentage in NBA history. A year later, the basketball deity returned to the Bulls, with Jordan's purpose clear: to once again lead the team to historical greatness and pursue another championship. During a practice session, Jordan and Kerr faced off, with Jordan surprised by Kerr's fearless demeanor. Their intense competition led to vigorous physical contact, culminating in an actual confrontation. Kerr, however, remained unfazed, later stating in an interview, "I didn't take care that Jordan was called the god of basketball. I was simply frustrated and had to confront him." This audacity made Kerr the only man to have ever laid hands on a basketball legend. As the 1995-96 season unfolded, the Bulls achieved a record-breaking 72 wins, advancing to the playoffs and ultimately lifting the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. Kerr contributed significantly that year, posting shooting statistics of 50, 6 from the field, 51, 5 from beyond the arc, and 92, 9 from the free throw line, collectively surpassing 190, thus becoming the only member of the 190 Club in NBA history. Kerr was instrumental in the Bulls' second championship three-peat. During a fiercely contested series against the Jazz, the teams battled through to Game 6. With the score tied at 86-86 and only 28 seconds remaining, everyone knew the final shot would be entrusted to Jordan. However, while seated on the bench, Jordan pondered for a moment before instructing Kerr, "If they double-team me, be ready to catch the ball. This time, you will be the one to take the crucial shot." Kerr responded, "If they double-team you, I will be ready." Indeed, as Jordan anticipated, the Jazz executed a double-team, allowing Kerr to sink the decisive shot, earning him the title of the Savior. Following the Bulls' second three-peat, Jordan chose to retire once more, while Kerr departed for the San Antonio Spurs. After winning 2 additional championships alongside the Spurs core trio of Duncan, Gin Billy, and Parker, Kerr retired from professional play. Over his career, he recorded 677 three-pointers with an impressive shooting percentage of 45, ranking first in history. In the 2014-15 season, following the dismissal of Warriors coach Mark Jackson, Kerr stepped into the role, facing skepticism as a rookie coach. However, with the emergence of Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, and drawing from the teachings of his mentor, Greg Popovich, Kerr led the Warriors to the finals that year, where they triumphed over LeBron James' Cavaliers to secure the championship. This victory marked Kerr's 6th championship ring and his first as a coach. As the Warriors claimed another championship, Kerr received his 9th ring, earning him the moniker of the Ring King. After expressing gratitude to both Kerr and general manager Bob Myers, a female reporter invited NBA Vice President Mark Tatum to present the Finals MVP trophy. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as fans erupted in applause, chanting, "Steph, Steph, Steph, MVP, MVP, MVP." Amidst the cheers, Tatum took the microphone and announced, Chapter 46, Curry is crowned Finals MVP. Tonight, we are honored to welcome Bill Russell, for whom the MVP trophy is named. He gestured towards Russell, then continued, "This man is a 4-time champion and a 2-time regular season MVP. This is his first Finals MVP." The 2019 Bill Russell Finals MVP trophy is awarded to Stephen Curry of the Golden State Warriors. As Tatum concluded his announcement, Bill Russell graciously handed the MVP trophy to Curry, who joyfully received his first Finals MVP, with Draymond Green ecstatically lifting him in celebration. Liu Hung stood by, applauding and cheering for his elder brother. The arena reverberated with deafening chants of MVP, 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 MVP. At that moment, major media outlets in Huaxia were competing to report that Curry had secured his 4th championship title ahead of James, earning his first Finals MVP, and that the Warriors had become the 4th team in NBA history to achieve a three-peat. Curry is remarkable. Liu Hung is remarkable. Yet, one might wonder why Liu Hung was not named MVP. Although he played only 1 additional game and performed admirably, the honor eluded him. Indeed, it is commendable for Curry, and it would be perfect if he could also secure an Olympic gold medal. Absolutely, Liu Hung still has ample opportunities to claim the Finals MVP in the future. Despite many reveling in the Warriors' victory, Some fans recalled Liu Heng's pledge to join the national team for this year's World Cup upon winning the championship. It seems that Huaxia's national basketball team is poised to welcome a top-tier NBA star. Some, still processing the news, were scrolling through a flurry of question marks. However, someone quickly reminded them. Liu Heng declared that he would join the national team for this year's World Cup once they secured the championship. Indeed, in the excitement of the Warriors' triumph, that detail slipped the mind. Ha ha ha! Based on Liu Heng's performance in Game 7, we are no longer satisfied with merely achieving our historical best. Our goal is to seize the gold. It's hard to imagine, but if Liu Heng were to lead the Huaxia national basketball team to victory, it would truly be extraordinary. Indeed, should he secure the gold, he would surpass the legendary Yao Ming, becoming the foremost figure in men's basketball. Just as the conversation reached a fervent peak, a netizen shared an image of Liu Heng adorned in the national team jersey. Remarkable, it appears to be quite authentic. In the picture, Liu Heng dons the number 30 jersey, exuding an air of seamlessness. To the unacquainted observer, it would appear entirely genuine. It is evident that the online community harbors substantial expectations for Liu Heng. Previously, some marketing accounts had made attempts to tarnish his reputation, yet they now extend their congratulations to him for clinching the NBA championship. Such individuals are perpetually driven by the pursuit of traffic, indifferent to right or wrong. Following a brief eruption of cheers at the Scotiabank Arena, the reporters commenced their interview with Stephen Curry. Stephen, this marks your 4th championship. It is your first time being awarded the Finals MVP. What do you have to say? Due to the disparity in height and the cacophony of the venue, Curry had to lean down to hear the reporter's inquiry. This has been the most challenging season for us. We faced numerous injuries throughout. However, we persevered. With Durant and Clay's departures in Games 5 and 6, our entire team felt the weight of the setback. But amidst this turmoil, a transformative figure emerged. Our hero, Liu Heng. As Curry spoke, he gestured toward Liu Heng, who responded with a gentle nod and a smile. Curry continued, "This championship also belongs to Clay and Durant. Without them, our success would have been unattainable." The arena erupted into thunderous applause. The reporters proceeded to interview the Warriors' key players, and ultimately, it was Liu Heng's turn. "Please welcome Liu Heng." Upon the reporter's announcement, the crowd of fans and Warriors players erupted in cheers, showering Liu Heng with applause. Draymond Green also handed the championship trophy to Liu Heng. Liu Heng grasped the heavy championship trophy, embracing it as he engaged in an interview with reporters. "Liu, this is the dream you have longed for. How surreal is it to be a champion?" He responded, "I am elated. My dreams have come to fruition, and my teammates and I have achieved this together." Many believe it is challenging for individuals of Asian descent to establish themselves in the NBA. What is your perspective on this? He confidently replied, "Have I not already proven it?" After Liu Heng spoke, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause once more, particularly the Warriors fans and players who understood the significance of Liu Heng's contribution to the championship. They genuinely admired this young man from the East. Following a brief moment of jubilation, reporters resumed their inquiries. "You previously stated that securing the championship would enable you to represent your country in this year's World Cup, bearing the expectations of your nation. Do you perceive this as a source of pressure?" "Indeed, it is both a burden and a motivation. I shall fulfill my promise and strive to help my country achieve commendable results," Liu Heng responded. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingning's gaze remained fixed on Liu Heng, applauding him fervently. As a compatriot, she could profoundly relate to his experience. While other stars might represent merely a city, Liu Heng bore the hopes of an entire nation and ethnicity upon his shoulders, a pressure that is undoubtedly immense. The reporter continued with his questions. "Tonight, you achieved a career high of 60 points, breaking the NBA Game 7 scoring record, and you made 9 three-pointers, tying the final single-game three-point record set by Stephen. What are your thoughts on this? Our opponents, the Raptors, are a formidable team. My ability to score 60 points is undoubtedly thanks to my teammates and Coach Kerr for granting me this opportunity. They have consistently created chances for me." Liu Heng's statement not only exemplifies high emotional intelligence, but also underscores that victory is not solely reliant on his individual efforts, but rather on the collective endeavors and collaboration of the entire team. After Liu Heng's remarks, the venue was once more filled with cheers and applause. Following the award ceremony, all the players and coaches of the Warriors gathered for a group photograph. Liu Heng, Curry, Iguodala, Draymond Green, and Looney were seated on the awards platform, while the other Warriors players stood behind them. Curry cradled the FMVP trophy, with Liu Heng beside him, holding the championship trophy. In the Huaxia live broadcast, Yu Jia remarked, "Thus, all matches of the NBA 2018 to 2019 season have concluded. Congratulations once again to the Golden State Warriors for securing the 2019 NBA championship. And congratulations to Curry for winning his first career FMVP trophy. Furthermore, we extend our congratulations to Liu Hong for achieving his inaugural championship title, while also breaking the NBA Game 7 scoring record, culminating in a perfect conclusion and bestowing a flawless ending to the 2019 season." Coach Zhang interjected, "It is not quite over yet. Liu Hong has promised to participate in the national team." Yu Jia responded, "Indeed, although the NBA season has ended, basketball events continue, with the World Cup approaching. Fans of Liu Hong can eagerly anticipate his performance on the international stage, hoping to see him dominate with an average of 50 points per game to secure gold." An average of 50 points may not suffice. He must excel in both offense and defense. Securing an Olympic berth would be a privilege, as basketball is not a solitary sport. Certainly, even if he secures an Olympic ticket, should the Olympic schedule conflict with the NBA, Liu Hong will likely not participate. Goodness, the World Cup is still over a month away, and we are already contemplating next year's Olympics? Ha ha ha. The award ceremony at the Scotiabank Arena in Canada has concluded, and all players have returned to the locker room, where they are now celebrating with champagne sprays. As Liu Hong just donned his glasses, Curry and Green approached him eagerly. "Hey, our great hero, experienced the baptism of champagne." Liu Hong furrowed his brows slightly, instantly comprehending the intentions of these two fools. Before he could react, Curry and Draymond Green, having shaken their champagne for a considerable time, immediately directed it towards Liu Hong in a spray. In a state of confusion, Liu Hong shook the champagne in his hand and commenced his counterattack. Chapter 47. 80 million in 4 years. In this match, Liu Hong scored 60 points, along with 2 assists, 7 rebounds, and 3 steals. Curry contributed 30 points, 12 assists, and 5 rebounds. Iguodala added 12 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds. Draymond Green recorded 14 points, 6 assists, and 10 rebounds. Looney achieved 8 points, 3 assists, and 12 rebounds. Liu Hong, in a thrilling Game 7, astoundingly scored 60 points, setting a new career high and simultaneously shattering the NBA's Game 7 scoring record. Meanwhile, Curry efficiently amassed 30 points, paying homage to himself, while also contributing 12 assists. On the Raptors side, Leonard achieved a remarkable double-double with 41 points, 8 assists, and 11 rebounds. Lowry added 19 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Van Vliet contributed 12 points, 1 assist, and 3 rebounds. Danny Green recorded 15 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. And Siakam tallied 20 points, 5 assists, and 7 rebounds. Apart from Leonard, only Siakam managed to exceed the 20-point mark. It is evident that Leonard exerted every ounce of effort in this decisive game, while the performances of the other players were rather standard. Besides Siakam, there was hardly anyone to alleviate the pressure on Leonard, both offensively and defensively, within a hotel in Toronto, Canada. Liu Hong lay upon a couch, engrossed in his mobile device, where a contract extension from the Warriors illuminated the screen. Following the game, Warriors owner Joe Lacob had approached Liu Hong personally, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his contributions to the team and acknowledging the sacrifices he had made regarding the team's salary cap. Lacob, a man of his word, promptly presented Liu Hong with a 4-year contract worth 80 million renminbi, averaging 20 million per year. This contract extension truly represented the maximum salary the Warriors could offer Liu Hong. It is noteworthy that at that time, even the league's superstar, Stephen Curry, commanded an annual salary of only around 40 million. As a first-year freshman, Liu Hong has showcased remarkable talent and played a crucial role in helping the Warriors secure their championship title. His contract, valued at 20 million annually, clearly reflects Lacob's earnest commitment. After all, the Warriors are also faced with the challenge of renewing contract for Thompson and Durant this summer. Moreover, Lacob has hinted at surprising Liu Hong with something special, although it remains unspoken. Liu Hong suspects it might be a car or a house. While his substantial salary would suffice for purchasing a home, receiving such gifts would undoubtedly be more advantageous, especially since Lacob is not financially constrained. Why not seize such an opportunity? However, Liu Hong is confronted with a pressing issue. He currently lacks an agent. Having already established his worth in the NBA, numerous endorsements and advertisements await him. Without an agent or a dedicated team, he must manage all affairs independently. As a professional basketball player, his time is consumed by games and training, leaving little room for mundane matters. Thus, he began to search online for renowned sports agencies in the United States. Just as he was engrossed in his research, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and may claim the following rewards. Nowitzki's Foundation Chicken Independence Experience 1, Carter S. Dunk Experience 1, James Chasedown Block Experience 1, Jabbar S. Skyhook Experience 1, Talon Potion 10 Shoes 2 from the above rewards. The system's sudden announcement, following his extensive search, caught him completely off guard. Liu Hong could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Damn it, you foolish system. Was this done intentionally?" After Liu Hong scolded the system, he vanished once more. However, he swiftly made a decision. He desired the experience of a chase block from LeBron James and a talent potion. Congratulations, the host has acquired 1 LeBron James chase block experience and 10 talent potions. He now possesses 4 permanent skill packages, along with experience cards for Jordan's fadeaway jumper, LeBron's chase block, and a 3-point guarantee. Furthermore, with the recently acquired 10 talent potions, he still has 30 points left, sufficient for exchanging talent values and skill packages. Moreover, since there are no ongoing games, these assets are not immediately necessary. Prioritizing the resolution of the agent issue is essential. Although there are numerous renowned agencies and agents in the United States, one notable figure is Rich Paul, the agent who previously recruited him. Rich Paul is among the most prominent agents in the NBA in recent years, known for his ruthless tactics. He spares no effort to assist players in achieving their desires, including selecting preferred teammates and moving to desired teams. The collaboration between Anthony Davis and LeBron James at the Lakers is a testament to Rich Paul's influence. At that time, Davis's team, the Pelicans, was underperforming, severely diminishing their championship prospects. Consequently, under Rich Paul's guidance, Davis informed the team midseason that he would not renew his contract upon expiration and expressed a desire to be traded to the Lakers. His demand for a transfer during the contract period and the public specification of his preferred destination showcased Rich Paul's methods to the entire league. Although the Celtics also expressed interest in Davis, offering a more favorable deal than the Lakers, Rich Paul informed them that even if they secured Davis, he would not extend his contract, effectively providing only a 1-year rental. This exorbitant price for a mere year of usage was a cost that the Celtics, along with all other interested teams, were unwilling to pay. Ultimately, the Pelicans had no choice but to trade with the Lakers, who successfully acquired this top-tier power forward. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Despite Rich Paul being a renowned NBA agent, Liu Hong had just declined an invitation to play for the Lakers under his representation. It would be awkward to subsequently seek to join Rich Paul's agency. Therefore, he resolved to explore other options. Just as Liu Hong was pondering this dilemma, his phone suddenly rang. Liu Hong picked up his phone and saw a message from Curry. "Hey, Liu Hong, we just clinched the championship title. I assume you're too excited to sleep. Come downstairs and join us for a night out at the club to celebrate." Liu Hong was acutely aware that this was an indispensable ritual for many players following a championship victory. Moreover, they were still in Toronto and could not return to Golden State immediately. Although Liu Hong was somewhat reluctant to participate, he recognized that he was a pivotal figure in the Warriors' triumph. His absence would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of his teammates. After a brief moment of contemplation, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, you go ahead and reserve a spot for me. I shall tidy up and join you shortly." After Liu Hong finished speaking, he intended to hang up the phone and prepare to go out. However, Curry's next remark left him in a predicament. "Remember to bring your girlfriend. We are all family people. It would be quite awkward if you were the only one alone." This statement truly baffled Liu Hong. Although Jiang Qingming did embrace him during their championship victory, neither had explicitly declared their relationship as romantic. Moreover, it was late at night, making it inappropriate to invite her out. Initially planning to tidy up, Liu Hong hung up the phone and sat back on the sofa, lost in contemplation. While he indeed harbored some affection for Jiang Qingming, he was also aware that she reciprocated those feelings. Yet, neither was willing to shatter the unspoken barrier between them. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Liu Hong's mind. Upon hearing that voice, Liu Hong is filled with an urge to curse it. Moreover, this foolish system has issued a rather challenging task to him. Chapter 48, The Ultimate Death Squad. Ding dong. The system has dispatched a task, inviting Jiang Qingming to join in a celebration at the nightclub. Completion of this task yields the following rewards: an increase of 5 centimeters in height and 5 bottles of Talon Elixir. Upon hearing the system's task, Liu Hong was indeed inclined to curse vehemently, longing to berate the system. However, when he learned of the 5 centimeter height increase, his curiosity was piqued. He was aware that height could be augmented, yet the precise method remained elusive to him. He promptly inquired of the system, "How does one increase height?" The system retorted, "Did I not mention that it can be achieved through the use of a talent potion? Are you truly that dim-witted?" Liu Hong was instantly filled with indignation, and fueled by a long-standing resentment. He retorted vehemently, "How dare you, you foolish system, insult me? If you were a person, I would surely make short work of you." However, after venting his frustration, he reconsidered. The system had indeed mentioned the possibility of utilizing a talent potion for enhancement, which was undeniably accurate. Nonetheless, he had no intention of apologizing to the system. His inquiry pertained to whether the effects of the talent potion would manifest instantaneously or require a period of time. The system's response was not what he had anticipated, prompting him to further inquire, "Will it be an immediate increase, or will it take time?" "Fool, are you not concerned that such a sudden surge in height might lead others to perceive you as a monster?" Upon hearing the system's reprimand, Liu Hong felt an urge to retort. However, upon reflection, he realized the absurdity of the situation. How could one possibly experience a sudden growth spurt? Such an occurrence would be difficult to elucidate when others inquired. After using it, how long would it take? A month. Just as the system's words faded, Liu Hang's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Liu Hong disregarded who it was and answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" Since he was in Canada, he naturally spoke in English. Just as he finished speaking, the other party responded fluently in Chinese. "You couldn't even spare a note for me?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Liu Hong immediately recognized it. "Jiang, the reporter, is that you?" Jiang Qingning was taken aback. How could Liu Hong not recognize her? However, upon reflection, she deemed it quite understandable. They had added each other on WeChat previously, and after the competition ended, she had proactively requested Liu Hang's phone number. Jiang Qingning had Liu Hang's number, but Liu Hong did not possess hers. Realizing this, Jiang Qingning explained, "Did you forget that I asked for your contact number earlier?" Upon hearing this, Liu Hong finally recalled, "I remember now. Did you call me in the middle of the night because there was something urgent? Your teammates have all gone to celebrate the victory. Why haven't I seen you with them?" Jiang Qingning's remark caught Liu Hong off guard. He was curious about how she knew this. "How did you find out they were celebrating?" Jiang Qingning suddenly wondered if Liu Hong had lost his mind, or if there was a short circuit in his brain. She had clearly mentioned that she was staying at the same hotel. "Did I not say that I was staying in the same hotel as you? The window has a view of it." Upon hearing this, Liu Hong immediately remembered that they had indeed discussed these matters during their casual conversation. However, he had been so focused on finding a suitable agent that he had completely forgotten about it. Liu Heng promptly apologized. "I'm sorry. I got caught up in my busyness and forgot." "What were you busy with?" "I was looking for an agent." Jiang Qingning did not find it strange that Liu Hong was searching for an agent. After all, almost every NBA player had one. Now that Liu Hong had established his worth, numerous endorsements and advertisements awaited him. Having his own agent would certainly make negotiations much more convenient. However, upon hearing Liu Hong mention the agent, a bold idea sparked in Jiang Qingning's mind. "Aren't you going to celebrate with your teammates?" Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's question, Liu Hong decided to be forthright with her. "I am, but I would like to take you along. Would you come?" Jiang Qingning was somewhat surprised by Liu Heng's invitation. She hadn't expected him to extend such a gesture. Liu Hong intended to convey that it was his teammates who encouraged him to extend the invitation. However, upon reflection, he feared that such a revelation might dishearten Jiang Qingning. Thus, he chose to express that it was his own desire to take her out. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qingning was unaware of these nuances. Upon hearing that it was Liu Hong who wished to take her out, her heart swelled with joy. After all, she had just taken the bold step of embracing Liu Hong, a gesture that had decidedly signified her desire to deepen their connection. "Please wait a moment while I tidy myself up. I will be down shortly." Liu Hong was taken aback by Jiang Qingning's prompt and cheerful agreement. He realized that Jiang Qingning genuinely harbored feelings for him. "All right, I shall await you in the hotel lobby," he responded. After saying this, Jiang Qingning was the first to hang up, and Liu Hong began to change his attire. Meanwhile, major social media platforms across Huaxia were inundated with posts celebrating the Warriors' championship victory. News of their triumph had surged to the top of trending topics on every social media outlet. This marked the Warriors' fourth consecutive championship in NBA history, with Curry securing his fourth title ahead of LeBron James, and Liu Hong earning his first Finals MVP. Furthermore, Liu Hong became the first Chinese player to achieve an NBA championship as a core team member, breaking the record for scoring in a Game 7. This momentous occasion instantly garnered Liu Heng a substantial influx of followers. It is well known that male basketball players typically attract a larger male fan base. Liu Heng is phenomenal, scoring 60 points. It's incredible to think that a person of Asian descent could achieve such a feat in the NBA, many exclaimed. And this was in the finals. Congratulations to Liu Heng and to Curry for securing his first finals MVP. Oh dear, this chapter has more to reveal. Please click the next page to continue reading, as there is even more thrilling content ahead. It was truly astonishing. Many had anticipated that with the injuries to Durant and Clay, the Warriors would lose their championship chances. However, unexpectedly, Liu Heng emerged as a formidable player. What a marvel! He possesses the skills of numerous NBA stars. One can only imagine how opposing teams would fare against a lineup featuring Curry, Liu Heng, Clay, Durant, and Draymond Green. Indeed, one cannot deny that Coach Kerr might actually orchestrate such a scenario. The ultimate death lineup: point guard Curry, shooting guard Liu Heng, small forward Clay, power forward Durant, and center Green. This quintet is undeniably formidable. It is hard to fathom. All five players excel in both offense and defense, and remarkably, they seem not to monopolize ball possession. One must commend the creativity of these netizens, though they were merely jesting. Yet, no one could have anticipated that such a scenario would eventually materialize. Given Coach Kerr's tendency to deploy three-guard lineups during games, it is indeed plausible that Liu Heng, Curry, Clay, Durant, and Draymond Green could take the court together. The Warriors, already an indomitable force, have now been enhanced. How can opponents contend with this? Is this not akin to forming a super team, a quintet of giants? Oh dear, previously, Liu Heng was deemed a fleeting phenomenon, dismissed by many as incapable. How is it that he now stands among the giants? Additionally, apart from Durant, all five players were drafted and nurtured by the Warriors themselves, with Liu Heng being an overlooked gem they acquired. How can this be construed as forming a super team? Indeed, unlike some individuals who frequently change teams in search of allies. Chapter 49. Is this truly the case? Is Steven here as well? Many fans believe that the current trend of camaraderie among players has marred the essence of basketball, tarnishing what was once the purest form of the game. However, others argue that basketball is inherently a team sport, not one that can be won by a solitary individual. There is nothing inherently wrong with players joining forces. Some contend that the phenomenon of players banding together has indeed undermined the NBA, as the concentration of exceptional talent within a few teams diminishes the championship competitiveness of others. Thus, they assert that this trend has destroyed both the NBA and the spirit of basketball. Time swiftly passes, and Liu Heng has arrived at the hotel lobby, awaiting Jiang Qingning. Liu Heng sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, although it was already past 1 in the morning. The social media of M Country was still ablaze with posts celebrating the Warriors' championship victory and Curry's first FMVP award, especially among the fans in the Bay Area. Despite the late hour, the streets were still teeming with revelers celebrating in grand fashion. Perhaps this is the allure of basketball. Liu Heng observed a multitude of individuals adorned in his jersey, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This signified his complete acceptance by the public. Just as he was captivated by the scene, a melodious voice interrupted him, inquiring, "What are you so delightedly watching?" Liu Heng looked up, and a breathtaking oval face came into view. Who else could it be but Jiang Qingning? Although Jiang Qingning was dressed in a relatively modest casual outfit, devoid of the beautiful dresses Liu Heng had envisioned, he was nonetheless captivated by her flawless figure. Liu Heng was not taken aback by Jiang Qingning's attire. Although they were in Canada, the nightclub atmosphere mirrored that of Country M, rife with desire and violence. As a Chinese individual, he had been raised with relatively conservative values, which naturally deterred him from donning revealing clothing for a night out. Noticing Liu Heng's silence and his unblinking gaze fixed upon her, Jiang Qingning playfully waved her fingers before his eyes and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Liu Heng swiftly regained his composure and averted his gaze. However, he refrained from speaking, instead offering a subtle smile. This action infuriated Jiang Qingning, who, pouting her lips, pointed at Liu Heng's eyes and declared, "If you continue to stare recklessly, I shall pluck your eyes out." Upon hearing this, Liu Heng immediately became intrigued and provocatively remarked, "I shall observe. Let's see if you dare to dig." Simultaneously, his gaze roamed over Jiang Qingning, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Jiang Qingning shot Liu Heng a disdainful glance, then lightly swatted his head with her hand. Liu Heng was taken aback by Jiang Qingning's sudden action, yet he refrained from voicing any further comments. The two hailed a taxi and made their way to the nightclub, where Curry and the others had already arrived. They were headed to the largest nightclub in Toronto. Although this was Canada, the Warriors had previously played at the Raptors' home court, so they were somewhat familiar with the area. While this nightclub could not quite compare to those in San Francisco, the overall ambience was quite pleasant. Despite the fact that this excursion to the nightclub was organized by the Warriors players themselves, it nonetheless found its way onto social media through the posts of some fans. As Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning arrived, a throng of enthusiastic fans had already gathered both inside and outside the nightclub. Naturally, the majority of these supporters were ardent fans of the Warriors, as Curry and other players from the team had evidently already entered. Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning, being the last to arrive, found themselves in a rather precarious situation. The moment Liu Heng stepped out of the taxi, he was immediately recognized by the fans. Subsequently, a multitude of admirers surrounded him. Although the fans did not intend any harm, Jiang Qingning instinctively moved closer to Liu Heng, who then gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, doing his utmost to shield her from the crowd. Fortunately, the fans merely wished to exchange pleasantries with Liu Heng, with some even presenting jerseys, sneakers, and basketballs for him to sign. Liu Heng did not decline. As he signed autographs, he made his way into the nightclub. The fans who had finished signing in front gradually parted to create a pathway. The nightclub nearly transformed into a fan meet and greet, an event that lingered for more than 10 minutes. Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning successfully entered the nightclub, with Liu Heng signing autographs with one hand while holding on to Jiang Qingning with the other. During the signing, fans jested with Liu Heng. "Hey Liu Heng, this isn't a place for couples to date. If you were on a date, it should be at a couple's hotel." It was evident that everyone had already assumed Jiang Qingning was Liu Heng's girlfriend. Although the two had not explicitly stated this, Liu Heng offered no further clarification, merely stating, "We're not here on a date. We are looking for my teammates." Initially, these fans had only caught glimpses of videos on social media showing Warriors players celebrating at this nightclub, uncertain of their authenticity, especially since they had waited for quite some time without seeing anyone. However, upon hearing Liu Heng's words, everyone became animated. "Is that true? Is Steven here too?" Liu Heng had been obstructed for quite some time, and naturally, he intended to devise a plan to deal with Curry and his companions. "You all stay here and make sure to intercept Steven when he comes out," he instructed. With that, Liu Heng turned and strode deeper into the nightclub. The two exchanged knowing smiles. But only Jiang Qingning noticed that what initially began as a handshake had gradually transformed into an interlocking of fingers, while Liu Heng was preoccupied with signing autographs. Liu Heng possessed a commendable capacity for drinking. Despite reveling until past 2 o'clock, he found himself only mildly intoxicated. Naturally, Jiang Qingning accompanied Liu Heng as they departed. Curry, accompanied by his wife and children, decided not to linger any longer. Meanwhile, Draymond Green and his companions intended to indulge in a night of unrestrained celebration, a venture in which neither Liu Heng nor Curry wished to partake. Although both Draymond Green and Curry are family men, the latter had chosen to bring his loved ones along, while Draymond had not. Thus, bolstered by Curry's exemplary character, it was only fitting that he would not immerse himself in a night of revelry at the nightclub. Although Liu Heng harbored a disdain for nightclubs, his departure stemmed more from his concern for Jiang Qingning. He had become acutely aware of Jiang Qingning's predicament, while he and his teammates reveled in celebration. Jiang Qingning found herself seated alone on a sofa. Despite the presence of Aisha, Curry's wife, the familiarity between them was lacking, rendering Jiang Qingning somewhat awkward. Even though both Aisha and Curry possessed amiable natures and were easy to converse with, Jiang Qingning felt a palpable discomfort. In the spacious private room, Jiang Qingning, a devoted fan of the Warriors, had undoubtedly heard of the enviable love story between Curry and Aisha. Their paths first crossed at a church in Charlotte when they were merely 14. At that time, Aisha was a rising child star, while Curry was just an ordinary athlete, forced to conceal his affections deep within his heart. Time flew by, and after graduating high school, Curry remained in his hometown to attend Davis College, whereas Aisha moved to Los Angeles to pursue her acting career. At that juncture, they resembled two parallel lines in a mathematical equation, destined never to intersect. Yet, the marvel of fate is not easily thwarted by distance. During his sophomore year, as an NCAA star player, Curry ventured to Los Angeles for an event. Having matured, he was no longer willing to let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Thus, he summoned the courage to invite Aisha for a shopping outing. Aisha, having learned from friends of Curry's long-standing affection for her, contemplated her decision and ultimately agreed to the rendezvous. This marked Curry's inaugural visit to Los Angeles, as well as their first solitary date. The days they spent together cultivated mutual feelings, yet Aisha hesitated to pursue a relationship with an athlete, harboring reservations about their perceived lack of fidelity and emotional depth. Upon his return, Curry ardently sought to win Aisha's affections. He even endeared himself to her family by playing video games with her brother for 2 weeks. Gradually, Curry's sincerity dismantled Aisha's preconceived notions, leading them to naturally establish a romantic relationship. On July 30th, 2011, Curry and Aisha concluded a 4-year courtship and officially wed. At that time, Curry was merely 23 years old, while Aisha was 22. The external world often struggled to comprehend why Curry chose to marry at such a young age, until many years later when he offered the most genuine explanation in an interview. When one encounters the right person, why squander time? Post-marriage, Aisha sacrificed her cherished acting career for the sake of their family, providing unwavering support to Curry as he devoted himself to basketball. When Curry triumphed in games, Aisha celebrated alongside him. When he faced defeat, she sought to console him with flowers. Perhaps this exemplifies the most exquisite form of love. Liu Hong grasped Jiang Qingning's hand and departed the nightclub alongside the Curry couple. Liu Hong departed unscathed, while Curry found himself encircled by fans. As Liu Hong departed, he could not resist teasing Curry, saying, "Steven, take your time signing. They have been waiting for you for quite a while." After this, Liu Hong and Jiang Qingning hailed a taxi and left. Although Liu Hong had consumed alcohol, his mind remained relatively lucid. Jiang Qingning, having had a slight drink as well, soon began to feel drowsy while seated in the vehicle. Gradually, she leaned against Liu Hong, and unbeknownst to anyone, a captivating smile slowly appeared at the corner of her lips. Liu Hong leaned against the car window, gazing up at the night sky. The moonlight tonight is exquisite, with the moon hanging high in the heavens, casting a gentle glow that illuminates the earth as if it were daytime, imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity. Liu Hong initially contemplated closing his eyes for a brief respite. However, given that he was not in his homeland, the security conditions here were markedly inferior, especially at such an hour in the dead of night. This realization swiftly dispelled his intention. At that moment, a voice resonated in Liu Heng's mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! For completing the task, you are entitled to the following rewards: an increase of 5 points in height and 5 points in talent elixir." Liu Hong had just been pondering that the foolish system would likely take ages to bestow his rewards once more. To his astonishment, the system was unusually prompt this time. As Liu Hong remained in a state of confusion, the voice of the system echoed once again in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for winning the competition. You have been awarded 5 points of talent elixir." Liu Hong finally understood why the rewards were distributed so swiftly this time. It turned out that the prize system for winning the competition had yet to issue his rewards. Liu Hong had always felt that something was amiss, yet he could never quite pinpoint it. However, upon the system's prompt, realization struck him. The additional rewards for winning the match had yet to be dispensed. "Damn it! You foolish system, you are slower than a 2G network." After Liu Hong finished speaking, the system vanished once more. Liu Hong had long since grown accustomed to this and had no intention of engaging in further entanglements with the system. Deep within Liu Heng's mind, he contemplated the 40 points of talent potions for permanent skill packs and 3 experience cards, alongside the luck potion and misfortune potion, which he had yet to utilize. He found himself exceedingly affluent. However, his aspirations remained unquenched. The more talent potions and skill packs he possessed, the better. He intended to capitalize on the off-season to diligently enhance his attributes across the board. Although he was set to represent the national team in the World Cup, he still had over a month's time, ample opportunity to bolster his capabilities. With this thought in mind, Liu Hong once again gazed into the depths of his consciousness. Host name, Liu Hong. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Vertical leap, 84 centimeters. Strength, 76 speed, 85 basketball IQ. 90. Liu Hong gazed at his attributes. Aside from his strength, which left much to be desired, the rest were sufficiently satisfactory. However, Liu Hong remained restless, aspiring to elevate both his vertical leap and speed to the impressive threshold of 90 during the off-season. Just as he contemplated this, the taxi arrived at its destination. Liu Hong was also preparing to exit the vehicle when he noticed Jiang Qingning still leaning against it. A faint smile graced Liu Heng's lips as he extended his index finger, playfully prodding Jiang Qingning at her waist. Jiang Qingning stifled a gasp, unable to vocalize her surprise, for Lu Hong had long been aware that she was merely feigning sleep. When he observed that Jiang Qingning showed no intention of waking up upon reaching their destination, he resorted to this rather mischievous tactic. After all, if she dared to take advantage of him in the car, did she truly expect him to carry her back to her room? Initially, Jiang Qingning had entertained such a notion, but upon realizing that Lu Hong had seen through her ruse, she felt it inappropriate to voice her intentions any longer. Nevertheless, she did offer a gentle reminder to Lu Hong. Have you never carried anyone before? Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the scene of Jiang Qingning embracing him after their victory. He initially intended to retort, "Wasn't it you who embraced me?" Yet, he restrained himself from voicing this thought. "All right, it's time to return to your rest. You shall accompany us back tomorrow," he said. "Dear master, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come." Jiang Qingning was taken aback by Lu Heng's eagerness for her departure. Yet she was pleasantly surprised by his invitation to join him on the flight back to the Bay Area. The thought brought her great joy. "I will accompany you to your room." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment, startled by her sudden declaration. He pondered internally. Jiang Qingning is not typically so casual. Surely, there must be a reason behind this. Observing Lu Heng's surprise, Jiang Qingning quickly clarified, "Did you not mention seeking a manager? I can assist you." Upon hearing her words, Lu Heng's mind was engulfed in confusion, questioning, "Isn't Jiang Qingning a journalist? Why has she suddenly expressed a desire to be my manager?" Lu Heng immediately began to reminisce. He had researched Jiang Qingning's background and was well aware that her family owned a company. He also knew that Jiang Qingning was a distinguished Harvard graduate, having studied economics. While it was indeed possible for her to pursue a career as an agent, one might argue that it would be an underutilization of her talents. Furthermore, Jiang Qingning had confided in him that being a journalist was her true passion. Lu Heng was momentarily perplexed. "Are you considering being my agent? Did you not mention that being a journalist is your passion? Has the novelty worn off, and you no longer wish to pursue it?" "Just now, when I heard you say you were looking for an agent, I thought I might give it a try." Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Lu Heng seemed to grasp something profound. Subsequently, he offered a faint smile and candidly unveiled Jiang Qingning's intentions. "You became a journalist, ostensibly to pursue your admiration for stars, and to one day interview someone like Curry. Now that you have achieved that dream, you claim the novelty has worn off." Jiang Qingning, upon hearing Lu Heng's remarks, gave him an approving thumbs up. "Indeed, let us proceed to your room and discuss the prospect of me becoming your manager." Lu Heng, witnessing Jiang Qingning's determination, felt compelled to give it a try himself, especially since he could not find a suitable candidate. However, upon hearing Jiang Qingning mention that she would be heading to his room, he felt a mischievous urge to tease her. A wicked smile crept across Lu Heng's face as he addressed her. "Auntie Jiang, in the dead of night, with just the two of us in a room, are you not afraid that I might take advantage of you?" As he spoke, Lu Heng's gaze roamed over Jiang Qingning's figure. Jiang Qingning, no fool, recognized his intentional provocation. With a playful smirk, she began to entice Lu Heng, saying, "As long as you are not afraid of Auntie taking advantage of you, I shall not fear you taking advantage of me." She moved closer to Lu Heng, causing him to retreat in alarm. Lu Heng felt a surge of trepidation within. He knew he was not one to provoke. Chapter 51. Do you really know how to negotiate a contract? Jiang Qingning observed Lu Heng retreating repeatedly and ceased her advance. Instead, she shot him a disdainful glance and mockingly remarked, You dare to harass me?" Lu Heng shook his head repeatedly, refraining from provoking Jiang Qingning any further. At this juncture, the national basketball team of Huaxia was undergoing training in Huaxia Yunqing, where the head coach, Li Nan, anxiously awaited news from Yao Ming. Although Lu Heng had publicly declared that he would join the national team to compete in the World Cup upon securing the championship, confirmation was still necessary. After all, if Lu Heng were to participate, the team's strategies would need to be tailored around this elite scorer. Following the conclusion of the finals, Yao Ming naturally approached Lu Heng to discuss the various matters regarding his inclusion in the national team. Yao Ming asserted that if Lu Heng joined, all tactical plans would be constructed around him, given that he had the capability to score 60 points in an NBA Finals game and would undoubtedly be a key player for the national squad. However, Lu Heng felt that as a newcomer, he should not disrupt the team's established chemistry. Should he choose not to join, the strategies would undoubtedly center around the current top player, Yi Jinlian. Nonetheless, Yao Ming insisted that strategies must revolve around Lu Heng to enhance the team's chances for success. Succumbing to Yao Ming's persistent requests, Lu Heng ultimately resolved to finalize his commitments post-championship before returning to discuss matters and participate in team training, thereby determining the final tactics. Upon hearing Lu Heng's decision, Yao Ming refrained from further objections, confident that Lu Heng would undoubtedly participate in the World Cup. At that moment, Li Nan paced back and forth, his attention diverted from the player's training. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he eagerly answered. "Hello. Has Lu Heng confirmed his participation in the World Cup?" It was evident that the caller was none other than Yao Ming. "Yes, it has been confirmed." "Wonderful," Li Nan exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. As we previously discussed, all strategies will be formulated around Lu Heng. Although he mentioned waiting to return for team training before making a decision, I believe we should proceed directly with a focus on him. Understood. I will convene the coaching staff to deliberate on this matter. We must seize this opportunity to achieve commendable results. Lu Heng has indicated that if there are conflicts with the Olympic schedule, he will not participate, and we will not impose upon him. Our focus should be on securing a favorable outcome in the World Cup. With that, the two ended their conversation, and Li Nan made his way outside the training facility. Should the team achieve remarkable results in this World Cup, it would not only be a source of pride for Huaxia, but also a personal triumph for Li Nan, as he had previously led the national basketball team to its best World Cup performance. At a hotel in Toronto, Canada, Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning were seated on the sofa, both gazing at the laptop before them. It was at that moment that Jiang Qingning realized that being an NBA agent was far simpler than she had previously imagined. Unlike agents for artists, who must accompany their clients daily, NBA agents primarily focus on contract negotiations and management. Basketball agents are chiefly responsible for negotiating contracts with clubs, sponsors, and other relevant parties, ensuring that players receive fair and reasonable salaries, bonuses, and benefits. Furthermore, agents must manage contract terms, oversee compliance, and address any disputes that may arise. Basketball agents play a pivotal role in the professional development of athletes. They should assist players in establishing long-term goals and provide expert guidance and advice to enhance their competitiveness and performance throughout their careers. Additionally, agents are tasked with planning and executing marketing initiatives to elevate the player's public image and market value. Although agents are also responsible for assisting players in recruiting star talent, Jiang Qingning understood that the Golden State Warriors already boasted top scorers such as Curry, Clay, Durant, Draymond Green, and Lu Heng. Moreover, with Curry, Clay, and Durant all in their prime, there was no immediate need for reinforcements. Even if there were, other teams or agents would undoubtedly be vying to recruit players, allowing her to relinquish any concerns on that front. Do you negotiate contracts? Upon hearing Lu Heng's playful mockery, Jiang Qingning felt a surge of joy rather than anger. I cannot, but I can learn. Her happiness stemmed from Lu Heng's agreement to her desire to be his agent, which meant she could frequently be by his side. Previously, as a journalist, Jiang Qingning indeed pursued this path in hopes of one day interviewing Curry. Now, having fulfilled her dream and encountered someone she cherished, she was determined to remain closely attached to Lu Heng, much like an unyielding adhesive. Although Lu Heng found himself at a loss with her, he kindly reminded Jiang Qingning, "Do you think being a manager is an easy task? I have only just begun to make a name for myself, and undoubtedly numerous endorsements will follow in quick succession. Not to mention, just the sneaker endorsements alone will keep you quite occupied." Lu Heng speaks the truth. Indeed, the multitude of sneaker brands keeps Jiang Qingning quite occupied. Although he has yet to finalize his contract renewal with the Warriors, there is little need for extensive discussions regarding the agreement. It merely requires his presence in Golden State to sign the contract when the time comes, thus alleviating Jiang Qingning of any concerns in this matter. As Lu Heng traversed through time, he naturally aspired to establish his own sports brand akin to the likes of Jordan, James, and Curry. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Qingning interrupted him, inquiring, "With so many sneaker brands available, have you considered which one to choose?" "I have contemplated it. Under Armour is my primary choice, followed closely by Anta and Li Ning." Upon hearing Lu Heng's response, Jiang Qingning paused momentarily before asking, "Why not Nike?" "I fear they would look down upon me," he chuckled. Jiang Qingning was left perplexed, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind Lu Heng's words. "You must have heard why Curry opted for Under Armour," Lu Heng continued. Jiang Qingning quickly recalled the events. In 2013, during Nike's contract renegotiation with Curry, they insultingly offered him a mere $2.5 million, even resorting to reusing Durant's contract terms rather than drafting a new one for Curry. To make matters worse, not only did Durant's name appear repeatedly in the presentation, but they also mispronounced Curry's name multiple times. This betrayal shattered Curry's long-standing affection for Nike, which had lasted over a decade. At that moment, Under Armour presented Curry with a lucrative $4 million offer, along with a share of equity. In contrast to Nike, which had disrespected Curry by mispronouncing his name, Under Armour demonstrated genuine sincerity and provided the respect Curry yearned for. Disheartened, Curry embraced Under Armour without hesitation. The executives at Under Armour were elated upon receiving this news, and the entire company pivoted to focus on Curry. Chapter 52. The Championship Parade. Not only did they promptly launch Curry's first signature shoe, but they also granted him considerable creative freedom in the design process. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. A promising yet underestimated young player was now inexorably linked with an obscure brand that held a mere 0.35 share of the basketball retail market. In 2015, Curry led the Golden State Warriors to their first championship in 40 years, earning the title of regular season MVP while shattering his own three-point record. Overnight, he became one of the most renowned athletes globally, and Under Armour's stature soared alongside his. By 2016, the sales of Curry's signature shoes even surpassed those of James, Kobe, and any NBA superstar aside from Jordan. Curry single-handedly elevated Under Armour to the forefront of the industry. As a time traveler, Liu Hong was acutely aware that Under Armour not only launched Curry's independent brand, but also appointed him as the president of this sub-brand. Curry even signed a lifetime endorsement deal with Under Armour worth over 1 billion yuan. While Nike may now regret their decision to let Curry slip away, they will never grasp that what he truly sought at that time was merely respect. Thus, Liu Hong excluded Nike from consideration and placed Under Armour as his primary choice, followed closely by the two prominent Chinese brands. At this moment, Liu Hong turned his gaze to the side, only to discover that Jiang Qingning had already fallen asleep. Leaning against the sofa, Liu Hong examined her closely and confirmed that Jiang Qingning had indeed fallen into a deep slumber this time. Liu Hong shook his head helplessly, yet he still leaned down to examine Jiang Qingning's cheek with great care. Subsequently, he cradled her gently and placed her softly upon the bed. Liu Hong tidied up briefly before reclining on the sofa to slumber. The morning sun had only just begun to reveal its face, casting a gentle light that filtered through the window and graced the room. The crisp morning air was imbued with a refreshing essence, invigorating the spirit. Outside, the birds sang joyfully, their melodious notes traversing the air and wafting into Liu Hong's ears. Liu Hong slowly opened his eyes, only to find Jiang Qingning beside him, gazing at him much like he had observed her the previous night. The sofa was quite spacious, accommodating two individuals comfortably. Upon awakening and realizing she was in Liu Hong's room, Jiang Qingning reflected on all that had transpired the night before. Subsequently, noticing Liu Hong peacefully asleep on the sofa, she quietly nestled beside him, watching him intently. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Hong immediately sat upright, while Jiang Qingning wore a mischievous smile and teased, "I'm not going to devour you. Were you not asleep in bed?" Groggy and disoriented, Liu Hong mistakenly believed they had both spent the night on the sofa, rendering him so flustered that his speech faltered. Observing Liu Hong's reaction, Jiang Qingning decided to playfully tease him further. "So you fell asleep on the sofa with me last night?" Her playful grin captivated Liu Hong deeply. However, he quickly recollected, "Did I not carry you to bed? How did you end up back on the sofa?" Jiang Qingning, however, responded with a question that sidestepped his inquiry. "Did you carry me again last night?" Upon witnessing her demeanor, Liu Hong decided against engaging in further conversation and instead busied himself with gathering his belongings in preparation to return to the Bay Area. Jiang Qingning exchanged a few words with Liu Hong before retreating to her own room to pack, intending to accompany him on the Warriors' flight back. Over 2 hours later, the Warriors' private jet arrived at Oakland International Airport, where a throng of fervent fans had already assembled to welcome their champions home. As the aircraft glided along the runway, the air was filled with the deafening cheers of the supporters. When the plane finally came to a steady halt, the jubilant roars of the crowd showed no signs of abating. The cabin doors swung open, and Liu Hong was the first to emerge, cradling the championship trophy. Following closely behind were Draymond Green and Stephen Curry, proudly holding the finals MVP trophy. Liu Hong raised the championship trophy high above his head. As the cheers from the crowd grew ever louder, Curry, with one hand triumphantly lifting the finals MVP trophy and the other aloft with the game ball, basked in the jubilant atmosphere. All Warriors fans reveled in the moment, savoring the thunderous roars of their supporters. Behind them, Jiang Qingning documented this historic occasion with his smartphone. The mayor of Oakland personally arrived at the airport to welcome the Warriors team. As Liu Hong and Curry descended the gangway, the mayor of Oakland approached them, offering warm embraces and heartfelt congratulations. Both Curry and Liu Hong made their way towards the throngs of fans, exchanging high-fives with them in succession. Upon spotting Curry and Liu Hong, the fans erupted in chants of MVP, 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 although the finals MVP trophy is singular in the hearts of the supporters. Both Curry and Liu Hong are champions. After greeting the fans, the Warriors departed from the airport, as they were scheduled for a championship parade the following day to celebrate alongside their devoted supporters. The championship parade is an indispensable tradition for every NBA team that secures a title, aimed at commemorating the victory with the fans of their respective cities. During the parade, players and their families ride atop festive floats, while fans arrive early to secure their spots along the parade route in eager anticipation. At 10:30 a.m. the next morning, the parade commenced with the leading vehicle setting off. All Warriors players, including Curry and Liu Hong, were seated atop the float, greeted by the exuberant cheers of fans. The sides of the float were adorned with posters celebrating the Warriors' championship, prominently featuring Curry and Liu Hong. Despite the absence of Clay and Durant due to injuries sustained during the games, the Warriors thoughtfully created special posters for them to display on the float. The atmosphere was electric as fans passionately shouted, celebrating the Warriors' historic achievement as the fourth team in NBA history to secure 3 consecutive championships, while also honoring Curry for winning his first Finals MVP. Many fans donned Liu Hong's number 15 jersey, joining in the chorus of his name. Liu Hong, Liu Hong, Liu Hong, Liu Hong. Liu Hong affectionately leaned against the flower cart's railing, retrieving his phone to capture a moment with the fans. Draymond Green, holding a bottle of champagne, playfully sprayed it towards the enthusiastic crowd. Noticing Jiang Qingning beside him, taking photographs, Liu Hong instantly pulled him over to stand beside him, inviting him to join in the picture with the fans, both of them exhibiting no intention of maintaining any distance. Liu Hong leaned against the railing, one hand propped up on it, while Jiang Qingning rested her hand upon his. Behind them, the enthusiastic fans raised their hands high in the air. Jiang Qingning, with her face close to Liu Hong's, playfully flashed a peace sign. Upon witnessing Liu Hong's initiative to invite Jiang Qingning for a photograph, the fans seemed to intuitively deduce that she was Liu Hong's girlfriend. Liu Hong had just finished taking photographs when a cascade of champagne from Draymond Green erupted towards the two of them. Liu Hong immediately embraced Jiang Qingning, shielding her from harm. In this manner, Jiang Qingning leaned against the railing, while Liu Hong supported himself with both hands on it. The two stood face to face, their bodies intimately close, as if time itself had come to a halt. Jiang Qingning lifted her gaze to meet Liu Hong's, who in turn lowered his head to look at her. The spectators around them erupted in cheers, for in their eyes, Liu Hong and Jiang Qingning were undoubtedly a couple. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her, they chanted. Jiang Qingning fixed her gaze on Liu Hong, her eyes seemingly urging him to lean in for a kiss. Yet, Liu Hong ultimately refrained from doing so, instead withdrawing his hands from her. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Jiang Qingning's eyes. But then Liu Hong placed his hand gently on her shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Casting a glance at her, Liu Hong resumed waving to the fans. Jiang Qingning appeared to grasp Liu Hong's intentions, raising her phone once more to capture his moment. Chapter 53. Donning number 30 to bring glory to the nation, the parade float glided slowly through the heart of Oakland, and the festivities continued until after 4 in the afternoon. Approximately 1.5 million fans filled the streets of Oakland to partake in this grand celebration, a figure surpassing the 1 million who attended in 2015. Experiencing this spectacle firsthand, Liu Hong realized the stark contrast between domestic basketball leagues and the world's premier basketball competitions. Were this a domestic league event, many might not even recall which team claimed the championship. In contrast, the NBA draws crowds of all ages and backgrounds, united in celebration of their team's victory. That afternoon, the city of Oakland was enveloped in a cascade of blue and yellow confetti, resonating with joy and excitement. Wherever the parade traversed, nearly every fan donned the golden jerseys of the Warriors, creating a shimmering sea of gold. Leader Curry uncorked a bottle of sweet champagne, sharing this happiness with every fan in Oakland. The Warriors were set to relocate to the new Chase Center in San Francisco for the 2019-2020 season, marking the Oracle Arena in Oakland as a relic of the past. Hence, this celebration in Oakland represented a rare opportunity. In an interview, Kerr expressed, Oakland embodies all of us, a convergence of diverse races, skin colors, and faiths. Regardless of our differences, everyone who loves this team has come together in shared passion. After concluding all matters, Liu Hong did not hastily return to his residence. Instead, he wearily made his way to Meyer's office to sign the contract for renewal. As a time traveler, Liu Hong was acutely aware that Durant would choose to depart from the Warriors that summer. Following the season's end, Curry participated in a promotional tour in China, while Durant requested the Warriors' management to facilitate his trade before Curry's return. Cognizant of these developments, Liu Hong was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding again. Thus, as he left the arena, he promptly called Curry, urging him and Iguodala to persuade Durant, and to have Draymond Green extend an apology to him. Although Curry was initially perplexed by Liu Hong's words, he complied with Liu Hong's instructions. Recognizing that Draymond's comments had indeed deeply affected Durant, Draymond owed Durant an apology. Upon hearing Curry's affirmative response, Liu Hong felt a sense of relief. After signing the renewal contract, Lacob fulfilled his promise to Liu Hong by presenting him with a car key and a set of house keys. As the Warriors were set to relocate to San Francisco, situated across the bay from Oakland, the house gifted to Liu Hong was located near the waterfront in the San Francisco Bay Area, only a short drive of mere minutes from the Warriors' new venue, the Chase Center. Liu Hong descended into the underground parking garage of the arena and drove home in a luxurious car gifted to him by Lacob. He was preparing to pack his belongings and depart from Oakland, relocating to the new residence Lacob had provided for him in San Francisco. Since NBA players receive their salaries on a set schedule, Liu Hong requested an advance on a portion of his salary from Lacob. With a grand gesture, Lacob bestowed upon Liu Hong a splendid 300-square-meter detached villa, complete with a swimming pool and basketball court, and even featuring a small bar and gymnasium in the basement. Liu Hong suddenly felt that residing alone in such a vast house was somewhat solitary. After tidying up his home, he sold the BMW M4 that Lacob had gifted him and added some of his own funds to acquire an Audi RS7. Having completed all these tasks, Liu Hong sat on the viewing terrace in his second-floor bedroom, gazing upon the breathtaking expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Liu Hong first opened the domestic social media platform, where the national team announced the news of his imminent participation in the World Cup. Accompanying the announcement was a photograph of Liu Hong donning the number 30 national team jersey. Wearing the number 30 to bring glory to the nation was indeed Liu Hong's own request. To everyone's astonishment, he truly wears the number 30 jersey. The netizens have already begun to fervently tag the user who previously shared Liu Hong in the number 30 national team jersey. The user never anticipated that their casual post would materialize into reality. Could this possibly be another one of those internet pranks? This is an official account. With verification, what were they thinking? Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hong couldn't help but smile slightly. He then opened WeChat and saw a message from Jiang Qingning. Didn't you say you would treat me to dinner after the match? You fraud. Liu Hong suddenly recalled that he had promised Jiang Qingning to treat her to a meal after the conclusion of the competition, following the team's training session. Liu Hong had forgotten, yet he was surprised that Jiang Qingning still remembered. Apologies, I got busy and lost track of time. Do you have a moment now? This was the message Jiang Qingning had sent him half an hour ago, to which he took quite a while to respond. To his astonishment, Jiang Qingning replied almost instantaneously, yes. Subsequently, Liu Hong sent her an address, inviting her to come find him. Upon seeing the address Liu Hong had sent, Jiang Qingning paused momentarily before responding. Are you in San Francisco? As she examined the address, her mind was filled with confusion. However, with her keen intellect, she quickly deduced that it must be the new house that Lacob had gifted to Liu Hong. Yes, please come over. I will personally cook for you. As Liu Hong's reply materialized, Jiang Qingning's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing that she might have misread his message. She never anticipated that Liu Hong could cook. Initially, she had assumed he would take her out to dine and even began to apply her makeup before waiting for his response. Yet now, with Liu Hong inviting her to his home for a meal, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, the revelation that Liu Hong could indeed cook filled her with anticipation. As Jiang Qingning sent a message stating that she was on her way, Liu Hong also began to prepare in the kitchen. While tidying up his home, Liu Hong discovered that Lacob had thoughtfully filled the refrigerator with a variety of ingredients, thus dispelling his intention to go grocery shopping. Liu Hong donned his headphones and busied himself in the restaurant. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the night was gradually descending. Time slipped away, and before he realized it, it was already past 8. After more than 40 minutes of diligent effort, the dishes he prepared began to grace the tables. Just as he was serving the dishes, the doorbell at the entrance chimed. Ding dong, ding dong. Lu Heng opened the door, and the two exchanged smiles. Upon alighting from the car, Jiang Qingming was genuinely delighted for Lu Heng as she beheld his splendid standalone villa. Not only had he made a name for himself in the NBA, but he had also encountered such a wonderful boss and teammates. As Jiang Qingming stepped inside, a delightful aroma enveloped her senses. You truly possess culinary skills? I hope you haven't resorted to ordering takeout. She playfully questioned Lu Heng, who shot her an incredulous glance in response. Takeout? I do not deny my ability to prepare authentic Huaxia cuisine, yet I am certain it pales in comparison to my own culinary creations. If you are skeptical, I invite you to taste for yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingming immediately rushed to the dining room, where a veritable feast awaited her, nearly causing her to salivate. Though the table was laden with simple home-cooked dishes rather than exotic delicacies, these were precisely the flavors Jiang Qingming had long yearned for. Despite her parents being quintessential Huaxia individuals, she grew up primarily with her grandparents, spending limited time with her parents. It was only during her university years that she resided in the United States with them, having grown weary of the American diet of milk, bread, and gourmet dishes. Naturally, she found herself nostalgic for the unpretentious Huaxia cuisine. Although there were Chinese restaurants in the United States, Jiang Qingming rarely frequented them. Having departed in disappointment on the few occasions she did visit due to their lack of authenticity. Chapter 54. Pretending to be a boyfriend, even though her parents had hired a Chinese chef specifically for her, Jiang Qingming did not live with them, thus rarely enjoying authentic Huaxia dishes. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by familiar aromas, her gaze landing on dishes such as tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork belly with preserved vegetables, oil-braised shrimp, and sweet and sour ribs. Though composed of simple ingredients, these dishes stirred memories of her cherished moments with her grandparents. She had suggested on several occasions that her grandparents join her in the United States, but they were unwilling to do so. Regardless of her protests, she had no choice but to respect their decision. Noticing Jiang Qingming lost in thought, Lu Heng failed to perceive anything amiss. Well, did I deceive you? Are you not utterly astonished? He inquired. When Jiang Qingming remained silent, Lu Heng sensed something was slightly off, having stood behind her moments before. He had not observed the tears that had already begun to well in her eyes. Upon noticing her gently wiping away the corners of her eyes, Lu Heng refrained from offering comfort, opting instead to tease her with light-hearted banter. What is this? Are you crying from the emotion? Hearing Lu Heng's remark, Jiang Qingming could not help but laugh, playfully swatting his shoulder in response. Seeing her return to her usual demeanor relieved Lu Heng. Get a try, he said, thoughtfully offering her chopsticks. Jiang Qingming accepted them from Lu Heng and picked up a piece of her childhood favorite, tomato scrambled eggs. After savoring the dish, she nodded in satisfaction and began to praise Lu Heng's culinary skills. Who would have thought that Lu Heng, so skilled at basketball, was also a master in the kitchen? Jiang Qingming sampled each dish on the table, ultimately unable to contain her admiration for Lu Heng, giving him a thumbs up. Delicious. Lu Heng observed Jiang Qingming's cheeks, stuffed with food, and couldn't help but chuckle. Watching her devour her meal as though she had not eaten for days, he felt compelled to remind her, take your time. No one is competing with you. While speaking, he brought her a glass of juice. Jiang Qingming lifted the glass and took a sip, only then realizing how she appeared. Subsequently, she began to threaten Lu Heng, saying, if you dare to divulge what happened tonight, I will not let this go. Lu Heng was well aware that Jiang Qingming referred to her voracious eating habits. Subsequently, the two engaged in a serious discussion while partaking in their meal. Lu Heng spoke first, stating that he had nearly completed all matters concerning his recent championship victory. He mentioned that he would be returning to Huaxia to prepare for the World Cup the day after tomorrow, on the 21st. Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, Jiang Qingming set down his chopsticks. He reached for a napkin to wipe his mouth and inquired, so soon? Aren't you joining Curry for the Huaxia tour? Lu Heng was amused to the point of laughter, ultimately unable to resist teasing Jiang Qingming. Why are you so foolish? When Curry goes to Huaxia, it's called Huaxia Xing. As a Huaxia person, am I not returning home? Jiang Qingming, albeit belatedly, realized the jest. Despite her lingering reluctance towards Lu Heng, she refrained from voicing it, simply remarking, I still wish to indulge in your culinary delights, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. The two shared an almost telepathic connection, as Lu Heng comprehended her sentiments regardless of her words, and likewise, Jiang Qingming grasped his meaning with equal clarity. Shouldn't you accompany me as my agent? She mused. Indeed, she was now Lu Heng's agent. A wave of embarrassment washed over Jiang Qingning at her own thoughtless remark. After a brief pause, she lowered her gaze to her meal, seeking solace from her awkwardness. As they dined, they engaged in conversation, with Jiang Qingning recounting numerous amusing anecdotes from her childhood. Although Lu Heng had surmised the reason for her momentary stupor upon witnessing the lavish spread before her, hearing it directly from her lips evoked a twinge of sympathy. Despite her parents bestowing upon her boundless wealth, they were absent during her most crucial moments of need. Perhaps what she yearned for was never the endless riches, but rather companionship. Whenever you have the time, do come by. I shall prepare a meal for you, Lu Heng offered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingning immediately adopted a bold demeanor, replying, "Even without your invitation, I would come." At that moment, Lu Heng was struck by the realization that Jiang Qingning was his agent and he, her employer. One unusual scenario, it was for an employer to cook for their employee. Lu Heng could only shake his head in resignation. "Then the day after tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to China. I will first take you to visit my grandparents, and afterward, I must attend the national team training." Upon hearing that Lu Heng would accompany her to visit his grandparents, Jiang Qingning immediately became intrigued. "What role will you assume while accompanying me?" Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qingning's sudden inquiry. "Of course, I'm the boss. Could it be that you expect me to assume the role of your boyfriend?" Upon hearing Lu Heng's response, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Jiang Qingning's eyes. Nevertheless, she resolved to make an effort. After all, it was not entirely impossible. Whoever heard of a boss visiting an employee's family? Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Lu Heng immediately felt inclined to tease her. "You have yet to confess your feelings to me. How can I assume the role of your boyfriend?" Although Jiang Qingning yearned to shatter this veil of ambiguity between them, she was, after all, someone who valued her pride. How could she possibly take the initiative to declare her affections to Lu Heng? "Just pretend," she suggested. "If you claim to be my boyfriend, they will be none the wiser. Whatever you say will be accepted as truth." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He too yearned to shatter this thin veil of unspoken feelings, yet a final flicker of reason held him back. He believed it was not yet the appropriate moment, for he felt unworthy of Jiang Qingning. Even though Jiang Qingning was indifferent to such trivialities, Lu Heng was deeply concerned. He wished to wait a little longer, until he achieved remarkable success at the World Cup, or perhaps earned the title of MVP. Little did Jiang Qingning know the turmoil within Lu Heng's heart. Otherwise, she would surely scold him, for she truly did not care about the ephemeral notions that preoccupied his thoughts. Lu Heng did not respond to Jiang Qingning's remarks, which could be interpreted as tacit approval. The first stop of Corey's tour in Huaxia was Yangcheng. From their recent conversation, Lu Heng learned that Jiang Qingning's grandparents resided in Yangcheng, which is why he had suggested accompanying her to visit them. Even if it were not on the way, Lu Heng would have found time to join her, though that might have to wait until after the World Cup. As the clock swiftly approached 9:30 in the evening, the dishes on the table had been entirely devoured by Jiang Qingning. After merely a brief interlude, she ascended the stairs to admire the night's scenery, leaving Lu Heng to tidy up alone. As she departed, she casually tossed back a remark. "Why don't I just stay over at your place tonight? It would be convenient for me to share a meal tomorrow. Otherwise, driving back and forth for dozens of kilometers would be quite troublesome." With that, Jiang Qingning continued her ascent without a backward glance, leaving Lu Heng frozen in place, bewildered by her words about staying over and the notion of convenience in sharing meals. Lu Heng could only shake his head in resignation. This was not a relationship between employer and employee, but rather that of a master and servant, with Jiang Qingning embodying the master and Lu Heng the servant. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the clouds, casting a luminous sheen upon the sea, resembling a mirror of crystalline purity, transporting one to an ethereal realm. Jiang Qingning stood on the observation deck before Lu Heng's bedroom, reveling in the nocturnal beauty of the moonlight and the ocean vista, and could not help but reflect, lack of truly possesses grand ambitions. Chapter 55, Do not underestimate the value of small things. Do not compare sayas to curry. At that moment, Lu Heng, having finished washing the dishes, approached. He walked slowly to Jiang Qingning's side. "So, you truly intend to stay here, don't you?" Jiang Qingning, upon hearing his voice, turned her head slowly. "Indeed, the scenery here is delightful. I shall make this my residence. This is my room. You could stay in the guest room, or you could share my bed if you prefer." Jiang Qingning genuinely did not regard herself as an outsider, leaving Lu Heng utterly speechless. Yet, he felt powerless against Jiang Qingning's determination. After all, it was hardly feasible to share a bed with her. He could only resign himself to his fate. Rest early, he remarked before making his way to the guest room. Time swiftly passed to the 21st, and Curry, accompanied by his family, embarked on their journey to Huaxia. Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning accompanied Curry on the first leg of his tour in China, which commenced in Yangqing. A multitude of Warriors fans had already gathered outside the Yangqing International Airport, eagerly awaiting his arrival. This time, Curry was not only joined by his wife Aisha and their children, but also by his brother, Seth Curry. Do not underestimate Seth. Despite being overshadowed by his brother, he achieved a remarkable shooting percentage, boasting the highest true shooting percentage among all players on the court. He may very well be the player in the NBA who least desires to share a team with Stephen Curry. As the son of former NBA player and all-time leading scorer for the Charlotte Hornets, Del Curry, both brothers inherited their father's exceptional shooting talent, yet their paths diverged significantly. From childhood, Seth and Stephen engaged in fierce one-on-one battles in their backyard, even resorting to physical altercations over possession of the ball. According to Del Curry, their conflicts numbered no less than 15. After enduring years in the shadow of his elder brother, Seth finally graduated from high school. At that time, Stephen suggested he join his alma mater, Davidson College, but Seth promptly declined the offer. Subsequently, Seth enrolled at the relatively obscure Liberty University, where his outstanding shooting ability earned him the title of freshman scoring champion. In his second year, he transferred to the prestigious Duke University, hoping to leverage its influence to enhance his draft prospects. Unfortunately, just before the 2013 draft, Seth suffered an injury that caused him to miss crucial tryouts, ultimately leading to his disappointment of going undrafted. In the ensuing period of obscurity, Seth found himself in a low point, only managing to join the Warriors through Stephen's connections. However, he was ultimately cut from the team without mercy. Seth's journey led him through several NBA teams, embarking on a nomadic career until he finally secured a stable position with the Sacramento Kings in 2015. By that time, Stephen had already clinched his first NBA championship and had become one of the league's most sought-after players. Despite the considerable gap between their achievements, Seth never aspired to leverage familial ties for advancement. He was determined to eschew any notion of brotherly basketball, choosing instead to pursue his basketball dreams through sheer effort. As the airplane came into view of the exuberant fans, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd outside Yangqing International Airport. Even before the plane had landed, fans were already waving their hands in excitement. Once the aircraft had safely touched down on the runway, the fervor inside the airport reached a crescendo, with some fans eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. As Curry and Liu Heng emerged in front of the crowd, the cheers and chants reached an exhilarating peak, with the terminal reverberating with cries of MVP, MVP, MVP. The MVPs in question were, of course, Curry and Liu Heng, who are beloved figures among Warriors fans in China. Both Curry and Liu Heng warmly engaged with the fans, exchanging high-fives and greetings. Despite their recent arrival in Yangqing and evident fatigue, they took the time to pose for photographs and sign autographs for their admirers. Jiang Qingning assumed the role of Liu Heng's assistant, diligently pushing the luggage behind him, though her eyes betrayed a desire for vengeance against Liu Heng. Upon reaching the airport entrance, the throngs of fans outside were overwhelming. Rather than hastily boarding the bus to the hotel for rest, Curry, undeterred by security, ran over to high-five fans and patiently signed autographs for those in front. Many fans donned Liu Heng's number 15 jersey, and Liu Heng graciously signed for them. Observant Liu Heng even noticed some fans already wearing his national team jersey, number 30. Liu Heng approached the enthusiastic fan, warmly greeting him with, "Brother, I haven't even put on this jersey yet. You all are quite impressive." As he spoke, Liu gestured for the fan to turn around so he could sign the jersey. Curry, fully aware that Liu Heng was about to don the number 30 jersey to represent his country, also walked over to sign for the fan. In that fleeting moment, the fan became the happiest person in the arena. After signing, Curry and Liu Heng boarded the bus together, returning to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liu Heng did not enter, offering a brief farewell to the Curry couple before departing. Liu Heng drove the previously rented car to accompany Jiang Qingning in visiting her grandparents. After they paid their respects, he intended to proceed directly to Yunqing, the location of the national team training camp. "Are you certain you won't stay for a couple more days?" Jiang Qingning, upon realizing that Liu Heng was accompanying her to see her grandparents, felt a strong reluctance to part ways as he was set to head to Yunqing without delay. Despite the deep sense of longing in her heart, Jiang Qingning did not express any desire to retain Liu Heng, fully aware that his commitments held far greater significance than merely being by her side. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Lu Heng drove with a subtle smile as he turned to Jiang Qingning. Spend a few days with your grandparents. If you wish, you may come to Yun City to find me. Jiang Qingning merely glanced at Lu Heng without uttering a word. After more than an hour on the road, they finally arrived at the quaint village where Jiang Qingning's grandparents resided. Nestled in the southeastern part of Yang City, the village was enveloped by lush green mountains and tranquil waters, presenting a serene and harmonious scene. At the heart of the village lay a spacious square. Surrounded by modest houses and narrow alleys, the roads, albeit narrow, were impeccably tidy. Though the village appeared unremarkable, it possessed a unique charm. Here, life unfolded at a leisurely and peaceful pace. Neighbors cared for and aided one another, fostering a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After purchasing some fruits and supplements along the way, Jiang Qingning and Lu Heng drove directly to the elderly couple's doorstep. As Lu Heng's vehicle came to a halt, they observed Jiang Qingning's grandmother busily tending to the vegetables she had planted at the entrance. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingning's grandfather sat on a small bamboo chair, basking in the sun with a fan in hand. Although the elderly couple preferred not to live in M country, Jiang Qingning's parents provided them with a monthly allowance, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely life. In her spare time, Jiang Qingning's grandmother cultivated vegetables in the open space at the door, while her grandfather delighted in flowers and birds. Upon noticing the car parked outside, Jiang Qingning's grandmother immediately paused her work, clearly unaware that the occupants were her longed-for granddaughter. She only recognized her when Jiang Qingning exited the vehicle. The grandmother eagerly approached, and upon hearing the commotion, her grandfather rose from his bamboo chair, donning his reading glasses to clearly see the visitor was indeed his granddaughter. Chapter 56. Finding time to get married, Grandpa. Grandma, I come to see you, Jiang Qingning exclaimed. Her grandmother stepped forward, grasping Jiang Qingning's hand, yet her gaze remained fixated on Lu Heng behind her. The elderly couple, unaware of Lu Heng's status as a basketball star, instinctively perceived that their granddaughter had found a handsome boyfriend. Feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutinizing gaze, Lu Heng nonetheless stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Qingning's boyfriend, Lu Heng. Earlier in the car, Jiang Qingning had advised Lu Heng to appear affectionate in front of her grandparents and insisted he refer to her as Qingning, lest the ruse be discovered. Though Lu Heng outwardly declined, he had long desired to address Jiang Qingning in such a manner. Thus, the introduction flowed effortlessly, evoking no sense of discomfort in the elderly couple. They grasped the hands of Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning, subtly yet sincerely expressing their fondness for him. After entering the house for a more intimate conversation, upon learning that Lu Heng was a graduate of a prestigious university in M country and a fellow Chinese, their admiration for him only deepened. Although both I and her grandfather wished to accompany her to M country, having spent the majority of our lives here, we held a deep emotional attachment to every blade of grass and every tree. Moreover, we were not accustomed to living there. Jiang Qingning's grandmother, while gesturing towards her, remarked that this stubborn girl preferred not to stay with her parents and chose to live alone. We had heard that the safety in M country was questionable, and we often worried about her. Now, with you by her side, we can finally rest easy, Jiang Qingning's grandfather added. Indeed, Qingning is a child we have watched grow up. She has always been clever and considerate. After living for so long, our only wish is to see her settle down, which would leave us without regrets. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Jiang Qingning promptly tugged at his sleeve. However, what surprised Jiang Qingning was Lu Heng's response. We will definitely see that happen. Once I finish my current obligations, Qingning and I'll find the time to get married. At this moment, Jiang Qingning became somewhat flustered, while her grandparents nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, they finished dinner, and Lu Heng took his leave. By this time, it was already past 5 o'clock, and there were no taxis available. Lu Heng initially intended for Jiang Qingning to drop him off at a location where he could easily catch a taxi. However, Jiang Qingning insisted on taking him to the airport. During the drive, she began to confront Lu Heng about past matters. Is what you mentioned true? After conversing extensively at her grandparents' home, Lu Heng had naturally forgotten what Jiang Qingning had said. What? Is it true that you managed to find time to get married? At this moment, Lu Heng realized that Jiang Qingning had been preoccupied all afternoon, contemplating this very issue. Did I not mention that I was merely pretending to be your boyfriend? Do you truly believe that? Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, Jiang Qingning's eyes filled with disappointment. She merely responded with an "oh" and leaned against the car window, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Lu Heng, who was driving, also fell into deep thought. He secretly hoped that there was truth to her words, yet the most pressing matter at hand remained the World Cup. What Lu Heng aspires to is not merely to achieve the best historical record, but to secure the gold medal. With the support of a systematic approach, everything appears hopeful. Thus, he chooses not to dwell on sentimental matters for the time being. Lu Heng drove while Jiang Qingning sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the window. Throughout the journey, their conversation was sparse. It was not until they were nearing Yangcheng International Airport that Jiang Qingning could no longer contain her curiosity and slowly asked, "What type of girl do you like?" Observing the earnest expression on her face, Lu Heng paused momentarily before replying, "I'll tell you after the World Cup." This served as a subtle hint from Lu Heng to Jiang Qingning, who nodded in satisfaction. After dropping Lu Heng off at the airport, they exchanged brief farewells. And Jiang Qingning drove away alone. She departed around 7 in the evening, as darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Lu Heng also reminded Jiang Qingning to drive safely. Jiang Qingning merely nodded lightly before departing from Yangcheng International Airport. As the clock struck 10:30 p.m., Lu Heng's flight was slowly taxiing on the runway of Yangcheng International Airport. Despite the late hour, the head coach of the Chinese men's basketball team, Li Nan, personally arrived at the airport to receive them. Accompanying Li Nan was the current star of the Chinese men's basketball team, Yi Jianlian. During the 2007 NBA draft, Yi Jianlian, surpassing notable players such as Marc Gasol and Joakim Noah, was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks as the 6th overall pick, marking his official entry into the NBA and making him the 4th Chinese player to play in the league. Although he may not possess the astonishing talent of Yao Ming, he is nonetheless a rare prodigy. In his rookie season, Yi Jianlian's statistics may not have been spectacular, yet he consistently delivered thrilling moments. In a game between the Bucks and the Bobcats, now the Charlotte Hornets, Yi Jianlian showcased a dazzling scoring performance, making his first 12 shots and finishing with 29 points and 10 rebounds, leading his team to a victory that left the media in awe. During the critical match against Germany in the 2008 Olympics, a pivotal mid-range jumper from Yi Jianlian propelled China into the quarterfinals, achieving the best Olympic result for the Chinese men's basketball team. In 2015, he poured his heart and soul into the game, delivering the finest performance of his national team career, revealing an unprecedented side of himself. Ultimately, he led the Chinese men's basketball team to victory at the 2015 Asian Championship, securing a spot in the Rio Olympics. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. However, little did anyone anticipate that this would mark the final glory of the Chinese men's basketball team. As a time traveler, Lu Heng naturally held profound respect for players like Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming, who single-handedly bore the weight of the Chinese men's basketball team. To the astonishment of Li Nan and Yi Jianlian, Lu Heng arrived unaccompanied, without any assistance, which sparked a subtle fondness towards him from both Li Nan and Yi Jianlian. It was Yi Jianlian who took the initiative to greet Lu Heng, saying, "Welcome, Lu Heng." Lu Heng extended his hand to shake hands with Li Yan, expressing his excitement at finally having the opportunity to fight side by side with his idol. Li Yan certainly lived up to the title of idol bestowed by Lu Heng, as Lu had grown up watching him play. After expressing his gratitude, Lu said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up so late." At that moment, Li Yan was solely focused on flattering Lu Heng, completely disregarding Li Yan's feelings beside him. "It is only fitting," he continued, "for you are the key to our success in this World Cup, and we cannot afford to be negligent." Lu Heng's ability to read subtle cues is exceptional. Noticing the slight change in Alien's micro-expressions beside him, Lu Heng promptly spoke, "The true leader of the Chinese men's basketball team remains Alien. I'm merely here to support him." Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, Alien immediately felt a flicker of fondness. Lu Heng, unlike others in the team, possessed modest abilities yet did not exhibit an inflated temperament. Lu Heng's humble character, combined with his remarkable abilities, has rekindled Yi Jianlian's anticipation for the upcoming World Cup. The group engaged in lively conversation as they boarded the vehicle, heading towards the hotel where the Chinese men's basketball team was training. Lu Heng took a moment to glance at his phone, and, as expected, it was filled with messages from Jiang Qingning. "I have arrived home safely. Have you reached your destination?" Lu Heng, upon seeing these messages, felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He promptly replied to Jiang Qingning, stating that he had just disembarked from the plane and was en route to the hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingning lay restlessly in bed, unable to surrender to sleep. In truth, she had no intention of sleeping. She was merely awaiting Liu Heng's arrival. Upon hearing her phone's notification, she swiftly grabbed it, and upon reading Liu Heng's message, a sense of relief washed over her. She simply replied with a wish for him to rest well before setting her phone down and attempting to sleep. She was acutely aware that Liu Heng had just endured several hours of flight from Country M to Yang City and had subsequently driven for over an hour to visit her grandparents. Now, he was hurrying back to Yun City at night. He must be utterly exhausted. Although she yearned for a conversation with Liu Heng, she refrained from disturbing him. After arriving at the hotel, Liu Heng merely tidied up briefly before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 57. Idle. So early the moonlight was crisp and luminous, resembling a radiant pearl suspended in the night, illuminating the world in a breathtaking display. At this moment, it was nearing midnight in Hua country. Although Liu Heng's itinerary had not been publicly disclosed, the recent scene at Yun City International Airport, where Coach Li Nan and Alien were seen welcoming him, had been captured by fans and disseminated across social media. How could Liu Heng have arrived in Yun City so swiftly after being in Yang City just that morning? Was he supposed to join Curry for the Hua country tour? To transition so quickly to Yun City for national team training was astonishing. He had just concluded an NBA game and had not taken a moment to rest before heading to team practice. Truly, an idol lives up to the title, setting an example through swift action. Such dedication, to forego returning home and head directly to the national team's training ground, was remarkable. Fans familiar with Liu Heng's background were well aware that he was born in Yun City. His visit for national team training was noteworthy not only for his absence of a prompt return home, but also for the fact that he had not even informed his parents. There was nothing peculiar about it. It was merely a performance for us. Indeed, this was merely an external FAAD. Had he been training in the arena, one could only imagine how he would flaunt his prowess. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Where there are devoted fans, detractors are sure to follow. Liu Heng has delivered such remarkable performances in the NBA. However, some individuals remain unsatisfied, relentlessly finding fault with him. This truly exemplifies the adage, fame brings controversy. The following morning, while still ensconced in slumber, Liu Heng received a phone call from his mother. Upon awakening in the morning, Liu's mother glanced at her phone and discovered the news of Liu Heng's appearance at Yun City International Airport the previous night. Naturally, she dialed his number to scold him, questioning why he had not visited his parents upon returning to Yun City. Liu Heng, still in the throes of slumber, merely reached out to touch his phone upon hearing the ringtone, without opening his eyes to check the caller ID. "Hello, you rascal. You returned to Yun City and don't even come to see me and your father?" Hearing the familiar voice, Liu Heng instantly became alert and sat up in bed. "Mom, you and Dad are so busy. How could I dare to disturb you?" Liu Heng's words profoundly resonated within Liu's mother, for he, much like Jiang Qingning, had experienced the absence of his parents during his formative years due to their demanding careers. This circumstance nurtured in Liu Heng a spirit of independence from an early age, which explains not only his remarkable prowess in sports, but also his exceptional culinary skills. Liu Heng's mother was a high school teacher during his childhood, while his father owned his own company, although it could not rival the market value of Jiang Qingning's father's enterprise. Liu Heng's upbringing was nonetheless one of relative comfort and security. Liu's father and mother have always been preoccupied with their work, leaving little time to accompany Liu Heng. The significance of the high school phase for students is undeniable. Thus, Liu's mother often spends more time with her students than with her own son. Liu's father has been perpetually occupied with work, leaving him with little time to spend with Liu Heng. Although Jiang Qingning does not have her parents by her side, she is fortunate enough to have her grandparents' companionship. In contrast, Liu Heng finds solace only in basketball and the company of a nanny. However, due to his aversion to the nannies arranged for him, Liu Heng's parents ceased hiring them when he turned 9, fostering an exceptionally independent character within him. He manages his own meals, clothing, and living arrangements, often passing the time shooting hoops in the yard. On one occasion, while attempting to cook, Liu Heng nearly set the kitchen ablaze, had it not been for a neighbor's timely intervention in calling the fire department. The future star of the Huaxia national basketball team might not have emerged, despite Liu's parents' relentless dedication to their careers. When Liu's father discovered his son's passion for basketball, he ensured that Liu Heng received ample resources, including hiring a professional coach, which significantly altered the course of his life. Although Liu's mother is now a university professor with sufficient time to spend with Liu Heng, he has already matured into a renowned basketball star, no longer in need of their companionship. "I know you harbor resentment towards us. After all, "We are your parents," Lu's mother said. Before she could continue, Lu Hong hastily interjected, "I do not resent you. It's just that I am currently occupied. I will visit you both in a few days." Reassured by her son's response, Lu's mother replied eagerly, all right. Focus on your national team commitments, and do come back when you have the time." Just as Lu Hong was about to end the call, his mother's next remark caught him off guard. "If you have the chance, bring your girlfriend along to meet your father and me." Lu Hong was acutely aware that his parents must have either watched his live stream or stumbled upon the rumors concerning him and Jiang Qingning on social media. However, this was not the moment for explanations. He refrained from explicitly agreeing or disagreeing, opting instead for a few perfunctory remarks before ending the call. Once he hung up, he opened WeChat. Although it was barely past 8 o'clock, his inbox was inundated with messages from Jiang Qingning, predominantly featuring images of her culinary endeavors. As Lu Hong gazed at one particular photo of a slightly charred tomato and egg dish, he couldn't help but mock, "Can you actually eat this?" On the other end, Jiang Qingning swiftly retorted, "Why can't I? Are you being serious? Enjoy your meal, then. I'm off to the gym for training." Jiang Qingning was taken aback momentarily, but upon reflection, she realized this was indeed Lu Heng's character. After sending a brief reply, she resumed her busy preparations. Lu Hong held his phone, pondering whether to share his parents' words with Jiang Qingning. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Not to mention that Jiang Qingning was not in Yin City. Even if she were, it felt inappropriate to deceive his parents. Although the prospects between him and Jiang Qingning seemed exceedingly promising, the outcome was not yet certain, and it was still premature to introduce her to his family. Subsequently, Lu Hong rose to wash up, eager to see if any national team players might be training at the gymnasium at that moment. Lu Hong, having completed his morning routine, swiftly exited the hotel, as the gymnasium was situated approximately 1 kilometer away. Lu Hong chose to jog to the gym, considering it a warm-up. As the sun gradually ascended, a gentle breeze caressed the vegetation along the roadside, while birds chirped merrily, infusing the atmosphere with renewed hope and vitality. This invigorating ambience filled individuals with energy to embrace the dawn of a new day. Before long, Lu Hong arrived at the gym, where his influence in Huaxia now rivaled that of the illustrious Yao Ming during his peak. Upon entering, even the security guard at the entrance recognized Lu Hong and greeted him warmly. Lu Hong was equally astonished. Upon entering the corridor of the gymnasium, he was greeted by a multitude of posters depicting him clad in the national team's jersey. As he stepped into the training hall, he pushed open the door and beheld a figure adorned in the number 11 jersey. Who else could it be but Yi Jianlian? They gazed at one another in astonishment, surprised by the other's early arrival. Particularly for Yi, he had assumed that Lu Hong, due to his remarkable prowess, would adopt an air of superiority, perhaps only making a token appearance at the national team training. To his surprise, Lu Hong had arrived at the gymnasium to train at such an early hour, which only served to enhance Yi Jianlian's admiration for him. Lu Hong was the first to greet Yi Jianlian. "Idol, you're up so early." To which Yi replied, "You're not late either." After their casual exchange, he resumed his shooting practice, aware that this might be his final international competition. He exerted himself more diligently than anyone else. Fortuitously, as he approached the twilight of his career, he found a formidable ally in Lu Hong. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity, he was determined to conclude his national team journey on a high note. Chapter 58. The premier point guard in Asia. Following their greeting, Lu Hong commenced his training. Since acquiring the talent to enhance his height, he had not engaged in rigorous training. With the World Cup just over a month away, the timing was perfect for this height enhancement, allowing him to potentially peak just in time for the tournament. However, he was uncertain if a lack of consistent training would yield the desired results, prompting him to commit to an intense regimen in hopes of elevating his stature before the World Cup. The other national team players arrived at the gym around 9. Nearing 10 o'clock, the final roster for the World Cup had yet to be solidified, but it was widely acknowledged that the selection would undoubtedly include several key players: Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Wang Lin, Zhao Rui, Zhao Wei, and Zhai Chuan, among others. These athletes represented the pinnacle of strength within the Chinese men's basketball team. Yi, Zhou, and Wang all played as centers, while Zhai was the sole power forward on the team. Consequently, he occasionally assumed the power forward position as well. Zhou Qi was the most likely candidate to succeed Yi Jianlian as the next cornerstone of the Chinese national team, showcasing immense potential. His emergence had instilled a renewed sense of hope within the team. Standing at 2.17 meters with a wingspan of an astonishing 2.33 meters, Zhou's physical attributes placed him among the elite in global basketball. His rim protection skills were exceptional, earning him the title of the defensive bulwark for the Chinese team. Due to his explosive physical prowess, fans affectionately referred to him as the Great Demon King. Not only did he possess a soft touch near the basket, but he also demonstrated commendable three-point shooting ability, often sinking crucial shots during pivotal moments in games. However, Zhou was primarily a defensive specialist, with modest self-creation skills on offense. In the 2016 NBA Draft, the Great Demon King Zhou Qi was selected by the Houston Rockets as the 43rd pick in the second round, marking the commencement of his NBA journey. Unfortunately, his slender physique and persistent injuries hindered his ability to make a significant impact in the league, leading to his release by the Rockets after merely 2 years. Had Liu Hong not participated in this World Cup, Guolun, widely regarded as Asia's premier point guard, would undoubtedly have secured the starting position. Yet, Liu Hong was a man capable of scoring 60 points in an NBA Finals game. Liu Hong not only possesses exceptional offensive capabilities, but his defensive skills should not be underestimated either. Which team could possibly refuse the inclusion of such a well-rounded player? Clearly, none. This is precisely why the tactics of the Chinese men's basketball team were centered around Liu Hong even before his arrival. Within the roster, aside from Yi Jianlian, who holds a favorable view of Liu Hong, the other players show him little respect. Shortly after head coach Li Nan introduced Liu Hong, the top point guard in Asia, Guolun, could not resist stepping forward to provoke him. "Shouldn't you showcase your skills for us? Only by truly impressing me can you earn my willingness to concede a starting position, don't you think?" It was evident that they regarded Liu Hong as merely a fleeting phenomenon, as they had not yet witnessed his prowess firsthand, resulting in an inherent skepticism. Yi Jianlian, the veteran leader, observed the scene quietly. His silence stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he wished to ascertain whether Liu Hong was as formidable as the rumors suggested, and second, he believed that any discord among teammates should be resolved by Liu Hong himself. Despite the tension, Yi Jianlian preferred that such conflicts arose prior to the game rather than during it. As Liu Hong remained silent, Coach Li Nan contemplated intervening, but at that moment, Liu Hong spoke up. With a subtle smile, he casually remarked, "Shall we have a one-on-one duel, senior?" Guolun was momentarily taken aback by Liu Hong's address. Liu Hong refers to everyone as an esteemed senior, primarily because many indeed hold that title in relation to him. The term senior carries a dual significance. It embodies genuine respect while simultaneously harboring a hint of sarcasm. Whether it is respect or mockery ultimately depends on the individual's prowess, which Liu Hong allows to guide his judgment. The title of idol is one rooted in sincere admiration, with the sole exception being fanfleet. Hearing Liu Hong's prompt agreement pleased Guolun, who was the first to speak up. "As you are the guest, let us adhere to the M-style duel rules." Liu Hong nodded slightly, while Li Nan attempted to step forward to intervene, only to be halted by Lian. Liu Hong gestured for Guolun to step forward and receive the ball, allowing him to initiate the offense. Guolun, feeling unrestrained, executed a simple probing step upon receiving the ball. He then swiftly maneuvered the ball beneath his legs, effortlessly bypassing Liu Hong. As he glided past, a sense of secret triumph filled Guolun. He believed Liu Hong to be rather ordinary. However, just as he charged towards the basket, poised to conclude the play, Liu Hong leaped into the air and, with a decisive swipe, sent the basketball, which Guolun had just elevated above his head, crashing to the ground. With the assistance of a systematic training regimen, Liu Hong enhanced his vertical leap by 5 points, surpassing the jumping abilities of many NBA players. Even when confronted by these elite athletes, blocking shots seemed effortless for him. Moreover, facing off against domestic players posed no challenge at all, as it was merely a matter of skill. Onlookers at the sidelines were momentarily taken aback, as Liu Hong's speed was so remarkable that they scarcely had time to react. Liu Hong swiftly pursued and executed a remarkable block. On the sidelines, Yi Jianlian witnessed Liu Hong's exceptional display, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Following this, the two exchanged possession, and Liu Hong resolved to employ Kyrie's dribbling techniques to impart a lesson to Guolun. With a deft probing step, Liu Hong then executed a behind-the-back dribble, causing Guolun to stumble and fall to the ground. Liu Hong observed that Guolun had lost his threatening demeanor. Initially, he shook his head in disappointment, then decisively made his move. The basketball swished through the net without a hitch. On the sidelines, Yi Jianlian led the applause, and seeing the elder brother take the initiative, the other players followed suit. At this moment, Guolun's face was flushed. It was he who had provocatively challenged Liu Hong. Yet it was he who found himself at a disadvantage. 1 o'clock, senior, it's your turn to attack. The staff tossed the ball to Liu Hong, while Guoluan lowered his head and approached the three-point line. As Guoluan received the ball, he prepared for his offensive play, while Liu Hong intended to demonstrate his defensive prowess, having previously taught Guoluan a lesson with his exceptional dribbling and precise shooting. He now aimed to impart another lesson through defense. The rules of the M-style one-on-one dictate that only 3 dribbles are permitted. After that, a shot must be taken. Failing to shoot within the allotted time is deemed a violation, as is excessive dribbling, which results in a change of possession. Guoluan, with the ball, initiated his attack with a familiar probing step, yet this time Liu Hong denied him any opportunity. Under Liu Hang's relentless defense, Guoluan opted to back him down, attempting to push Liu Hong aside. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he pressed, Liu Hong remained immovable. At this juncture, Guoluan had exhausted his 3 dribble opportunities and found himself helplessly pinned against Liu Hong. He shifted left and right, seeking a chance to shoot, but Liu Hong offered no openings. Time ticked away, 5, 4, 3, 2. As the clock neared expiration, Guoluan was compelled to take a 4-shot, which resulted in Liu Hong delivering a resounding block. Both Yi Jianlian and Li Nan on the sidelines were captivated by Liu Hang's display of skill. Although Guoluan was heralded by fans as Asia's premier point guard, he found himself unable to secure even a single opportunity to shoot against Liu Hong. The first time Liu Hong allowed him to drive to the basket, yet still managed to execute a stunning chase-down block. The second time, Liu Hong provided no chances at all, forcing Guoluan into a hurried shot, which again ended with a formidable block. This spectacle revealed the stark disparity between the players and Liu Hong, leaving them in awe. Truly, he was a player capable of scoring 60 points in an NBA Finals game. Perhaps the M-style one-on-one rules were no longer necessary. Chapter 59, The Elevator Door Strategy. Liu Hong observed that Guoluan was rendered unable to make a move against him and took the initiative to propose a change in the rules. Guoluan, feeling the pressure exerted by Liu Hong, recognized through these 2 rounds that he was far from Liu Hang's match and could only nod in resignation. The two subsequently switched to the standard one-on-one rules. At that moment in Yangcheng, Jiang Qingming sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Occasionally, she would pull out her phone to gaze at Liu Hang's photographs or play with the vegetables her grandmother had planted. Within less than a day, she felt an overwhelming urge to fly to Yangcheng. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone pinged with a new email, and she eagerly opened it, hoping it was from Liu Hong. However, upon seeing the dense block of English text, disappointment flickered across Jiang Qingming's face. The email contained a sneaker contract from Nike for Liu Hong, valued at 125 million yuan over 4 years. Nike had generously offered Liu Hong an annual salary exceeding 30 million, expressing their desire for him to sign with them. Yet, after a cursory glance, Jiang Qingming quickly dismissed the offer upon realizing it was merely a proposal from Nike. It is worth noting that even a player as formidable as Durant had his first contract with Nike worth only 60 million over 6 years. The fact that Nike was willing to offer Liu Hong an annual salary exceeding 30 million attests to their earnest intent. Nonetheless, this was met with Jiang Qingming's unyielding refusal. As Liu Hang's agent, she should have conferred with him before making a decision. However, Liu Hong had already informed her that he would only consider endorsements from Under Armour, Anta, or Li Ning. Even if Liu Hong had not communicated this in advance, Jiang Qingming believed he would not hold it against her. In recent days, she had managed numerous endorsement inquiries for Liu Hong, including significant proposals such as Nike's exorbitant offer. Adidas had also presented a 3-year endorsement contract worth 90 million, which Jiang Qingming turned down. Anta, too, extended a 5-year contract worth 125 million yuan, but she declined that as well, citing the desire to explore other sneaker brands' offers. She felt there was room for negotiation regarding salary, and since Under Armour, Liu Hang's preferred choice, had yet to make a move, she decided to wait and see if other brands might offer even more lucrative proposals. On the other hand, despite Liu Hang's initiative to change the one-on-one rules, Guoluan found himself utterly defenseless against Liu Hong, a player capable of scoring 60 points in an NBA Finals game. The score rapidly escalated to 11-0, with Guoluan failing to score a single point, while Liu Hong played with remarkable ease, showcasing Curry's precise three-point shooting, Irving's dazzling dribbling, and Kobe's beautifully arched fadeaway shots. Liu Hong effortlessly dominated the court, while Guoluan's attempts were either met with clangs against the rim or thwarted by Liu Hang's blocks. A flicker of satisfaction washed over Liu Hong, for he managed to avoid the embarrassment of a complete airball. On the sidelines, Yi Jinlian and head coach Li Nan observed Guolin, who was panting heavily, and then turned their gaze to the composed Lu Hong, who remained unfazed. They couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between domestic league players and those competing at the pinnacle of global leagues. As the one-on-one confrontation concluded, the previous arrogance displayed by the spectators faded, replaced by a newfound respect for Lu Hong. It was clear to everyone present that Lu Hong was the undisputed choice for the starting point guard in this World Cup. No one could challenge his position. Not even the elite point guards of the NBA would likely find an advantage against him. Following the conclusion of the matchup, the other players commenced their prearranged training regimen. Lu Hong was called aside by Li Nan for a discussion. As they settled into a nearby chair, Li Nan produced several tactical documents and handed them to Lu Hong. Upon examining the strategies, Lu Hong's brow furrowed slightly, for among the various tactical arrangements, he recognized the infamous elevator door strategy that had once instilled fear throughout the entire league. In essence, the elevator door strategy involves two towering players stationed near the free throw line, providing cover for a sharpshooter to advance to a higher position. The two large players converge to obstruct the defensive player's pursuit, akin to the closing doors of an elevator, thereby granting the shooter ample space to take a shot. Due to its formidable nature, the NBA has intensified its scrutiny over the legality of such screens, making it easier to call moving screens when employing the elevator door strategy. As for its acceptance in FIBA competitions, the rules remain ambiguous. However, according to NBA regulations, the elevator door strategy is indeed legitimate, provided that the actions during the screen adhere to the stipulated guidelines. Specifically, the screening player must maintain their established position without moving their pivot foot, ensuring that the opposing defender has sufficient space to alter their path. Only under these conditions can the elevator door strategy serve as an effective means for the team to score during a match. Nevertheless, it remains uncertain whether FIBA enforces similar regulations. As an offensive tactic, the elevator door strategy may be deemed unfair in certain scenarios, as it could render the opposing defenders incapable of anticipating and thwarting the shooter's opportunities. This explains why, following the league's heightened enforcement of screening legality, fans have seldom witnessed the Golden State Warriors employing the elevator door strategy. All the tactics Li Nan presented to Lu Hong were, unsurprisingly, crafted around him. While NBA rules do not explicitly prohibit the elevator door strategy, it can easily lead to a moving screen. In response to Lu Hong's observation, Li Nan merely smiled subtly, suggesting that there was more to come in this chapter, inviting him to turn the page for further excitement. Indeed, such is the case. Yet the FIBA does not impose similar regulations. Lu Hong discerned that Li Nan might not have fully grasped his intention, so he decided to be forthright. Are you certain that our players can develop such synergy within a short period? Lu Hong's inquiry indeed left Li Nan at a loss for words. Observing Li Nan's silence, Lu Hong continued, even if we can cultivate a tacit understanding in a short span of time, how can you assure that we won't be penalized for fouls by the International Basketball Federation? If we are penalized, wouldn't all our training efforts be in vain? Confronted with Lu Hong's relentless barrage of questions, head coach Li Nan found himself momentarily speechless. Noticing Li Nan's discomfort, Lu Hong hastily attempted to diffuse the tension, as he certainly did not wish to create discord with the coach on their very first day. I believe it would be prudent for us to discuss this with all the players and also seek the Yao's opinion. Upon hearing Lu Hong's suggestion, Li Nan gently nodded in agreement. Lu Hong did not outright dismiss Li Nan's suggestions. Rather, he emphasized the importance of consulting with others. This demonstrated to Li Nan Lu Hong's profound awareness of the bigger picture, although he had momentarily been rendered speechless by Lu Hong's relentless inquiries. The validity of Lu Hong's questions was undeniable. Ultimately, he resolved to confer with the players before reaching a conclusion. As for the other strategies, Lu Hong was more than willing to embrace them, even though all tactics revolved around him as the focal point. Nonetheless, this also revealed to Lu Hong the Chinese men's basketball team's fervent desire to achieve success in international competitions. Lu Hong was acutely aware that he held the key to determining how far the Chinese men's basketball team could advance in this World Cup. After concluding his conversation with Lu Hong, Li Nan returned to their coaching office to discuss matters with Yao Ming, intending to confer with the players only after receiving a definitive response from him. Once Li Nan departed, Lu Hong commenced his training. Having already engaged in shooting practice, he prepared to head to the gym for some strength training. At that moment, an all-too-familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System task assigned. Completing 6 repetitions of an 84-kilogram bench press will reward you with 5 points of talent potion. Upon hearing the system's task, Liu Hong realized he had another opportunity to acquire the coveted talent potion. However, the requirement of executing 6 repetitions of the 84-kilogram bench press left him feeling frustrated. Are you deliberately making this difficult for me? He thought. Although 6 repetitions might seem manageable, a comparison with elite NBA players reveals the daunting nature of the task. Even the formidable Durant and Leonard, both former finals MVPs, recorded 0 and 2 repetitions, respectively, in the bench press during their pre-draft physical evaluations. If one were to consider the physical prowess of these athletes insufficient, one could look to Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade for further illustration. Anthony, selected 3rd overall by the Denver Nuggets in the 2003 draft, managed only 7 repetitions, while Wade, chosen 5th by the Miami Heat in the same year, completed 9. The 2003 draft has been lauded as the Platinum Generation, rivaling the legendary 1996 draft class. Long before the draft, LeBron James had already secured the 1st overall pick, while the offensively gifted Anthony found himself ranked 3rd. Following him were Chris Bosh and then Wade. The top 5 selections produced 4 future Hall of Famers, underscoring the star-studded nature of the 2003 NBA draft, with the exception of Darko Milicic. Given that even future Hall of Famers like Anthony and Wade could only manage 7 and 9 repetitions, it becomes clear how formidable a challenge 6 repetitions of 84 kilograms would be for Liu Hong, a Chinese player. Despite the system's advantages, his strength had always been a significant shortcoming. Although he was somewhat inferior compared to top guards like Guo, completing 6 repetitions remained a daunting task. Just as Liu Hong was contemplating the system's apparent malice, it spoke once more. Congratulations, host. You have won the one-on-one challenge, earning 3 points of talent potion. Freshly concluded from his one-on-one match with Guo, Liu Hong had momentarily forgotten about the potion reward. The sudden notification from the system surprised him. However, before he could revel in his fortune, the system's next announcement plunged him back into despair. Failure to complete the system task will result in a deduction of 5 points of talent potion. Are you intentionally trying to frustrate me? Liu Hong lamented. The system remained unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to attempt the challenge despite the odds stacked against him. Subsequently, Liu Hong made his way to the gym, summoned the trainer, and adjusted the weights before embarking on his first attempt. He lay back on the bench, took a deep breath, and began. The first repetition posed little challenge, and he barely managed the second. By the third, he exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. The 4th repetition tested his limits. His hands trembled as he clenched his teeth. Seeing this, the trainer promptly positioned himself beneath the barbell. With slow adjustments to his posture, Liu Hong finally managed to push the weight upward, albeit with great difficulty. After completing the 4th repetition, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, with the trainer assisting in lowering the barbell. At this moment, Liu Hong mused to himself, what kind of beasts are capable of performing 10 repetitions? The trainer beside him could not help but admire Liu Hong, who remarkably managed to complete 4 repetitions of the 84-kilogram bench press. The other members of the Chinese men's basketball team, it seemed, would struggle to achieve even 1. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Mission failed. Deducting 5 points from a talent potion. This system appeared to be intentionally at odds with Liu Hong. Even in failure, it offered congratulations. Damn it, you foolish system. Congratulations indeed. After Liu Hong's outburst of the system, it vanished once more. However, when he delved into the recesses of his mind, he discovered that he had indeed lost 5 points of talent potions. Although Liu Hong felt considerable dissatisfaction with the system's deduction, this action served as a wake-up call for him. Despite Durant and Leonard having performed only 0 and 2 repetitions at 84 kilograms on the bench press, respectively, their remarkable height and wingspan are significant factors enabling their success in the NBA. In contrast, Liu Hong, standing at merely 190 centimeters, lacks both impressive height and wingspan, and his strength is insufficient as well. This realization ignited within him a desire to enhance his physical power. However, his current stamina had been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of sustaining even half an hour of physical training. Even if he wished to leverage the system to augment his strength, he would have to wait for another day. Liu Hong intended to take a brief respite before engaging in further training. He opened his phone to peruse the news. The 2019 NBA draft had concluded. The Golden State Warriors had selected the promising young talent Jordan Poole with the 28th pick in the first round. Unsurprisingly, The much-acclaimed Zion Williamson, often heralded as the heir to LeBron James, was chosen as the first overall pick, while Ja Morant secured the second position. As a time traveler, Liu Hong was well aware that Jordan Poole was a player who elicited both admiration and frustration among Warriors fans. When channeling his inner Jordan, he could sink long-range three-pointers with the same ease as Steph Curry, effortlessly scoring 30 points. Yet, when in a slump, he exhibited a series of bizarre blunders, hardly reflective of a player's caliber in the NBA. Liu Hong has been preoccupied with his own affairs these past few days. Should he remember, he would undoubtedly remind the Warriors management not to select Jordan Poole. However, Liu Hong also understands that Livingston is poised to retire this summer. Opting for Poole as a backup for the team may not be an unwise decision. After perusing these news articles, Liu Hong opened WeChat, only to find an abundance of messages from Jiang Qingning. Nike has offered you a 4-year contract worth 1.25 billion yuan, which I have declined. Additionally, Anta has proposed a 5-year contract amounting to 1.25 billion yuan, which I also turned down. My refusal of Anta stems from my belief that the contract is negotiable, and since your long-desired Under Armour has yet to make any move, I wish to assist you by waiting a little longer. Upon reading this, Liu Hong's lips curved into a faint smile. Jiang Qingning had meticulously remembered every word he had uttered, including his preference for the sportswear brand Under Armour. Before receiving a quote from Under Armour, Jiang Qingning refrained from making any hasty decisions on his behalf. Subsequently, Liu Hong responded to Jiang Qingning with a message. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. What Liu Hong did not anticipate was that, despite the passage of time, Jiang Qingning still replied in an instant. No worries. How do you feel about the first day of training? Liu Hong did not anticipate Jiang Qingning's prompt response. However, upon reflection, it was likely that she had little to occupy her time with her grandparents, leaving her to amuse herself with her phone. She immediately set the tone with an assertive inquiry. Oh, pray tell, Liu Hong thought to indulge Jiang Qingning's curiosity, as he was currently on a break. Are you familiar with Asia's premier point guard, Guoluan? Chapter 61. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. I have heard of him. Why do you ask? I usurped his starting position as point guard, and upon my arrival, he challenged me to a one-on-one duel. At this juncture, Jiang Qingning began to piece together the narrative. It was evident that Guoluan sought to embarrass Liu Hong, only to ultimately find himself humiliated. Did you utterly defeat him? Upon receiving Jiang Qingning's message, Liu Hong could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, I triumphed with a score of 11-0. Subsequently, Jiang Qingning sent him a thumbs-up emoji. After a brief exchange, Liu Hong resumed his training. In the morning, Jiang Qingning had received news of the lucrative 4-year, 1.25 billion yuan contract Nike had extended to Liu Hong. By the afternoon, prominent journalist Shams reported on it, instantly igniting a flurry of reactions across social media in both the United States and China. I am somewhat bewildered. Does this mean he has signed? He turned it down. Goodness, he rejected such a substantial offer without a second thought? Truly commendable. Is he planning to endorse a domestic brand instead? Who knows? It is rumored that Anta's 5-year 1.25 billion yuan contract was also declined. One cannot deny the acumen of these internet users. Nothing escapes their notice. In this moment, Liu Hong's detractors quickly seized the opportunity to malign him. He has played a few good games and already lost sight of his identity. His ego is soaring to the heavens. Indeed, both Nike and Anta have elevated him by offering such contracts. Surprisingly, he shamelessly turned them down. At this point, informed fans of Liu Hong swiftly countered the criticism. What do you mean by shameless? It is said that Liu Hong never intended to sign with Nike. Indeed, it is rumored that Under Armour, Anta, and Li Ning are the brands he truly admires. The perception among netizens stemmed from Jiang Qingning's social media post, where she, in her capacity as Liu Hong's agent, wrote, "Who is the ultimate answer we shall advance with together?" Astute observers noted the logos of Under Armour, Anta, and Li Ning featured in the accompanying image, leading fans to speculate. They hoped Liu Hong would emulate Curry by signing with Under Armour. Ultimately, the brand he chooses is inconsequential. What truly matters is his ability to bring glory to our nation in the World Cup. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. When pitted against national honor, we invariably choose the latter. Liu Hong initially believed that opting for a foreign brand would inevitably subject him to criticism from fellow netizens. However, upon encountering the rational comments of certain fans, he found his anxieties alleviated. Although signing with a foreign brand might still invite some ridicule and vitriol from detractors, the presence of supporters suffices. Those who disapprove will remain unswayed regardless of one's choices. while those who admire will extend their support irrespective of decisions made. Nevertheless, what currently troubles Liu Hong is the persistent silence from Under Armour. Liu Hong began to harbor doubts. Could it be that his abilities were not sufficiently exceptional? After a period of rest, Liu Hong, with the assistance of his system, utilized a potion of talent in the afternoon to enhance his strength by 8 points. Liu Hong gazed at the various attributes within his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Host name, Liu Hong. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 193 centimeters. Vertical leap, 84 centimeters. Strength, 84 speed, 85 basketball IQ, 90. All attributes surpassed the threshold of 80. And even his long-standing weaknesses had shown remarkable improvement. Liu Hong has already begun to envision how he will appear a month from now, after experiencing a change in height. As he pondered this, a question suddenly struck him. Will his arm span also change as a result of this alteration in height? With this thought in mind, he eagerly inquired of the system, "Dear system, will my arm span change alongside my height?" Liu Hong, currently in need of the system's assistance, naturally adopts a courteous demeanor. He awaits the system's response with eager anticipation, only to be met with disappointment. "I don't know," the system replies, leaving Liu Hong incredulous. "Isn't this within your control?" Faced with such a response, Liu Hong's demeanor shifts instantly. The previous politeness has vanished entirely. "Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't," he mutters in frustration. Liu Hong found himself utterly bewildered by the system's vague responses. What did it mean by perhaps it will, perhaps it will not? Could this possibly be linked to his daily training? Just as Liu Hong, filled with renewed hope, sought clarification from the system once more, it had vanished without a trace, leaving him alone to mutter curses at the foolish system. The first day of training had concluded, and Liu Hong was preparing to freshen up and depart from the training facility. However, just as he finished a shower and was about to leave, head coach Li Nan called out to him. Liu Hong had long harbored his suspicions. It was undoubtedly a matter of tactics that led to this conclusion. "Liu Hong," he said, "the coaching staff and I have discussed this with Yao Ming, and while your insights are indeed valid, we have collectively resolved to give it a try." In truth, Liu Hong had sensed this outcome as well. The Chinese men's basketball team had consistently underperformed in international competitions in recent years. They were exceedingly eager to achieve commendable results on the global stage. Liu Hong's inclusion could significantly enhance the team's capabilities. "Since you have all made your decision, let us proceed as you suggest," he replied. And with Liu Hong's affirmative response, Li Nan felt a surge of quiet delight within. Liu Hong inquired once more, "Is there no need to discuss this with the team members?" "Of course," came the reply. "Tomorrow, we shall hold an internal match at the training facility, allowing you to better familiarize yourself with your teammates, after which we can deliberate further." Liu Hong nodded, then shouldered his bag and departed from the training hall. Olian suggested hosting a dinner for everyone this evening as a welcoming ceremony for Liu Hong. However, Liu Hong declined the invitation, believing that the most pressing matter at hand was to prepare for the World Cup. Liu Hong also proclaimed that he would treat everyone to a celebratory feast upon the conclusion of the World Cup, a statement that left many astonished. They perceived Liu Hong's confidence as overly audacious, declaring a victory banquet even before the tournament had commenced. No one believed Liu Hong, save for Alien, who alone harbored faith in his ability to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to commendable success in the World Cup. Although Alien is recognized as the leader and elder statesman of the team, it is Liu Hong's prowess that truly serves as the backbone of the Chinese men's basketball squad. After leaving the gymnasium, Liu Hong decided to stroll back to his hotel at a leisurely pace, opting not to accompany his teammates. He intended to fully immerse himself in the city he had inhabited since childhood. In his younger years, due to the absence of parental guidance, Liu Hong often found himself confined to the comfort of his home. As the evening sun gradually descended, the sky transformed into a delicate shade of pink. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, infusing the air with a refreshing aroma, while birds chirped joyfully in the distance, seemingly celebrating the day's conclusion. People began to liberate themselves from the rigors of work, unwinding and relishing the splendid moments of the evening. Dusk is undeniably one of the most enchanting times of the day, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. Chapter 62. I have mentioned that I am here to assist you. Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Hong took out his phone and reclined on the sofa, engaging in some leisure activities. As he opened WeChat, he noticed a message from his mother. "When you have time to bring your girlfriend home, please let us know in advance so we can prepare accordingly." Liu Hong was acutely aware that his parents, much like the fervent fans and the media, perceived Jiang Qingning as his girlfriend. This misconception was largely due to their mutual silence on the matter. In truth, Liu Hong believed that any attempt at clarification would only complicate things further, so he resolved to let the situation unfold as it may. Although he harbored feelings for Jiang Qingning, he felt that the timing was not yet right to make their relationship public. Initially, he contemplated confiding in his mother, but upon reflection, he pondered, since he had already pretended to be Jiang Qingning's boyfriend, why not allow her to feign being his girlfriend? Moreover, Liu Hong was exceedingly confident that he and Jiang Qingning would inevitably find their way to one another. Liu Hong intended for Jiang Qingning to spend a few more days with her grandparents before coming to Yun City. Thus, he merely sent a brief response to Liu's mother. Just as he was about to set his phone aside and rest for a while, it suddenly rang. Initially, he assumed it was a call from Liu's mother, but upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback to discover that it was a video call from Jiang Qingning. Liu Hong felt a profound sense of confusion. Although Jiang Qingning currently served as his agent, their communication had been limited to voice messages or text. This was their first video call. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. The first thing that caught his eye was Jiang Qingning's exquisite oval face. "Have you returned to the hotel?" he inquired. "Just got back," she replied. And as soon as Liu Heng's words faded, her grandmother's head popped into view from the screen. Liu Heng instantly comprehended the situation, and his previous doubts evaporated in an instant. Liu Heng paused momentarily before waving at the camera. "Hello, Grandma." Jiang Qingning's grandmother looked at Liu Heng with a kind expression. Then, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Dear Liu, it is not ideal for Qingning to remain at home with us day after day. Therefore, we have discussed it with her and decided that she shall visit you in Yunqing tomorrow." Liu Heng gazed at Jiang Qingning with a perplexed expression, while her grandmother continued, "You may visit us whenever you find yourselves less occupied." Upon hearing this, Liu Heng felt it inappropriate to say anything further and could only acquiesce. Liu Heng naturally understood that this was also Jiang Qingning's intention. After a brief exchange with Jiang Qingning's grandmother, Liu Heng ended the video call. He promptly sent a message to Jiang Qingning, inquiring whether she was certain about coming to Yun City, suggesting she should spend a few more days with her grandparents. Jiang Qingning quickly replied with a simple nod emoji. Liu Heng continued, stating that if she were to visit, she should be prepared to meet his parents. Before Jiang Qingning could respond, he added, "My parents probably already consider you my girlfriend. As soon as I returned to Yun City, they called, asking me to bring you to see them." Upon reading Liu Heng's message, a smile crept onto Jiang Qingning's lips. "Are we going tomorrow? I must prepare myself," she exclaimed. "No, let us wait a few days. Tomorrow there's an internal match, and I won't have the time." Initially excited, Jiang Qingning felt a pang of disappointment at Liu Heng's words. However, the thought of seeing him the next day lifted her spirits, and she began to pack her belongings with enthusiasm. Liu Heng tidied up a bit before lying down on the bed, yet he remained awake throughout the night. The following morning, shortly after 7, Liu Heng rose early to prepare for training at the gymnasium. Liu Heng chose to run to the gym once again, and as he pushed open the door, he was unsurprised to see the familiar figure of Yi Jinlian. This sight deepened Liu Heng's respect for Yi Jinlian even further. Upon noticing Liu Heng's entrance, Yi Jinlian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Liu Heng would arrive so early. Yi Jinlian was the first to approach and greet Liu Heng, and they exchanged pleasantries in the manner typical of NBA players, with a slap of hands and a shoulder bump. Subsequently, Yi Jinlian initiated a discussion about the upcoming intra-team scrimmage, expressing his excitement at the prospect of finally battling side by side. "It is truly an honor," Liu Heng humbly responded, which stirred a newfound fondness in Yi Jinlian's heart. He was increasingly convinced that Liu Heng's early training was not merely for show, but a testament to his genuine discipline. With a smile, Yi Jinlian remarked, "All our strategies will be centered around you, and I firmly believe this is a most prudent decision." Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, Yi Jinlian is the leader of the Chinese national basketball team, and the coaching staff would undoubtedly seek his counsel before making any decisions. "As I have stated, I am here to support you," Liu Heng remarked, still displaying his humility. Yi Jinlian, recognizing this, spoke candidly. "As long as we can secure victory, the notion of assistance becomes irrelevant. Your experience in major competitions surpasses that of anyone else on the team, and I firmly believe that under your guidance, the Chinese national basketball team will achieve commendable success in this World Cup." However, Liu Heng replied, "I lack experience in international competitions." Liu Heng indeed speaks the truth. International competitions differ significantly from the NBA League, both in terms of regulations and the dimensions of the courts. The NBA courts are somewhat larger, and the distance of the three-point line varies as well. Furthermore, international matches consist of 40 minutes of play divided into 4 quarters of 10 minutes each, while the NBA comprises 48 minutes, with each quarter lasting 12 minutes. Although this may seem like a mere 2-minute difference per quarter, the variance of 8 minutes in total can gradually widen the gap in physical stamina, akin to the energy expenditure between running 800 meters and 1,000 meters. This is a primary reason why many NBA players often feel they possess a physical advantage when competing in international games. The chapter is not yet concluded, so please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The reduction of 8 minutes signifies that the pace of international matches is typically swifter than that of the NBA. Failing to adapt swiftly could indeed result in defeat. In addition to the duration of the games, the rules also diverge significantly. The NBA enforces a defensive 3-second violation, which is absent in international play, posing a unique challenge for offensive players. An NBA game allows for 7 timeouts, whereas international competitions permit only 4. I shall impart some insights regarding international matches. Hearing Alien express this signifies his acknowledgement of Liu Hong. Alien's admiration stems from Liu Hang's humble demeanor, exceptional skills, and self-discipline. Liu Hong nodded, and Alien continued. In the upcoming intra-team match, perform exceptionally well and let those who doubt you be completely convinced of your abilities. Liu Hong merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, for he had been acutely aware of Alien's actions during Guoluen's provocation the previous day. Initially, he had intervened to prevent the head coach from approaching to mediate, but subsequently, after Liu Hong delivered a remarkable performance, Alien took the lead in applauding. It was at this moment that Liu Hong came to realize that Alien's actions yesterday had indeed assisted him. Had head coach Li Nen intervened to stop him, Liu Hong would have lost this opportunity to prove himself, and his position as the starting point guard would have been difficult to justify. It was precisely because Alien prevented Li Nen from stepping in to dissuade him that Liu Hong was afforded the chance to demonstrate his capabilities before them, convincing those who doubted his ability to be a starter. After his conversation with Alien, Liu Hong initially engaged in some shooting practice, followed by strength training in the gym. When he emerged, all the players had already arrived at the arena. Coach Li Nen also gradually made his entrance, first guiding the other players through a brief warm-up before commencing Liu Hang's inaugural intra-squad scrimmage with the national team. Chapter 63. You must bear this great banner point guard Liu Hong, shooting guard Guolun, small forward Jai Chuan, power forward Wang Lin, and center Alien formed the starting lineup, while Zhao Wei, Zhao Rui, and Zhou Qi led the second unit. With the sound of the whistle, Alien and Zhou Qi contested the jump ball, allowing the starting team to gain possession first. Guoluan advanced with the ball, seemingly disinclined to pass it to Liu Hong. After crossing half court, Alien gestured for Guoluan to pass the ball to Liu Hong, yet Guoluan opted to pursue the offense himself. Liu Hong, filled with resignation, began to maneuver for position, while Alien also appeared helpless. Confronted by Zhao Wei's defense, Guoluan opted for a forceful shot, only have the basketball ricochet off the rim. Zhou Qi seized the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Zhao Wei, who advanced with the ball, with Liu Hong immediately in pursuit. After crossing the half-court line, Zhao Wei paused momentarily to await his teammates. Faced with Liu Hang's defense, he lacked the confidence to attempt a one-on-one play. However, to Zhao Wei's surprise, Liu Hong spread his arms wide, signaling him not to pass. This unexpected gesture emboldened Zhao Wei, compelling him to challenge Liu Hong. He initiated an attempt to break through, but against Liu Hang's formidable defense, Zhao Wei found no opportunity. Ultimately, Liu Hong executed a Stockton-style steal, claiming possession of the ball. Following his successful steal, Liu Hong advanced swiftly, as Alien urged everyone to create space, allowing Liu Hong to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Liu Hong, with the ball in hand, approached the three-point line, while Zhao Wei stepped forward, extending his arms wide. Liu Hong, with a dismissive disregard for Zhao Wei's defense, executed a smooth three-pointer, bending his knees as he leapt, raising his arm and snapping his wrist in one fluid motion. Zhao Wei, noticing the play, lunged forward but was a moment too late. The ball swished through the net, and Yi Jianlian exchanged celebratory high-fives with Liu Hong. In terms of shooting speed and jump height, Liu Hong far surpassed his teammates on the Chinese national basketball team. However, a single basket does not convey the entirety of the story. Liu Hong must deliver even more exceptional performances to silence his critics. The decision-making exhibited by Guolin during the first offensive possession indicated his lingering skepticism towards Liu Hong, or perhaps his desire to assert his own prowess, as he chose to disregard Yi Jianlian's call for the ball and ultimately missed his shot, resulting in a turnover. In contrast, Liu Hong, merely 30 seconds into the scrimmage, showcased his skill with a spectacular steal followed by a successful three-point shot, highlighting the disparity between him and his peers. In Yangcheng, as Jiang Qingning was gathering her belongings in preparation for departure, her phone suddenly chimed. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to check it, as she was now Liu Heng's agent. Should another sports brand or sponsor seek Liu Hong for endorsement, she needed to respond promptly. Upon opening her phone, she indeed found an email waiting. As she opened it, she silently prayed for a contract from Under Armour. However, upon seeing the dense Chinese text, her heart sank with disappointment. Liu Heng's unwavering desire for Under Armour remained unfulfilled. Yet his inbox contained a contract from Li Ning offering him a 5-year agreement worth $156 million, another endorsement deal exceeding $30 million annually. However, Liu Heng's heart was set on the athletic brand Under Armour, which led Jiang Qingning to neither accept nor outright reject the offer. She merely responded to Li Ning that Liu Hong was currently participating in national team training and needed to discuss the matter with him. Deep down, Jiang Qingning hoped for Liu Hong to sign with Nike, a globally recognized sports brand and the official jersey sponsor of the NBA. It is well known that the league has gradually deviated from its original purity, evolving into a commercialized sport often marred by dubious officiating and favoritism towards certain teams. Should Liu Hong secure a contract with Nike, he would likely avoid undue scrutiny from referees. Yet, Jiang Qingning understood that Liu Hong was indifferent to such matters, relying solely on his abilities to secure victory. Thus, she could only respect his decision. After bidding farewell to her grandparents, Jiang Qingning drove away from their home in a car that Liu Hong had rented during his visit to Yangcheng, which she now needed to return. As she departed, her eyes reflected a mixture of reluctance towards her grandparents and a glimmer of anticipation and excitement at the prospect of soon reuniting with Liu Hong. Particularly thrilling was Liu Heng's promise to introduce her to his parents, which filled Jiang Qingning with eager expectation. However, she harbored some apprehensions, being slightly older than Liu Hong. She feared his parents might not approve. Although she was ostensibly pretending to be Liu Heng's girlfriend, Jiang Qingning cherished the notion as if it were genuine. During Liu Heng's visit to see her grandparents, he had also made meticulous preparations, which indicated his sincerity. He was not merely pretending to be Jiang Qingning's boyfriend. However, Jiang Qingning remained perplexed. If Liu Hong truly harbored feelings for her, why did he not express them? This thought led her to recall a previous conversation where she inquired about the type of girl Liu Hong liked. Liu Hong responded that he would inform her after the conclusion of the World Cup, prompting Jiang Qingning to decide to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, although the competition had yet to conclude, the outcome was already devoid of suspense. The starting team triumphed over the substitute team with an overwhelming display of superiority. Liu Heng's performance truly astonished both Yi Jianlian and Li Nan, although they had anticipated the caliber of Liu Heng's play. Witnessing it firsthand still left them in awe of his remarkable display. Liu Hong achieved an extraordinary feat, scoring 35 points on 14 of 15 attempts, including an impressive 7 of 8 from beyond the arc, leading the starting lineup to victory with nearly flawless accuracy, with only a single three-point attempt missed. Both Yi Jianlian and Li Nan had harbored some doubts initially. However, after this competitive match, they were convinced that centering their strategies around Liu Hong was indeed the right decision. Historically, the Chinese national basketball team has seen talents like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who have thrived in the NBA and delivered remarkable performances. Nevertheless, both Yao and Yi primarily played as centers or forwards, focusing predominantly on rebounding and scoring in the paint. It is impractical to expect a center to consistently engage in one-on-one plays. Liu Hong's prowess as a remarkable scorer is unprecedented within the team's roster. Following this competitive match, no one within the team questioned Liu Heng's capabilities anymore. Even Guolin, who had previously doubted him, now held deep respect for Liu Hong. Should anyone still harbor doubts, it would imply a desire to withdraw from the national team roster. After a brief respite, Li Nan convened all players to discuss the potential implementation of the elevator door strategy during games. Yi Jianlian was the first to voice his opinion, expressing his agreement but suggesting that this tactic should be reserved for critical moments, given that Liu Hong is the only player on the team with exceptional three-point shooting skills. Yi's reasoning was sound. Without a reliable and skilled shooter, Even the most beautifully executed plays would yield no results if the shots do not find the net, rendering all efforts futile. Li Nan, of course, had contemplated Yi Jianlian's concerns. He intended for only the starting 5 players to practice this strategy, saving it for pivotal moments in the game. This meant that, once the tactic was to be employed, the starting 5 must be on the court simultaneously. Everyone expressed their agreement. After all, with the elder statesman Yi Jianlian in favor, who would dare to dissent? Yi Jianlian patted Liu Hong on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not feel pressured. You must carry this banner forward." Liu Hong nodded, then rose to continue his training. Chapter 64. How do you know it won't truly change in the future? Although the final roster of 12 has yet to be confirmed, the starting lineup is nearly established. The starting point guard will undoubtedly be Liu Hong. The shooting guard will be Guolin. The small forward is Zhai Chuan. The power forward is Yi Jianlian. And the center will be Zhou Qi. That afternoon, the 5 of them practiced their positioning, though the results were not particularly promising. However, Yi Jianlian found solace in the fact that Liu Heng's 3-point shots were nearly all successful, with very few instances of missed attempts, despite the less-than-ideal practice outcomes. The camaraderie among the 5 seemed to be progressing favorably, especially between Liu Hong and Guolin, who had transitioned from silence to engaging conversation. Liu Hong sought guidance from Guolin regarding experiences in international competitions, and Guolin, shedding his initial arrogance, began to engage in mutual consultation. Observing this exchange, Ilian felt a quiet joy, recognizing that the Huaxia men's basketball team was progressing in a positive direction. Just as Liu Hong and Guolin were conversing, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the match and receiving 5 points of talent elixir. The lakes and rivers shimmered under the enchanting glow of July's sun, their clear surfaces reflecting the azure sky, captivating all who beheld them. July, a season of warmth and fervor, brims with the vitality and hope of life. Whether by day or night, nature unveils its unique and exquisite facets, allowing people to experience the wonders and allure of summer. As more than a month swiftly passed, the 2019 FIBA Basketball World Cup approached, and through relentless training, the synergy of the Huaxia men's basketball team grew increasingly harmonious. With the aid of the system, Liu Hong experienced an elevation of 5 points in his height value after a month of training. Host name, Liu Hong. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 195 centimeters. Vertical jump, 84 centimeters. Strength, 84 speed, 85 basketball IQ. 90. Liu Hong reclined on the sofa, gazing at the attributes swirling in his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. After more than a month of rigorous training, his height had seen an increase, and there was a subtle transformation in his wingspan. Though the changes were modest, even the tiniest of improvements are still noteworthy. As Liu Hong was in high spirits, Jiang Qingning sent him a message inquiring about his parents' preferences, wishing to prepare in advance. Today, Liu Hong intended to take Jiang Qingning to meet his parents. Ever since Jiang Qingning arrived in Yunqing, Liu Hong had not yet introduced her to his family, as he had been preoccupied with training, leaving Jiang Qingning to spend her days confined to the hotel. Only after Liu Hong finished his training did she have the opportunity to dine or stroll with him. With the World Cup approaching, Liu Hong carved out a day to visit his parents. He had been back in Yunqing for over a month, and his mother had already urged him countless times. It was becoming increasingly difficult to justify not returning home. "I'll take you out to shop shortly. We could prepare something simple," he suggested. Recently, whenever they went out, Liu Hong had shouldered nearly all the expenses, which made Jiang Qingning feel somewhat embarrassed. "Please don't insist on paying. I will take care of buying something for uncle and aunt," she replied. Liu Hong responded with an okay emoji, then rose from the sofa to freshen up. Meanwhile, Liu's mother, having learned that Liu Hong would be bringing Jiang Qingning home today, also rose early to prepare for their arrival. Liu's father intentionally rearranged his schedule for the day, choosing to remain at home, eagerly awaiting the return of his son. Despite the presence of a housekeeper, Liu's mother took it upon herself to personally prepare for the occasion. She ventured out early in the morning to procure groceries and meticulously prepared an array of dishes that Liu Hong adored, while also selecting numerous gifts for Jiang Qingning. The prospective daughter-in-law, Jiang Qingning, and Liu Hong were staying at the same hotel. Once Liu Hong had organized his belongings, he prepared to descend and await Jiang Qingning. To his surprise, he discovered that she had already been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Observing the excitement radiating from Jiang Qingning, Liu Hong couldn't resist teasing her, inquiring how it felt to pretend to be his girlfriend. Jiang Qingning, fully aware of his playful jab, merely shot him an exasperated glance without retorting. The two then hailed a taxi to the largest shopping center in Yun City, the Yun City Plaza. As they strolled side by side, Jiang Qingning's gaze frequently drifted toward Lu Hong. "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring?" Lu Hong inquired, oblivious to the reason behind her scrutiny. "I can't shake the feeling that you've grown a bit taller," Jiang Qingning remarked, catching Lu Hong off guard with her observation. Though surprised, he opted not to delve into explanations and simply smiled in response, playfully suggesting, "Could it be that you have shrunk?" In response, Jiang Qingning playfully punched Lu Hong on the shoulder, and they continued their banter as they walked ahead, blissfully unaware that paparazzi had already captured their moments together. Following Lu Heng's suggestion, Jiang Qingning purchased some gifts for Lu's mother and even acquired a suit for his father. Initially believing that their next destination would be Lu Heng's home, she felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement. However, to her astonishment, Lu Hong led her to a jewelry store. He gestured inside and remarked, "My mother has a fondness for those. Are you planning to buy some as well?" Faced with the breathtakingly expensive jewelry, Jiang Qingning found herself momentarily speechless. Although her family owned a company, her income was primarily derived from her own endeavors, and she seldom requested financial assistance from her family. Indeed, Lu Heng's actions placed her in a predicament. However, she gritted her teeth and declared, "I will buy it." Subsequently, Lu Hong merely smiled faintly and led Jiang Qingning into the jewelry store. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Jiang Qingning assumed that Lu Hong was merely speaking casually, but to her astonishment, he was entirely serious, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Lu Hong approached the counter and selected a jade bracelet, requesting the attendant to wrap it without inquiring about the price. Jiang Qingning, under the impression that Lu Hong intended for her to cover the cost, hurriedly interjected, "Excuse me, may I ask how much it is?" Initially, the female attendant, noting the youthful appearance of both Lu Hong and Jiang Qingning, doubted their ability to afford such an exquisite piece. However, upon hearing Jiang Qingning's polite inquiry, she graciously responded, "This bracelet is made of translucent ice jade and is priced at 128,000. Although taken aback by the figure, Jiang Qingning quickly reassured herself that it was within her means. Just as she prepared to retrieve her bank card for payment, Lu Hong had already proffered his card to the attendant. Observing Lu Heng's promptness, the attendant realized her earlier misjudgment and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet she was pleased to accept the card and process the transaction. Subsequently, Lu Hong and Jiang Qingning departed the jewelry store with the bracelet and receipt in hand. Once outside, Jiang Qingning inquired of Lu Hong, "Wasn't it supposed to be my treat?" Lu Hong gazed at Jiang Qingning with an expression of bewilderment, then disdainfully remarked, "Do you truly believe it appropriate to present such an extravagant gift upon our first meeting with your parents?" Noticing Jiang Qingning's silence, he continued, "Furthermore, you are merely masquerading as my girlfriend. After a while, you would inevitably seek reimbursement from me." Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Qingning's eyes. Nevertheless, she murmured softly, "How do you know it won't become real in the future?" Although her voice was barely audible, Lu Hong caught her words. Yet, he chose not to respond, for only he understood that all would be revealed after the World Cup concluded. Chapter 65. Inherited your accursed luck after leaving the shopping center. The two hailed a taxi to Lu Heng's residence. In recent years, Lu's father's business had flourished, prompting the family to relocate from the bustling city center to the serene outskirts. As the car navigated the winding country roads, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrant flowers and grass created an ambience reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the chaos of modern life. After approximately half an hour's journey, Lu Hong and Jiang Qingning arrived at his home. As anticipated by Jiang Qingning, their abode was indeed a villa situated in the countryside. Nestled within a grove of verdant trees, the two-story structure exuded elegance and harmonized beautifully with its natural surroundings. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Hong gestured for Jiang Qingning to ring the doorbell. However, upon turning to see her hands laden with gifts, he could not help but shake his head in resignation. Thus, he stepped forward to press the doorbell himself. Just as Lu Hong was about to do so, Jiang Qingning softly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Lu Hong turned back to Jiang Qingning with a face full of confusion. Regretting it, Jiang Qingning shot him a glance, then softly replied, "I suddenly feel a bit anxious." Lu Hong felt quite helpless, having no choice but to wait for Jiang Qingning to gradually adjust. Jiang Qingning took several deep breaths, and then softly inquired of Lu Hong, as if fearing that even the slightest sound might be overheard. Is my makeup smudged? Do I look beautiful? Lu Heng, upon hearing this, meticulously admired Jiang Qingning's exquisite oval face. He then recalled the image of her touching up her makeup in the car, and ultimately could not suppress a soft chuckle, exclaiming, "Haha, truly beautiful." As soon as Lu Heng's words fell, Jiang Qingning, who had intended to say something further, found herself at a loss when Lu Heng abruptly turned and pressed the doorbell. In that fleeting moment, as the chime resonated, Lu's mother responded from within, as if she had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Coming. Jiang Qingning had initially meant to tidy her hair, but upon realizing that both hands were occupied with gifts, she could not free them, leaving her in a state of palpable anxiety. Just as she cast a desperate glance at Lu Heng for assistance, Lu's mother had already opened the door. Lu Heng exchanged a brief greeting with Lu's mother, who eagerly turned her gaze towards Jiang Qingning standing behind him. The moment Jiang Qingning locked eyes with Lu's mother, she respectfully greeted, "Hello, Annie." Mother Lu greeted Jiang Qingning warmly. "Hello, Xiao Jiang, how do you do?" Lu's mother, having learned of Jiang Qingning's name from Lu Heng, immediately referred to her as Little Jiang. Upon noticing the gifts in Jiang Qingning's hands, Lu's mother promptly began to scold Lu Heng, "You rascal. How can you let the young lady carry so many items?" As she spoke, Lu's mother hurriedly stepped forward to assist Jiang Qingning with her burdens, muttering from now on, "Consider this place your home. There is no need to bring gifts." The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Qingning, Lu's mother had already resolved in her heart to accept her as a future daughter-in-law. Lu's mother praised Jiang Qingning for her beauty, claiming she was even more stunning than in the videos. Upon hearing such compliments from Lu's mother, Jiang Qingning reciprocated with a round of mutual flattery. Mother Lu welcomed Jiang Qingning into the house, instantly forgetting her son who stood nearby. Lu Heng, too, helplessly shook his head before stepping through the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu's father descended from the upper floor. Lu Heng briefly introduced him to Jiang Qingning, stating, "This is my father." Jiang Qingning promptly greeted Lu's father, saying, "Hello, uncle." Lu's father greeted Jiang Qingning warmly, saying, "Hello, little Jiang. Your aunt is aware of your visit today and rose early to buy groceries and prepare a meal. It has been quite some time since I have savored your mother's cooking, so today I feel fortunate to indulge in it." Overwhelmed with nervousness, Jiang Qingning found herself at a loss for words, merely offering an awkward smile in response. However, judging by the joyful expressions on Lu's parents' faces, it was evident that they genuinely welcomed her presence and held a deep appreciation for their future daughter-in-law. This realization filled Jiang Qingning with immense happiness. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Lu's mother invited Jiang Qingning and Lu Heng to sit down for dinner. Throughout the meal, Lu's mother persistently served Jiang Qingning, and it was in that moment that she discovered Lu Heng's exceptional culinary skills were inherited from his mother. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with Lu Heng frequently serving Jiang Qingning and showcasing their affectionate bond in front of his parents. After the meal, Jiang Qingning intended to volunteer to wash the dishes, but Lu Heng gently pulled her aside to the sofa. As she pondered this, Lu's father donned an apron and began tidying up. At that moment, Lu's mother also approached and sat beside Jiang Qingning, saying, "Let your uncle handle the cleanup. It is our family's tradition that cooking and washing dishes are tasks reserved for men. I only cooked today because of your visit. Otherwise, I would have preferred not to prepare a meal for them." Jiang Qingning was taken aback by Lu's mother's words, but felt a profound happiness in being valued by Lu Heng's family. Lu Heng initially intended to assist Lu's father with the cleanup, but upon observing Jiang Qingning's helpless expression, he ultimately resolved to remain by her side. Lu Heng and his mother sat beside Jiang Qingning, who occupied the space between them. Mother Lu held Jiang Qingning's hand, engaging her in conversation, while Lu Heng sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Qingning initially expected Mother Lu to pose particularly challenging questions, much like other mothers-in-law. Lu Heng's presence beside Jiang Qingning was not born from a fear of his mother causing her distress, but rather stemmed from a desire for ease. Despite his parents often being absent during his childhood, Lu Heng was well aware that they would not pose the kind of uncomfortable inquiries that might trouble Jiang Qingning. Lu's mother and Jiang Qingning engaged in a conversation for a while, during which Jiang Qingning gradually shed her initial nervousness and became more at ease. She realized that Lu's mother genuinely cherished her and did not pose the anticipated probing questions. To Jiang Qingning's surprise, Lu's mother seemed to know that she was older than Lu Heng without even asking. Jiang Qingning surmised that Lu Heng must have informed them, and Liu's mother reassured her that as long as the two of them shared mutual affection, they would not interfere in their relationship. This revelation greatly enhanced Jiang Qingning's fondness for Liu Heng's parents, making her interactions with Liu's mother increasingly natural. It was through their exchange that Jiang Qingning truly grasped the essence of eloquence and wit. Despite being a distinguished student from Harvard, she found herself humbled in the presence of Liu's mother. After conversing for some time, Jiang Qingning thoughtfully suggested that Liu Heng take her for a stroll outside. Liu's mother understood that the youth required their own space and did not insist on having Jiang Qingning and Liu Heng constantly by their side. Liu's mother escorted Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning to the door, where Liu Heng, in front of his mother, boldly took Jiang Qingning's hand. Although Jiang Qingning felt a bit shy and attempted to pull away, she found herself firmly held by Liu Heng. Gradually, the two figures faded from Liu's mother's sight. As she watched them slowly depart, Liu's mother couldn't help but reflect on the serendipity of their union, exclaiming internally that they were indeed a match made in heaven. Beside her, Liu's father chimed in, agreeing, indeed, one wonders what stroke of luck this boy has encountered. Upon hearing this, Liu's mother playfully teased Liu's father. Isn't it simply a trait he inherited from you? Liu's father was left utterly perplexed, momentarily at a loss regarding what traits he might have passed on. Just as he pondered, Liu's mother interjected, claiming that he had inherited his dog's luck. With that, she pushed the door open and entered, leaving Liu's father standing there in silence. Chapter 66. This heavy burden of blame the sun cast its rays upon the ground, and a gentle breeze caressed the face, creating an atmosphere of utter comfort. In the distance, the rustling of leaves and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, marking a vibrant and warm moment. Once out of the sight of Liu's parents, Jiang Qingning willingly released Liu Heng's hand. The two walked side by side along the road, their conversation sparse throughout. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Country M, Curry was engaged in discussions with high-level executives at Under Armour regarding Liu Heng's endorsement contract, following his tour in Huaxia. It turned out that Under Armour had not been inactive. Rather, Curry had initiated talks prior to his visit, determined to secure Liu Heng, this supernova of talent. As Under Armour's most prominent spokesperson, Curry's judgment was held in high regard by the company's executives. The new chief product officer and president of the Americas, Lena, personally collaborated with Curry on Liu Heng's contract. Curry greatly admired Liu Heng and insisted that Under Armour offer him an extraordinary endorsement deal. Despite Under Armour's confidence in Curry's insights, they felt that the contract he advocated for Liu Heng was somewhat inflated. Earlier, on July 1st, the Warriors had publicly announced a 5-year, $190 million maximum contract extension with Klay Thompson, even as Klay faced a torn ACL and would miss the entire 2019 to 2020 season. Nevertheless, the Warriors chose to place their trust in Klay, extending him a maximum contract valid until 2024. On August 3rd, the Golden State Warriors secured a 4-year, $100 million contract extension with Draymond Green, also lasting until 2024. Durant, persuaded by Curry's fervent appeal, opted to remain with the Warriors, signing a 4-year, $165 million early extension. Iguodala also stayed with the team, allowing the Warriors to retain their starting lineup. However, with Klay and Durant sidelined by injuries, both were set to miss the entire 2019 to 2020 season, prompting external skepticism regarding the Warriors' championship potential. Despite possessing Liu Heng, this supernova, hopes of witnessing the quintet of Curry, Liu Heng, Klay, Durant, and Draymond playing together seemed dim. Their contracts extended until the 2023 or 2024 season, leaving uncertainty about how far the Warriors could progress in 2020 without Durant and Klay. Faith in Curry, Liu Heng, and Draymond remained strong. And despite the absence of Durant and Klay, Warriors fans held on to optimism for the upcoming season. Under Armour aspired to finalize their agreement with Liu Heng before the World Cup, seizing the opportunity to leverage his rising fame for brand exposure. With Curry fervently advocating for their collaboration, Under Armour had no choice but to offer Liu Heng a remarkably lucrative endorsement deal. At that moment, Liu Heng, still strolling with Jiang Qingning, remained blissfully unaware of the surprise that Curry and Under Armour had prepared for him. The two continued their leisurely walk until after 3 in the afternoon. As a basketball player fortified by a system, Liu Heng naturally possessed greater stamina than Jiang Qingning, especially since she was wearing high heels, which had already begun to cause her discomfort. Liu Heng, despite his playful scolding of Jiang Qingning, felt a pang of sympathy for her predicament. I told you we should head back soon. You insisted on walking, and now look where we are. Jiang Qingning, sitting on a stone by the roadside, felt a mix of emotions. I was afraid of the awkwardness of being with your parents, she replied, though her heart secretly longed for more time with Lu Hong. Lu Hong is certainly not foolish. He understands that Jiang Qingning is not afraid of the embarrassment of returning home, but rather desires to spend a little more time with him. Lu Hong, too, cannot be exempt from such sentiments. However, upon witnessing Jiang Qingning in her current state, he felt a profound sense of compassion. Although Jiang Qingning intended to muster her strength and walk back on her own, Lu Hong swiftly enveloped her in his arms. In that instant, Jiang Qingning comprehended Lu Hong's intentions and, feeling a rush of shyness, buried her face within his embrace. Despite her slender physique, standing at approximately 173 centimeters and weighing around 60 kilograms, Jiang Qingning harbored concerns about whether Lu Hong could support her. Yet, such apprehensions proved unwarranted, as Lu Hong could effortlessly lift an 84-kilogram barbell. Surely, he could bear the weight of Jiang Qingning. Lu's mother anxiously awaited the return of the two, initially hoping to encourage them to take a stroll. However, to her surprise, they had yet to return even by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu's father suggested calling them. However, Lu's mother declined the idea, explaining that she had already made the call. Yet, neither of them had brought their mobile phones when they left the house. Lu's father and mother, feeling helpless, could only anxiously await the return of the two at home. Lu's mother had been anxiously awaiting at the doorstep. Lu Hong carried Jiang Qingning for a while before shifting to a piggyback. Jiang Qingning nestled against Lu Heng's back, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Before long, Lu Hong appeared in the line of sight of Lu's mother, still with Jiang Qingning on his back. Upon seeing the two return, Lu's mother felt her anxieties dissipate. Initially, she found nothing peculiar about the sight of Lu Hong carrying Jiang Qingning. She merely assumed that the young couple had been walking for a while and that Jiang Qingning was simply tired. However, Jiang Qingning was far less composed. Spotting Lu's mother at the door, she urgently urged Lu Hong to set her down. Yet, Lu Hong, concerned about the possibility of further injuring Jiang Qingning's feet, stubbornly refused to let her go. Jiang Qingning, feeling helpless, had lost the smile that once graced her face and instead buried her head shyly against Lu Heng's back. As they drew closer, Lu's mother noticed that Jiang Qingning was not wearing any shoes and hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Before Jiang Qingning could respond, Lu Hong seized the opportunity to scold her, chiding that she had foolishly worn her feet raw while walking. Jiang Qingning, intending to retaliate by pinching Lu Heng's waist, found herself unable to act before the moment passed. Lu's mother had already delivered a sharp slap to Lu Heng's head and began to scold him. "You little rascal. How can you speak like that?" At that moment, Jiang Qingning, who was still perched on Lu Heng's back, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu's mother's supportive gesture. Realizing this, Lu's mother immediately turned to Jiang Qingning and asked, "Are you all right? Is it serious?" Touched by Lu's mother's heartfelt action, Jiang Qingning replied, "It's nothing. Just a little scraped skin." Subsequently, Lu's mother instructed Lu Hong to carry Jiang Qingning inside while she went to fetch the first aid kit. Lu Hong gently placed Jiang Qingning upon the sofa, while Lu's mother brought forth a bottle of iodine to assist in disinfecting her injuries. With great care, she applied a band-aid to Jiang Qingning's foot. Hearing the commotion, Lu's father descended from upstairs and was met with the sight of Jiang Qingning's foot adorned with a band-aid. Lu's father and mother chastised Lu Hong, expressing their discontent about the fact that he was aware of Xiao Jiang wearing high heels, yet still led her on such a long journey. In the face of their reproach, Lu Hong felt a surge of anger, but remained silent. At this moment, Lu Hong contemplated, "This burden is indeed quite substantial." After Jiang Qingning had tended to her foot injury, Lu's mother rose once more to busily attend to the kitchen. After finishing their dinner, Lu Hong and Jiang Qingning prepared to depart. Lu Hong was about to head to Yijiang City to gear up for the World Cup opening match. Chapter 67, 2. 15 billion. After the meal, Lu's parents had intended to invite Jiang Qingning to stay the night, yet Lu Hong declined the offer. He assured them that he would bring her back whenever he had the opportunity. As they were leaving, Lu's mother persistently reminded Lu Hong. And even though he was merely 20 years old, his parents had already firmly established their approval of this prospective daughter-in-law. Lu Hong nodded, and Jiang Qingning waved goodbye to Lu's father and mother. Subsequently, the two of them boarded a taxi and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingning's phone buzzed with a message from Under Armour, containing the endorsement contract. Jiang Qingning first opened the email, and upon seeing the densely packed English text, which repeatedly referenced Under Armour, she realized that the long-awaited response from Under Armour had finally arrived. Lu Heng also noticed the peculiar behavior of Jiang Qingning, yet he refrained from inquiring too hastily. It was not until Jiang Qingning perused the endorsement contract sent by Andima that she widened her eyes in astonishment and turned to Lu Heng with a look of sheer shock. At this moment, Lu Heng could no longer contain himself, for ever since Jiang Qingning's phone rang, she had been laughing incessantly. Initially, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Then she could not help but cover her mouth with her hand, and ultimately, her eyes widened in astonishment, fearful of having misinterpreted the scene before her. Lu Heng hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Did you win a lottery?" Jiang Qingning, however, did not rush to inform Lu Heng. She still struggled to believe her own eyes. Thus, she scrutinized the endorsement contract sent by Under Armour several more times. Only after confirming its authenticity did she softly reveal to Lu Heng, "It's the endorsement contract from Under Armour." As she spoke, her lips could hardly suppress a smile, yet Lu Heng remained remarkably composed. "It's merely a contract. Is it really that significant?" Jiang Qingning shot him a disdainful glance. "Shall I help you decline it?" Aware that Lu Heng was feigning calmness, she playfully threatened him. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's true demeanor was revealed. "No." At Lu Heng's anxious response, Jiang Qingning couldn't help but laugh heartily. The taxi driver in front, having overheard their conversation, couldn't resist glancing into the rearview mirror multiple times. Once he confirmed, he finally ventured to ask, "Are you Lu Heng?" Recognizing that the driver had identified him, Lu Heng chose not to hide and readily admitted, "Yes." At the moment, Lu Heng nodded. The driver appeared exceptionally excited and persistently inquired if Lu Heng could spare a signature. With Lu Heng's affirmative reply, the driver's enthusiasm surged even higher. Subsequently, Lu Heng turned to Jiang Qingning, eager to learn the details of the endorsement contract Under Armour had offered him. "How much?" Jiang Qingning initially intended to tease Lu Heng, but restrained herself, considering there were onlookers, particularly fans of Lu Heng. Slowly, she extended 2 fingers and announced 5 years. 215 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng could not contain his exhilaration. He had assumed Under Armour's silence indicated a lack of interest in him. Little did he know they were secretly concocting a grand offer. To commence with, they presented him with an endorsement contract boasting an annual salary exceeding 40 million. Just as Lu Heng was grappling with his astonishment, Jiang Qingning continued. Moreover, hearing her speak again, Lu Heng endeavored to manage his inner excitement. Jiang Qingning then elaborated, "Additionally, Under Armour has promised to launch a signature shoe for you, and you'll have the opportunity to participate in its design." Upon hearing these words, Lu Heng could no longer contain his excitement. He seized Jiang Qingning's hand with fervor, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "It seems that appointing you as my agent was indeed the right decision. You are truly a little lucky star." Jiang Qingning, sensing the driver's gaze, promptly withdrew her hand in a flurry of shyness. Lu Heng, gradually regaining his composure, was taken aback by the situation. The lucrative endorsement contract, coupled with the launch of signature shoes and the opportunity to partake in their design, was akin to the treatment received by Stephen Curry. It is no wonder that Jiang Qingning and Lu Heng could hardly contain their excitement. Subsequently, after meticulously confirming the contract sent by Under Armour, both individuals consented to the agreement without a moment's hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, the car had already arrived at the hotel where Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning were residing. Before disembarking, Lu Heng affectionately signed an autograph for the driver, who insisted that payment for the fare was unnecessary. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning ultimately acquiesced to the driver's insistence. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Qingning accompanied Lu Heng to his room, but was halted at the threshold as Lu Heng barred her entry. "You should return to gather your belongings. We depart for Yijiang tomorrow." As Lu Heng's manager, Jiang Qingning naturally had the privilege to accompany him. Nevertheless, she cast a lingering, meaningful glance in Lu Heng's direction. Lu Heng understood her intentions and slowly remarked, "The World Cup is about to commence." Jiang Qingning discerned the underlying meaning in Lu Heng's words. Lu Heng was subtly reminding Jiang Qingning that he must not allow distractions at this moment. Another implication was to suggest that once the World Cup concluded, all answers would be revealed. After receiving Lu Heng's response, Jiang Qingning bid farewell to him and happily returned to his room to begin packing his belongings. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qingning, Lu Heng slowly opened the door and entered the room. He then settled onto the sofa, picking up the painting gifted to him by Jiang Qingning. His gaze was fixed intently on the artwork, a subtle smile gracing his lips as a multitude of thoughts surged within him. He had gradually transformed from an obscure figure to a renowned basketball superstar. The World Cup stood as his stage for self-affirmation, the closest he could get to realizing his dreams. Although he had already showcased his prowess in the NBA Finals with remarkable performances, scoring 60 points in a single game and 35 points in a single quarter, none of these achievements could rival the honor of bringing home a World Cup medal for his country. On August 31, 2019, the FIBA Basketball World Cup commenced with a grand opening match where the host nation, the Huaxia team, faced off against the formidable African team from Cote d'Ivoire. In this momentous occasion, Under Armour officially announced their endorsement contract with Liu Team. The 5-year contract, valued at a staggering 215 million renminbi, was signed with the supernova from Huaxia, Liu Team. This announcement sent shockwaves through both domestic and international fans and media. Many believed that Nike's annual salary of 30 million was the pinnacle, yet Under Armour promptly countered with an annual offer of 40 million for Liu Team. If he were to secure a World Cup championship, Under Armour's market value would undoubtedly soar. A World Cup championship? What are your thoughts? Everything is possible. Many fans still firmly believe that Liu Team can lead the Chinese men's basketball team to commendable achievements in the World Cup. However, there are numerous fans who disparage Liu Team due to his endorsement of Under Armour, claiming he is unpatriotic for representing a foreign brand. Indeed, how could he have the audacity to participate in the World Cup? I have long asserted that such players should be banned. Some netizens have even shared images of Liu Team seemingly pandering to Under Armour as a means of ridicule. Witnessing this, Jiang Qingming hastily sent a message to Liu Team, urging him not to heed the online criticisms and to focus solely on performing well in his games. Nonetheless, she received no response from Liu Team, understanding that he was likely engaged in his final pre-game training. Chapter 68. This foolish system has finally functioned on time. At this moment, Coach Zhang and teacher Yu Jiao were already seated at the commentary table. Many fans had also entered the live stream early, eager to witness Liu Team's outstanding performance at the World Cup. Yu Jia, dear viewers in front of the screen, it is a pleasure to meet you again. You are currently watching the opening match of the 2019 FIBA Basketball World Cup, where the host team, China, faces off against Cote d'Ivoire. Coach Zhang, it is delightful to watch the game together again. We eagerly anticipate Liu Team, who will be starting tonight's match. Everyone can look forward to Liu Team's performance. Yu Jia, this is a Chinese men's basketball team worth getting excited about. Coach Zhang, this World Cup presents the greatest opportunity yet for the Chinese men's basketball team. We have never had a top scorer as exceptional as Liu Team in our lineup. Yu Jia, indeed, the game is about to commence. Let us observe Liu Team's performance. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The Chinese team secured possession of the ball, and Liu Team commenced his advance. After crossing half-court, Guo Luan began to maneuver, seeking opportunities for an open shot. Yi Jianlian, a seasoned NBA player, immediately moved forward to set a screen for Liu Team as he approached the arc. Liu Team, capitalizing on alien screen, sees an opportunity to create space. With a smooth mid-range shot, he secured the first points for the Huaxia team. Coach Zhang remarked on Liu Team's inaugural score in his national team career. As the Ivorian player prepared for a baseline throw-in, the Huaxia men's basketball team commenced their defensive stance. Upon crossing the half-court line, Liu Team proactively approached to defend the Ivorian guard. The Ivorian team was only aware that Huaxia boasted a premier scorer capable of netting 60 points in an NBA Finals game. Beyond that, they possessed little knowledge of Liu Team. Confident in their own players, they neglected to provide assistance for screens or ball receptions. However, they were soon to regret this foolish decision. Liu Team executed a clean and swift steal, then raced towards the front court with remarkable speed. At that moment, all the Ivorian players were stationed near the three-point line in their backcourt, unable to catch up for defense, and could only watch as Liu Team completed a fast break. Liu Team sprinted beyond the three-point line and glanced back, noticing that no one was pursuing him. Consequently, he relinquished the opportunity for a three-pointer and instead drove towards the basket, executing a magnificent one-handed slam dunk. Yu Jia exclaimed, Liu Team. He forsook the three-point chance in favor of a stunning one-handed dunk. Coach Zhang remarked, this dunk is simply a work of art. At that moment, the fervor of the spectators was palpable. Although the game had only just commenced, Liu Team's performance was already strikingly impressive, having scored 4 points and recorded a steal in a mere 30 seconds. The Ivory Coast team, having learned from their earlier missteps, began to take Liu Team seriously. As their point guard advanced past half-court, a teammate stepped forward to set a screen. Liu Team did not rush forward to defend. Upon witnessing the opponent's pass, he remained composed. Liu Heng swiftly discerned the tactical arrangements of his opponents. He closely shadowed the shooting guard of the Ivory Coast team, who, after numerous strategic movements, indeed passed the ball to their designated scorer. Liu Heng deliberately maintained a slight distance from him, allowing ample space for the catch. Just as the opponent received the ball and prepared to shoot, Liu Heng swiftly lunged forward. Liu Heng delivered a resounding block to his opponent, prompting Guoluan to swiftly retrieve the ball and sprint towards the front court, with Liu Heng closely in pursuit. After approximately 2 months of rigorous training, the starting 5 of the Chinese men's basketball team had already perfected their synergy. Noticing Liu Heng trailing slightly behind him, Guoluan released the ball after crossing half-court. Liu Heng received the ball and immediately launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, executing the motion with a fluid grace. While it appeared to be a distant shot, it was merely a step or so beyond the NBA three-point line, as the three-point arc in international competitions is closer than that of the NBA, creating an illusion of great distance. With a satisfying swish, the ball effortlessly found its way into the net, prompting Guoluan to celebrate with a high five to Liu Heng. Within less than a minute of the match, the Chinese national basketball team had already surged ahead of the Ivory Coast team with a score of 7-0, all of which were scored by Liu Heng. The fans in attendance began to chant Liu Heng's name in unison. Liu Heng, Liu Heng, Liu Heng, Liu Heng, Liu Heng. On the sidelines, the towering Yao Ming observed this scene, contemplating that if the Chinese national team had been fortunate enough to have a top scorer like Liu Heng earlier, they might not have struggled for nearly 9 years in international competitions without a victory. Watching Liu Heng's spirited performance on the court filled Yao Ming with anticipation for this World Cup. Jiang Qingning, however, chose not to join Liu Heng at the venue, opting instead to watch the live broadcast from their hotel. As she witnessed Liu Heng's remarkable display on the screen, Jiang Qingning was overwhelmed with excitement. Liu's father and mother, despite their hectic schedules, chose to attend the event to cheer for Liu Heng. As time ticked away, the Huan national team, bolstered by Liu Heng's extraordinary performance and the splendid collaboration between him and Yi Jinlian, swiftly rendered the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. With the sound of the final whistle, the game concluded with a score of 88-55, marking a resounding victory for the Huan national men's basketball team over Côte d'Ivoire by a staggering margin of 33 points. This victory also signifies the team's first win in a world competition in 9 years. Coach Zhang remarked, "The match has ended. Congratulations to the Hua team for triumphing over Côte d'Ivoire and securing their first victory in nearly 9 years." Commentator Yu Jia added, "Liu Heng delivered an outstanding performance, providing the fans with a thrilling and decisive win." Coach Zhang continued, "It feels like Liu Heng has grown stronger in just 2 months." Yu Jia responded, "Indeed. And he seems to have gained a bit of height as well." Liu Heng played for a total of 34 minutes, achieving an impressive 40 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 6 assists. In his inaugural match, he shattered Yao Ming's record for the highest single-game score in a world competition, thus establishing himself as the new record holder for the national men's basketball team of China. Observing Liu Heng's exceptional performance, head coach Li Nan was reluctant to substitute him. However, as the game transitioned into garbage time early on, Li Nan ultimately decided to replace Liu Heng. The risk of injury to any player during such inconsequential moments is simply unwarranted. Meanwhile, Yi Jinlian contributed with a commendable performance, tallying 21 points and 9 rebounds, nearly securing a double-double. Liu Heng and Lian combined to score a remarkable 61 points, while the other players of the Huaxia team managed to score only in single digits. At that moment, the barrage in the Huaxia livestream was filled with exclamations of awe. Incredible! They shattered the national team's single-game scoring record in their very first match. Truly spectacular. It feels as though Liu Heng has become even more formidable than he was 2 months ago. Indeed, he is defending against the opposing power forward with such prowess that the latter cannot even budge him. It is simply absurd. It is akin to a masterpiece of art. Haha! During these past 2 months, with the assistance of the system, Liu Heng has not only experienced a growth spurt, but has also undergone a significant transformation in strength. On the international stage, NBA players inherently possess an advantage in strength and physical fitness compared to average athletes, and Liu Heng benefits from systematic enhancement. Just as Liu Heng joyfully returned to the locker room, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host, on winning the match. You have received 5 points of talent elixir." Liu Heng thought to himself, "This foolish system has finally been punctual for once." Chapter 69. Strong individuals never complain about their circumstances. After the competition concluded, The Chinese team made their way back to the locker room through the players' tunnel. At that moment, the entrance to the tunnel was bustling with numerous fans eager to greet the athletes. As the members of the Chinese team approached, fans waved enthusiastically, and many extended their hands in hopes of high fives. However, the players of the Chinese team did not reciprocate. Liu Hong, trailing behind, shook his head in quiet disapproval. When Liu Hong reached the mouth of the players' tunnel, the cheers from the fans had reached a fever pitch. Liu Hong enthusiastically extended his hands to high-five the fans on both sides. Upon noticing a multitude of supporters holding his Warriors jersey, number 15, and the national team jersey, number 30, he was filled with delight. Liu Hong unhesitatingly paused to sign autographs for fans, a moment immortalized by the camera. The disparity between the CBA and the NBA transcends mere basketball skills. CBA, I'm sorry, we have regulations. Perhaps what fascinates fans is not solely the athletic prowess. It is perplexing to witness the arrogance of some CBA players. Liu Hong, a past NBA champion, displays far more humility. Observing the scene, even critics found themselves at a loss for words against Liu Hong. We are all compatriots, albeit competing in different leagues. However, the attitudes towards fans starkly contrast. I have transitioned from a critic to a devoted admirer. I stand firmly with Liu Hong. This might elucidate why domestic fans are more captivated by the NBA than the CBA. The condescending demeanor exhibited by local players towards their supporters is truly disheartening. After the match, Liu Hong returned to the hotel, where Guoluan suggested going out to celebrate. Yet Liu Hong declined. Back in his room, he took out his phone and opened WeChat, discovering a message from Jiang Qingning. Liu Hong merely smiled faintly and, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "Do you believe I would concern myself with such remarks?" Liu Hong, after responding to Jiang Qingning, deliberately waited for a moment. However, this time Jiang Qingning did not reply as promptly as usual, which left Liu Hong feeling a twinge of curiosity. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it and proceeded to wash up in preparation for sleep. Just as Liu Hong was brushing his teeth, a knock echoed at the door. Tap. Talp, talp. Liu Hong, his face adorned with perplexity, wondered who could be at the door at such a late hour. He approached the entrance and peered through the peephole, yet saw no one. Just as he was about to turn back and resume brushing his teeth, the sound of knocking echoed once more. Liu Hong promptly approached and opened the door, only to find Jiang Qingning, who was attempting to hide to the side. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, and Jiang Qingning awkwardly rubbed her hands together. "Could you not check who it is before opening the door?" Jiang Qingning had known Liu Hong was back at the hotel as soon as he replied to her message, which is why she felt an irresistible urge to seek him out. However, upon arriving at the door, she was seized by a mischievous thought. Jiang Qingning initially intended to startle Liu Hong, but instead, she was caught red-handed. The first time Liu Hong gazed into the cat's eye, he instantly sensed that a prank was afoot, for he harbored no belief in the supernatural. His initial reaction was to attribute the mischief to Jiang Qingning, as he deemed her the sole individual capable of such trivial amusement. Liu Hong cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Qingning, who then followed him into the room. "What on earth are you planning to do at this late hour?" Jiang Qingning asked, scratching her head in an awkward manner. "Before the match, I watched a horror film, and now I feel a bit frightened, so I don't dare to sleep alone." Liu Hong found himself at a loss for words. So, she watched a horror film and became frightened, thus seeking to terrify herself further? Was she too afraid to sleep alone? Did she intend to share a bed with him? Jiang Qingning cast a sidelong glance at Liu Hong and then proceeded to the sofa, declaring, "I shall sleep here." Liu Hong felt quite helpless, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the social media landscape in Huaxia was inundated with posts celebrating the national team's triumph over Côte d'Ivoire. This marked the first victory in a world championship in 9 years, stirring immense excitement among numerous fans. Many individuals, previously indifferent to international competitions, began to take an interest in the World Cup due to Liu Heng's participation. Liu Heng's contribution to the national team transcends mere reinforcement of the defense. He has also brought a significant influx of attention. Contrary to expectations that Liu Hong would take time to acclimatize to international competition, he astonishingly scored 40 points in his very first match. Truly, the strong never lament their circumstances. This game vividly illustrated the disparity between Liu Hong and his fellow players. Indeed, Liu Hong provided ample opportunities for Guoluan and Zhao Wei, yet they failed to capitalize on them. It is quite amusing that they could not convert wide-open shots. Subsequently, Liu Hong, in exasperation, opted not to pass the ball and took matters into his own hands. It is evident that self-reliance was necessary. as their missed chances proved futile. The sentiments expressed by fans stem from the unfolding events during the match. Liu Hong drew the defensive attention of two opposing players. Although he had the opportunity to take the shot himself, he opted to pass the ball to the unmarked Guoluan and Zhao Wei. Unfortunately, neither of them seized the opportunity, both failing to convert their attempts. This scenario repeated itself 4 or 5 times. Liu Hong initially believed that his teammates had yet to find their rhythm, thus he continued to pass the ball to them. However, they repeatedly missed their shots, squandering numerous splendid assists from Liu Hong. In this match, aside from Yi Jianlian and Liu Hong, the other players performed rather mediocrely. It can be said that the victory relied heavily on Liu Heng's individual prowess. Indeed, Liu Hong is exceptionally talented. However, basketball is not a game that can be won by a single player alone. Yes, it is fortunate that we have Liu Hong, yet regrettably, he is our sole standout. Let us be content with securing a ticket to the Olympics and not crave for too much. Fans had high hopes for this World Cup, largely due to the presence of Liu Hong, a top scorer. However, merely one game has led fans to alter their perception of the Chinese national basketball team. Despite their recent triumph by a staggering 33-point margin over their opponents, one cannot help but wonder if they could have claimed victory without Liu Hong. Liu Hong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find repose. He understood that relying solely on his own abilities would make it exceedingly difficult for them to achieve a commendable performance in the World Cup. At present, he possessed nearly 50 points of talent potions, sufficient to exchange for the permanent skills of numerous star players. However, he was not invincible. No matter how many skill packages he acquired, without sufficient stamina, they would amount to nothing. At that moment, Liu Hong mused to himself how wonderful it would be to have stamina potions. Yet, it was evident that such a thing was unattainable. Although stamina could be augmented through talent potions, utilizing them directly would only yield an increase of 5 points. He resolved to wait until the next training session to use the talent potions to enhance his stamina slightly. In the depths of Liu Hongxiao's mind, he began to contemplate which skill package to exchange for: the Iverson crossover skill package, the Wade's Euro step skill package, the McGrady pull-up skill package, the Ginobili snake-like breakthrough skill package, the Nowitzki step-back skill package, or the James Tank breakthrough skill package. As he gazed at the plethora of player skill packages swirling in his mind, the options available to Liu Hong were regrettably few. He yearned to select James's tank breakthrough. However, the disparity between his physical attributes and those of James was too significant, compelling him to abandon that notion. Chapter 70. Unable to carry on. Truly unable to carry on, James's athletic prowess is unparalleled in the annals of NBA history, granting him an edge over others without the need for meticulous technical refinement. After rigorous training, he becomes even more formidable. It is universally acknowledged that James possesses exceptional breakthrough capabilities, and the manner in which he executes these breakthroughs appears deceptively simple. He relentlessly pushes his opponents forward. Fans have dubbed this approach the tank breakthrough. While the tank breakthrough may seem straightforward, achieving it is a formidable challenge, as it fundamentally relies on extraordinary physicality, a quality many cannot attain. Consequently, within the entire league, only James can execute the tank breakthrough effectively. Moreover, Liu Heng's foremost desire was to acquire Iverson's crossover, although Iverson stands at a modest height of 183 centimeters. His athletic gifts are remarkable, positioning him as the pinnacle for shorter guards. It was precisely due to his extraordinary talent that the 76ers selected Iverson as the first overall pick, landing him in Philadelphia. The hallmark of Iverson's giftedness is his crossover dribble, which is not only executed with remarkable speed, but also features incredibly convincing fakes and significant lateral movement. Even the basketball deity, Jordan, fell victim to his dazzling maneuvers. In the wake of Iverson, many in the current league have attempted to emulate his crossover, yet none have truly grasped its essence or come close to his level of execution. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Hong resolved to exchange for the permanent Iverson crossover skill package. Foolish system, I wish to exchange for the permanent Iverson crossover skill package. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the permanent Iverson crossover skill package at the cost of 5 points of talent elixir. Liu Hong was suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. He pondered whether the system possessed stamina potions. If such potions existed, it would indeed feel like he had acquired an extraordinary advantage. Dear system, do you happen to have any stamina potions? He inquired. As soon as Liu Hong uttered these words, he himself could not help but chuckle. When seeking assistance from the system, he referred to it as Big Brother. Yet in everyday discourse, he derided it as a foolish system. Having received no reply from the system, Liu Hong resigned himself to despair. Although he had exchanged for a permanent skill package, he found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he quietly rose and decided to take a glance at Jiang Qingning. Liu Hong crouched beside the sofa, quietly gazing at Jiang Qingning's exquisite oval face. He even reached out to gently pinch her cheek, his movements delicate, as if he feared disturbing her slumber. Liu Hong squatted in front of the sofa for nearly 10 minutes, reminiscing about the moments shared with Jiang Qingning over the past 2 months. Although their acquaintance has not been extensive, they have developed a profound admiration and affection for one another. Although Liu Hong met Jiang Qingning for the first time at the post-match press conference, his 2 months of interaction with her led him to sense that she had seemingly been attentive to him for quite some time. Perhaps this entire encounter was not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable fate. Liu Hong gazed intently for a while before retiring to bed. 2 days later, on September 2, 2019, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Poland in Ijeong. A victory over Poland would secure their place in the Olympics. The Polish team, as a formidable European powerhouse, possessed considerable strength. As a time traveler, Liu Hong was acutely aware that this was one of the most regrettable matches for the Chinese national basketball team. Initially, the prospects looked promising. The Chinese team could have secured victory and firmly grasped their ticket to the Olympics. However, in the final moments, the tides turned dramatically. The coach's timeout and Zhou Qi's critical error during a sideline throw squandered the advantageous position. Nevertheless, nearly toppling a formidable European team was a commendable feat, albeit a loss. This marked the final dance for Yi Jianlian on the World Cup stage, a poignant disappointment. Liu Hong, having traversed time, was determined not to allow history to repeat itself. Moreover, securing an Olympic berth was not his sole ambition. In this pivotal match, Jiang Qingning was present to cheer for Liu Hong, accompanied by numerous top celebrities from the Chinese entertainment industry, all rallying for their nation. However, a disheartening scene unfolded as the players took to the court. Despite the enthusiastic greetings from the fans, the Chinese team chose to disregard them, save for Liu Hong, who quietly exchanged high fives with the supporters. With a sharp whistle, the match commenced. Should the Chinese team falter, their World Cup journey would come to an abrupt end. Thus, every player was fully committed from the outset. Zhou Qi won the tip-off, and although he initially passed the ball to Guoluin, it was Guoluin who, after crossing half-court, opted to hand the ball to Liu Hong for a one-on-one play. Liu Hong did not disappoint, showcasing his diverse offensive repertoire: a Kobe Bryant fadeaway, a Stephen Curry long-range three-pointer, Kyrie Irving's ball handling, and the newly acquired Allen Iverson crossover. These signature moves from NBA's elite guards provided a visual feast for the fans in attendance. Coach Zhang remarked, "It's the familiar Liu Hong once again." Commentator Yu Jia concurred. Indeed, it appears Liu Hong is wholeheartedly revealing his skills, determined to secure the Olympic ticket for the Chinese team. Coach Zhang continued, "It is evident that all tactics employed by the Chinese team revolve around Liu Hong, reflecting the trust bestowed upon him by both the players and the coaching staff." Yu Jia added, "Absolutely. Liu Hong is the linchpin for how far this Chinese men's basketball team can advance." As time ticked away, the Chinese team initially maintained their lead thanks to Liu Heng's fiery shooting. However, everything changed after the second quarter when the Polish team opted to double-team Liu Hong, forcing him to pass the ball. Although Liu Hong had the capability to break through the opposition's encirclement, this chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. However, succumbing to fatigue, Liu Hong could only pass the ball to his teammates who were in open positions. Yet, Guoluin and Zhao Wei, as before, failed to seize their opportunities. Head coach Li Nan found himself in a quandary. If he allowed Liu Hong to rest, the momentum on the court could swiftly turn against them. Conversely, if he kept Liu Hong in the game, his declining stamina would inevitably lead to a drop in shooting accuracy. Apart from Liu Hong, the other players struggled to score. Thus, head coach Li Nan made a bold decision. He called for a timeout to allow Liu Hong to recuperate. Unlike in the NBA, where players can request a timeout, only the head coach has the authority to do so in international matches. As the fourth quarter reached its midpoint, although the Huaxia team maintained a slender three-point lead, Liu Hong's shooting percentage was visibly plummeting, and his stamina began to wane. With a sharp whistle, head coach Li Nan halted the game. Zhang Zhidao remarked, "The Huaxia team's lead is gradually being eroded by the Polish team." Yu Jia added, "Coach Li Nan has called for a timeout. Let us see what adjustments he will make." Zhang Zhidao speculated he might let Liu Hong rest for a while. Yu Jia countered, "That is unlikely. Once Liu Hong is off the court, aside from Yi Jianlian, no one else can step up to score for the Huaxia team. Zhang Zhidao responded. Lu Heng and Yi Jinlian have been the driving force for the Huaxia team throughout this match. At that moment, the live chat was filled with comments. He's really struggling, just can't keep up. How can a professional player miss such open shots? It became clear that even a player as formidable as Lu Heng, who once scored 60 points in an NBA Finals, could not salvage the current plight of the Huaxia men's basketball team. What was once thought to be the beginning after the 2008 Olympic quarterfinals now appeared to be the pinnacle. Chapter 71. He finally welcomes a capable ally. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia team's bench, all players anticipated that Li Nan would devise some tactical adjustments. To their astonishment, Li Nan did not utter a word to them. Instead, he approached Lu Heng, gently patting him on the shoulder, and said, "This timeout is for you. Take this time to rest and regulate your breathing." Lu Heng wiped the beads of sweat from his cheeks with a towel, then slowly nodded. It seemed that Lian, beside him, understood Li Nan's intentions as well. Lian gradually rose and approached Lu Heng, leaning down to pat him on the shoulder. "Take a good rest. We will rely on you shortly." Upon hearing the comforting words from his elder brother, Lian, Lu Heng merely smiled faintly and nodded. He had not anticipated that Li Nan would call for a timeout specifically for his recuperation. Originally, he had intended to use a stamina potion to boost his energy, but now it seemed unnecessary. Coach Zhang remarked, "The timeout is passing second by second, yet Li Nan appears to have no intention of devising a strategy." Yu Jia responded, "It seems he specifically called the timeout for Lu Heng's rest." Coach Zhang continued, "I hope Lu Heng can regain some stamina during this break." Yu Jia added, "Lu Heng is truly shouldering the entire team." Coach Zhang agreed. Indeed, aside from Lian, there is scarcely anyone who can assist him. Guo Luan and Zhao Wei remained as they were during the opening game, often finding themselves in open positions yet unable to capitalize. Lu Heng repeatedly passed the ball to them, yet they failed to make a single shot. With the sound of a whistle, the timeout came to an end. As Lu Heng stepped onto the court, the cameras captured a close-up of him, and in that very moment, the entire arena erupted with chants of MVP, 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 MVP. Upon the resumption, the ball still belonged to the Huaxia team, with Yi Jinlian poised to inbound from the baseline. After receiving the pass, Lu Heng initiated a drive, advancing past the halfway line. The Polish team continued to employ a double-team strategy. "Do not pass the ball," echoed the anxious voices. "Indeed, do not pass it, Lu Heng. Take it upon yourself. Refrain from passing." At this moment, the spectators on the sidelines began to silently pray, for their faith in Guo Luan had waned. They would rather witness Lu Heng miss his shot than see the unguarded Guo Luan with the ball. Lu Heng, this time, opted not to pass the ball. Instead, he dribbled through the gap between two defenders, advancing to the right side beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. The Polish team's small forward approached, arms outstretched. However, the Polish squad chose not to double-team Lu Heng, as they noticed his diminishing stamina. Unbeknownst to them, the recent timeout called by Li Nan was specifically intended for Lu Heng to recuperate, leading them to lower their guard against him. Lu Heng, holding the ball at a 45-degree angle, patiently waited as time ticked away. Suddenly, he accelerated and broke towards the right, executing a swift stop followed by a deft behind-the-back dribble. The defender was immediately left 2 steps behind. Lu Heng then retreated to the three-point line, only to have the opposing guard leap towards him for assistance, albeit a moment too late. Lu Heng, after executing a step back, immediately bent his knees and leaped into the air, his arms thrusting forward with precision. All fans and players were transfixed, their gaze fixed upon the soaring basketball. The Chinese supporters began to silently offer their prayers. Some, upon witnessing Lu Heng's release, raised their hands in anticipation. With a swish, the ball found its mark in the net, prompting an eruption of cheers and celebration from the crowd. Even Yi Jinlian approached Lu Heng to exchange a high five, acknowledging the beauty of the shot. Lu Heng also smiled faintly, and then the two of them swiftly made their way towards the backcourt. However, Lu Heng merely crossed the half-court line before pausing to await the opposing player's advance. As the opposing point guard dribbled past the halfway mark, Lu Heng immediately approached him. The opposing player, confronted by Lu Heng's formidable defense, felt a surge of apprehension. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and attempted to bypass Lu Heng, only to quickly regret his decision. In a flash, Lu Heng snatched the ball from his grasp with remarkable speed. What an impressive steal. Absolutely thrilling. Upon witnessing Lu Heng's successful interception, the players from the Huaxia team dashed towards the front court, while the Polish point guard shook his head in disbelief, yet hastened to pursue. However, it was too late. Their speed could not match Liu Heng's. In an instant, he had reached a distance of over 3 steps beyond the three-point line. The entire arena watched as Liu Heng executed a shooting motion, then abruptly stopped and released the ball. Many fans, astonished, held their heads in disbelief, deeming his decision unwise. Nevertheless, a portion of the crowd chose to place their faith in Liu Heng, having witnessed his extraordinary long-range shooting prowess in the NBA. Swish! With the delightful sound of the net, the ball found its mark. With Liu Heng's consecutive three-pointers, the lead was extended to 9 points. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Liu Heng, 6 consecutive points," aiding the Huaxia team in widening their lead once more. Yu Jia remarked, "A player with a big heart. In critical moments, we must rely on Liu Heng." At the moment Liu Heng scored, he celebrated with a gesture resembling a telescope, followed by a vigorous fist pump, striking his chest to release his exhilaration. In the stands, Jiang Qingming observed this scene with keen interest, joining the fans in raucous cheers. However, the Polish team still had an opportunity to regain the lead. Immediately after Liu Heng's goal, the Polish point guard, who had just been intercepted by Liu Heng, swiftly executed an inbounds pass from the baseline. After a brief moment of excitement, Liu Heng reigned in his emotions. As the Polish player dribbled past half-court, Liu Heng gradually advanced to defend. Yet, he did not apply relentless pressure. Instead, he allowed his opponent to approach the three-point line. As long as they were prevented from making a three-pointer, their efforts to close the gap would be rendered futile. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. The Polish team was evidently aware of this strategy, aiming specifically for three-point shots. They began to reposition themselves, seeking opportunities for open shots, while Liu Heng closely shadowed the Polish shooting guard. Liu Heng understood that the Polish team had only one player with a commendable three-point shooting ability, and that was this very shooting guard. Sure enough, when the Polish guard found an opportunity, his teammate passed the ball to him. Liu Heng immediately lunged forward, and in the instant the Polish defender leaped. Liu Heng firmly pressed the ball down, demonstrating remarkable strength. Incredible! MVP, MVP, MVP. As Liu Heng pressed the ball down, the arena resonated once more with the shouts of MVP. He swiftly retrieved the basketball and dashed towards the front court. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Another steal," while Yu Jia remarked, "A crucial offensive play. If he scores, it will undoubtedly seal the game." 3 players from the Polish team pursued Liu Heng, who quickly dribbled beyond the three-point line. The Polish small forward immediately lunged at him. All the spectators held their breath as Liu Heng released the shot, only to be collided with by the defending players from Poland. Liu Heng executed an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver in mid-air before collapsing onto the ground. Just as he fell, a whistle resonated in the ears of the spectators. The fans, witnessing the ball gliding through the air, collectively offered their silent prayers for its success. "It must go in. Please, go in." The basketball struck the backboard, ricocheted off the rim, and under the gaze of all, gradually descended into the net. Coach Zhang exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness gracious. Liu Heng actually made the shot." Yu Jia added in astonishment, "Incredible. And it's a three-point play." On the ground, Liu Heng began to pound his chest, exuberantly shouting in triumph. With a beaming smile, he gently gazed at Liu Heng, filled with profound emotion, recognizing that he had finally found a reliable ally. Chapter 72. Triumph over European Giants and Successful Advancement. After Liu Heng completed his celebration, Yi Jianlian approached, lifting him up and giving a playful pat on the back. The roar of the crowd reached a fever pitch as Liu Heng stepped to the free throw line, and once again, the arena erupted with chants of MVP. MVP, 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 MVP. Liu Heng listened intently to the fervent cheers of the fans. At that moment, the dream he once harbored of bringing glory to his country seemed to have come to fruition. The supporters waved their national flags, rallying behind Liu Heng as he stood at the free throw line, offering their unwavering encouragement. Liu Heng turned his gaze towards the bench, observing the red flag that Jiang Qingming waved in her hand. Liu Heng offered her a gentle smile before turning to confidently sink the free throw. With Liu Heng's shot successfully made, the Polish team called for a timeout, preparing to substitute in their reserves. Yu Jia remarked, "The Polish team has chosen to bring in substitutes. Liu Heng's recent scoring of 61 points has undoubtedly sealed the fate of this match." Coach Zhang commented, "The Polish team no longer believes in miracles." Yu Jia added, "The Huaxia team should also consider substituting their starters, allowing the reserves to finish the remaining minute and a half." Coach Zhang noted, Liu Heng has once again set a new record for himself. Yu Jia exclaimed. He has truly carried this match upon his shoulders. With Liu Heng's free throw successfully made, the Huaxia team led by 13 points. The Polish team also brought in their substitutes, while the Huaxia team replaced their starters. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Huaxia team had secured their ticket to the Olympics. As Liu Heng glanced towards Jiang Qingning's position, she was attentively watching him in return. Noticing Liu Heng's gaze, Jiang Qingning responded by giving him a thumbs up. Although captured by the cameras, neither seemed to mind. With the sound of the final whistle, the game concluded with a score of 94-83. The Huaxia team triumphing over the formidable Polish team by an 11-point margin. The players from the Huaxia team embraced their Polish counterparts in a show of mutual respect. Coach Zhang congratulated the Huaxia team for their victory over Poland and securing their Olympic berth. Yu Jia proclaimed, "This night belongs to Liu Heng, a remarkable individual performance." Coach Zhang concurred, "Indeed, it is simply astonishing." Despite the victory, Liu Heng felt no joy, for aside from him and Yi Jianlian, there was hardly anyone else on the team capable of contributing offensively. Liu Heng also hopes that they are merely yet to find their form. Now that the first phase of the group stage has concluded, the subsequent matches will become increasingly challenging. If they continue to struggle in finding their rhythm, it will be difficult for the Huaxia team to achieve a commendable result in the World Cup. Liu Heng is convinced that merely securing a ticket to the Olympics is neither his aspiration nor that of the Chinese Basketball Association. To achieve commendable results, the sole hope lies in the revival of other team members. Even if just one individual can rise to share the offensive burden alongside him and Yi Jianlian, it would make a significant difference. Liu Heng played a remarkable 38 minutes throughout the match, achieving an impressive tally of 61 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists. The other members of the Chinese team, aside from Yi Jianlian who scored 19 points, all recorded single-digit scores, with some even failing to score at all. After the match concluded, Liu Heng attended the post-game press conference, where his arrival was met with resounding applause. Once the applause subsided, journalists began to pose questions to Liu Heng. Liu Heng, first and foremost, congratulations on defeating the Polish team and securing a berth for the Olympics. However, I would like to inquire about your thoughts on your teammates' inability to step up and alleviate the offensive pressure on you and Yi Jianlian during the game. In response to this incisive question from a male reporter, Liu Heng had already formulated his strategy. He first expressed his gratitude to the journalist and then replied thoughtfully, "Thank you. I believe they simply have yet to find their rhythm. I am confident that they will gradually regain their form in the forthcoming matches, and I hold great optimism for this World Cup." After Liu Heng concluded his remarks, the journalist expressed gratitude, followed by another female reporter who posed a question. "Hello, Liu Heng. Now that you have secured your Olympic berth, will you be participating in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics? Additionally, what are your aspirations for this World Cup?" Faced with the reporter's probing inquiry, Liu Heng candidly articulated his true sentiments. "I will not be competing in the forthcoming Tokyo Olympics. However, I aspire to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to a commendable outcome in the World Cup, although I cannot precisely define what that outcome will be. Thank you." Upon completing the interview, Liu Heng returned to the locker room. No one expected Liu Heng to so openly decline participation in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics in a public setting. Nonetheless, this decision is understandable, as the Olympic schedule is likely to conflict with the NBA calendar. Even if there were no scheduling conflicts, Liu Heng needs to rest and prepare for the new NBA season. Although Liu Heng did not explicitly state the level of success he intends to achieve with the Chinese men's basketball team in the World Cup, it is evident from his response that the team's performance will hinge upon the return to form of his teammates. It is unrealistic to expect Liu Heng to secure victories single-handedly with 40 or 50 points in every match. Not even the likes of Jordan, James, or Kobe could accomplish such a feat upon returning to the locker room. Head coach Li Nan did not commend the Chinese men's basketball team's achievements as anticipated. Instead, he directly criticized the players, with the exception of Liu Heng. "I truly do not understand what you are doing on the court. You are failing to seize open opportunities, thinking that merely qualifying for the Olympics is sufficient to rest on your laurels. To be frank, our current success is solely due to the efforts of Liu Heng and Yi Jianlian." The players, especially Guo Luan and Zhao Wei, bowed their heads in shame at the reprimand. Li Nan's remarks about missed open shots were directed at them. Noticing the silence, he continued, "If anyone performs similarly in the upcoming matches, I will have to reconsider their position in the starting lineup." Upon hearing this, Guo Luan slowly lifted his head to meet Li Nan's gaze. Everyone understood that he was the one being addressed. After the admonition, Liu Heng quickly took a shower and departed the arena. However, many players chose to stay behind for extra practice, including Guo Luan and Zhao Wei. They were, aside from Liu Heng, the best guards on the team, yet had failed to deliver the performances expected of them in the two matches. Around moon hung in the sky, casting a silver glow. Street lights lined the tranquil streets, emanating a soft yellow light. The city's skyscrapers twinkled with vibrant colors, resembling a dazzling starry sky from a distance. Liu Heng and Jiang Qingming shared a taxi back to the hotel. Sensing Liu Heng's discontent, Jiang Qingming refrained from conversing with him, not out of a lack of desire to comfort him, but rather with the intention of allowing him to process his feelings in solitude. In the vehicle, Jiang Qingming retrieved her phone. The news of the Chinese men's basketball team triumphing over Poland to secure an Olympic berth surged to the top of trending topics. Naturally, Liu Heng's post-match interview was also featured prominently. While the majority of viewers reacted with fervent excitement, a smaller faction of basketball enthusiasts harbored concerns regarding the team's forthcoming challenges, as Liu Heng alone bore the burden of their hopes. The path ahead was fraught with difficulties, yet gratitude lingered for Liu Heng's presence. Without him, their participation in the Tokyo Olympics would be in jeopardy. However, it seemed a daunting task for him to maintain an average of 50 points per game to carry the team. Such sentiments led to jesting remarks, questioning whether anyone could achieve that level of performance. Indeed, it was acknowledged that Liu Heng had already confirmed he would not compete in the Tokyo Olympics. One should be content with the preservation of their Olympic spot. Without Liu Heng, could they truly have secured the ticket to the Olympics with such limited talent? Moreover, the World Cup had yet to conclude. Who knew what historic feats might unfold? Although many fans understood Liu Heng's decision, a significant number criticized him, suggesting he had lost perspective on the distinction between personal accolades and national pride. Look at him, getting carried away, they said. How could he not recognize the weight of national honor? He.s. just being unpatriotic. After a couple of commendable performances, he seemed to have forgotten the essence of loyalty, openly declaring his withdrawal from the Olympics even before the World Cup concluded. Some even expressed indifference, asserting that his absence would not hinder others like Guo Luan from seizing opportunities and achieving victory. Purely disgraceful. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingming could only shake her head in resignation. She had intentionally distanced herself from Liu Heng, wishing to spare him the sight of her concern. However, when she turned to glance at him, she found Liu Heng intently focused on her screen. At that moment, her heart fluttered, realizing he had seen everything. Despite the victory, Liu Heng's mood remained subdued. Jiang Qingming quickly offered words of comfort. Don't take it to heart. They are merely seeking validation. Liu Heng merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Subsequently, Jiang Qingming continued, we have already secured our entry tickets for the Olympics. Even if we were to lose from this point onward, the responsibility would not rest upon you. Liu Heng gazed at Jiang Qingming's exquisitely beautiful oval face. The moonlight streaming through the car window illuminated her already fair complexion, rendering it even more luminous. Noticing Liu Heng's intense stare, Jiang Qingming remained silent for a moment before playfully jesting with him, attempting to alleviate his mood. Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Why do you keep staring? This quip finally elicited a response from Liu Heng, who merely offered a faint smile without uttering a word, leaving Jiang Qingming perplexed. Soon, they arrived at the hotel, and after entering Liu Heng's room together, the once taciturn Liu Heng gradually broke the silence. What troubles me is not the online evaluations of me. I cannot sway their opinions. As 100 individuals hold 100 perspectives, even if I wished to influence them, it would be futile. Jiang Qingming regarded Liu Heng with utmost seriousness as he continued. What truly concerns me is the attitude of the other players on the Huaxia team towards the game. While speaking, Liu Heng approached the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cups of beverages. Jiang Qingming, puzzled, inquired what attitude. Liu Heng handed a drink to Jiang Qingming, his expression earnest as he articulated. When the Polish team was on the ground fighting for possession of the ball, our players had the opportunity to seize it as well. However, they chose to abandon the effort, opting instead to remain static. When the fans, upon entering and exiting, eagerly reached out to us in the players' tunnel, seeking greetings and signatures, they merely passed by with indifference. Their lackadaisical approach to the game and their disdain towards the fans is what troubles me. Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Jiang Qingming seemed to grasp the root of his discontent. She had believed she understood this man well. Yet now she realized that her knowledge was woefully insufficient. Liu Heng was not concerned about external evaluations, but rather the attitude of his teammates towards the game. The ever-wise Jiang Qingning, at this moment, found herself at a loss for words. She could only quietly approach Liu Hong, placing her hand gently on his shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Liu Hong took a sip of his beverage and slowly turned to gaze at Jiang Qingning, gently placing his hand atop hers. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qingning felt a fluttering sensation in her heart. In the early hours within the arena, Da Yao and Li Nan were engaged in discussions regarding adjustments for the Chinese men's basketball team. Although they had secured a ticket to the Olympics, their aspirations extended beyond mere participation. They aimed for a commendable performance. The two were deliberating on the players' conditions, knowing it was untenable to rely solely on Liu Hong to score 40 or 50 points to clinch victory in every match. I've already hinted to him that if he maintains this form in the next game, I will have to remove him from the starting lineup, Li Nan remarked, referring unmistakably to Guoluan. As the president of the Basketball Association, Da Yao had attentively watched the Chinese team's two matches. Witnessing Guoluan's performance left Da Yao feeling quite helpless. This was not merely an issue that could be resolved by benching him. It was imperative to enhance training during their downtime. If this state of affairs persisted, their chances would indeed be bleak. Li Nan understood well that this was the Chinese team's most promising opportunity. Not only did they have Yi Jianlian, a seasoned veteran of numerous international competitions, but they also boasted the exceptional scoring abilities of Liu Hong. Furthermore, Liu Hong had already expressed his intention not to participate in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling. The Chinese men's basketball team must seize this opportunity to achieve an admirable result in the World Cup. Upon hearing Da Yao's statement, Li Nan hurriedly responded, I understand, but are we truly not going to make an effort to convince Liu Hong to continue participating in the Tokyo Olympics? The discussions between Li Nan and Da Yao extended far beyond mere adjustments to player conditions. The crucial matter was whether Liu Hong would indeed compete in the forthcoming Olympics. Da Yao, too, wished for Liu Hong to participate. However, he was acutely aware that the Olympic schedule would likely clash with the NBA schedule. Given the injuries to Durant and Clay within the Warriors, Liu Hong's chances of competing in the Olympics appeared even more remote. Had Durant and Clay remained uninjured, there might have been a chance to persuade him. Let him make his own choice. We must respect his decision. With that, Da Yao rose and departed. After spending some time in Liu Hong's room, Jiang Qingning returned to her own quarters to rest. Liu Hong lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for winning the competition and acquiring 5 points of talent potion. Lost in thought, Liu Hong was startled upright by the abrupt announcement from the system. What the hell, you foolish system? After Liu Hong's outburst, the system vanished once more. However, the sudden reemergence of the system revitalized Liu Hong once again. Liu Hong nearly forgot that he was a man endowed with a system. With this thought, he promptly laid down to sleep, preparing to train vigorously the following morning to enhance his physical stamina. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. If one cannot change their teammates, then one must change oneself. Chapter 74. I have a rival in love. Jiang Qingning also lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Subsequently, she picked up the sketchbook from her bedside table and began to admire the artwork she had created for Liu Hong. The image depicted Liu Hong executing a three-point play, sprawled on the ground, pounding his chest in frustration. As she gazed at the drawing, a subtle smile crept across Jiang Qingning's face. Although she had initially wished for the World Cup to conclude swiftly so that Liu Hong could address her queries, she now found herself hoping for him to achieve commendable results in the tournament. Such success would not only dispel the doubts cast upon him by the outside world, but also serve as a testament to his capabilities. After a while, she set the sketchbook aside and settled down to sleep. The following morning, shortly after 6, Liu Hong rose early to head to the gym for training. Despite the considerable distance to the facility, he persisted in running there, thus eliminating the need for a warm-up routine. Jiang Qingning, too, was up early, for she had a matter of great importance to attend to. She was to visit the Under Armour headquarters in Yijiang to meet with Lena, the chief product officer and president of the M region, to discuss the design of a signature shoe on Liu Hong's behalf. It was evident that Under Armour was incredibly earnest, offering Liu Hong a lucrative contract and proposing a signature shoe, allowing him to partake in its design. Furthermore, they had even sent their chief product officer to China for a personal meeting with Liu Hong. As Liu Hong lacked his own team and had training scheduled for the morning, he could only entrust Jiang Qingning to represent him. Liu Hong arrived at the training hall, where the clock read approximately 6:30 in the morning, and not a soul could be found within its confines. Liu Hong meticulously arranged the basketball shooting machine and other equipment, and then commenced his shooting practice. As an exceptional marksman, he naturally prioritized honing his three-point shooting skills. As time elapsed, he steadily sank a series of three-pointers. Liu Hong has also ceased his shooting practice. Liu Hong moved aside and took a seat, unscrewing a bottle of water to quench his thirst. The performance and attitude of his teammates during last night's match ignited within him a resolute determination to utilize the talent elixir to enhance his stamina. This was also the reason he arrived at the gym early in the morning to train. After a brief respite, Liu Hong commenced his stamina training. I shall employ the talent elixir in conjunction with my training to augment my stamina. Having consumed 5 points of the talent elixir, he engaged in physical training for half an hour, resulting in an increase of 8 points in his stamina. As the system's voice faded, Liu Hong began his rigorous training. Liu Hong opted to engage in short-distance sprints on the court, executing rapid zigzag, dribbling, and shuttle runs in order to enhance his physical stamina through this rigorous training regimen. Liu Hong commenced the entire session with a rapid zigzag dribbling drill. This zigzag dribbling exercise involves the player, ball in hand, positioned at the lower corner of one side of the free throw line. From the right outer edge of the free throw line, the player swiftly dribbles with the left hand to the left corner of the free throw line, subsequently switching to the right hand to continue dribbling rapidly to the right outer edge of the center circle. The player then transitions back to the left hand, maneuvering to the left corner of the opposite free throw line. Following this, a hand switch occurs once more as the player swiftly dribbles to the right corner of the opposite free throw line. The drill does not conclude here. The player must promptly return, adhering to the initial sequence and requirements. Such training sessions are often regarded as a nightmare by many basketball athletes. Liu Hong had run back and forth twice, already panting heavily. Nevertheless, in pursuit of enhancing his stamina, he persevered through the fatigue. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingning arrived at the Under Armour headquarters in Yijiang, guided by Secretary Lina to Lina's temporary office. Lina, the president of M Province, did not have an office in the headquarters of Under Armour in Huaxia, but as the chief product officer, she wielded considerable influence. As Secretary Lina opened the door for Jiang Qingning, she was greeted by the sight of a striking blonde woman's back. Although the woman was facing away, her slender figure suggested she was undoubtedly beautiful. Upon turning around, Lina's appearance stunned Jiang Qingning. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and a curvaceous silhouette accentuated by an icy demeanor, she emanated an air of aloofness. For a moment, Jiang Qingning was taken aback, but Lina approached her first, extending a greeting. "Hello, I am Lina Evans. A pleasure to meet you." Jiang Qingning was momentarily astonished, not expecting Lina's proficiency in Mandarin to be so impeccable. Regaining her composure, Jiang Qingning slowly extended her hand. "Hello, I am Jiang Qingning, delighted to meet you." Having previously reviewed Lina's profile, Jiang Qingning felt a pang of inadequacy upon realizing that someone could ascend to the position of Chief Product Officer and President of M Province at merely 25 years of age. In that moment, she understood the meaning of the phrase, "There are always greater heights beyond our own." Upon seeing Lina, Jiang Qingning was unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of inferiority, realizing that Lina was not only accomplished in her career, but also strikingly attractive. After their introductions, Lina dismissed the secretary from the room. Jiang Qingning anticipated that Lina would begin discussing Liu Heng's signature shoes, but what Lina said next left her utterly astonished. "Miss Jiang, I heard that you are Liu Heng's girlfriend." Jiang Qingning was momentarily at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile. She had assumed Lina was merely making casual conversation. However, seeing her silence, Lina continued, "You two are not married yet, are you? If you're not married, does that mean I still have a chance?" As those words left Lina's lips, the smile on Jiang Qingning's face gradually faded. Yet, she endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure, forcing a smile as she inquired, "I do not understand what you mean by having a chance." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Lina, with a smile that masked her true feelings, remarked, "It is a literal interpretation, isn't it? Liu Hong is incredibly handsome, and his skills on the court are exceptional. What is wrong with a beautiful woman pairing with a hero?" Jiang Qingning grasped that Lina intended to vie for Liu Heng's affection. However, She couldn't help but admire Lina's understanding of the culture of Huaxia. With her initial politeness cast aside, Jiang Qingning opted for a more assertive approach. A beautiful woman paired with a hero is indeed delightful, but how can you be certain that Lu Hong will choose you? Lina simply smiled faintly in response. Because I am superior to you. Jiang Qingning had to concede that Lina indeed possessed qualities that surpassed her own. Nevertheless, she remained confident, untroubled by the prospect of Lina competing for Lu Heng's heart, for she was aware that Lu Hong harbored feelings for her. You may be superior to me, but how can you be sure that Lu Hong will choose you? The two exchanged banter, as if determined to establish their respective standings. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, Lu Hong had just completed half an hour of strenuous physical training and was now lying on the floor, utterly exhausted, yet filled with joy. A voice echoed, "Congratulations, host," for completing the task and earning 8 points of stamina. Lu Hong gradually delved into the depths of his mind. Host name, Lu Hong. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 195 centimeters. Vertical leap, 84 centimeters. Strength, 84. Speed, 85. Basketball IQ, 90. Stamina, 84. How could it merely be 84? Lu Hong was filled with confusion. Having increased by 8 points, how could it only amount to 84? Surely, he must have some awareness of his previous performance. Seeing the system audaciously mocking him, Lu Hong could no longer contain his indignation and retaliated with harsh words. "You imbecilic system, how dare you mock me?" After uttering this, the system fell silent once more. Subsequently, Lu Hong reclined on the floor and took out his phone to check WeChat. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a message from Jiang Qingning. "I have a rival in love." Upon reading those 5 words, Lu Hong was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 75. The Struggle Between Chu and Han. Lu Hong initially sent 3 question marks to Jiang Qingning, who promptly replied, "Have you completed your training?" Noticing Jiang Qingning's evasive response, Lu Hong refrained from pressing her further, having just concluded his session. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Rival in love? What does that mean?" At that moment, Lu Heng's mind was filled with confusion, akin to a face of bewilderment. After all, Jiang Qingning was merely representing him to discuss the design of signature shoes at the Under Armour headquarters. How did a rival in love suddenly emerge? Furthermore, Jiang Qingning's words clearly hinted at an intention to confess her feelings to Lu Hong. Lu Hong was well aware that Jiang Qingning was not an impulsive person. He had already informed her that he would share his feelings once the World Cup concluded. Lu Hong understood Jiang Qingning's affection for him, even though neither had explicitly stated it. However, her sudden message made him realize that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. As he pondered this, a message from Jiang Qingning arrived. "I am at the Under Armour headquarters. Please come over so we can discuss this in person." Upon sending this message, her cheeks began to blush slightly. In Jiang Qingning's mind, Lu Hong was supposed to confess to her after the World Cup, but with the unexpected emergence of Lina, she felt compelled to revise her initial intentions. She believed that if she did not act swiftly, Lina might seize the opportunity before her. To regain control of the situation, Jiang Qingning decided she would clarify her feelings to Lu Hong as soon as he arrived. Thus, what Jiang Qingning had envisioned was no longer feasible. She now found herself in a position where she must take the initiative to confess to Lu Hong. Naturally, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, this would be her first time pursuing someone. Meanwhile, Lu Hong was equally perplexed, staring at the screen in a daze for several minutes. At that moment, Lian entered the room and, upon seeing Lu Heng's sweat-soaked shirt, couldn't help but exclaim, "People can really make you feel inferior." He had thought he arrived early, only to discover Lu Hong had come even earlier, clearly having trained for quite some time. Lian approached Lu Hong to greet him, but Lu Hong remained lost in thought, still gazing at his phone. "Good morning, Lu Hong." Lu Hong was startled by the sudden sound. Upon regaining his composure, he promptly stowed away his phone. He then stammered a greeting to Lian, "GG, good morning." Lian, taken aback by the scene, chose not to inquire further into Lu Heng's affairs. "Have you been here for long?" "I've been here for a little while." After Lu Hong finished speaking, Lian patted his shoulder and began his warm-up. Lu Hong immediately started to gather his belongings, hastily leaving the gym without even taking a shower. Lian observed Lu Hong's departing figure, refraining from inquiring about his whereabouts, assuming he had gone to the locker room. Once outside the gym, Lu Hong quickly hailed a cab, heading towards the Under Armour headquarters. At that moment, Jiang Qingning was engaged in a battle of wits with Lina, both women silent, sitting face to face, scrutinizing one another. Ultimately, Lena broke the stalemate first. "Miss Jiang, I am aware that your father owns an entertainment company, which, as far as I know, holds considerable market value. However, when compared to my family, it is indeed rather insignificant." Jiang Qingning was taken aback by Lena's thorough investigation into her background. Yet she understood that Lena, having ascended to the position of Chief Product Officer and President of the M-State region at Under Armour at such a young age, must possess formidable abilities as well as a noteworthy background. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingning chose not to yield. "Then I must thank you. I wish for him to go bankrupt sooner rather than later," she retorted, referring to her father. Lena had intended to use this information to coerce Jiang Qingning into relinquishing her pursuit of Lu Hong. Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Lena became visibly unsettled. She had not anticipated such a response. Jiang Qingning, noticing the subtle shift in Lena's expression, pressed on, "If you insist on proceeding this way, I genuinely must thank you. However, I advise against it, for not only will you fail to win Lu Hong, but you may also incur his resentment." Lena's unease intensified at Jiang Qingning's insight into Lu Hong. She had hoped to intimidate Jiang Qingning with her background, but instead, the latter had turned the tables on her. This contest between Lena and Jiang Qingning had scarcely begun, yet Lena had already lost a crucial advantage. Lena's interest in Lu Hong traces back to her childhood. Although she is American, she has always harbored a fascination for Chinese culture, which explains her proficiency in the language. She began studying Chinese at a young age, and during holidays, her parents would take her to China for travel. Lena has visited nearly all of China's renowned landmarks. As she grew older, her admiration for handsome Chinese men flourished, prompting her to request her father's subordinates to introduce her to potential suitors. Given her family's extensive business interests in China, the resources for such introductions were ample, making it relatively easy. At one point, a company employee, eager to curry favor with Lena's father, introduced her to over a dozen boyfriends within a year, yet none met her expectations. This left Lena feeling profoundly despondent. In a nation with the world's largest population, not a single individual could satisfy her. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope remained within her. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Dissatisfied with her subordinates, whom she perceived as sycophants merely seeking to curry favor with her father rather than genuinely assisting her, Lena took it upon herself to seek out suitable candidates. While she placed little importance on their familial backgrounds, she held a profound appreciation for both appearance and capability. Most individuals with the requisite skills were significantly older than her, while those of a similar age failed to meet her standards. Thus, more than a year passed without her finding a satisfactory candidate. Just as Lena was on the verge of conceding defeat, Lu Hong entered her field of vision. Having just scored an astonishing 60 points in the finals, leading the Warriors to victory, Lu Hong's overnight fame piqued Lena's interest. Not only was he remarkably handsome, but his skills on the court were also impressive, and their ages were similar. Although Lu Hong was 5 years her junior, Lena remained unfazed. At that time, she was not yet the president of Under Armour's M-State district. To better approach Lu Hong, she persuaded her father to leverage his connections for her promotion. Of course, her exceptional abilities played a significant role in this advancement. However, upon learning that Lu Hong had a girlfriend, Lena felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, she was not one to relinquish her pursuit so easily. Conceding without an attempt was simply not in her nature. Let us engage in fair competition and allow Lu Hong to make his choice. Upon hearing Lena's declaration, Jiang Qingning felt a surge of confidence, as she firmly believed in Lu Hong. Lena's self-assuredness stemmed from her conviction that she was on par with Jiang Qingning in every aspect: looks, physique, education, and background. Aside from their appearances being evenly matched, she felt she overshadowed Jiang Qingning in all other respects. Jiang Qingning was aware that Lu Hong would not be swayed by such superficial comparisons and was confident of his feelings for her. Nevertheless, Lena's sudden emergence did instill a sense of unease in Jiang Qingning. However, upon reflecting calmly, she thought, "What is meant for me cannot be taken by others, and what is not mine cannot be grasped." As chapter 76 unfolds, just as Jiang Qingning contemplated this, a knock echoed from behind her. Her immediate instinct was that Lu Hong had arrived, yet she refrained from standing to open the door. In contrast, Lena presumed it was her secretary and casually called out, "Come in." Jiang Qingning turned, her expression brimming with anticipation as the door swung open, revealing none other than Liu Hong. Jiang Qingning's heart soared with joy, while Lina was taken aback. As Liu Hong was ushered into the room by his secretary, Jiang Qingning was the first to rise and stride towards him, leaving Lina momentarily stunned. Lina had not expected Liu Hong to be even more striking in person than in photographs. Having only seen videos and images of him on social media, this was her first encounter. Jiang Qingning reached Liu Heng's side and noticed his damp hair, warming her heart, for it was evident that he cared for her. The wetness of his hair suggested that he had just finished an intense training session and rushed over without even taking a shower after receiving Jiang Qingning's message. Their eyes met, and as Liu Hong opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Qingning preemptively linked her arm with his. She then pulled Liu Hong before Lina, initiating the introduction. "Miss Lina, this is my boyfriend, Liu Hong." Upon realizing that the young lady standing before her was the chief product officer of Under Armour and the president of the M State District, Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing his own eyes. However, when he heard Jiang Qingning introduce him as her boyfriend, he was filled with profound confusion. First, he gently pushed Jiang Qingning's hand aside, intending to greet Lina before seeking clarification from Jiang Qingning. As Liu Hong pushed away Jiang Qingning's hand, a tinge of disappointment washed over her. However, the sight of this moment brought great joy to Lina, who seized the opportunity to approach Liu Hong with enthusiasm. "At long last we meet. I am Lina," she exclaimed. Liu Hong was just about to greet Lina when, unexpectedly, she preempted him. Upon hearing her speak such fluent Chinese, he was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he extended his hand towards her, entirely oblivious to Jiang Qingning's piercing gaze nearby. "Hello, Lina. Your Chinese is truly impressive." Flattered by Liu Heng's compliment, Lina beamed with pride. Although Jiang Qingning felt a surge of discontent, she chose to place her trust in Liu Hong. It was evident to Jiang Qingning that Liu Hong had deliberately brushed aside her hand, despite the fact that they had held hands and embraced in private. Liu Hong carried her for quite a while, yet this was, after all, a public setting. Furthermore, Jiang Qingning's sudden declaration that Liu Hong was her boyfriend left him quite bewildered. Jiang Qingning understood the situation. "Thank you for the compliment. You are even more handsome than in the photos," she said. Seizing the opportunity presented by Liu Heng's praise, Lina sought to make Jiang Qingning uncomfortable, casting her a smug glance. "Grandma can endure, but Grandpa cannot," she thought. Just as Lina finished her sentence and Liu Hong prepared to respond, Jiang Qingning unexpectedly looped her arm around Liu Hong's once more and softly whispered to him, "She is the rival I mentioned." After speaking, Jiang Qingning turned to Liu Hong, eager to gauge his reaction. Clearly, Jiang Qingning's gamble paid off, for as her words lingered in the air, Liu Heng's expression underwent subtle, yet noticeable changes. Liu Hong is certainly no fool. He comprehends the implications of Jiang Qingning's words. This time, he did not withdraw his hand from hers, seemingly acquiescing to her touch. Upon witnessing this, Lina's face betrayed a hint of disappointment, yet she resolved not to concede. Therefore, she boldly decided to take the initiative. "Liu Hong," she declared, "regardless of your relationship with her, I know my feelings for you. As long as you remain unwed, I still have a chance. I intend to pursue you formally." Liu Hong, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite the evident gestures exchanged between the two, Lina remained undeterred. Nevertheless, Liu Hong quickly comprehended that Lina, being a foreigner, had been nurtured under a different educational system since childhood, which undoubtedly influenced her perspective. Regardless of other factors, Liu Hong also believed that Lina would not easily concede, for were he in her position, he too would not readily surrender. Before Liu Hong could utter a word, Lina continued, "From this moment onward, Miss Jiang and I shall engage in a fair competition." Liu Hong could not fathom why Lina had developed feelings for him, and at present, he lacked the inclination to inquire further. His curiosity was solely directed towards one matter, whether his contract with Andamar had any connection to Lina. "Miss Lina, I am truly grateful for your admiration," he expressed, momentarily diverting his gaze towards his own arm. "I trust you are aware of my relationship with Miss Jiang. Naturally, I have no authority to impede your sentiments. However, I am compelled to ask, does my contract with Andamar bear any relation to you?" At this moment, Liu Hong was consumed by a singular thought. If the contract with Andima was in any way connected to Lina, he would not hesitate to terminate the partnership with Andima, even if it meant incurring a substantial penalty for breach of contract. Jiang Qingning discerned the implication behind Liu Heng's words and swiftly tugged at his sleeve. Liu Hong gently patted Jiang Qingning's hand, which brought a sense of warmth to her heart. Witnessing their intimate gesture, Lena felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, and she slowly began to speak. I am merely the president of the M State District. Such a significant contract is certainly beyond my sole discretion and is rather the result of collective discussions among the senior executives of Under Armour. Upon hearing Lena's words, both Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning felt their anxieties ease. Lena continued, You ought to express your gratitude to Stephen, for it was he who fervently advocated for your collaboration with Under Armour. At this revelation, Lu Heng suddenly understood that it was indeed due to Curry that Under Armour had offered him such an exorbitant contract. Lu Heng owed Curry a favor. Thank you for sharing this with me. After speaking, Lu Heng took Jiang Qingning's hand, preparing to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Lena suddenly remarked, I came to become the president of M District for you, and I will not easily give up. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning gradually paused in their tracks, fully aware that this matter would not be easily resolved. He had no desire to sever ties with Andermar. At that moment, Jiang Qingning unexpectedly spoke up, Miss Lena, please do not give up so easily. I also wish to take this opportunity to test Lu Heng's love for me. Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Lu Heng's brow furrowed deeply. He was utterly perplexed by her intentions and even suspected that she might be colluding with Lena to probe him. However, upon witnessing Jiang Qingning's smile, which concealed a hidden agenda, he quickly dismissed that thought. Just as they were about to leave once more, Jiang Qingning abruptly turned to Lena and said, Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Lu Heng and I are staying at the same hotel. You must act quickly, otherwise, the rice will be cooked before you know it. At this revelation, Lu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Qingning, while Lena was left seething with anger. After this, Jiang Qingning took Lu Heng's hand and departed. Lena stood at the doorway, watching their retreating figures, filled with resentment. Although she had already confirmed that Jiang Qingning was Lu Heng's girlfriend, she was unwilling to concede. This was not out of shamelessness, but rather because her feelings for Lu Heng were sincere. She genuinely sought a boyfriend from Huaxia and was still eager to try, despite the slim chances. Chapter 77, A Pig's Nose and a Big Onion on the Street. People hurried along, seemingly driven by an urgent sense of time. The midday heat began to rise, with the sun blazing down upon the earth. At that moment, Lu Heng also noticed Jiang Qingning's flushed face, mistakenly attributing it to the sun's rays, unaware it was due to her shyness. Why is your face so red? He inquired. Jiang Qingning had already devised a response in her mind, but inwardly scolded Lu Heng. Fool, can't you tell why? Must be the sun, she replied. After the trivial matters of earlier, Lu Heng had lost interest in training. He decided to accompany Jiang Qingning for a stroll to enjoy some leisure time. Since arriving in Yijiang, Lu Heng had been either competing or training, leaving him little time for anything else. Today, he was disinclined to train anyway. It would be better to go out and have some fun to relax his mind. Do you have any plans for today? Lu Heng took the initiative to inquire about Jiang Qingning, catching her somewhat off guard. No, Jiang Qingning stammered. Regret washed over her. She should never have provoked Lena with the remark about turning raw rice into cooked meals. A part of her discomfort stemmed from the fact that she had effectively bared her soul to Lu Heng. Though she had once cherished their moments alone together, she now found herself in a state of torment. Despite Lu Heng's apparent inclination towards her, he had yet to express it explicitly, which left Jiang Qingning feeling a twinge of unease. Moreover, she was unsure of how to face him. Even if they were to embark on a romantic relationship, it would be her first experience, and anxiety inevitably crept into her heart. Lu Heng observed Jiang Qingning speaking hesitantly, and with a mischievous grin, he inquired, What troubles you? As Jiang Qingning beheld Lu Heng's demeanor, her anxiety gradually dissipated. Nothing much, she replied, only to witness Lu Heng hail a taxi. Assuming they were headed back to the hotel, she climbed into the vehicle without further inquiry. However, upon Lu Heng providing the driver with a different destination, Jiang Qingning's unease resurfaced. Where are we going? She asked, her expression one of confusion. Noticing her reaction, Lu Heng decided to tease her. Given the presence of strangers in the taxi, he discreetly texted Jiang Qingning. We're going out for some fun. Also, you haven't confessed your feelings for me yet. Why do you claim I'm your boyfriend? After sending the message, Lu Heng gestured for Jiang Qingning to check her phone. As she read the text, her expression grew increasingly unsettled. Lu Heng decided to continue teasing her. Why is your face getting redder? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Jiang Qingning touched her flushed cheeks, which burned with heat, and then turned her gaze toward the window. Yet, she swiftly devised a countermeasure. She picked up her phone and sent Liu Hong a WeChat message. Didn't you once pretend to be my boyfriend? I also pretended to be your girlfriend. After sending this, her nervous demeanor became somewhat more composed. Initially, she intended to be forthright with Liu Hong, seizing the opportunity to break the ice. However, she reconsidered, pondering how a girl could be so proactive. Thus, she devised another plan, opting to use their previous charade of pretending to be a couple as a convenient excuse, leaving the initiative to Liu Hong. Jiang Qingning secretly wished to glimpse Liu Heng's expression, curious to see if he felt disappointed. As she suspected, a flicker of disappointment did indeed cross Liu Heng's eyes. However, he quickly smiled again, and his fingers began to tap rhythmically on the screen. Liu Hong was well aware of Jiang Qingning's subtle intentions. He leisurely replied, "So that's how it is." Upon hearing Liu Heng's response, Jiang Qingning felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. With a disdainful glance at him, she turned her gaze towards the window, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, at the training facility of the Huaxia team, all the players had assembled, yet Liu Heng's presence was conspicuously absent. In the morning, Lian had seen Liu Hong leave and presumed he had gone to the locker room, unaware that he had actually departed from the arena. Head coach Li Nan was equally perplexed, having sent a message to Liu Hong that went unanswered. Nevertheless, the training could proceed without him. His absence was not detrimental. Both Li Nan and Lian expressed indifference, recognizing that Liu Heng's prowess far surpassed that of his teammates, and missing a single training session posed little consequence to him. Furthermore, Li Nan had learned from Lian that Liu Hong had arrived at the venue quite early, indicating that he had not neglected his training, but rather had completed a session before his departure. From Lian's casual exchange with Liu Hong, it was evident that he appeared preoccupied, suggesting that he might have been dealing with pressing matters, which led to his abrupt exit. While Li Nan and Lian were understanding, the sentiments among other team members were far less forgiving. After just 2 commendable matches, Liu Heng's absence from team training sparked discontent. Some questioned his self-importance, suggesting he was already displaying an air of superiority. They believed that the team could thrive without him, as life would continue to unfold regardless of his presence. Although their murmurs were hushed, they did not escape the ears of nearby teammates. Lian stepped in to defend Liu Hong, stating, "Let us not be too harsh. Liu Hong arrived at training quite early this morning. When I got here, he was already drenched in sweat." Hearing Lian's defense, the 2 teammates escalated their criticism. Even if he trained last night, he still shouldn't skip team practice. One retorted, "He acting like he's someone special. You mentioned his sweat. Did you catch a whiff of it? How do you know he didn't just splash some water on himself?" Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. Hearing the heated exchange between the 2 individuals, Lian could no longer contain the fury brewing within him. He attempted to confront them, only to be restrained by Guo Luan. As Lian prepared to defend Liu Hong, the 2 continued to escalate their insults. "Brother, we understand your fondness for that kid, but he is an NBA player. Once the World Cup is over, he will return to his league and won't care about our achievements. We are the true insiders," they said, referring to Liu Hong. At this moment, Lian's anger reached its zenith, and he was on the verge of breaking free from Guo Luan's grasp when Zhao Wei swiftly intervened to hold him back. Lian was well aware of Liu Heng's commitment to the NBA and his impending return post-World Cup. However, he also recognized Liu Heng's genuine desire to assist the Chinese national basketball team in achieving commendable results. Lian's ire was not solely directed at their disparaging remarks about Liu Hong, but rather at the bleak future of the Chinese basketball team. A future marred by a lack of effort and a reliance on belittling others to elevate oneself. Witnessing this scene unfold, Li Nan, the head coach, stepped in just as Lian was about to break free from Guo Luan and Zhao Wei's hold, promptly halting the brewing conflict. He then summoned the 3 to a secluded area, recognizing the necessity to diffuse tensions during such a critical moment for the team. Though Lian had been the first to provoke the altercation, Li Nan understood the underlying cause. Pointing an accusatory finger at the 2 players, he reprimanded, "Do you know whom I despise the most? I loathe individuals like you, who lack skill yet refuse to acknowledge it." Faced with Li Nan's admonishment, the 2 players lost their earlier bravado, hanging their heads in shame. Li Nan continued, "This is a basketball court, a place for competition, not a street or a marketplace. This contest is not about verbal prowess, but rather about skill on the court. If you are so discontent with Liu Hong when he returns, I shall arrange a one-on-one match for you. If either of you wins, I will grant you his starting position and playing time." Chapter 78. Dare to challenge me. and you will regret it. Both players were acutely aware of Liu Heng's capabilities and understood that they would be no match for him in a duel. Just as they contemplated admitting their faults, Li Nan added, "If you fail to win, you will not step onto the court in the next match. You will apologize to Liu Heng, and only when he forgives you will you be eligible to play, lest you merely contribute to our score deficit." Upon hearing Li Nan's words, the two players once again bowed their heads in shame. One of them muttered under his breath, "We were just joking." This remark only served to intensify Li Nan's anger, prompting him to retort, "Joking? I assure you, I am entirely serious." The two individuals, upon hearing Li Nan's remark, silently lowered their heads and ceased their conversation. Under Li Nan's invitation, Alian followed him to the coaching staff's office. Meanwhile, Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning arrived at the largest park in Yijiang, the North Lake Park. This park, a prestigious 5A scenic area situated in the picturesque lakeside of Xiqing District, serves as a splendid venue for leisure and recreation. The park is embraced by mountains and water, featuring a thoughtfully designed layout that is both spacious and intricate, inviting exploration and serenity. Liu Heng initially intended to challenge himself with a roller coaster, but was instead persuaded by Jiang Qingning to row a small boat. The boat resembled the flat vessels of ancient times, prone to capsizing with the slightest misstep. Jiang Qingning stealthily settled in the front, then suddenly turned to Liu Heng, who was rowing, and inquired, "Do you know how to row?" Jiang Qingning felt a pang of regret. He had assumed that the staff would be the ones to navigate the boat, not realizing it was their responsibility to do so themselves. Liu Heng did not respond to Jiang Qingning. Instead, he posed a counter-question, "Can you swim?" Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Jiang Qingning instinctively swallowed hard, then stretched out her arms, gripping the sides of the small boat tightly. Liu Heng smiled upon witnessing the scene, then settled into his seat, gently paddling the water with a wooden oar as the small boat gradually advanced. Meanwhile, Lena had relocated to the hotel where Liu Heng and Jiang Qingning were staying. Everyone was well aware of the hotel chosen by the Huaxia team, so Lena did not have to inquire excessively. Although Jiang Qingning's remark sounded like a jest, Lena took it to heart. She did not wish to relinquish her feelings for Liu Heng, prompting her to move from her previous hotel to this one. She even made an effort to ascertain Liu Heng's room number, specifically requesting a room on the same floor as his. While she had no intention of disrupting anyone's relationship, she was determined to strive for her own happiness, indifferent to the fact that Jiang Qingning might become the victim in this scenario. Upon returning to her room, Lena opened her laptop and began to investigate Jiang Qingning's father's company. Initially, her intent was to intimidate Jiang Qingning, but to her surprise, Jiang Qingning was unfazed by her tactics. Thus, Lena resolved that in critical moments, she could resort to certain unconventional methods. She was determined to make Jiang Qingning regret crossing her path. As she typed fervently on the keyboard, she muttered incantations under her breath. The joyous moments are often fleeting, akin to a blooming flower, beautiful yet transient. They brush against our souls like a gentle breeze, imparting warmth and happiness, only to vanish swiftly. The afternoon slipped away in an instant, and at that moment, Jiang Qingning had become blissfully lost in her own world, seemingly forgetting the events of the morning. While riding a roller coaster together, fear had instinctively caused Jiang Qingning to grasp Liu Heng's hand, and since that moment, she had not let go. They frolicked in the park, embodying the essence of a genuine couple. After experiencing nearly all the attractions, an exhausted Jiang Qingning, breathless, sat on the lawn beside Liu Heng. Unconsciously leaning against him, she suddenly recalled the morning's events, prompting her to hurriedly release Liu Heng's hand and frantically rearrange her hair. Observing the scene, Liu Heng could not help but chuckle. "Why did you suddenly let go after holding on all day?" Jiang Qingning, feeling embarrassed, wished to vanish into a crevice. Yet she remained silent. Liu Heng reclined upon the verdant lawn, while Jiang Qingning turned her head to cast a glance at him. To her surprise, Liu Heng was also gazing at her, and their eyes met briefly. Jiang Qingning, feeling a rush of shyness, was the first to look away. Yet Liu Heng continued to admire her silhouette from behind. Moments passed as Jiang Qingning, curious and somewhat delighted, stole glances at Liu Heng, only to find him consistently watching her in return. "What is it that you find so captivating about me?" Jiang Qingning inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Liu Heng, appearing rather helpless, replied, "Aren't you also turning back to look at me from time to time?" At a loss for words, Jiang Qingning awkwardly shifted the topic. "I'm feeling hungry. Shall we go have something to eat?" Upon hearing this, Lu Heng immediately sat up, exclaiming, "Let us go." With that, they both rose and departed the park together. Meanwhile, Lena had been pacing by the window, anxiously awaiting Lu Heng's return. She intended to seek him out the moment he arrived. Assuming Lu Heng was engaged in training, she would have been utterly dismayed had she known he had spent the entire day in Jiang Qingning's company. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Lena decided to pull a chair over and sit by the window. Time slipped away, and she transitioned from occasionally glancing up to ultimately dozing off in her chair. At that moment, an orange taxi pulled up downstairs. The door swung open, and a tall man clad in a black tracksuit, possessing striking and chiseled features, was the first to emerge from the vehicle. Following him was a slender and elegant woman, exuding grace as she alighted from the car. Clearly, these two were none other than Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning. Regrettably, Lena, exhausted from her waiting, had fallen asleep and was oblivious to their arrival, unaware that Lu Heng had returned to the hotel. In the elevator, Lu Heng inquired of Jiang Qingning whether she intended to accompany him to his room. "Will you be joining me in my room?" he asked. "I will not," she responded. Lu Heng was equally taken aback by Jiang Qingning's straightforward response. He also sensed a slight shift in her emotions. "Let us go for a moment. We need to discuss the matter of the signed shoes," he suggested. Jiang Qingning shot him a glance of exasperation, but ultimately followed him back to the room. Upon entering, she urged Lu Heng to speak quickly. It became increasingly apparent to Lu Heng that Jiang Qingning had initially believed he was taking her out for a casual outing, perhaps seeking an opportunity to confess his feelings or at least clarify their relationship. However, to Jiang Qingning's disappointment, that was not the case. Lu Heng surprisingly did not mention a single word about the morning's events, seemingly having no intention to discuss anything. Jiang Qingning had been waiting for Lu Heng to say something, especially during their recent meal. Lu Heng had deliberately reserved a private room, anticipating ample opportunity for the two of them to engage intimately. Yet, Lu Heng remained silent. It was not until they were en route back to the hotel after dinner that Jiang Qingning began to feel irate. Throughout the journey, she refrained from conversing with Lu Heng, lost in contemplation while gazing out the window. "Speak up. I'm feeling a bit weary. After you finish, I intend to retire for the night." Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's impatient tone, Lu Heng's suspicions were confirmed. Just as he closed the door, Jiang Qingning turned to face him, and their eyes met. In that instant, Lu Heng swept her into his arms. Chapter 79. "Let her be, what are you doing?" Jiang Qingning was taken aback by Lu Heng's sudden gesture, repeatedly striking his shoulder in protest. However, Lu Heng paid her no heed, carrying her directly toward the sofa. At that moment, Jiang Qingning's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue. Although she did not oppose physical contact with Lu Heng, the abruptness of his action startled her. Her initial thought was that Lu Heng was about to confess his feelings, yet she never anticipated he would choose such a method. Lu Heng gently laid Jiang Qingning upon the sofa, positioning himself atop her. Startled once more by Lu Heng's actions, Jiang Qingning hurriedly attempted to push him away with all her strength. Yet, despite her vigorous efforts, Lu Heng remained firmly anchored above her. After a few futile struggles, Jiang Qingning recognized the futility of her attempts to dislodge him. After all, Lu Heng was a professional basketball player. How could she possibly move him on her own? Ultimately, after several fruitless attempts, Jiang Qingning chose to surrender, though it might be more accurate to describe it as a compromise. For she understood that this day with Lu Heng was inevitable. She simply had not anticipated its arrival so swiftly. At that moment, Jiang Qingning felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lena. Had it not been for Lena's unexpected intervention, her relationship with Lu Heng would not have progressed so rapidly. Lu Heng pressed both hands firmly on Jiang Qingning's arms, his gaze fixed intently upon her. They maintained this silent eye contact for several minutes, with Lu Heng uttering not a single word. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, Jiang Qingning gradually turned her head away. Upon witnessing her bashful gesture, Lu Heng finally broke into a slight smile, which incited a wave of irritation in Jiang Qingning, prompting her to question him. "What are you laughing at? What do you intend to do? Could you please get off me?" After uttering these words, she swiftly averted her gaze once more. Lu Heng, however, remained silent, merely extending a hand to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Despite her earlier struggles, when Lu Heng released one of her arms, she did not resist or attempt to rise, much to Lu Heng's secret delight. After adjusting her hair, Lu Heng chose not to continue restraining Jiang Qingning, but instead rested his hand on the sofa. Jiang Qingning slowly turned her head back to meet Lu Heng's gaze. Internally, she was torn. Lu Hong had let her go, yet she pondered whether she should stand up. Rising might lead Lu Hong to interpret her action as a rejection, while remaining seated could inadvertently suggest that he could act as he pleased. As Jiang Qingming wrestled with her thoughts, Lu Hong began to lean closer to her. Mistakenly assuming he was about to kiss her, she hurriedly turned her head away again. In such close proximity, Lu Hong could distinctly hear the rapid beating of Jiang Qingming's heart. Although she had turned her head aside, she did not make any effort to rise, seemingly signaling to Lu Hong that a kiss on the cheek would be permissible. However, much to Jiang Qingming's surprise, Lu Hong did not proceed with the kiss. Instead, he softly whispered in her ear, "Since you claim to be pretending to be my girlfriend, why did you mention Lena as your rival?" Caught off guard by his question, Jiang Qingming found herself momentarily speechless. On one hand, she felt too anxious to respond. On the other, she recalled that her message to Lu Hong had indeed been sent with the intention of confessing her feelings. Unsure of how to reply, she fell silent. Observing her lack of response, Lu Hong continued softly, "Auntie Jiang, do you have feelings for me?" Lu Hong's question seemed somewhat rhetorical, though he merely intended to tease Jiang Qingming. To his surprise, Jiang Qingming was quite agitated, particularly because Lu Hong had referred to her as Aunt Jiang. At that moment, her focus shifted entirely from his inquiry to the act of jabbing him sharply in the waist. With a muffled grunt escaping Lu Hong's lips, he instinctively clutched his side, causing him to lose his balance and inadvertently topple onto Jiang Qingming. In the process, he accidentally brushed his lips against her cheek. This unexpected closeness rendered Lu Hong flustered, his heart racing uncontrollably. It seemed as though both could feel the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Just as Jiang Qingming prepared to rise, Lu Hong unexpectedly broke the silence, asking, "Weren't you curious about the type of girl I like?" Upon Lu Hong's utterance, Jiang Qingming was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to push aside Lu Hong's hand, yet found herself immobilized. Noticing her silence, Lu Hong continued, "I had originally intended to focus on completing the World Cup, planning to inform you only after its conclusion." As he spoke, Lu Hong leaned his hands against the sofa, returning to his previous posture. Jiang Qingming gradually turned her head, once more locking eyes with Lu Hong. Lu Hong also noticed the flush on Jiang Qingming's face, which was more pronounced than ever before. Her gaze seemed to implore Lu Hong to continue speaking, and he, understanding her unspoken cue, proceeded with his words. "I never anticipated that Lena would emerge midway and completely derail my plans." At the mention of plans, Jiang Qingming's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not restrain herself from inquiring, "What plans?" Noticing the curiosity in her eyes, Lu Hong flashed a mischievous grin. "I shan't divulge them. They're all in ruins now. What will be the point in telling you?" Jiang Qingming shot him a knowing glance, internally empathizing with his sentiment. Although she was unaware of the specifics of Lu Hong's prior intentions, she felt content with the current situation. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The two maintained their gaze for several moments, neither uttering a word. Jiang Qingming was now utterly convinced that her intuition was correct. Lu Hong was indeed preparing to confess his feelings for her. Rather than rushing him, she chose to wait patiently for him to articulate his emotions. After a minute or two of contemplation, Lu Hong finally mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. If he felt a twinge of embarrassment, it was minimal. More significant was his deliberation on how to express his feelings to Jiang Qingming. After a moment of reflection, he summoned his resolve and declared, "Aunt Jiang, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" At this moment, Jiang Qingming's attention was not focused on the term Aunt Jiang, but rather on the question that followed, "Would you be my girlfriend?" Lu Hong, having spoken, fixated his gaze intently upon Jiang Qingming, eagerly anticipating her response. Jiang Qingming met his gaze for a brief moment before gradually articulating her agreement, "I am willing." Upon finishing her statement, she playfully jabbed her finger firmly into Lu Hong's side, eliciting a soft exclamation from him. After Lu Hong winced in pain, he let out a muffled groan and once again pressed his entire being upon Jiang Qingming. At that moment, both were filled with joy, and Jiang Qingming reached out to embrace Lu Hong. However, she soon released him, playfully poking his waist a few times while teasingly asking, "Will you still call me Aunt Jiang in the future?" Lu Hong, unable to endure the prodding any longer, squirmed as he implored, I was wrong. I shall not dare again." Upon hearing Lu Hong's acknowledgement of his mistake, Jiang Qingming ceased her actions, once more enveloping Lu Hong in a tight embrace. The two remained in each other's arms, exchanging not a single word. After several minutes had passed, Lu Heng finally rose from the sofa. Lu Heng gazed at Jiang Qingning's rosy cheeks, gently caressing them before turning to her and inquiring, "How do you plan to address the situation with Lina?" Jiang Qingning merely smiled faintly and replied, "Let her be." Chapter 80. To contend with me, she is still too inexperienced. The reason Jiang Qingning expressed this was twofold. On one hand, it stemmed from her unwavering trust in Lu Heng, and on the other, it emanated from her profound self-confidence. Before their relationship was solidified, Lina could not compete with her, and now that their bond was established, Lina was even less of a rival. Subsequently, Jiang Qingning continued, "After all, Lina is a senior executive at Animar. It would not be prudent to sever ties. As long as she does not take any excessive actions, let her be." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng nodded slowly, his gaze once again fixated on Jiang Qingning's eyes. Understanding Lu Heng's intentions, Jiang Qingning did not turn away this time. Lu Heng gradually leaned down, and Jiang Qingning instinctively closed her eyes. As Lu Heng's lips grazed Jiang Qingning's, she reached up to entwine her arms around his neck, initiating a kiss. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted their intimate moment. Lu Heng was startled by the sudden sound of knocking at the door, instantly rising to sit on the sofa. Jiang Qingning, however, remained reclining on the couch, wearing a mischievous smile directed at him. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Heng inquired, as Jiang Qingning also sat up from the sofa and remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Lu Heng wore a puzzled expression and began to inquire about Jiang Qingning. "What about Chow Chow?" Jiang Qingning lightly poked Lu Heng's forehead and then, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "Lina." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Observing the perplexed expression on his face, Jiang Qingning continued, "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? How can you be so certain that it is Lina at the door?" In response to Lu Heng's inquiry, Jiang Qingning began to elucidate patiently. "You have been here for quite some time, yet it appears that your companions have never sought you out. Even if there were matters to discuss, they would only reach you via phone." Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's reasoning, Lu Heng slowly nodded in agreement. Jiang Qingning further elaborated, "You have not summoned room service either, so it is unlikely that the hotel staff would come by. This morning, when I mentioned to Lina that we were staying at this hotel, someone knocked on our door in the evening. Who else could it be if not her?" Realizing the truth in Jiang Qingning's words, Lu Heng was struck by her astuteness. However, now that he and Jiang Qingning had established their relationship, he felt compelled to consult her regarding whether to open the door. "Should we open it?" he inquired. "Of course, why not? It would be just right to let her see and perhaps help her move on," she replied. Lu Heng nodded slightly and stepped forward, preparing to open the door. Just as he wore a puzzled expression, Jiang Qingning swiftly grasped his arm and retrieved a lipstick from her bag. Lu Heng initially believed that Jiang Qingning intended to apply some makeup. However, he was taken aback when Jiang Qingning merely applied lipstick and then put it away. Subsequently, as Lu Heng prepared to approach the door once more, he was once again pulled back by Jiang Qingning. "What is the matter?" Lu Heng questioned, his face a portrait of confusion. In response, Jiang Qingning tugged insistently at the collar of Lu Heng's shirt before leaning in to kiss his collarbone. After that, she planted a kiss on Lu Heng's neck. Jiang Qingning had deliberately reapplied her lipstick to ensure that Lina could better see the imprint of her lips on Lu Heng's neck. Having completed her actions, Jiang Qingning then adjusted her own collar. Lu Heng was left utterly astounded by Jiang Qingning's series of maneuvers, leading him to reflect. At last, he understood why one should never provoke a woman. Upon completing her antics, Jiang Qingning entwined her arm around Lu Heng's neck and bestowed a kiss upon his lips, playfully asserting that she was still a bit too inexperienced to contend with him. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Jiang Qingning released Lu Heng, signaling him to answer it. To her surprise, Lu Heng wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer, subsequently leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips. Jiang Qingning found herself flustered by Lu Heng's unexpected advance, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Lu Hengtong, after releasing Jiang Qingning, merely uttered, "You took advantage of me. I must reclaim what is mine." Jiang Qingning cast a sidelong glance at Lu Heng before instructing him to open the door. Lu Heng approached the door and deliberately inquired, "Who is it?" As expected, it was Lina. After inadvertently dozing off while waiting in the room, she hurried to Lu Heng's quarters upon awakening, eager to ascertain whether he had returned. "It's me, Lina." Upon recognizing her voice, Lu Heng exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Qingning before opening the door. "Miss Lina, what brings you here at this late hour?" At the moment the door swung open, Lena caught sight of the lipstick mark adorning Liu Heng's neck. She stole a glance inside, just in time to see Jiang Qingming standing at the entrance. Lena, not being naive, was fully aware of what had transpired between them. Initially, she had intended to discuss the design of the signature shoes with Liu Heng, having waited for him at the hotel all day. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she swiftly altered her course of action. And no, it's nothing. I merely wish to talk about the design of the signature shoes. If you are busy, I can come back another time. I would want to intrude. At that moment, Lena felt utterly disheartened as she realized that, indeed, as Jiang Qingming had suggested, they had already crossed an irrevocable line. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Jiang Qingming called out to her, "Miss Lena, since you have come all this way, why not step inside and join us?" Liu Heng gazed at Jiang Qingming with a look of bewilderment. Clearly, Lena had intended to depart, yet Jiang Qingming unexpectedly spoke up to persuade her to stay. Liu Heng found himself utterly perplexed by Jiang Qingming's intentions. In a playful manner, Jiang Qingming winked at Liu Heng before gracefully inviting Lena into the room. At that moment, Liu Heng was astonished to discover that the cream-colored coat worn by Jiang Qingming had vanished. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. It turned out that just as Liu Heng had opened the door, Jiang Qingming had swiftly removed her coat, carelessly discarding it on the floor rather than placing it on the sofa or bed. This was all a ploy to convey to Lena just how fervently she and Liu Heng were yearning for one another. Indeed, as soon as Lena entered, she noticed the cream-colored coat lying on the floor. Liu Heng awkwardly turned his gaze towards the ceiling, while Jiang Qingming feigned surprise at her surroundings. She hastily picked up the clothes from the floor and tossed them onto the bed, casually adjusting her collar in the process. Lena, observing the scene before her, especially after having knocked on the door for quite some time before receiving a response, immediately began to speculate about the nature of their earlier interaction. Unbeknownst to her, the two had merely shared a brief kiss and an embrace, with nothing more transpiring. The entire display was merely a performance intended to dissuade her. Jiang Qingming beckoned Lena to sit on the sofa and promptly serve her a glass of water. After a moment, she spoke softly, "Miss Lena, I apologize for the interruption. You may now discuss the design of the signature shoes." Lena, still in a daze from the earlier events, struggled to regain her composure. Only when Jiang Qingming spoke did she attempt to feign calmness. The contract stipulates that Liu Heng can participate in the design of the signature shoes, so we must, of course, seek his input. Jiang Qingming nodded slowly, encouraging Lena to continue. However, Lena appeared utterly flustered, resorting to sipping water in an effort to alleviate her embarrassment. After a brief silence, Jiang Qingming gently inquired, "Do you have the design proposal with you?" "Liu Heng and I would like to review it and offer our suggestions." Lost in her thoughts and originally intending to see Liu Heng, Lena had not brought any design proposal. After Jiang Qingming's question, Lena remained silent, abruptly rising to her feet. I have some matters to attend to. I will have my assistant send the design proposal to your email, and we can discuss it next time." With that, she placed her glass down and made to leave, while Jiang Qingming feigned confusion. This time, Jiang Qingming did not stop Lena, for she understood that her earlier actions had achieved their intended effect. Chapter 81. It is merely my own overzealous sentimentality. After escorting Lena out of the room, Jiang Qingming turned to find Liu Heng, who appeared utterly stunned. She offered him a subtle smile before plunging into his embrace. Liu Heng also reached out to embrace Jiang Qingming, and then slowly spoke, "Your move is quite ruthless, but are you not afraid that Lena might reveal it?" Jiang Qingming buried her head in Liu Heng's embrace, finally feeling that she could openly hold him without reservation. "She won't," she replied. "How can you be so sure?" Jiang Qingming lifted her head to gaze at Liu Heng, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Intuition." Liu Heng was equally at a loss for words, yet chose to remain silent. Liu Heng, of course, was fully aware that Jiang Qingming's recent actions were evident to anyone with discerning eyes, including Lena. It was clear that something indescribable had transpired between him and Jiang Qingming. However, only the two of them understood that all of this was an fade, merely a performance for Lena's benefit. Considering the competition the following day, Liu Heng resolved to send Jiang Qingming back to her room to rest. "You should return and get some rest. I have a competition tomorrow." Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Jiang Qingming appeared quite displeased. "Are you sending me away?" "I intend to sleep here," she asserted, pointing to Liu Heng's bed, leaving him utterly perplexed. "You wish to sleep in the bed? Then shall I take the sofa?" As Liu Heng spoke, Jiang Qingning had already seated herself by the bedside. With a playful gesture, she beckoned him, saying, "It depends on whether you have the courage to ascend this bed." In response to Jiang Qingning's provocative invitation, Lu Heng swallowed hard, then discreetly shook his head and went to freshen up. Before long, Lu Heng emerged, bringing with him a basin of warm water, which Jiang Qingning had anticipated. She then extended her foot towards him, signaling for him to assist her in removing her shoes. Throughout this entire exchange, Jiang Qingning remained reclined on the bed, making no attempt to rise. Lu Heng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingning, yet he attentively helped her remove her shoes. As Jiang Qingning soaked her feet, she began to instruct Lu Heng, requesting that he fetch a pillow to place between them and urging him to lie down, for he had a competition the following day and needed his rest. The reason Jiang Qingning chose not to return to her own room was twofold. She feared encountering Lina, and she yearned to be close to Lu Heng. Having just solidified their relationship, she wished to savor this precious time together. Once they had completed their preparations, Jiang Qingning rose to remove her makeup. Subsequently, they settled down to sleep. Initially, Jiang Qingning feigned indifference, but as she lay beside Lu Heng, her heart began to race. Despite the pillow separating them, it offered little solace. Although she trusted that Lu Heng would not act impulsively, she pretended to maintain her distance by insisting on the pillow barrier. However, she found it perplexing that Lu Heng seemed genuinely disinterested in making a move, remaining still by her side. In truth, Jiang Qingning longed for a bit of intimacy with Lu Heng, perhaps a kiss, a hug, or simply cuddling together as they slept. She had anticipated that he would take the initiative, but to her surprise, he lay there motionless, while she felt a growing impatience. In her mind, she thought, "Lu Heng, why are you so foolish?" As time ticked away, Jiang Qingning could no longer contain herself and swiftly removed the pillow that lay between them. In her frustration, she tossed the pillow at Lu Heng's head and exclaimed, "You really can sleep through anything. It drives me mad." Although Lu Heng had long anticipated that Jiang Qingning would take the initiative, he did not expect her to do so in such a manner. When the pillow came crashing down, it startled Lu Heng. Why was he unable to sleep? Lu Heng feigned composure, merely to provoke Jiang Qingning. In truth, Lu Heng had never truly succumbed to slumber. She had been patiently awaiting Jiang Qingning to take the initiative. Lu Heng contemplated that his confession had already marked his initiative. Now it was Jiang Qingning's turn. Every moment that Lu Heng waited was an agony for Jiang Qingning. Ultimately, it was Jiang Qingning who, unable to endure any longer, took the initiative to remove the shackles that lay between them. After Lu Heng finished speaking, Jiang Qingning climbed beside him and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "With such a beautiful woman lying next to you, how can you still find the inclination to sleep?" Having said this, Jiang Qingning placed a kiss upon Lu Heng's lips. Lu Heng, unwilling to yield, swiftly pinned Jiang Qingning beneath him and softly uttered, "I have a competition tomorrow." This statement served as a gentle reminder to Jiang Qingning that the moment was not yet ripe. Jiang Qingning, not lacking in awareness, comprehended the underlying implication and merely nodded slowly. Observing her subtle affirmation, Lu Heng leaned in, his lips drawing closer to hers, while Jiang Qingning gradually closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. In the night sky, the moon frolicked with the clouds. The moon concealed itself behind the billowing clouds, at times shimmering, at others veiled. The clouds, delicate as white cotton, quietly wove around the moon. The clouds then playfully transformed, shifting into various shapes, sometimes resembling the silhouette of an elephant, at other times a soaring bird. In the midst of joy and sorrow, Lina sat upon her bed in tears. She, who believed herself superior to Jiang Qingning in every regard, had anticipated an effortless victory in this contest. Yet to her dismay, she realized she had lost from the very beginning. Reflecting on the events, Lina recalled that although Jiang Qingning had initially been rebuffed by Lu Heng when she attempted to link her arm with his, the primary reason lay in Lu Heng's perception of Lina as an outsider. Once Lu Heng learned of Lina's affections for him, Jiang Qingning's subsequent attempt to embrace his arm met with no resistance. This was ample evidence that in Lu Heng's heart, it was Jiang Qingning who held his affections. Even the earlier occurrences at the Under Armour headquarters did not suffice to signify anything, yet what she had just witnessed was undeniable. The lipstick mark on Lu Heng's neck was unmistakably a result of lip color, coupled with Jiang Qingning's coat carelessly discarded on the floor, their disheveled collars, and the door that had taken a considerable time to open. All these details vividly illustrated the relationship between Lu Heng and Jiang Qingning. Although Lina remained indifferent to these signs, She was acutely aware that Liu Heng's heart did not belong to her. From the moment she entered until her departure, Liu Hong did not utter a single word to her, save for a brief greeting when he opened the door. Liu Hong exhibited no inclination to offer an explanation. Contemplating this, Lena began to converse with herself, questioning why he would feel the need to clarify anything to her. It was merely her own misplaced sentiments. This realization deepened her sorrow, for despite Liu Heng's apparent indifference towards her, she had fallen for him at first sight. Moreover, Lena had longed for a boyfriend from Huaxia, and Liu Hong stood out as one of the few who had captured her admiration over the years. Alas, fate had conspired against her, as Liu Hong was in a relationship with a remarkably beautiful girlfriend, and their affection for one another was palpable. At that moment, she pondered whether such a lovely romance ought to remain intact, especially since she lacked the power to disrupt the bond between Liu Hong and Jiang Qingning. From Jiang Qingning's demeanor, it appeared that she was genuinely unbothered by Lena's attempts to undermine her father's company. Wiping away her tears, Lena gently picked up her phone, opening the gallery filled with numerous photographs of Liu Hong. She sat there on her bed, gazing at the images on the screen, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 82. Confronting Russia after a while of sweet intimacy, Liu Hong and Jiang Qingning swiftly drifted into slumber. The moon and clouds frolicked joyfully in the sky. Their playful dance, so exquisite, it ignited boundless imagination within the hearts of onlookers. Time, ever a paradox of both languor and brevity, soon ushered in the second round of the group matches. On September 4th, the Huaxia team triumphed over Venezuela with a score of 105-74. Liu Hong delivered an impeccable performance, amassing 38 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. Guo Lun, having been immersed in the previous 2 matches, finally experienced a resurgence, contributing 25 points to aid the team in effortlessly defeating Venezuela, securing the top position in their group with a flawless record. As time hastened to September 6th, the Huaxia team prepared for their first match in the second round. Due to the competition's regulations, Poland and Huaxia had already faced each other in the first round. Thus, they would not meet again in the second round. The first match for Huaxia would be against their old neighbor, Russia. This inaugural clash was set to unfold in Liu Heng's hometown, Yunqing. Naturally, Jiang Qingning accompanied Liu Hong to Yunqing. Although they had yet to make an official announcement regarding their relationship, the two were unreservedly holding hands whether they were out and about or heading to the arena. The recent rumors had essentially served as an announcement, as fans had already embraced Jiang Qingning as Liu Heng's girlfriend. Nevertheless, Liu Hong decided to wait until after the World Cup to formally declare their relationship. Jiang Qingning chose to respect Liu Heng's wishes. For her, their relationship was already established, and the need for an announcement was of little consequence. What mattered most was that Liu Hong could focus entirely on completing the World Cup. Liu Heng's signature shoes have reached a conclusion after a brief discussion. Liu Hong has chosen to emulate his idol, Curry, adopting the number 15 as his personal logo. The design of his sneakers also exhibits subtle distinctions from those of Curry. Liu Hong specifically sent a message of gratitude to Curry, who expressed his regret at not being able to stay in China for a few more days, which would have allowed him to watch Liu Heng's matches with the national team. Upon returning to Yin City, Liu Hong took the time to visit his parents, Liu Fu and Liu Mu, along with Jiang Qingning. Unlike their previous encounter, Jiang Qingning and Liu Hong have now established a genuine relationship, no longer merely pretending to be in love.